Bang, bang.
Bang! The continuous knocking made the already fragile wooden door creak and shake, producing a dull, squeak sound. But the person outside seemed unaware of the noise. After getting no response, they started shouting, "Miss Xiao, I know you're inside. Open the door quickly. Today, we're calling off the engagement," Mrs. Yang shouted loudly, not caring if others nearby heard her. Her voice attracted the attention of people around. When they heard her words, many showed disapproval. "Auntie Lin, you're calling off the engagement? The Yun family's eldest son and his wife just passed away a few days ago, and now you come to break the engagement? That's a bit unkind, don't you think?" "Exactly. This marriage was something you begged for at first. Now you suddenly change your mind? Poor Miss Xiao. She just lost her parents and now faces rejection. Auntie Lin, aren't you forcing Miss Xiao to die?" The villagers watching the scene spoke up, feeling unfair for Miss Xiao in their words. Mrs. Yang's eyes widened as she looked at the person who spoke first, and she responded bluntly. "So, what if we call off the engagement? We knew from the start that Miss Xiao was fragile. If we had known she'd grow up to be a sickly girl, we wouldn't have asked for her hand. Besides, now that the Yun couple has passed away, only a lonely girl is left. No family would want such a daughter-in-law." Her words touched on what most people thought. Although they felt sorry for Miss Xiao, if it were their own family, they probably wouldn't want such a daughter-in-law either. A few villagers who had good relations with the Yun family wanted to speak out against her, but were silenced by Mrs. Yang's next words. "Miss Xiao is just unlucky. With her around, the Yun couple didn't have any more children. Maybe she was the one causing their death. We wouldn't dare to take a daughter-in-law like that." Seeing everyone fall silent because of her words, Mrs. Yang felt proud. Today, this engagement must be broken off. She couldn't let her family be blamed. After all, that girl was tough. "Mrs. Yang, you've gone too far. Can a girl's reputation be ruined so easily?" The village chief, Yun Hung, hurriedly scolded. When the villagers saw the village chief arrive, they quickly made way. Yun Hung walked quickly to the old, broken wooden door and stood face to face with Mrs. Yang. Mrs. Yang felt a bit guilty. She instinctively turned her head away, afraid to meet the village chief's gaze. But she still argued stubbornly, "Village chief, I'm right. Miss Xiao is just unlucky. The Yun couple died because of her. Doesn't that prove something? That's nonsense. Yun Zhao died from drowning and everyone knows it. Regarding the Fong family, she was already in poor health and couldn't handle the shock, so she went there. This has nothing to do with Miss Xiaoying." Yun Hung deliberately raised his voice to tell everyone not to unfairly blame a poor girl for her misfortune. Some people nodded in agreement, while others looked away, clearly forming their own opinions. Mrs. Yang was not convinced. A lonely girl doesn't deserve to marry her son. Her son was a scholar. If Yun Lauda hadn't been a scholar teaching in town and Fong had a good embroidery skill, they wouldn't be rushing to ask for her hand. "Village chief, even if Yun Lauda and his wife didn't die because of Miss Xiaoying, their deaths are a fact. Now, Yun's family only has one girl. Who would dare to marry such a girl? It's normal for us to withdraw the engagement." Yun Hung had nothing to say to a lady like that. He looked at the silent Lin family, father and son. "Lin Dashan, is that what you think? And you, young Master Lin, Xiaoying's father was kind to you. He guided you when you were young. How can you forget kindness?" Hearing this, Lin Hongming's face changed. As a scholar, he couldn't afford to be labeled ungrateful, but he didn't want to marry an orphan girl with no support. He stepped forward and bowed to Yun Hung. "Village chief, marriage is a matter of parents' wishes and matchmakers' words. I will follow my parents' arrangements. Yes, as parents, we have the right to decide our son's marriage." Mrs. Yang quickly nudged her husband, signaling him to speak. Lin Dashan gathered his courage and looked at Yun Hung. We want to withdraw from the engagement." Yun Hung disliked his timid attitude. Just as he was about to say something, the old wooden door suddenly opened from inside. "Village chief, if they want to withdraw, then let them." "I agree," a gentle female voice sounded. A slender woman with a pale face supported herself as she stepped out of the door. Yun Xiao had woken up when she heard the knocking. Shocked by her situation, she hadn't appeared earlier. Listening to the conversation outside and recalling her memories of this body, she understood her situation. She was a reincarnation from a post-apocalyptic world, now in a place called Dongli Kingdom. The original owner's father, Yun Zhao, was a teacher at a private school in town. 5 days ago, he returned from town but was caught in a heavy rain and accidentally fell into the river. When he was rescued, he was already unconscious. Her mother, Fong Chuqing, had heavy bleeding during childbirth. She barely survived but was left ill. Today, I heard some very bad news and was overwhelmed by the shock, so I also followed after. The original owner was already weak, and after her parents passed away, she became too sad and ultimately left this world. This made it easier for Yun Xiao, who came from the end of the world. Just after receiving this news, I heard the people outside firmly insist on ending the engagement. Naturally, Yun Xiao did not oppose. Not to mention that this family is ungrateful. Even if they were kind and loyal, she wouldn't marry into them easily. So, she supported her weak body and came out to open the door. As soon as Yun Xiao agreed to break off the engagement, the lively scene instantly became quiet. Yun Heng looked surprised. He thought Yun Xiao would make a fuss, because for a girl, breaking off an engagement was very humiliating. Xiao girl, you must think carefully. Breaking off the engagement is not a small matter. If it gets out, it will hurt your reputation. Don't worry, I am here. I won't let the Lin family bully you, Yun Heng said with a serious and caring tone. Before Yun Xiao could speak, Yang jumped up first. Village chief, you can't say that. What do you mean we are bullying her? Everyone heard it. Xiao girl agreed to break off the engagement herself. Yun Heng ignored her and looked at Yun Xiao, hoping she would change her mind. The girl was still too young and didn't realize what kind of rumors she would face after breaking off the engagement, especially now that her parents had died and no one was there to support her. Village chief, I know you mean well, but forcing a girl is not good. If they want to break off the engagement, holding on won't help. Even if I marry them unwillingly, it won't be a good life, Yun Xiao calmly analyzed. Yun Heng knew this well, but besides the Lin family, Yun Xiao couldn't find a better family. He was about to persuade her again when he saw Yun Xiao's insightful eyes, and suddenly, he hesitated. Yun Xiao looked a little different today. Although her body was still weak like before, she radiated a strength that couldn't be ignored, as if no hardship could defeat her. Maybe, without the Lin family, she would have better luck. Fine, since it was her wish, he would go along with her. However, he would help her get the compensation she deserved. Yun Heng turned to the Lin family's 3 members. His cold gaze made Yang tremble, but she still dared to speak up. Village chief, since Xiao girl agrees, please be a witness today. From now on, our family has nothing to do with Xiao girl. We can't be blamed for anything in the future. After she finished, Yun Heng slowly spoke. Since you want me to be a witness, then I will make sure everything is clear and complete. I remember when old Yun agreed to this marriage, he even gave a betrothal gift. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Lin family looked uncomfortable. The onlookers also remembered, and all looked at the Lin family. Seeing their unhappy expressions, some people seemed to realize something. Mrs. Yang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and return the betrothal gift.
Exactly.
I think it was a jade pendant. Since you're backing out, how can you keep something that belongs to others? I also remember that the jade pendant was of good quality, said to be part of Fong's dowry. The Lin family wouldn't be trying to steal it, would they? They're scholars. Hearing these comments, Lin Hongming looked a bit embarrassed. He liked that jade pendant very much. He usually kept it carefully and only took it out to look at sometimes. Today, when returning the engagement, he didn't bring it because he didn't want to give it back. Mrs. Yang also didn't want to return it. She looked at Yun Heng kindly and said, Village chief, it's not that we don't want to return it, but the jade pendant is already broken. Just consider it useless. We don't want Xiao Ying's betrothal gift anymore. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang from the Zhang family, who usually didn't get along with her, couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Mrs. Yang sarcastically and said, You're just fooling children with that. Such a fine jade pendant, anyone would keep it carefully. If you don't want to return it, don't treat others like fools. Her words immediately caused a burst of laughter around. Mrs. Yang's face turned red, but she still insisted, "We really can't produce the jade pendant. We don't want the betrothal gift anymore. You've got it wrong. I remember your family's betrothal gift was a wooden hairpin, right? Now you want to exchange a wooden thing for someone's jade pendant? That's a clever plan," Granny Yin mocked. Her words got everyone's agreement. Yun Hung ignored Mrs. Yang's act and looked at Lin Hongming with a red face. "Young Lin, Xiaoying's father treated you well. Now you're not only backing out of the marriage but also trying to steal from Yun's family. Is this the courtesy, integrity, and shame you've learned at the academy? One day, I'll report this to the academy and ask if they teach you to be so ungrateful." His words carried a clear threat. Lin Hongming's face turned pale. If the academy found out what he had done, his reputation would be ruined, which wouldn't be good for future exams. Big Mountain Lin also understood the deeper meaning. Although their backing out was their fault, given Yun family's situation, it was understandable. At most, people would say they were not very kind. Intentionally hiding the betrothal gift was unfair. He absolutely wouldn't allow his son's reputation to be damaged. He carefully apologized, saying, "Village chief, don't listen to my wife's nonsense. The broken jade pendant is a different piece. She's mistaken. I'll go home and get it now." After speaking, he ignored Yang's meaningful look and tried to leave. "Wait," Yunheng called out to him. Yang was happy, thinking the jade pendant was safe. But in the next moment, she heard shocking words that pierced her heart. Yunheng continued, "You must return the jade pendant. Besides that, since you are at fault, you also need to compensate Xiaoying for her loss. 20 taels of silver." "What? Why should we?" Yang immediately shouted, her face twisting with anger, making her look even more frightening. Lin Dashan and Lin Hongming also looked angry, clearly unable to accept this proposal. "Village chief, breaking off the engagement is our fault, but is this compensation too much?" Lin Dashan tried to get Yunheng to take back his words. The onlookers also looked at each other, feeling that the compensation seemed a bit high. Yunheng looked at Lin Hongming calmly and said, "Lin family boy, 10 years ago, when you first learned your lessons, old Yun personally guided you and gave you many books. If you had hired a proper teacher, it wouldn't have cost only 20 taels after 10 years. Lin Hongming was stunned. If you really calculated that way, 20 taels was indeed too little. "That's not fair," Yang hurriedly argued. Old Yun volunteered to teach Hongming himself. "Don't forget, Old Yun only gave your family special treatment because of the engagement between the two families. Now that you want to break it off, you need to settle everything clearly." Without Yunheng speaking, the onlookers already explained the facts. Exactly. Without Old Yun, Lin Hongming would still be digging in the dirt. He wouldn't be able to dress so well and study at the academy. If you want to break the engagement, hand over the jade pendant and 20 taels. Otherwise, forget about it, Yunheng declared firmly. For a moment, Yang even considered giving up and just keeping the marriage. Otherwise, it would be like cutting her flesh. She looked at her husband and son, moving her lips as if she wanted to say something. Lin Hongming shook his head at her and looked at Yun Xiao, who was leaning against the door, showing deep affection. Yun Xiao looked fragile, like a willow in the wind. Although her face was pale, her features were beautiful. He had been quite pleased with his fiancée before. But now, she was just an orphan girl, unable to help him, and more importantly, Yun Xiao, who had been quietly standing aside, saw his disgusted gaze and almost vomited. This young man is looking at what? If he keeps staring, he might be tempted to poke his eyes out. To avoid that disgusting gaze, Yun Xiao turned and went inside, finding the betrothal gift from the Lin family. When she appeared again, she handed a wooden hairpin to Yunheng. "Village chief, please take this." Yunheng took the wooden hairpin and looked at the Lin family trio. His expression clearly said, "It's your turn now." Lin Hongming's gaze had been following Yun Xiao just now. When he met the village chief's gaze, he steadied himself and nodded slightly to his parents. Mrs. Yang was still annoyed, but she was proud of her son. Since he nodded, it meant he had other plans. "Wait for me, I'll go home and get it," she said, then turned to walk back to her house. The scene grew quiet. Lin Hongming took a few steps forward, speaking in a caring tone to Yun Xiao. "Xiaoer, even though we can't be married, don't worry. I will still look after you in the future." Yun Xiao immediately hid behind Yun Heng when he approached. Hearing his words, she peeked out from behind Yun Heng, waved her hand, and refused. "No, no, no. Since we've broken off the engagement, we're no longer involved. I don't need your care." Lin Hongming thought she was angry because of the breakup and was deliberately saying this. That made sense. Any girl would be upset after being rejected. But it's okay. Now she's an orphan girl. Who would marry her in the future? Maybe if he treated her a little better later, there might be hope. Thinking of this, Lin Hongming looked at Yun Xiao's delicate face, feeling a bit restless. Even if he couldn't make her his official wife, he promised that she would always have a place by his side in the future. Yun Xiao didn't know his dirty thoughts. Otherwise, even if her image was ruined, she would definitely knock him down on the spot. Soon, Mrs. Yang returned with a brocade box and 2 silver ingots. When she got closer, she suddenly seemed to think of something. Her eyes flashed, and she smiled as she approached Yun Xiao. Seeing the malicious look in her eyes, Yun Xiao suddenly asked loudly, "Village chief, what if the jade pendant really breaks?" Yun Heng also saw the evil intent in Mrs. Yang's eyes. Hearing Yun Xiao's question, he understood her meaning. He comforted her, "Don't worry. That jade pendant is worth at least 200 taels. If it breaks in someone's hands, make them pay. If they refuse, report it to the authorities." Hearing their conversation, Mrs. Yang's face stiffened. She had indeed planned this. When Yun Xiao reached for the brocade box, she had deliberately loosened her grip so that the box would fall to the ground. The jade pendant would surely shatter, making that bratty girl suffer. However, now her plan was difficult to carry out. She hid her smile and handed the jewelry box to Yun Xiao. Yun Heng stood between Yun Xiao and Yang Shi and ordered, "Yang Shi, open the jewelry box." Although Yang Shi was reluctant, she had to obey. She opened the box and saw a clear, shining qilin-shaped jade pendant. Under the sunlight, the jade sparkled with a charming glow. The carvings on it seemed alive, lively, and mysterious. When Yun Xiao saw the jade pendant, she was very surprised. It looked very similar to her family's heirloom jade pendant. "Wow, this is that jade pendant. It's truly extraordinary. Where did the Yang family get such a good thing?" Everyone around was amazed. Seeing the jade pendant inside the box, Lin Hongming's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, but he quickly hid his feelings. It didn't matter. Once he managed to win Yun Xiao's favor again, the jade pendant would return to him. Yun Heng carefully examined the jade pendant. After confirming there was no problem, he reached to take the jewelry box from Yang Shi. But unexpectedly, Yang Shi was unwilling. "Yang Shi, what do you mean?" Yun Heng asked sternly. At this moment, Lin Hongming stepped forward. He took the jewelry box and silver from his mother's hands and approached Yun Xiao gently. "Xiaoer, the jade pendant and silver are for you. You must take good care of them." Yun Xiao ignored his deep affection in her eyes. She quickly took the jewelry box and silver from his hands, not giving him a chance to perform. She spoke coldly, "Lin Hongming, don't call me Xiaoer anymore. We have no relation now. If you call me that, people might misunderstand." Lin Hongming seemed not to hear her. To him, Yun Xiao was just a young girl's temper. As long as he coaxed her a little, she would accept him again. "Xiaoer, even if we've broken off the engagement, you're still my sister. I will take good care of you on behalf of my master." Yun Xiao shot him a cold look, her eyes full of icy light. "I told you not to call me that. Can't you understand human words?" Lin Hongming was stunned. He had never seen such a look from Yun Xiao. It seemed that if he didn't follow her wishes, she would turn against him. But how could such a cold look appear on a girl who is innocent and inexperienced? Before he could say anything else, Yun Xiao withdrew her gaze and stopped looking at him. Yun Heng stepped forward and warned, "Lin family boy, since the engagement is broken, don't come near Xiaoer again. Otherwise, it might ruin her reputation." After saying this, he handed the wooden hairpin Yunxiu had given him to Lin Hongming. Hongming, let's go. She doesn't care about your concern. Come less often here to avoid bringing bad luck. Ms. Yang held Lin Hongming's hand and turned his body around. She still remembered how Yun Xiu had taken 20 taels from their family. Deshan Lin also came over and stood on either side of Lin Hongming, helping to lead him away from Yun Xiu's house. After the lively scene, the villagers gradually left in small groups. Today's events would be the topic of conversation for a while. Yun Heng and Grandma Yun remained behind. Yun Xiu invited them into the yard to sit. Since she had just woken up, she was still unfamiliar with the family and had no tea prepared. Grandma Yun gently took Yun Xiu's hand and said, "Good girl, don't be sad. If the marriage is called off, then it's off. The Lin family is not a good family." Yun Xiu held her hand back. The love in the old woman's eyes was genuine. "Grandma Yun, I understand. I'm not sad." Grandma Yun carefully observed her expression and saw she was not forcing herself, so she felt relieved. Yun Heng looked at Yun Xiu's simple yard and wooden door and started to think. "Xiu girl, now that you hold the jade pendant and silver, you will surely attract attention. I was careless. I should have taken the things back from the Lin family secretly." "Village chief, don't say that. Even if others don't know, the Lin family wouldn't hide it," Yun Xiu said openly. Hearing this, Yun Heng realized it was true. "All right, your yard has been here for over 10 years. I'll ask your brothers to come help repair it, at least to block some people." Grandma Yun also agreed. "Yes, it's time to fix it up. I'll also ask Uncle Yang to come help." Yun Xiu looked around her simple home and didn't refuse their kindness. "Thank you, village chief and Grandma Yun. Actually, the original owner's family had a good income. Her father was a teacher at the town's academy, earning 2 taels of silver a month, and her mother could sell embroidered artworks for quite a bit. But the family had 2 sick children, so no matter how much silver they had, it wasn't enough." After the village chief and Grandma Yun left, Yun Xiu finally had time to organize her memories. She was born in the 23rd century, a time of rapid technological development and extremely convenient living. In her memory, her home was filled with laughter and love. Her parents' care and her friends' companionship made her over 20 years of life very happy. But who could have guessed that her peaceful life would come to an abrupt end one day? Without warning, a strange blood moon appeared in the sky, accompanied by widespread red light. At first, people thought it was interesting, and everyone discussed this rare sight online. Yun Xiu was with her friends, standing in an open space, looking up with curiosity. At that time, she still naively thought it was just a beautiful natural wonder. However, this strange phenomenon did not disappear quickly, as everyone expected. Instead, it lasted for 3 days. As time went on, people's unease grew, and a strange fear began to spread among the crowd. Yun Xiu remembers that during those days, her parents always looked worried, and the atmosphere at home became tense and heavy. Sure enough, on the 5th day of the blood moon, the world changed completely. Yun Xiu went out to work as usual, but was stunned by what she saw outside. A strange fog covered the streets, and a foul smell filled the air. In the distance, people's screams of fear could be heard, and the sounds of car crashes mixed together, like the chaos of the end of the world. She saw that normally kind neighbors had bloodshot eyes and fierce faces, biting and fighting each other like they had lost their minds. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the streets, creating a horrific scene like a picture from hell. The tall buildings in the city started to collapse, flames shot into the sky, and thick smoke blocked out the sun. Technology seemed powerless in this disaster. All electronic devices stopped working. The whole world was thrown into chaos and darkness. Yun Xiu ran home in panic but found it empty. She shouted desperately for her parents, but only silence answered her. At that moment, fear overwhelmed her like a tide. She never imagined that her happy life could vanish in an instant. In this hellish end of the world, Yun Xiu struggled to survive. She saw the worst of human nature, but also witnessed a few acts of kindness. To stay alive, she learned to fight zombies and to find food and water among the ruins. Just when she thought she had finally awakened her wood element powers and that there was hope for her life, her companions pushed her into a group of zombies. The moment her neck was bitten off, Yunxiu even felt that death might be a kind of relief. While waiting for death, her blood flowed into the ancestral jade pendant she wore. After a flash of bright light, she found herself here, now an orphan girl in Lian Tai Village, Dongli Kingdom, just after her parents had died. As her consciousness returned, Yunxiu heard knocking at the door. Weak and with her soul not fully merged, she had to stay in bed. Her biological mother had a difficult childbirth, and both mother and daughter barely survived. Since then, she always carried medicine with her. Although the original owner was weak, she was loved and raised by her parents, living happily for 15 years. This is also why she couldn't accept her parents' passing. The deep pain and confusion about the future made her lose confidence in life. After burying her parents during the day, she refused to be accompanied by other female relatives, and at night, she followed her parents' footsteps. After fully absorbing the original owner's memories, Yunxiu's soul gradually adapted to this body. Young Miss Yunxiu, I hope you find your way now. I wish your family of 3 can reunite in another world. Even if you can't reunite, I hope you can find happiness in a loving family and have a good life. Yunxiu silently prayed in her heart. She had taken over the original owner's body, and although she didn't know how it happened, being able to live again was a lucky chance for her. She was very grateful. Gathering her strength, Yunxiu struggled to stand up. During this time, she learned enough about what was happening outside. She had never planned to accept the original owner's marriage proposal. When the noisy villagers wanted to break off the engagement, she was glad to see it happen. Her memory ended here. Yunxiu carefully looked around her current home. It was a house with courtyards in the front and back. Such houses were common in Lian Tai Village. The front yard was used for drying things and as a kitchen, while the backyard was for growing vegetables and raising poultry. But now, the house looked quite dilapidated. The ground in the front yard was uneven and full of potholes. At the base of the wall, a few weeds stubbornly grew through the cracks between the stones, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a sense of sadness. Interestingly, there was a water well here. Many families in the village didn't have wells. They either fetched water from the river or used the public well at the village entrance. In addition, there was a simple kitchen built in the corner, filled with some miscellaneous items. The door to the backyard was on the wall inside the kitchen. Passing through the back door, Yunxiu arrived in the backyard. There were a few common vegetables growing sparsely in the vegetable patch, but they looked unhealthy, clearly neglected for some time. The chicken coop was empty, with only scattered straw left, indicating that after the original owner's parents passed away, the poultry had been used for funeral rites. The backyard wall had several gaps, through which she could even see the neighbor's yard. Yunxiu's gaze lingered on the sparse vegetables for a while. She remembered her previous life. At that time, strange phenomena occurred in the sky, and many people awakened special abilities. She herself, however, couldn't activate her powers, which nearly led to her death multiple times, until she had a high fever that lasted 3 days. After the fever subsided, she discovered that her perception of plants had become very sharp. When she went out to find food, her hand accidentally touched a small grass. The grass suddenly grew tall and then withered at a visible speed. She realized that she had awakened a wood-type special ability. She originally thought she could survive better in the end times with her wood ability, but during a food search outside, her team encountered a zombie horde. During the escape, someone pushed her, causing her to fall into the zombies. She ultimately lost her life and arrived here. It's okay now. She has come to a safer time. The events of her past life are gone, and dwelling on them is useless. Besides, she can't go back to find out who pushed her into the zombies. It's just a pity that her newly awakened wood ability was lost. Thinking of this, Yunxiu's heart moved. She quickly approached a wilted vegetable and reached out her hand. In the next second, Her eyes shone brightly, and her ability unexpectedly brought her to a different world. The once withered vegetable immediately stood upright. Its leaves regained their shine. The stems became plump, and the whole vegetable looked fresh and lively. Yun Xiao tried on a few other vegetables. Without exception, they all regained their spirit and even seemed tempting enough to eat raw. She pressed her rapidly beating heart and smiled for the first time since arriving here. With her special ability, she now has the power to protect herself in this strange world. Even as an orphan girl, she can live her own wonderful life. After calming her mind, Yun Xiao returned to the front yard, entered the house, which had a somewhat spacious main hall in the middle and 3 rooms beside it. To the west was the original owner's bedroom. She pushed open the door. The room was simply and plainly decorated. A wooden bed with an old quilt was just waking her up. Next to the bed was a small wardrobe, its door half open, with a few old clothes hanging inside. Then she went to the east bedroom, where her parents had lived. The room had a faint smell of oldness. The bedding was a bit messy, clearly showing that after the incident, the original owner had no energy to tidy up. On the bedside table was an old wooden box. Yun Xiao gently opened it, revealing some of her parents' belongings, her father's wallet and her mother's embroidered handkerchief. Finally, she entered the room that served as her father's study and her mother's embroidery room. Opening the door, she saw a bookshelf against the wall. Some books were yellowed and worn, with pages slightly curled. There were still some ink marks on the desk, as if her father had just put down his pen. In the corner of the room, there was a mother's embroidery stand with an unfinished embroidery of a beautiful peony. The stitches were delicate and lifelike, showing the mother's excellent skill. After observing for a while, it was noon. Yun Xiao suddenly felt a little hungry. She went to the kitchen, wanting to find something to eat. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Xiao girl, open the door." It was the voice of the 3rd grandmother. Yun Xiao hurriedly ran to open the door. Outside stood a group of people, including the 3rd grandmother, the village head, a middle-aged man, and 4 young men. From her memory, Yun Xiao knew that the middle-aged man was the 3rd grandmother's son, Yun Liang. Among the 4 young men, one was Yun Zeng, the son of Yun Liang. The other 3 were the sons of the village head, Yun Qi, Yun Feng, and Yun Xiao. Except for the 3rd grandmother, the others were either carrying tools or building materials. 3rd grandmother, uncle village head, and all the brothers come in quickly. Yun Xiao hurriedly stepped aside to let them in. "Liang, take a few of the young ones to raise the wall around the yard and fix the gate," the 3rd grandmother instructed her son. "Got it, Mom. I understand," Yun Liang replied, setting down the tools on a shoulder. Then he turned to Yun Xiao and said, "Xiao girl, don't be afraid. Today, the few of us will help fix your house. We won't let anyone easily come in." The other young men nodded and immediately started working. Yun Xiao wanted to help, but unfortunately, she still looked weak and sick. It was better not to get in the way. "Xiao girl, don't worry about working. You probably haven't eaten yet. I brought some buns for you. They're still warm. Come and eat," the 3rd grandmother called out. Yun Xiao took the buns she handed over, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Although the Yun family in Lantai village was a clan, over the years, many branches had separated, and their relationships grew distant. The 3rd grandmother and the village head, however, showed her care when she was most helpless, which moved her deeply. Especially after experiencing the end of the world, she had almost lost faith in human nature. In that brutal, morally corrupt world, people would do anything for food or shelter. Betrayal and killing were everywhere. She once thought that warmth and kindness had disappeared from the world. But now, in this different world of Lantai village, she felt the light of human kindness again through the 3rd grandmother and the village head. "Miss Xiaoxiao, your parents passed away suddenly. If you face any difficulties in the future, just tell the village. As members of the Yun family, we won't let you, a young girl, suffer alone," said the village chief with concern in his eyes. These simple words, without fancy words, truly touched her. The cake in her hand felt heavier, carrying the weight of kindness and care. Yun Xiaoxiao took a bite. The aroma spread in her mouth, blending with her tears, creating a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. She nodded hard and choked out, "Thank you, Grandma-san. Thank you, village chief. I will remember this." At that moment, Yun Xiaoxiao secretly vowed to herself that she wouldn't let this precious warmth go to waste. She would also protect this hard-earned kindness in her own way. After eating 2 cakes, Yun Xiaoxiao couldn't eat anymore. "I'll take the rest to the kitchen. You can heat it up yourself tonight," Grandma San said softly, noticing she couldn't finish her food. "I'll do it myself," Yun Xiaoxiao quickly replied. She couldn't bear to let an elderly person worry about her. Grandma San smiled and went with her. They worked until it was almost evening. During that time, more people came to help. When they finished, not only was the collapsed wall repaired, but it was made even stronger. The door was also fixed more securely. As the helpers left one by one, the village chief and Grandma San stayed until the very end. "Xiao, there's something I didn't think about this morning. I need to ask for your opinion now," Yun Heng said seriously to Yun Xiaoxiao. Hearing this, Grandma San seemed to realize something and looked worried. Yun Xiaoxiao saw their serious expressions and was a bit confused. What could it be? Soon, Yun Heng explained. "Xiaoxiao, have you heard of a rule in this country? If a girl is over 16 and not married, the government will assign her a match." "What? Such a rule exists?" Yun Xiaoxiao was very shocked. Suddenly, she remembered something she had heard in her past life. Where did they say the government would assign her a partner? In Dongli country, this rule is like a real-life version of matchmaking. Of course, it was just a joke. When it actually happens, it wouldn't be so funny. Just like this rule in Dongli country. In Dongli country, from noble families to commoners, parents start looking for marriage partners for their children when they are very young. Good families are often engaged early. Those matched by the government are usually avoided by others. Seeing her shocked expression, the village chief sighed helplessly and explained, "It's not much choice. A few years ago, Dongli country suffered a big famine, plus ongoing wars, which caused the population to decline. The court issued this rule to increase the population. Miss Xiao, what kind of partner do you want? I can find some options for you," Grandma Sen asked kindly. "Don't worry, Miss Xiao. We will keep your matter in mind and won't let you marry anyone unsuitable," the village chief also comforted her. Hearing the concern in their words and feeling their care, Yun Xiao felt warm inside. Although she was shocked by the rule, she wasn't too worried. Now her special ability has returned, so she can protect herself without much trouble. If she ever had to be matched by the government, she could just buy a partner. It was only for show, after all. But she wouldn't tell her elders her true thoughts. Instead, she cheerfully said, "Grandma San, Uncle Village Chief, you don't need to worry about me. I still have 8 months before I turn 16. I'll find someone suitable in time." Before leaving, Grandma San looked a bit worried and suggested, "Xiao, why don't you stay at my house for a night? You're alone, and I'm a little worried." "Thank you, Grandma San, but I don't need to. I need to learn to live alone," Yun Xiao replied. Her words not only refused Grandma San, but also stopped the village chief from speaking. Yun Heng thought for a moment and nodded helplessly. Luckily, the villagers of Lian Tai village had good manners. Theft was rare, and serious burglaries almost never happened. Still, he was a bit worried. "When we leave, make sure the door is locked tightly. Don't open it for anyone. Tomorrow, I'll find you a dog to guard the house." Yun Xiao thanked her elders and saw them out. During the day, she ate some leftover cakes Grandma San brought. She ate a little and then lay down on the bed. The original owner's body was already weak, and after a busy day, she was very tired. Just before falling asleep, Yun Xiao remembered what happened earlier that day. The marriage jade pendant. Thinking of this, she got up, opened a beautiful box, and took out the qilin-shaped jade pendant. She looked at it repeatedly, feeling more and more that it looked just like the one from her past life, with nearly identical patterns and textures. Is it the same piece? But how is that possible? In the dynasty of Dongli Kingdom, this history never appeared before. No, maybe there is a way to verify. She remembers that before her death in her previous life, her blood fell onto a family heirloom jade pendant. When she woke up, she was in Dongli Kingdom. Yun Xiao found a sewing needle and jabbed it hard into her fingertip. A drop of blood immediately appeared. She smeared the blood onto the jade pendant and stared at it without blinking, as if trying to see through it. The blood drop slowly spread across the surface of the pendant and then seeped into it little by little. Watching this, Yun Xiao dared not breathe loudly, afraid that any mistake would interrupt the pendant's absorption of her blood. Her mind flashed with scenes from many novels, and her heart started beating faster. Could she really have a space like the protagonists? Time seemed to freeze, and every second felt incredibly long to Yun Xiao. Finally, the pendant completely absorbed the blood. Just as Yun Xiao was filled with hope, a dazzling white light suddenly burst from the pendant, illuminating the entire room. She instinctively closed her eyes. When she slowly opened them, she found herself in a strange space. However, the scene was not as beautiful as she imagined, with exotic flowers blooming everywhere. Instead, she saw endless flat land, barren and empty, with no signs of life. Fortunately, a round sun hung in the sky, allowing her to see everything clearly. Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment. Her excited mood calmed slightly, but soon her eyes rekindled with hope. "There's nothing here, but at least it's a space," she whispered to herself. Thinking back to the days in the apocalypse, hiding from zombies and searching for a safe place, Yun Xiao knew how precious a space like this was. Here, there was no outside chaos, no malicious people, and no zombie threats. With this space, her safety was at least more secure. Even if she could just hide here in times of danger, it would give her much peace of mind. Returning to that morning, after the Lin family returned home, Mrs. Yang asked her son, "Aiming, why did you make me hand over the jade pendant and 20 taels of silver?" Lin Hongming looked indifferent. "Mom, the 20 taels of silver are gone, and as for the jade pendant, it will eventually come back into my hands." This statement drew the attention of Lin Dashin and the Yang family. They looked at their son's confident expression, not knowing where this confidence came from. "Father, mother, do you remember? The court issued a rule," Lin Hongming said with a smile. "What rule?" Mrs. Yang was not interested in these things and didn't pay much attention to her son's words. Lin Dashin, however, was different. Although he dealt with land all day, he had visited the town many times and knew some official notices. Thinking about his son's words, he guessed what it was. "Aiming, are you talking about?" Seeing his father understand, Lin Hongming nodded. "Why are you two playing riddles?" Mrs. Yang became a bit impatient, feeling like she was the only one not understanding. "Mother, listen to me." Seeing his mother getting anxious, Lin Hongming explained the rule. With this rule in place, and now that Yun Xiao had become an orphan girl, there were no good families interested in her. If he just hinted a little, she would surely come looking for him eagerly. "Humph, that girl is lucky. But serving as a concubine for our family is still acceptable," Mrs. Yang said arrogantly after hearing her son's plan. "Mother, next time you see her, don't show hostility, so she won't be wary," Lin Hongming warned, knowing his mother's personality. He had just spent 20 taels and was in a good mood, so he made sure to remind her. "Got it. Though I may not be very clever, I can still handle this," Mrs. Yang replied irritably after hearing her son's reminder. After discussing the Yun family, Mrs. Yang thought about the main reason for the recent breakup. "Aiming, is that really possible?" Lin Hongming knew what she was asking about and nodded. There was a wealthy man in town named Liang. Old Master Liang had 8 wives and concubines but only a few children. Over the years, he searched everywhere for a way to have a son but was unsuccessful. Until he was in his 40s, his first wife, Qin, finally gave birth to a daughter. After many years of trying, even though he only had a daughter, old Master Liang was satisfied. He loved his daughter, Liang Ryue, very much and started looking for a good match for her from a young age. However, powerful families looked down on him as a merchant, and the families he liked were either unsuitable or afraid that his daughter might also be childless. In short, the matches were either too high or too low, and by the time his daughter was about to turn 16, No match had been settled. Now, old Master Liang was worried and announced that he was open to any family with a good background. However, there was one condition. The son-in-law was not required to move into the family home, but the first son must have the surname Liang. Once the news spread, many interested people immediately showed their intentions. Lin Hongming was studying at the town academy. When he heard this news, he was instantly tempted. Especially after hearing that the Liang family valued scholars more, he felt his chance had come. So, he sent someone to pass a message to the Liang family while also thinking of ways to resolve his own marriage arrangement. At this moment, the Yun couple had passed away, which gave him a reason to withdraw from his engagement. After all, a lonely girl from a good family wouldn't be chosen by many. Even if he broke off the engagement, he would only face some criticism and wouldn't suffer real loss. On the contrary, he could find a better match. The Lin family was a simple rural household. Lin Hongming's ability to become a scholar was thanks to the Yun family's help. Over the years, because of Yun Xiu's father, Lin Hongming had spent almost no money on his studies, which was why their family had managed to save 20 taels of silver. But if he wanted to take the imperial exams, Yun Xiu's father could hardly help him. Now that he had a better opportunity, Lin Hongming naturally wanted to seize it. Seeing his son nod, Mrs. Yang was happy. As long as her son married the Liang girl, their family would become prosperous. They wouldn't need to work hard all year and still wouldn't save much money. Aiming, when will those two families meet? Since they're getting married, they should discuss the details, Mrs. Yang asked anxiously. Not yet. The Liang family sent word that Miss Liang wants to meet me first. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. Lin Hongming was confident. With his knowledge and appearance, he believed he could make Miss Liang fall for him at first sight. Then everything from the Liang family would be his. Mrs. Yang shared his confidence. She looked at her son from head to toe and smiled proudly. Son, with your looks and talent, I'm sure Miss Liang will be pleased. Actually, Lin Hongming's appearance was only average, neither handsome nor unattractive, but rather tall among short men. Mrs. Yang spent her days in the village, mostly seeing villagers who worked with the land, their skin darkened by the sun. Her son, however, was different. As a scholar, he didn't need to work in the fields. His skin was fairer and looked more refined than other men, so Mrs. Yang believed her son was hard to find a rival for in 10 or 20 miles around. Meanwhile, at the Liang family's house in town, in the garden, Liang Ryue was leisurely enjoying a snack with her close maid. She was graceful and light in movement, exuding the elegance of a wealthy young lady. Her appearance is quite delicate and refined, with her facial features only average in beauty. However, thanks to the Liang family's wealth and her stunning attire, her brightness is instantly enhanced. Her exquisite hairpin, embedded with sparkling gemstones, sways gently with her movements, reflecting dazzling light. Her silk dress is finely embroidered with intricate floral patterns, flowing gracefully as she walks, resembling a blooming peony. Beautiful and captivating. Miss, are you really going to meet that scholar with the surname Lin tomorrow? The maid asked curiously, following behind Liang Ryue, her eyes shining with doubt. Liang Ryue slightly smiled, showing a faint, almost indifferent smile. She gently brushed her hair aside and spoke casually, with a hint of confidence. Why not meet him? Among those being considered, he's quite decent. I've heard he's a scholar, somewhat learned. Maybe he'll catch my eye. She spoke as she stepped gracefully toward the pavilion in the garden. The maid quickly laid a cushion on the stone bench in the pavilion. After Liang Ryue sat down, a sharp glint appeared in her eyes. In fact, there are people more outstanding than Lin Hongming, but most of them come from noble backgrounds or are proud and stubborn. They wouldn't willingly be controlled by the Liang family. As the only daughter of the family, she would inherit the Liang estate in the future. Naturally, she needed to find a husband she could control. Lin Hongming, from an ordinary background and eager to climb higher, just needed some persuasion. Once she managed that, he would serve the Liang family well. The next day, Yun Xiu woke up to bright sunlight streaming through the paper-covered window, warming the room. She sat up and stretched lazily. She had slept very well last night. She couldn't remember the last time she had such a peaceful sleep. During the apocalypse, the howling of zombies and people's cries filled her ears constantly, keeping her nerves tense. She could only sleep lightly, always alert, waking at the slightest disturbance. Now, lying on this strange bed, everything was quiet. Outside, the birds chirped happily, as if playing a peaceful melody. Yun-shio realized she had completely left behind the darkness of the apocalypse and was beginning a new day in this new world. She quickly got up and started tidying the bed. Her movements were swift, an instinct developed from surviving in the apocalypse, keeping things simple and not wasting a second. After tidying up the bed, she left the room and went to the front yard. She took a deep breath of fresh air. Yun-shio used a bucket by the well to fetch water, washed herself simply, and then went to the kitchen. The pancakes from last night were already finished. Yun-shio checked and found that there was less than half a bucket of rice left in the rice jar, and only a shallow layer of oil remained in the oil can. There was some coarse salt, but no other seasonings. Yun-shio found a bamboo tube in the rice jar, about the size of a grown person's palm. It was used to hold rice, called a rice scoop. Liantai village is located in the southern part of Dongli Kingdom. The climate here is warm and humid, and many types of bamboo grow abundantly. Villagers make many tools from bamboo, from tables and chairs to baskets and dustpans. Yun-shio scooped half a bamboo tube of rice into a pot, washed it clean, and placed it on the stove. She looked around and found a piece of iron and a smooth stone in the corner of the stove, along with some thin, paper-like pine wood shavings. She knew these were called fire stones, a tool for making fire. By striking the iron against the stone and placing tinder underneath, sparks would fly. When the sparks landed on the tinder and ignited, she could then use easily flammable materials to catch the fire. Yun-shio took the pine shavings, which still smelled faintly of sulfur. These shavings were the tinder, coated with sulfur to help ignite. Because she was not very skilled, it took her a while to successfully start a fire. While waiting for the porridge to cook, Yun-shio went to the backyard and pulled out the green vegetables she had grown with her wood element abilities yesterday. She washed them thoroughly and brought them back to the front yard. After the porridge boiled for a few minutes, Yun-shio lifted the pot and set it aside to let the porridge simmer and become more flavorful. During this time, she prepared a wok, scraped some oil from the oil can, and stir-fried the vegetables. She carried the cooked white porridge and vegetables to the main hall table. Yun-shio ate her first decent meal in this time and space. Although it was just porridge with vegetables, she found it very delicious. This was because of the peaceful environment and the vegetables, which had become especially tasty after being enhanced by her wood element abilities. Yun-shio ate 2 large bowls of porridge and finished all the vegetables, feeling content and rubbing her stomach. Thinking about how she would enjoy such good days in the future, she felt extremely happy. Just after she finished washing the bowls and chopsticks, the door to the yard was knocked. Could it be Grandma San and the village chief again? Yun-shio guessed as she went outside. Sure enough, before she reached the door, the village chief's voice came from outside. "Shio girl, open the door." Yun-shio opened the door. Outside were not only the village chief, but also 2 villagers she recognized. She led the 3 of them into the main hall to sit down, then stood to the side, waiting for them to speak. She couldn't quite understand why they had come. The village chief smiled and introduced, "Shio girl, you remember these 2, right? Fong Run and Fong Kue, they are from our village. You can call them Uncle Run and Uncle Kue." Yun-shio nodded slightly, quickly recalling the memories of the original owner. She remembered that these 2 villagers rented her family's land. The Yun family once had over 10 acres of farmland. A few years ago, they sold 8 acres to pay for her mother's medical treatment. Now they still have 6 acres, rented to Fong Run and Fong Kue, the 2 villagers who came with the village chief. Fong Run looked at Yun-shio and said shyly, "Shio girl, we came today because the lease on the land is about to end. We want to ask if we can renew the rental." Fong Kue nodded eagerly beside him, eyes full of hope. It was now February and spring planting was about to begin in the south. Fong Ren and Fong Kui came to discuss the lease, so they could prepare for planting. Yun Xiu quickly thought to herself that whether she renewed the lease or not would affect her future life. Although she now had a space, she didn't yet know how to turn its advantages into real wealth. These few acres of land might be very important for her at this moment. "Uncles, I need some time to think about this," Yun Xiu replied politely. "I just took over the family matters and am not very familiar with everything yet. My parents just passed away and I am a bit unsure about what to do." The village chief thought for a moment and suggested, "Xiu girl, these two uncles are honest people. They've rented your land for many years and have never missed a payment. Now that the lease is ending, they are anxious. If you decide to renew, we can discuss the rent. We're all from the same village, helping each other." The village chief knew Yun Xiu wouldn't farm the land herself, so maintaining the status quo and collecting rent each year was a good way to support her. Hearing this, Yun Xiu felt a bit touched. She understood that the village chief was thinking of her. The two uncles seemed sincere about renewing the lease, but she still wanted to think carefully, as this was a big decision about her future life. "Chief, uncles, give me 2 days. I will think it over and give you an answer then," Yun Xiu said sincerely. Fong Ren and Fong Kui looked at each other. Although they were a bit anxious, they didn't want to push too hard. "All right, Xiu girl, we'll wait for your decision in 2 days. We hope you'll renew the lease for us. Our whole family depends on these few acres," Fong Ren said helplessly. After seeing off the village chief and 2 villagers, Yun Xiu returned inside the house and fell into deep thought. She knew she had to make a decision that would benefit her future, a choice that might influence her life in this strange world. If she reclaimed her family's 6 acres of land, she wouldn't farm it herself, but would hire others to do so. This way, she could keep the harvest for herself, which was clearly advantageous. However, the previous owner's parents rented out the land because they were not skilled in farming and to take care of the villagers. The Fong family, with many members and a hard life, rented Yun Xiu's land for a low rent, barely making ends meet. If she suddenly reclaimed the land, it would go against her father's wishes. Now, as the only daughter left at home, she wanted to stay in the village and repay the villagers' kindness, so she couldn't do that. With her decision made, Yun Xiu knew what to do next. But she also wondered how to use her wood element supernatural ability effectively. Standing in the yard, Yun Xiu looked beyond the house at the big mountain behind it. She knew that relying only on the rent from her small piece of land was not enough to live peacefully in this world. She couldn't farm the land herself, but with Uncle Fong Ren and Uncle Fong Kui paying rent, her basic needs were covered for now. Still, she had other expenses that she couldn't meet. She needed to find a way to earn money, and her best resource was her wood element supernatural power, which she had brought into this world. Yun Xiu tilted her head slightly, closed her eyes, and focused her mind, feeling the gentle flow of her wood element ability inside her. She knew that at a high level, this power could grow plants, heal wounds, and even control vines to attack. "Maybe this mountain is my chance," Yun Xiu whispered to herself. From the memories of the original owner, Yun Xiu learned that the village she was in was called Lotus Platform Village because the mountain behind it was called Lotus Platform Mountain. The mountain was very large, stretching across several towns, and the village was just on the outskirts. According to the elders, the entire mountain was shaped like a lotus flower, but no one had seen its full shape. Of course, these stories were told by her father. The original owner, being weak, rarely went outside. Her father tried to tell her about the outside world, especially the legend of the mountain behind their house, which she had often heard as a bedtime story when she was young. Thinking of these things, Yun Xiu felt restless. She took a basket from the kitchen and went outside. On the road, she met many villagers. Everyone looked at her with surprise. Usually, people thought that a young girl whose marriage was called off would stay at home crying for days and avoid others. Moreover, Yun Xiu rarely went out before. Now, after losing her parents and having her marriage broken off, people worried she might be overwhelmed. "Xiu girl, you're going out. Where are you headed? Xiu girl, are you okay?" Hearing their caring and curious questions, Yun Xiu smiled and answered one by one. Her confident attitude surprised everyone. In the past, she would lower her head shyly when asked questions, and her responses were soft and quiet. Now, she was speaking openly and confidently. When she said she was going up the mountain, Aunt Zhang, who had seen her yesterday, frowned and advised, "Show girl, you're weak, and the mountain is dangerous. It's not a place for you. If you must go, wait until you're stronger." Yunxiu knew she was genuinely concerned, so she smiled and explained, "Thank you for caring, Aunt. I just want to pick some mushrooms at the foot of the mountain. I won't go far." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang's frown eased, but she still warned her, "Be careful and don't stay too long. If you want mushrooms, I'll ask Sister Yingying to bring you some another day." Yunxiu thanked her and carried her basket toward the mountain foot. After walking a short distance, she still felt the gaze of a few people watching her from behind. She didn't know that after she left, the villagers' discussion about her became lively. "Xiao girl looks a bit different today," said a young wife, and others agreed. "Yeah, I thought I was the only one who noticed. It seems like she's been different since her marriage was called off yesterday." Getting her marriage called off was a big deal. No girl would take it lightly, especially Yunxiu, who is now alone. Yet, from yesterday until now, no one saw any sadness on her face. Instead, she looked more lively, as if she had lost not a marriage but a trouble. Some villagers were worried for her and felt she was unfairly treated. Xiu girl's marriage was called off. What will she do now? That Lin family is ungrateful. Yang's family keeps bragging about their educated son. They're not afraid of losing face. It's just a broken engagement. I think it might be a blessing in disguise for Xiu girl. The villagers' gossiping could no longer be heard by Yunxiu. She walked along a slightly rugged path, the air filled with the scent of earth and fresh grass. She bent down gently, touching the leaves of the plants by the roadside. The soft sensation on her fingertips made her feel even happier. After about 15 minutes, Yunxiu reached the foot of the mountain. Looking around, only a few mushrooms were scattered on the ground. As she expected, since she arrived late, there weren't many mushrooms left. But Yunxiu's face showed no disappointment. Gathering mushrooms was just a small task. Her main goal was to practice her wood element magical ability. Just as she bent down to pick a mushroom, a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. The closer she got to the mountain, the more clearly she could sense the spiritual energy emitted by the plants on the mountain. This energy seemed to resonate with her wood element power in a mysterious way. Yunxiu's eyes lit up instantly. "Does this mean I can use this mountain to practice my magic?" She stood up, closed her eyes, and tried to catch that faint resonance. She could feel her wood element ability awakening like a small animal, becoming lively and responding to the spiritual energy around her. She tried to slowly release her power, guiding the surrounding energy to gather around her. At first, this force was very weak, like a gentle stream, but with her continued effort, it grew stronger, like a small creek merging into a river. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the plants and grass nearby seemed to be influenced by some force, trembling slightly. Some withered grass, nourished by this energy, surprisingly came back to life, with tender new shoots sprouting from their roots. Yunxiu watched this scene with a sense of achievement. She realized she had unintentionally learned a way to cultivate her wood element ability. As long as she used the spiritual energy of this mountain well, her power would surely improve. She slowly moved along the mountain foot, each step making her feel the changes in the spiritual energy. She kept adjusting her ability, trying to connect with more plants. Occasionally, she would stop and squat beside a wildflower, nourishing it with her magic, watching the flower bloom more brightly in her hands. When she encountered a large tree, she would reach out and touch the trunk, feeling the life flowing inside, blending her ability with the tree's vitality. Unknowingly, the sun was gradually setting, casting a beautiful sunset glow across the sky. Yunxiu realized it was getting late. Though she felt a little reluctant to leave, she knew she had to go back. Today was a very fruitful day. Yunxiu believes that as long as there are plants in this world, she won't have to worry about her special abilities not breaking through. On the way back, Yunxiu looked at the few mushrooms she picked today. She paused, looked around, and had an idea. Soon, Yunxiu found the spot where a mushroom had been picked, leaving behind some mushroom remains. She crouched down, reached out her hand, and activated her wood-type special ability. Instantly, the air around her seemed to come alive. Yunxiu could clearly feel her ability like threads, slowly connecting with this area. With her ability active, Yunxiu saw the tiny mushroom spores, which were barely visible to the naked eye, start to change quickly under her influence. At first, the spores just slightly expanded. Then, tiny mycelium threads stretched out from the spores, like delicate tentacles spreading through the soil. In the blink of an eye, the threads intertwined and gradually formed small mushroom primordia. These primordia grew rapidly. White stalks lengthened and thickened little by little, and the caps slowly opened up, like tiny umbrellas rising from the ground. Yunxiu watched everything closely, feeling amazed and excited. In just a moment, the area was covered with dense mushrooms. They came in various shapes. Some stood tall, others bent slightly, and emitted a faint mushroom scent. Carefully, she picked the newly grown mushrooms and placed them into a bamboo basket, which was now full. Yunxiu stood up, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and walked cheerfully toward home. The sunset cast a warm glow on her, stretching her shadow long. On the way, her mind kept replaying today's training with her ability, filled with hope for the future. She believed that with persistent effort, and with the help of her space ability and this mountain, she could carve out her own world in this strange land. As Yunxiu saw her house from afar, she noticed someone standing at the door. As she got closer, she recognized the person, Yunlan, the village chief's youngest daughter. She was 1 year younger than the original owner and one of her few friends. Yunlan was slightly chubby, with a round, rosy face like a ripe apple, full of youthful energy. She wore a nearly new dress, not fancy but clean and tidy, with the hem gently swaying in the evening breeze. Seeing Yunxiu appear, Yunlan's eyes immediately filled with tears. She quickly stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. "Xiu, I'm sorry. I didn't know something so big had happened in your family." Yunxiu felt a warm feeling inside. She remembered that Yunlan had gone to her aunt's house in the neighboring town half a month ago. When she heard about her situation, she must have come right away to visit. "Lanner, don't say that," Yunxiu said softly, putting down her bamboo basket and gently patting Yunlan's shoulder to comfort her. Seeing Yunlan's concern and guilt on her face, Yunxiu felt a warm wave inside. It was rare to have such a truly caring friend. Unfortunately, she could no longer have such friendship. But since she was reborn because of the original owner, she would protect what she cared about. Yunlan sniffed and looked at Yunxiu seriously. "Xiu, if you ever have any trouble in the future, you must tell me. We grew up together, and I will never let you face things alone." Yunxiu nodded, her eyes slightly moist. She knew Yunlan's words came from her true heart. The two held hands and walked into the yard. Just as Yunxiu was about to close the door, a small animal's soft hum came from beside it. Yunxiu noticed a small basket next to the door, covered with a cloth, and the sound was coming from inside. Hearing this, Yunlan remembered she had brought something. She walked back to the door, picked up the basket, and hugged it in her arms. She lifted the cloth and smiled at Yunxiu. "Xiu, this is the puppy my dad found for you. It's just a month old." Yunxiu remembered that the village chief had indeed said he would find her a dog to guard the house. She didn't expect they would find one so quickly. She leaned closer and saw a fluffy little puppy inside the basket, with big round eyes curiously looking at her. The puppy was snow white, with only its ears faintly yellow, looking adorable and clumsy. Its tail wagged gently, as if greeting Yunxiu. Yunxiu's heart instantly melted. She reached out and gently stroked the puppy's head. The puppy happily rubbed against her hand, making cheerful hums. "Lanner, this is too cute," Yunxiu said excitedly. She reached into the basket, picked up the puppy, and held it in her arms, her face full of joy. "Please thank the village chief for me. I like it very much. Yunlon watched Yunxiu happily and also smiled. I'm glad you like it. This dog is very loyal. With it by your side, I can also feel at ease. The two went back into the yard. Yunxiu held the puppy, and Yunlon carried the basket, also picking up the bamboo basket Yunxiu had just placed on the ground. Seeing a basket full of mushrooms, Yunlon was a bit surprised. Xiu, how did you find so many mushrooms today? Well, I was lucky today. I can't eat all these mushrooms, so later you can take some home. Xiu didn't reveal her special ability. As for the people here, having a supernatural power was a very incredible thing. Okay, Yunlon replied happily. She wouldn't be polite to Xiu. Besides, these weren't precious items. This time she took some from Xiu, and next time she would give her something else. Yunlon told Xiu about her experiences at her aunt's house over the past half-month. In the end, she noticed that Xiu didn't look upset, but she couldn't help asking about her worries.
Xiu,
Have you given up on that Lin guy? Seeing her cautious expression, Xiu looked at her with a smile. Do I look sad right now? Yunlon stared at her seriously for a while before shaking her head. I'm just worried you're pretending to be happy. Xiu patted her head. Don't worry, I really don't mind. That's good. Yunlon clapped happily. I always thought Lin Hongming was a hypocrite. Now that you've gotten rid of him, I'm happy for you. Xiu had absorbed all the memories of the original owner and knew she didn't care much about Lin Hongming. It was just an arranged marriage from childhood, so she accepted it. That was also why she felt dead inside after her parents died and had no desire to live. As it grew darker, Yunlon suggested, Xiu, why don't you come to my house for dinner sometime? Xiu appreciated her kindness, but definitely wouldn't agree. Loner, thank you, but I have my own home. Eating dinner isn't a problem. There was another reason. She was currently in her period, so it wasn't appropriate to visit others' homes, especially for meals. Even if everyone in the village chief's family didn't mind, she couldn't really go over. It was a sign of respect. Yunlon clearly understood her concerns and didn't press further. She took the small basket of mushrooms Xiu gave her and went home. After Yunlon left, Xiu took some of the mushrooms to make mushroom soup tonight. The rest she hung under the eaves to dry slowly. While preparing dinner, Xiu had a little shadow. When she went to pick vegetables, her little white dog followed her to the backyard. When she returned to the kitchen, the dog followed closely behind, as if it knew she was its owner. She cooked some simple food. Just as Yunxiu was about to eat, she noticed a small dog at her feet, whining non-stop. She suddenly slapped her forehead and realized that the new family member also needed to eat. Yunxiu was in a dilemma. She had never raised a dog before and didn't know what a dog this size should eat. Such a chubby little creature, probably not weaned yet. But where could she find milk for it? Thinking back through her memories from 2 lives, Yunxiu had an idea. She stopped eating and took out some rice, activating her wood element magic. Gently, she placed her palm above the rice grains, feeling her magic flow out like threads. The moment her magic touched the rice, the hard grains seemed struck by an invisible force and slowly began to break apart. Yunxiu watched this with surprise in her eyes. She increased her magic output, and under its influence, the rice gradually turned into fine powder. Yes, I did it. Yunxiu cheered happily. She knew this was the result of her training on the mountain earlier that day. After deeply resonating with the plant spirits there, her magic became more active and her control over objects greatly improved. Quickly, she poured the crushed rice into a pot, added some water, and lit a fire to cook rice porridge. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sweet aroma of rice porridge. Yunxiu served a bowl of the porridge on the ground. The little white dog sniffed the smell and immediately ran over happily, eagerly licking it up, its tail wagging like a drum. Seeing the dog eat happily, Yunxiu's face showed a satisfied smile. She returned to the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and started eating. The food had cooled a bit, but she still ate with great enjoyment. After both she and the dog had eaten their fill, Yunxiu cleaned up and then sat in the yard holding the small dog, watching it nestle contentedly in her arms. She thought it was time to give the dog a name. How about calling you Little White? Before the dog could react, she dismissed the idea herself. No, That's too ordinary and unoriginal. Maybe call you Prosperity? No, that doesn't fit. You're a rural dog, but I don't want to steal another dog's name, Yunxio said, lifting the dog in her hands and discussing with it. The little dog thought Yunxio was playing with it, bouncing its paws and making soft whimpering sounds. It seems you agree. How about wealth, treasure, gold, Bibi, or Tangyuan? Yunxio thought of several names at once, but the dog showed no particular reaction. If you had a reaction, then I'd really be worried. Cloud Xiang looked into the small dog's big, round eyes and said helplessly, since all the names are the same, let's call him General. That's settled. General, General. After repeated training, the dog finally responded a little to its name and understood that when the owner called out those two words, it was being called. General, it's time to sleep. Cloud Xiang went back to her room, and the dog quickly followed. Lying on the bed, Cloud Xiang recalled how she felt during her special ability training, continuing to run her powers inside her body. Feeling the full strength within her, she closed her eyes happily. The dog curled up on the ground in front of her bed, resting in a simple nest made of old clothes. The next morning, Cloud Xiang got up early, fed herself and the dog, then sat in the yard waiting for Yunlan. They had agreed yesterday to go to the town together today. Soon, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by Yunlan's cheerful voice. "Ah, Xiao, are you awake?" Cloud Xiang went to open the door. "I've been up for a while, just waiting for you." Yunlan chuckled and didn't come inside the yard. "Then let's go quickly. If we're late, there won't be any space on the cart." Cloud Xiang didn't delay either. She went straight back inside and came out carrying the same bamboo basket as yesterday. Seeing the familiar basket, Yunlan guessed her plan. "Ah, Xiao, are you going to sell mushrooms?" Cloud Xiang nodded. "Just trying. If someone wants to buy, I'll sell. If not, I'll bring them back." Yunlan lifted the cloth covering the basket and saw the fresh, lively mushrooms inside. She was a bit surprised. "Ah, Xiao, how do you keep them fresh? They look just as lively as yesterday. With this quality, they'll sell easily. I just spread them out to dry a bit." "Let's go quickly, hop on the cart," Cloud Xiang urged. She originally planned to dry the mushrooms in the shade, but since they were close to the mountain and easy to find, she used a bit of her ability to keep them fresh, planning to sell them in town. "Oh, then let's go." Yunlan didn't argue about the mushrooms and pulled Cloud Xiang along, walking quickly toward the village entrance. The ox cart was driven by Uncle Zhang from the village, who was the father-in-law of Aunt Zhang. Seeing the two girls arrive, he greeted with a smile. "Xiao girl, Mon girl, are you heading to town? There are 2 more spots. Come on, hop on, and we'll leave soon." 7 people were already on the cart. They moved aside to make room for the 2 girls. After sitting down, Cloud Xiang immediately felt several gazes fixed on her. She looked confidently in that direction. When the others saw her gaze, they awkwardly looked away. After the ox cart started moving, the people on it gradually began to chat. Yunxio listened to their family stories and found it quite interesting. She thought she was just a listener to gossip, but soon she became the main subject of gossip herself. "Young Miss Xiao, why did you agree so easily to break off the engagement? If you didn't want to, the Lin family wouldn't dare to force you," a woman suddenly asked. Yunxio was enjoying the gossip and was caught off guard by the question. She was a bit stunned and didn't respond right away. Yunlan saw her staring blankly at the person who asked and thought she didn't recognize her, so she leaned in and whispered, "That's Aunt Zhou, the wife of Uncle Jian." After introducing her, Yunlan immediately spoke up for Yunxio. "There's no need to stay attached to such a family. I think this engagement should have been broken off a long time ago." But the woman disagreed. "Young girls like you don't understand the deeper meaning here. That young man from the Lin family might really have some talent. Breaking off the engagement now, it's really a loss for Xiao. But so what? Even if he did pass the imperial exams, if his character isn't good, he's not a good match," Yunlan insisted. The people on the ox cart looked at each other with unclear expressions. The young girl just couldn't see clearly. Life isn't so simple, with clear-cut conflicts. Getting what benefits you can is the most important. Yunxio saw everyone's expressions and didn't say their thoughts were wrong, but she couldn't agree with them. Her confidence and experience told her otherwise. Even so, Thank you for your concern. I am willing to break off the engagement. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Lin family. Hearing her words, Zhou tried to say more but was stopped by someone nearby. The topic about Yun Xiu ended here, and the conversation on the cart turned to other gossip. It's better to just be a bystander and enjoy the show, Yun Xiu thought silently. As they were listening to the gossip, the ox cart unknowingly arrived at the town. After getting off the ox cart, Yunlan paid Uncle Zhang 6 coins for the fare. She also paid for Yun Xiu's share, and Yun Xiu didn't mind. She planned to pay her back in the afternoon. 2 girls don't wander around too late. Be back before the shun hour, Uncle Zhang reminded. Got it, we'll be back on time, Yunlan said, pulling Yun Xiu along and turning back to speak to Uncle Zhang as they walked. This town is called Baiyun Town, which governs over more than 10 villages, including Lantai village. Looking out over the clouds, the street is lined with shops. It's not very busy, but many people are walking back and forth. Everyone has a calm smile and looks lively, showing that life here is quite comfortable. The snack stalls on the side emit tempting smells, and the vendors greet customers warmly. The grocery store is filled with many different goods, and the shopkeepers are busy helping customers pick items. Yunlan is leading Yun Xiu through winding paths to a small market. This is a place where nearby villagers bring their farm products to sell. The market is crowded and lively, with voices of shouting and bargaining blending together. When Yun Xiu and her friends arrive, there isn't much space left. Luckily, Yun Xiu only has a basket of mushrooms, so she doesn't need much room. She finds a small corner, puts her basket on the ground, and waits for customers. Soon, a middle-aged woman passes by Yun Xiu's stall. She stops, looks at the mushrooms in the basket, and asks, "Young lady, how much are these mushrooms?" Yun Xiu quickly replies, "Ma'am, these mushrooms are freshly picked from the mountain. Just tell me your price." The middle-aged woman picks up a mushroom and examines it carefully. She says, "They are indeed fresh, but you don't have many. How about this? I'll buy the whole basket for 100 coins. What do you think?" Yun Xiu counts in her mind. The basket weighs about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms. At 20 coins per jin, that's a fair price. Still, she looks at Yunlan nearby for advice. Hearing the woman's offer, Yunlan is surprised. When she sees Yun Xiu's look, she quickly nods. They've sold mushrooms before, but never at such a high price. "All right, I'll give you this basket," Yun Xiu says with a smile, handing the basket of mushrooms to the woman. The woman takes the basket and hands some coins to Yun Xiu. Their eyes meet, and the woman notices the confidence in Yun Xiu's gaze. She knows she's offered a good price, especially since this is the first mushroom seller she's met today, and the mushrooms look very nice. She even smells a fresh, unique scent. Overall, she feels she's made a good deal. Satisfied, the woman leaves happily. Yun Xiu and Yunlan are excited and start exploring the market. Thinking about the large land to her space, Yun Xiu instinctively looks for a seed stall. She knew that with her wood-based magical ability, as long as she had the right seeds, she could grow various plants in the space. Whether it was rare herbs or flowers that could sell for a good price, these would bring her more income. The two of them walked slowly along the market street, with Yun Xiu carefully examining every stall. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In a corner of the market, there was a stall filled with all kinds of seeds. An elderly man sat leisurely in front of the stall, watching the passers-by. Yun Xiu pulled Yunlan quickly over, searching among the seeds. "Sir, what kinds of seeds do you have here?" Yun Xiu politely asked. The old man looked up, smiled, and said, "Young lady, I have all kinds of seeds here. Vegetables, flowers, and some herbs. What are you looking for?" Hearing this, Yun Xiu was very happy and quickly said, "Sir, I want all these seeds." "How much do I owe you?" Before the old man could answer, Yunlan hurriedly tugged on Yun Xiu's sleeve. "Xiu, why do you want so many seeds? Vegetables are fine, but why do you need flowers and herbs?" The old man looked at Yun Xiu with some suspicion. "Young lady, are you sure you want all these seeds?" Yun Xiu comforted Yunlan with a glance, then turned to face the old man's puzzled look and confidently said, "Yes, I want all these seeds. Please pack them for me. Seeing the old man happily packing the seeds, Yunlon was anxious and stomped her foot. Xiao, don't be reckless. It's not easy to save up silver. Now you've bought all these seeds, what will you do in the future? Yunxiu knew she was trying to help her and was touched by her concern, but she had her own sense of measure. Lon, trust me. I know what I'm doing. I won't let these seeds go to waste. At this moment, the old man had finished packing the seeds. Perhaps feeling grateful that Yunxiu bought all the seeds he couldn't sell, he cheerfully quoted a price. Young lady, these seeds will cost you just 1 or 2 silver coins. Yunxiu took out 1 silver coin and handed it over, then received the packed seeds from the old man. Fortunately, all the seeds had been sorted by type and packed into a cloth bag, so Yunxiu carried it easily. Yunlon watched Yunxiu's actions with a helpless sigh. She still thought buying these seeds was not worth it, but since it was Yunxiu's choice, she didn't say anything. The two continued browsing the market with the seeds in hand. Walking into a grain shop, Yunxiu noticed that the rice in the rice jar was running low. She pulled Yunxiu inside. Inside the shop, the clerk was organizing goods. Seeing customers, he quickly came forward with a big smile. Ladies, what would you like to buy? We have rice, white flour, and all kinds of beans. Yunxiu looked around and saw a few bags of rice in the corner. She stepped forward and picked up a handful to examine closely. The rice grains looked dull, with many broken pieces, and some gravel and husks could be seen among them. Yunxiu wasn't very disappointed. She knew that, given the rice milling technology of this time, this quality was normal. Better quality rice with fewer impurities was too expensive for ordinary people to afford. Refined rice was often bought by wealthy families and wouldn't be sold in regular grain shops. The rice in the shop mostly came from ordinary farmers and was sold in its rougher form. How much is this rice? Yunxiu asked. The clerk quickly explained. 50 won per dough. If you buy more, you can get a discount. Yunxiu calculated in her mind. In Dongli Kingdom, 1 dough is about 12 jin, so 1 jin of rice costs around 4 won. She wasn't sure if this was expensive here, but she needed food, so she didn't think much. She bought 2 dough, spending 100 won. Though over 20 jin of rice wasn't heavy, carrying it made it awkward for 2 young girls to walk around. They decided to first send the rice to Uncle Zhang's cart, so they could free their hands and explore more comfortably. Just as they stepped out of the shop, they unexpectedly ran into someone they didn't want to see. As soon as Mrs. Yang saw Yunxiu, she remembered the day she withdrew her engagement. Her anger flared up instantly. She looked displeased and said sarcastically, "Show girl, why aren't you staying at home to mourn and coming to town?" After seeing Yunxiu and Yunlon each carrying a bag of rice, she sneered. Sure enough, spending your own money makes you less careful. Yunxiu understood she was talking about the 20 taels of silver she was compensated with. Before she could speak, Yunlon couldn't hold back. Although Yunlon hadn't seen everything that day, she had heard the full story from her father. Hearing Mrs. Yang's words now, she raised her eyebrows and quickly retorted, "I don't know who relies on others to get an education." Yang Shi heard this and felt a bit angry, but since it was the village chief's daughter speaking, she could only awkwardly say, You girl, how can you talk like that?" Yunlon was not afraid of her at all. She stepped forward and said, "Auntie, your family and Xiu's family are no longer connected. Whether it's kindness or debts, they are all over now. Please don't preach or think you have the right to. You have no zerga." This made Yangshi furious and ashamed. She pointed at Yunlon and said, "This is our family matter with Xiu girl. What does it have to do with you? Who gave you the right to stand up for her?" Yunxiu was annoyed. Just as she was about to speak again, Yunlon gently pulled her hand, signaling her not to be impulsive. Then she looked calmly at Yang Shi and said, "Auntie Yang, you don't need to worry about my family. It's better for you to take care of your own affairs." Yang Shi's temper flared at Yunxiu. She looked at Yunxiu with disdain and said, "Xiu girl, am I wrong? Your parents just passed away a few days ago, and you're in such a hurry to go out. Could it be that you know my son Ming is coming back to the academy today and came specifically to block him?" The argument attracted more people. Hearing Yang Shi's words, The onlookers looked at Yun Xiu with some unclear meaning. Yun Lan couldn't hold back anymore when she heard this. She broke free from Yun Xiu's hand and rushed in front of Yang Shi.
Bah!
Lin Hongming is impressive, but he didn't even pass the scholar exam. You're just pretending he's a treasure. We don't care about Xiu. Yun Xiu wouldn't hide behind Yun Lan to speak for herself. She took Yun Lan's words and looked at Yang Shi, recounting what the Lin family had done. Auntie Yang, I respect you as an elder and have tolerated you, but that doesn't mean I will let you slander me. My parents just passed away, and you came to break off the engagement, completely ignoring my father's years of teaching your son. I know I am now alone and can't help your family, so I agreed to your request to break the engagement. But now, why won't you leave me alone? Do you have to ruin my reputation before you're satisfied? At the end, Yun Xiu secretly pinched her thigh, and the pain made her eyes turn red, looking like she had been bullied badly. The onlookers gradually understood what was happening. They thought some young girl was chasing after a man, but it turned out she was being deliberately slandered. They looked at Yang's family with disdain. The young girl had said that the woman's son was taught by her father, but after her parents passed away, he quickly broke off the engagement. Is that something a person would do? That was not all. The girl willingly ended the engagement, yet the woman still, relying on her status as an elder, scolded and criticized others, even trying to ruin the girl's reputation. Doesn't she know how important reputation is to a young girl? Hearing the accusations from those around her, Yang became anxious. You all don't understand. Our family paid her 20 taels of silver. The crowd was silent. 20 taels, which is a lot of money. So, it turns out this woman's family isn't so poor after all. Although breaking off the engagement was unkind since they paid 20 taels, it's not so bad. Exactly. Now, to marry a wife who can offer such a high bride price of 20 taels. Besides, it was just a compensation. Listening to the crowd, Yang felt proud. She looked at Yun Xiu with a teasing gaze. So, what if they took the initiative to break the engagement? Their family paid 20 taels. They weren't afraid of gossip. Aunt Yang, I think you're mistaken. You did give 20 taels, but that wasn't compensation. It was repayment of a debt. My father taught your son for over 10 years, and during that time, he never took a single coin from your family for books, brushes, or ink. The 20 taels I asked for was already a discounted amount. Yun Xiu's firm words made the onlookers realize they had almost been deceived by the woman. If the engagement is broken, then return what you owe. Isn't that only right? Our family also has scholars. Over a year, they spend more than 5 taels of silver. Teaching for over 10 years, 20 taels is far from enough. Exactly. Without money, you can't study. She doesn't even have enough silver to pay back her debts. How can she have the face to say that was just a gift? As the situation kept changing, everyone finally understood the truth. No matter how Yang argued, the crowd's eyes were filled with contempt. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yun Xiu pulled Yun Lan and squeezed out of the crowd, heading toward the city gate. Ah, Xiu, don't be sad. Now that everyone knows the truth, your reputation won't be ruined, Yun Lan said as they walked, watching Yun Xiu's expression carefully, worried she might be upset by Yang's words. Hearing her comfort, Yun Xiu let out a small laugh. Silly girl, I said those things on purpose. Don't worry, her words won't affect me. Cloudlon looked at her expression and realized she was not forcing herself. She finally understood. Oh, Ao Xiu had already said she didn't care about that family. How could she be sad for them? She felt she was really wrong to doubt Ao Xiu's feelings. The scene takes us back to when the two women argued with the Yang family. Besides the people around, 2 other pairs of eyes also saw what happened. Liang Ryue today brought her maid to check on her shop, passing by the rouge shop opposite the grain store. Miss, that is. The maid saw Liang Ryue's serious expression and didn't finish her sentence. Yes, they guessed the identities of Yang Shi and Yun Xiu. Yesterday, when she met Lin Hongming, he told Liang Ryue honestly that he had a marriage contract arranged by his parents, but he had already withdrawn from it. Liang Ryue appreciated his honesty, and their plans were mostly settled. But today's scene made her realize that Lin Hongming's so-called withdrawal wasn't so simple. On the carriage returning to Liang's house, the maid couldn't hold back. "Miss, do you want to find someone else?" Liang Ryue raised an eyebrow. "Why should I change?" The maid thought she had heard wrong. "But weren't you angry just now?" "So what? Lin Hongming has ambitions, but don't I? I don't care about his sincerity. It's just about mutual benefit," Liang Ryue said calmly. "She treats her marriage like a gamble. If she loses, she can go back to her original life, maybe even have children with her father's support. If she wins, her family can rise even higher. Now she's less than a month away from turning 16. Changing someone now might mean the next person isn't better than Lin Hongming. As for his parents, they're just raising a few more idle people. Her Liang family can afford that." Cloud Xiao and the other did not let Yangshi's appearance ruin their mood. They put the grain and seeds onto Uncle Zhang's ox cart. Seeing that it was only noon and still a long way to the Shen hour, they returned to town to continue wandering. Cloud Xiao was very curious about the customs of this era, so she enjoyed their walk. Her lively behavior made Yunlan feel worried. She thought, Ao Xiao has never been to town before, so her curiosity is normal. She decided to stay with her and explore happily. While wandering, they came across a shop called Qianyu Pavilion. From the potted plants outside, it was clear that this shop specialized in selling flowers and plants. Cloud Xiao couldn't help but feel surprised. She truly didn't expect that in this era, there would already be a shop dedicated to selling potted plants. The two of them entered the shop and found that the space inside was quite large. The open courtyard was filled with all kinds of plants and bonsai, each with unique shapes, competing for beauty. The shop assistant was busy attending to other customers and didn't notice them at first. Cloud Xiao felt happy and relaxed. Since she saw the plants at the door, she had an idea. Now she wanted to learn more about the situation to prepare for her plan. If this era has shops selling potted plants, with her wood-based supernatural power, she wouldn't worry about finding ways to make money. She strolled slowly inside, carefully observing each pot of plant. She noticed that although there were many types of plants, some looked unhealthy, leaves yellowing, flowers wilting. She approached a pot of orchids. The flowers were already starting to fade, and the leaves looked droopy. Calmly, she reached out and gently touched the edge of the pot, activating her wood-type supernatural power. A warm, gentle force flowed from her palm, slowly penetrating the soil and connecting with the orchid's roots. Under the nourishment of her power, the orchid's dull leaves gradually regained their vitality. Cloud Xiao quickly stopped and looked around. Fortunately, no one noticed her. "Ah, Xiao, look. Isn't that a wild rose from our mountain? And it can actually be sold for money." Yunlan, who had just entered, was captivated by the various beautiful flowers she hadn't seen before. Seeing the familiar one now, she couldn't help but exclaim. Cloud Xiao followed Yunlan's finger and saw a pot of roses. The rose bush had lush green leaves, and the pink flowers had layered petals, emitting a faint fragrance. Yunlan's voice finally drew the shop assistant over. He wore a polite smile and said, "Miss, this isn't an ordinary wild rose. It's been improved by our floral master." Hearing this, Yunlan pouted and muttered softly, "What's the difference? Our village's back mountain has even more beautiful ones." The shop assistant wasn't offended. Instead, he explained calmly, "Miss, you may not know. These improved wild roses have a longer blooming period, larger and more vibrant flowers. Ordinary wild roses have small flowers and short blooming times, so they aren't as attractive as ours. Plus, we've carefully pruned the branches to make the shape more beautiful." Listening to the explanation, Cloud Xiao pondered thoughtfully. She stepped forward and asked the shop assistant, "Young man, how much do you sell these improved wild roses for?" The girl said, "This flower isn't expensive. One pot costs only a few coins." The shopkeeper replied. Yun Xiao was surprised. A few coins was not a small amount. "What? That expensive?" Yunlan said with disbelief. She looked at the shopkeeper, trying to see if he was joking, but his serious face showed he was not. "Young ladies, what kind of flowers do you want to buy?" The shopkeeper noticed they didn't seem like regular customers, but as a business person, he still greeted them politely. Yunlan quickly shook her head. They were farmers, barely able to eat, let alone spend money on pretty, but useless flowers. Besides, if they wanted to see flowers, there were plenty on the mountain for free. Yunxiu wouldn't buy either, but she asked cautiously, "Brother, do you buy flowers here?" The shopkeeper looked at Yunxiu with some surprise and patiently answered, "Miss, as you can see, we have all kinds of flowers here. We don't bother with common ones." He thought she was talking about the wild roses they mentioned earlier. Their shop had been here for many years. Every year, mountain people would dig up flowers to sell. The rare ones were valuable, but the common ones they could grow themselves, so they didn't need to buy from others. Yunxiu smiled, but didn't argue. She took Yun Lan's arm to leave, but her eyes caught a dried plant in a corner. She suddenly had an idea and pointed at the plant, asking the shopkeeper, "Brother, what is that?" The shopkeeper looked where she pointed, showing some regret, and sighed, "That's a flower our boss paid a lot of money to have shipped from far away. Maybe it's not used to the soil and water, so it started to dry out after a few days. We've tried everything to save it, but nothing worked. We were about to throw it away." Hearing this, Yunxiu was very happy. She asked casually, "Since you're going to throw it away, can you sell it to me?" The shopkeeper was caught off guard by her question and froze for a moment. Just then, a clear female voice came from the hall, saying, "If the girl wants it, just take it. No need to buy." Yunxiu looked toward the voice and saw a beautiful woman walking gracefully. She wore a light purple dress, with long black hair styled in a bun, a few strands falling softly on her fair cheeks, making her look like a classical beauty. "Madam," the shopkeeper hurriedly greeted her. It was the owner of Qianyu Pavilion. Yunxiu looked at her elegant presence and thought to herself, this was a true classical beauty. "Thank you very much," Yunxiu thanked the woman. Yunlan watched nearby and asked with some curiosity, "Xiu, this flower is already dried up. What are you going to do with it?" Yunxiu smiled and said, "I think it might still be saved. I'll try when I get back. Maybe I can bring it back to life." The woman looked at Yunxiu with interest and asked, "It seems you are quite skilled at growing flowers." Knowing that even the best flower artists in their shop couldn't save this flower, she wondered if the young woman in front of her could do better. Yunxiu modestly smiled and replied, "I know a little, just some ideas. I still need to practice to see if they work." The woman nodded slightly, then approached the withered flower pot and sighed gently. This flower is called Bai Shao flower from the southern Yu kingdom. It is a very rare and precious flower. In southern Yu, it is loved by nobles. When it blooms, its petals are pink, like clouds in the sky, so it's called Bai Shao. Listening to her, Yunxiu's eyes widened more and more, feeling both surprised and excited. A rare flower means higher value. If she could use her special power to bring this Bai Shao flower back to life and grow a healthy, beautiful plant, she might make a lot of money. The woman continued, "But this flower is very hard to care for. I brought it here just to try, to see if we can grow it here. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone well. If you manage to save it, I can take it back. When that happens, just come to Qianyu Pavilion and look for me. My name is Su Qianqian." Yunxiu thought for a moment, nodded, and then introduced herself. "My name is Yunxiu. This is my sister, Yunlan." After introducing herself, Yunxiu took the flower pot and left Qianyu Pavilion with Yunlan. When the two of them returned to Grandpa Zhang's ox cart, there was only a quarter of an hour before the time of departure. The people who had traveled together in the ox cart earlier had already returned. Grandpa Zhang saw them and immediately called out, "Xiu Xiu, Lan Lan, come quickly. We're just waiting for you." They felt a little embarrassed. "Grandpa Zhang, sorry we're late." "It's not late. The time is just right." Grandpa Zhang waved his whip, and the ox cart slowly started moving. People on the cart saw Yunxiu holding a flower pot with a withered plant inside and became curious. "Xiu Xiu, what are you holding?" "Oh," Yunxiu wanted to say Bai Shao flower, but it was hard to tell what it was just by looking. She could only reply vaguely, "I don't know what it is. It was discarded at Qianyu Pavilion." "I picked it up." Cloudlawn heard her words and felt a bit confused. Wasn't the owner of the Qianyu Pavilion supposed to call the plant Bai Shao flower? Why did Xiu say she didn't know? However, she didn't expose Yunxiu and simply pretended she didn't know the name. Others heard Yunxio's words and, although they didn't say anything, their faces showed meaningful smiles. The plant in the pot was already dead, and even if it were still alive, it wouldn't be suitable for eating or using. Yet, this girl Xiao had picked it up. Could she be foolish? Yun Xiao understood the hidden meaning behind everyone's expressions, but she didn't explain. At this moment, her full attention was on the flower pot in her arms. Although the plant's branches and leaves were now dry and lifeless, she could feel that beneath this withered appearance, there was still a faint hint of life. She closed her eyes, pretending to rest, but secretly connected her mind with her internal wood element magic, then activated her magic to probe into the flower pot. A faint trace of life came from the dried roots of the Baishao flower, like reaching out in darkness and finally touching a glimmer of hope. Yun Xiao carefully guided her with magic, like a gentle stream, flowing slowly toward the roots of the flower. At first, the magic seemed to vanish instantly, like a drop of water into the ocean, having no effect on the flower. But Yun Xiao didn't give up. She kept searching for a breakthrough. Gradually, the faint life showed some change. It was no longer so elusive, but slightly stronger. Yun Xiao felt a surge of joy. If it worked, that was good. At this moment, sweat began to form on her forehead. She opened her eyes and withdrew her magic at the right time. When she returned home, it was almost dark. The sunset's afterglow painted the entire village in orange red, and smoke from chimneys curled up into the sky from each house. After helping Yunlan deliver the grain to Yun Xiao's house, she refused Yun Xiao's invitation to stay for dinner. Yun Xiao didn't insist. She understood that she was still in her filial period, and the house was quiet and cold, with nothing impressive to offer her friends. After closing the courtyard gate, a puppy's soft whimper sounded at her feet. Yun Xiao looked down and saw that General was looking at her pitifully. "General, I'm sorry I came back late. Are you hungry?" Yun Xiao picked him up and said tenderly. General barked twice in response, wagging his tail like a drum. Yun Xiao hurried into the kitchen, scooped some rice from the rice jar, prepared dinner for General first, then for herself. The cooked rice porridge was placed in a small bowl. Before it hit the ground, the General happily ran over, circling around Yun Xiao's feet non-stop. "Don't worry, I'll give you some now." Almost immediately after the bowl was set down, the General eagerly started to eat. Soon, the bowl was empty, showing how hungry he was. Yun Xiao simply prepared some food and carried the blue sky flower to the table inside. She carefully examined it. After trying it on the ox cart, the green on the main stem of the blue sky flower was more noticeable. She thought for a moment and removed the dead branches, leaving only the main stem. This time, she let her special power penetrate deeper into the roots of the blue sky flower, feeling its faint but growing vitality inside. A smile appeared on her face. With her continuous nourishment, the blue sky flower's changes became more obvious. However, Yun Xiao didn't dare to let it fully come back to life all at once. After all, it had been displayed openly in front of everyone. If it recovered overnight, everyone would suspect something was wrong. She carried the flower pot to the backyard and began organizing the seeds she bought today. When she was in town, an old seed seller briefly explained the different types of seeds, and Yun Xiao tried to remember them. She thought for a moment and instantly entered her space. Inside, it was still that vast land, filled with a fresh, clean atmosphere. Yun Xiao chose 3 areas, one for vegetables, one for flowers, and one for medicinal herbs. Each area was divided into smaller sections. The soil in the space was very soft. Yun Xiao easily dug into it, scattered the seeds in each section, and carefully covered them with a thin layer of soil, pressing gently with her hand. She knew that these seeds had very different growth habits. Vegetables might prefer sunlight and need more water, flowers might require specific soil acidity or alkalinity, and medicinal herbs might need certain temperature and humidity conditions. Her simple way of dividing and planting might not be the best according to normal gardening knowledge, but she had no better method. She could only try it for now. After all, this was a mysterious space. Who knew if some miracle might happen? She was optimistic, thinking maybe the space had magical, nourishing powers that could help all these seeds grow strong. It turned out that there was nothing more fantastic, only even more fantastic. When she finished and was about to stand up and take a breath, she suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, Yunxiu found a small stream flowing. The stream was crystal clear, shimmering under the gentle glow of the space's light. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. She pinched her arm hard, feeling a sharp pain, and only then did she realize everything before her. "What's going on?" Yunxiu whispered to herself, feeling both surprised and excited. She squatted down and gently touched the creek water. The water was cool and slipped past her fingers, giving her a strange, wonderful feeling. At the same time, a clear voice echoed softly in her mind. Space planting function unlocked successfully. Reward, Spirit Creek. Yunxiu was first stunned, then her eyes filled with joy and curiosity. Soon, detailed information about the space flooded into her mind like a wave. It turned out this was a growing space. It would upgrade once certain conditions were met. Each upgrade would expand the space, improve the fertility of the land, and make the water of the Spirit Creek even better. There might even be more magical features unlocked in the future. As for what those features are, she would discover them gradually over time. Yunxiu stood up, looked around this space full of unknowns and surprises, and felt full of hope. The appearance of the Spirit Creek gave her excellent conditions for planting and would help her settle in this strange world, creating her own wonderful life. After the surprise, Yunxiu looked at the place where she had just sowed the seeds. Now that she had a water source, she felt more confident about her planting success. But did she really need to carry buckets of water to irrigate? That seemed too much work. Was there a more efficient way? She tried to control the creek water with her mind, hoping for a sudden rain. But then, the voice in her mind appeared again. Level not enough. Rainmaking function not yet unlocked. All right, she realized she was being too greedy. She thought that with the space, everything would be easy to get. But the rewards she already had were a great gift. She shouldn't be too greedy. Yunxiu left the space, and when she came back, she was holding a wooden bucket. After that, she worked diligently like a busy bee, going back and forth between the creek and her planting area. After watering all the seeds, she was so exhausted she could hardly stand straight. Even with her special abilities, she would have collapsed without them. Too tired, Yunxiu lay on her bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, she woke up to the sound of the general calling her. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and reluctantly got up to wash. After breakfast with her dog, Yunxiu couldn't wait to enter the space again. The scene before her made her even more delighted. Last night, the seeds that were just planted have now sprouted. The tender green tips stubbornly push through the soil, peeking out with small heads. Looking closely, each young plant has more than 2 leaves, thick and light green, with clear veins visible. Even if she had never farmed in her past life, Yunxiu knew this was unusual. Normally, in regular land, seeds take days or even longer to sprout after planting. But here, in this space, such a change happening overnight is truly amazing. Yunxiu understands that all this is thanks to the magic of the space and the nourishment from Lingxi. This means she will soon harvest many vegetables, flowers, and even medicinal herbs. But how should she use them? Yunxiu is deep in thought. On the surface, besides a small vegetable patch in her backyard, she has no other planting. If she wants the vegetables in the space to appear naturally for everyone to see, the only way now is to buy land. Yunxiu goes back inside and takes out all her silver, placing it on the table. The silver left by her parents after the funeral is less than 1 tael. Adding the 20 taels she borrowed from the Lin family and subtracting the cost of yesterday's grain and seed purchases, she has less than 20 taels of silver in total. She gently touches the silver, silently calculating in her mind. Around Lotus Platform Village, land prices vary depending on location and fertility. Fertile land with easy irrigation is expensive. Poorer land farther from water sources is cheaper. Yunxiu doesn't have much silver, so buying large plots of good land isn't realistic. but buying a few acres of poorer land is possible. Buying land is a big matter, involving many procedures and social connections. Yun Xiao decides to ask the village chief for advice. She takes the silver, calls her general, locks the door, and heads to the village chief's house. At the village chief's house, the gate is half open. Yun Xiao rings the doorbell, making a clear sound. Yun Lan is hanging clothes in the yard. When she hears the knocking, she looks up and immediately recognizes Yun Xiao, becoming very excited. Xiao, are you here to see me? She says as she puts down her clothes and walks quickly over. Yun Xiao smiles and shakes her head. I came to see the village chief. Inside, Yun Heng hears the conversation and comes out. He has a kind smile. Young Xiao, do you need my help with something? Yun Xiao steps forward. Village chief, I do have something I need your help with. I want to buy a few acres of land, but I don't know much about the procedures and the ins and outs. I was hoping you could help me. Yun Heng was slightly surprised and a little shocked. Xiao girl, why do you suddenly want to buy land? Yun Xiao had already expected the village chief would ask this, so she replied, Uncle Village Chief, now I am the only one left in my family. I need to plan more for myself and buy some land to have security. Also, I have 20 taels of silver, which is not a secret. To avoid unnecessary trouble later, I want to spend it quickly. Yun Heng nodded approvingly. Xiao girl, it's rare for you to think so clearly. I'll help you with this. After thinking for a moment, he continued, Old Zhao from the village has a son who made a fortune in town and wants to bring him back to enjoy life. He mentioned selling land recently. But his land is a bit far from the water source, so irrigation is not very convenient. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up because she wanted to buy such land. Uncle Village Chief, I now have 20 taels. I wonder how much land I can buy. Average land here costs about 3 taels per acre. Zhao's family has 5 acres, so you can buy all of it. Let me go with you to Zhao's house. With the village chief helping, things went smoothly. Zhao's family agreed to sell 5 acres of land to Yun Xiao for 14 taels. That same day, Yun Heng went to the town and completed the land transfer procedures. He took the land deed from the village chief and handed over 3 taels of silver. Uncle Village Chief, thank you for running around all day. Keep this silver. Yun Heng took a tael from Yun Xiao's hand. Xiao girl, the fee for the land deed is only 1 tael. Keep the rest for future needs. Although Yun Xiao felt a bit guilty, she knew the village chief wouldn't accept her money, so she retracted her hand. She thought to herself that next time she needed help from the village chief, she should give them something useful, but not too valuable. Uncle Village Chief, I also need to trouble you with one more thing. Spring plowing is about to start. Please help me find some people to level the land. That's a small matter. I'll ask your brother Yun Shi and the others to do it. No need to find others, Yun Heng replied cheerfully. Yun Xiao nodded and handed over another 1 or 2 silver coins. This is for their wages. Seeing Yun Heng's disapproval, she quickly added, If you won't accept it, I'll have to find someone else. Yun Heng sighed and said, That's not necessary. Hiring people in the village costs about 30 coins a day. Keep this money, and we'll settle the payment after the work is done. Yun Xiao thought it made sense and didn't mention wages again. On the way home, Yun Xiao saw Lin Hongming. She pretended not to see him and walked straight past, but he grabbed her sleeve. What are you doing? Yun Xiao scolded sharply and quickly pulled back her sleeve. Young Sister Xiao. Before Lin Hongming could finish speaking, Yun Xiao interrupted him. Lin Hongming, are you crazy? I told you last time not to call me that. We are no longer related. Lin Hongming thought she was still angry, so he patiently tried to soothe her. Don't be mad. Even if we are not related for now, you are still my little sister who grew up with me. It's fine to call you that. Seeing Yun Xiao's changing expression, he compromised. All right, I won't call you that. Don't worry, I won't let the officials match you with anyone. After saying this, he looked at Yun Xiao with a meaningful gaze. Yun Xiao thought he was just talking nonsense and, ignoring him, turned around and left without looking back. Lin Hongming, staying where he was, watched her back and showed a confident smile. Over the next 2 days, Yun Xiao did not go out again. She cleaned up the backyard, removed the old vegetables, and replanted vegetables that grew to about the size of her palm in her space. Usually, few people came to her backyard, so even if there were big changes in a short time, no one would notice. At night, she entered her space to take care of the vegetables, flowers, and herbs she planted, while continuously using her special energy inside her body, feeling it flow and gradually merge with her. After 2 days, she felt her soul and body were perfectly in harmony. She was no longer looking sickly. Instead, she radiated vitality and energy. Her face turned rosy, her eyes became brighter, and her body was full of strength, moving swiftly and lightly. That night, Yun-shio finished her training and came out of her space, only to find that it was raining outside. Spring rain was as precious as oil, and farmers eagerly awaited spring rain. Fine, gentle raindrops fell like silk threads, softly pattering on the roof and courtyard walls, making a gentle rustling sound. That night, the villagers slept especially soundly. The next morning, before dawn, a light drizzle was still falling outside. Yun-shio just woke up when she heard knocking at the door and Yunlan shouting. This girl came so early. She must have something urgent. Yun-shio hurriedly went to open the door and pulled Yunlan into the main hall. Dry your hair. Look, it's all wet. Yun-shio handed her a dry towel. Cloudlon casually wiped her hair with a towel and then excitedly looked at Yun-shio. Shio, it rained all night last night, so there must be lots of mushrooms on the mountain. Let's go pick some mushrooms. That day, Yun-shio sold a basket of mushrooms. Honestly, she felt a bit tempted. Farmers don't have many ways to make money, especially girls. Since she had this opportunity, she wanted to seize it. Of course, she wouldn't leave Shio behind if it was a way to earn money, so she came early in the morning. Yun-shio looked at her speechlessly. You came out in the rain so early just to go mushroom picking? Yunlan replied casually. What's a little rain? Every kid in the village goes through this. After saying that, she remembered Yun-shio's health and hesitated. Forget it. I forgot you're not feeling well. You really shouldn't go out in this weather. Yun-shio saw her looking discouraged and comforted her. Even if we go, we don't have to go so early. I'll wait until the sun comes out, and then I'll go with you. But your health, Yunlan said worriedly. It's fine. Haven't you noticed I'm different from before? Yun-shio asked her with a smile. Hearing this, Yunlan was a bit confused. Shio was still Shio. What could be different? But she still carefully looked Yun-shio over. When she did, she finally understood what Yun-shio meant. Shio, you really have changed, Yunlan said in surprise. She walked around Yun-shio in a circle. It's only been a few days, and you look so different. Yun-shio pulled her to sit on a chair. Maybe I've just started to think differently and found a new goal in life, so I feel more energetic. Yunlan didn't fully understand why, but seeing Yun-shio become so positive and motivated, she genuinely felt happy for her. Since they were going to pick mushrooms together later, Yunlan stayed at Yun-shio's house to help prepare breakfast. After they finished eating, and the dog had eaten too, the drizzle outside finally stopped and the sky brightened. They each took a basket and headed out with the dog. Jongjun Yun-shio didn't really want to bring him along, but it seemed like he knew she was going to leave him at home alone. Before she could close the door, he suddenly darted out first. Reluctantly, Yun-shio let him follow. On the way, Jongjun ran ahead happily. When he was far enough ahead, he would stop and wait for them. When they were about to catch up, he would suddenly run far ahead again. Shio, I think Jongjun isn't waiting for us. He's stopping to make sure he didn't get lost. Cloudlon watched the lively general ahead and said. Yun-shio smiled quietly, agreeing silently. At the foot of the mountain, since it had just rained, the air was very moist. Yun-shio even felt water molecules seeping into her skin. However, the air was also very fresh. She took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling very happy. Here, Yun-shio saw many people with the same goal as hers. They nodded to each other, then each chose a spot to look for mushrooms. Yun-shio and Yunlan picked a quiet part of the woods. The trees were lush, and the ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, giving off a faint smell of decayed organic matter, which was perfect for mushroom growth. The general, excited by the new place, kept running around. Yun Xiao didn't mind. As long as he didn't run away, it was fine. She carefully searched through the leaf piles, her eyes sharp. With her good knowledge of plants, she quickly found a few small mushrooms. They had brown caps with white spots and looked fresh and tasty. "Ah, Xiao, there are mushrooms here. Come quick." Yunlan's voice called out just as Yun Xiao was about to call her over. It made sense. After the rain, mushrooms grew wildly, so it was natural to find a good spot. "Pick them yourself." "I have some too," Yun Xiao replied loudly. The two searched in the woods, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Soon, their baskets were full. "Ah, Xiao, there's no more space. Should we go back?" "But I don't want to leave," Yunlan said, regretting she hadn't brought a bigger basket. Seeing her sad face, Yun Xiao looked around and noticed several trees wrapped with vines. An idea came to her. She walked over and pulled down several long vines. "Ah, Xiao, what are you doing with those vines?" Yunlan asked curiously. "You'll see in a moment," Yun Xiao replied mysteriously. Soon, the vines intertwined quickly in Yun Xiao's hands, forming the shape of a basket. Yunlan's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, Xiao, when did you learn to weave baskets?" "I didn't know you could do that," she asked. "It's not hard. I studied how bamboo baskets are made and thought vines could work too," Yun Xiao said while continuing her work without stopping. When the delicate woven basket was finished and handed to her, Yunlan's amazement deepened. "Ah, Xiao, this is your first time making a basket?" "That's obvious," Yun Xiao chuckled. "Now go pick more mushrooms quickly," she said with a smile, already starting on a second basket. Through their combined efforts, the new basket was also filled. At this time, the sun had not yet risen very high. "We can go back now and still make it to sell the mushrooms in town," Yunlan said excitedly as they walked. Yun Xiao nodded and called the general back, then they headed directly to Yunlan's home. Seeing their harvest, Yun Heng's family was a bit surprised. "Big brother, Grandpa Zhang's ox cart has already gone to town. Can you take us there today?" Yunlan's family also had an ox cart, but Yun Heng was reluctant to use the ox for pulling the cart, as he cared about the ox and mostly used it for farm work. Hearing his sister's words, Yun Qi nodded. "Perfect, I also need to go to town to buy seeds." This reminded Yun Xiao that she had just bought 5 acres of land, and spring planting was coming soon. She hadn't bought seeds yet. This trip to town would be a good chance to buy them. It took over an hour for the ox cart to reach the town. Yun Qi stored the ox cart and then took his 2 sisters to the market. They found a wide open space and set down the mushrooms they brought. "Big brother, you go buy the rice seeds first. Yun Xiao and I will stay here. Don't worry, we've been here before and are familiar with the place." Yun Qi looked around and saw no suspicious people, so he nodded. "All right, wait here for me. I'll come back after buying the seeds." Then he turned to Yun Xiao. "Yun Xiao, I also bought seeds for your land." Yun Xiao didn't refuse and smiled gratefully. "Thank you, big brother. I only need enough seeds for 4 acres. She planned to use the remaining 1 acre to grow vegetables. After Yun Qi left, the 2 sisters patiently set up their stall. Their mushrooms were freshly picked, still with water droplets on them. Many passers-by recognized good quality, and they quickly sold half of their stock. However, the mushrooms were sold at only 10 cents per jean. It wasn't because the price dropped too fast, but because mushrooms in White Cloud Town weren't rare. The high price of nearly 20 cents per jean last time was because the middle-aged woman buying the mushrooms was wealthy and willing to pay more. This time, they brought about 15 jean, and now only about 7 jean remained. "Young lady, I've been looking for you," a somewhat familiar voice called out. The 2 looked up and saw the middle-aged woman from last time who bought mushrooms. "Madam, you're looking for us? Are you here to buy more mushrooms?" "We still have these left." Yun Xiao pointed to the remaining mushrooms in the basket. The middle-aged woman looked at the mushrooms along her finger and nodded in satisfaction. Then she said to the 2 girls, "How many of these mushrooms do you have?" Yunlan was caught off guard and replied directly, "About 7 or 8 jean from what's on the ground." Yun Xiao, however, had a different thought. Could this be a big client? It turned out that the woman was Lu Yi, the wife of the manager of the wealthy Lee family in town. That day, when Yoon Xiao and Yoon Lan met her, the Lee family had visitors, so she came out personally to buy supplies. The visitor was the owner of the popular restaurant, Delicious Fresh Wine House. After tasting Yoon Xiao's mushrooms, he thought they were very good and asked about the source. The owner of the restaurant asked me to help find you. He wants to buy mushrooms from you regularly, Lu Yi said with a smile. Unfortunately, Yoon Xiao hadn't been to town these days. Lu Yi had come to the market several times, and today she finally saw Yoon Xiao again. Hearing her explanation, Yoon Xiao and Yun Lan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. If a business opportunity comes to you naturally, why hesitate? After the surprise, Yun Lan was a little worried. Aunt Lu, our mushroom harvest is limited each time. I don't know if it can meet the restaurant's needs. Don't worry about that. The restaurant owner said that as long as you can guarantee the quality of the mushrooms, the quantity doesn't matter. He's willing to pay a bit more than market price to buy from you. Yoon Xiao caught the key point from Lu Yi's words, the quality of the mushrooms. It seemed the restaurant owner was truly experienced in the food industry. He could tell these mushrooms were special. The mushrooms Yoon Xiao sold last time were grown using her special abilities, infused with pure spiritual energy from her wood element power. While the taste was similar to ordinary mushrooms, those with keen senses could notice the difference. Additionally, eating these mushrooms is very beneficial for health, though the effects wouldn't be immediately visible. Yoon Xiao was thinking to herself. Thanks to her powers, she could produce as many mushrooms as needed. But she couldn't show too much eagerness to avoid being priced lower. So, she pretended to hesitate and said, Aunt Lu, this is a good opportunity for us, but we need to think about it. Louis thought for a moment and suggested, All right, I'll take you to Delicious Fresh Wine House. You can discuss directly with the owner. But we haven't sold all our mushrooms yet. Yun Lan felt a bit cautious and made an excuse to refuse. As two young women, they didn't dare to go anywhere with strangers easily. Just so, you can bring the remaining mushrooms directly to the restaurant. If it matches what the owner wants, this deal will be done, Lu Yi proposed. The two haven't made a decision yet. After buying seeds, Yunchi saw a person standing in front of his sisters who didn't look like someone buying mushrooms, so he quickly approached. Lanner, what's going on? Who is this? Seeing the older brother come over, Yunlan's eyes lit up. Brother, this is. She explained the situation to Yunchi. After hearing this, Yunchi felt a bit excited. The reputation of Delicious Fresh was well known in town, so he didn't think it was a scam targeting two young girls. If this deal could go through, it would be a good thing. Madam Lu, I will go with my sisters. Lu Yi naturally agreed, and the four of them headed to a busy street in town where Delicious Fresh was located. From afar, the restaurant looked impressive, a 3-story building with carved beams and painted rafters. It was mealtime, and there were many people coming and going, showing the business was very busy. They entered the restaurant, and a strong smell of delicious food filled the air. The main hall was full of tables and chairs, already occupied by many customers. The staff saw them enter and immediately came forward. Recognizing Lu Yi, he said, Manager Lu, are you here to dine? Please, inside. Lu Yi stepped forward. I'm here to see your owner. We made an appointment earlier. Hearing this, the staff said, Please follow me. The owner is upstairs in a private room. They followed the staff upstairs to a beautifully decorated private room. When they opened the door, they saw a middle-aged man in a brocade robe sitting at the table with a kind face. This was the owner of Delicious Fresh, Guiyongchang. Seeing Lu Yi bring people in, Guiyongchang guessed that the matter he entrusted had been settled. Sure enough, Lu Yi said, Owner Gua, I've completed the task you asked of me. She pointed to Yunxiao and said, The mushrooms from last time, I bought them from this girl. Guiyongchang understood and stood up, saying to Yunxiao and the others, Please have a seat. The three sat down as instructed, waiting for the owner to speak first. Miss, may I ask your name? I believe Manager Lu has told you my request. What are your thoughts? Hello, sir. My surname is Yun. These two are my older brother and sister. Yunxiao introduced herself first, then continued, Sir, you can look at our mushrooms. If they are suitable, we can discuss further. Today's mushrooms are naturally grown. If the owner is willing to buy them, she can help the villagers find a way to make money. If he doesn't want to buy, she will consider whether to sell the mushrooms grown with special abilities. Gua Yongchang looked at the basket placed on the table by Yunqi. Inside, the mushrooms looked fresh and round, appearing quite good. He raised his hand and called a servant. Take these mushrooms to the kitchen. Whatever method you use, quickly prepare a dish and serve it. The servant nodded and left. Soon, he returned with a plate of stir-fried mixed mushrooms. Gua Yongchang picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and chewed carefully. He slightly frowned. He looked at the plate again, picked up a few more bites to taste, then put down his chopsticks. After thinking for a moment, Gua Yongchang tentatively asked, Miss Yun, are these mushrooms from the same place as last time? Yun Xiao understood his meaning and pretended not to understand. Of course, just behind our village. It rained last night, and today's mushrooms are even fresher than before. A hint of disappointment flashed in Gua Yongchang's eyes. The mushrooms this time really had a good texture. If he hadn't tasted the ones from the Li residence, he would be very happy. But after tasting the special flavor, he lost much interest in these ordinary ones. However, he glanced at the three people opposite him, then thought to himself that if he built good relations with them, maybe he could get mushrooms of the same quality as last time. Anyway, the restaurant needed ingredients. If they didn't sell directly to him, others might. I'll take the mushrooms you brought today. 1 jin for 12 coins. What do you think? If you have more in the future, just send them over. The price stays the same. Hearing this, Yun Lan's eyes lit up. She had thought the deal was going to fall through when the owner frowned earlier. Moreover, he offered a high price of 12 coins, 2 more than what they usually sold for. Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, let's write a contract. Gua Yongchang was surprised. He didn't expect a young girl to understand the rules of doing business. So, both sides signed a contract. During the mushroom growing season, Yun Xiao's side would deliver 100 jin of fresh, delicious mushrooms daily, at 12 coins per jin. Of course, this was the price for common mushrooms. If they were rare, the price would be negotiated separately. Yun Xiao and her companions left the restaurant. On the way, Yun Lan was still very excited. Xiao, tomorrow we need to find more people to go up the mountain and pick mushrooms. Otherwise, just the two of us can't gather 100 jin. Yun Xiao didn't want to pick mushrooms every day. She knew that occasionally picking was fun, but if it became a way to make a living, it would be different. After all, she had her own things to do. Yunlan was different, or rather, everyone in the village was the same. They all wanted a way to make money, and they couldn't be more eager for it. Lan, I won't be involved in picking mushrooms anymore. From now on, your family will handle the dealings with the restaurant, Yun Xiao said seriously to Yun Lan and her brother. That can't be right. This business was mainly because of you. How can we just leave you out? Yun Lan immediately argued. Yun Qi also disagreed strongly. Xiao, it's not easy for a girl to have a source of income. How can you just give it up? Yun Xiao knew her siblings meant well, but she had her own plans. She secretly told Yun Lan, Lan, do you remember Qianyu Pavilion? I brought back a pot of flowers from there last time. Yun Lan naturally remembered. Seeing Yun Xiao's expression, she had a bold guess. Xiao, did you manage to keep that pot of flowers alive? Yun Xiao smiled and nodded. Now you can rest assured. I have other ways to make money. Yun Lan didn't doubt her. Last time at Qianyu Pavilion, she knew wealthy people loved those flowers and plants. If Xiao really managed to keep that pot alive, the owner of Qianyu Pavilion said they would buy it back, and the price definitely wouldn't be low. Yun Qi didn't understand what they were talking about, but seeing how confident they looked, he didn't press further. The three of them got on a bullock cart and smoothly returned to Lian Tai village. You're back. Did you buy the seeds? Yun Heng asked as he saw them arrive. Father, we have good news to tell you. Yun Lan jumped down from the cart, ran to Yun Heng, and pouted playfully, grabbing his arm. What good news? Did you find some money? Yun Heng asked, following her words. He didn't have high hopes. These kids had only gone to town once. What good news could there be? Father, don't doubt us. Xiao found a way for our family to earn some money today. Yunmon said without paying attention to her father's teasing, explaining everything that happened today. Yunheng's reaction was the same as his children's. He looked surprised. A Xiao, from now on, you'll get a share of the money from selling mushrooms. I know you're not feeling well, so you don't have to go up the mountain every day. That part can be considered your commission for being the middle person. Village chief, I know you're doing this to take care of me, but really there's no need. I won't be short of money in the future, Yun Xiao said. Yun Heng was a bit confused. You, girl, although your few acres of land can keep you from starving, having a little extra money isn't a bad thing. Yun Xiao had to repeat her plan, and Yunmon helped by adding details. The town has several shops, and Yun Heng knows about them. He has heard of Manhwa Pavilion, and naturally knows what kind of place it is. He asks hesitantly, Xiaoer, can you really make a living by growing flowers? Yun Xiao nods confidently, which reassures Yun Heng. A Xiao, why not leave your seeds with us? We'll take care of them. Once they sprout, we'll plant them for you, suggests Yun Qi, who has brought his own seeds from the ox cart and looks at Yun Xiao. No need, brother Yun Qi. I learned how to handle seeds from a book and I want to try it myself. Yun Xiao quickly declines. Yun Heng hears her words and feels a bit uneasy. Xiaoer, are your methods reliable? If the seeds don't sprout, won't that delay spring planting? Village chief, please trust me. I can do it, Yun Xiao says firmly. Yun Heng stops talking, thinking maybe there really is a good method in the book. Even if Xiaoer doesn't succeed, they can find more seedlings to plant later. Yun Xiao calls the general who stayed at Yunlan's house and prepares to go home. Xiaoer, I'll help you take the seeds back, Yun Qi insists, carrying the seed bag without giving her a chance to refuse. I'll go too. Yunmon quickly steps beside Yun Xiao. I want to see the Bai Xiao flower. Back home, Yun Xiao asks her brother and sister to sit in the main hall. She then goes to the backyard to fetch the flowers, actually taking out the Bai Xiao flower from her space. When she sees the flower pot, Yunmon can hardly believe his eyes. Is that still the dried, dead-looking Bai Xiao flower? Could Xiao have replaced it with another plant? In the flower pot, a plant has sprouted many tender green branches. If it weren't for some withered marks at the top, Yunmon would think she planted a different plant altogether. Xiaoer, is this really that Bai Xiao flower? Yunmon asks, eyes wide with surprise. Yun Qi also comes over. He hasn't seen the original Bai Xiao flower, so he doesn't find it strange. But when Yunmon describes how the original looked, his eyes show shock. Yun Xiao smiles slightly and says, I didn't expect it to recover so well. I just carefully took care of it following my dad's planting method. I didn't think it would be so resilient. She can't tell them about her space and supernatural abilities, so she can only give vague explanations. Yunmon carefully observes the branches and leaves of the Bai Xiao flower and then looks at Yun Xiao. Xiaoer, I finally believe that you can live better relying on your own skills. That night, Yun Xiao took the rice seed she bought today into her space. She sealed the bag tightly, then dipped it into a small creek, pressing it down with a stone. In her previous life, she had read books about seed-soaking methods for rice. Today, she refused the village chief's help to test the creek's effect in her space. She believed that with the spiritual energy in her space's creek, these seeds would perform differently. After finishing, Yun Xiao looked at the lush vegetable patch and felt a bit troubled. The vegetables would be ready for harvest in a few days, but besides herself, she had no way to openly take them out. Should she let these vegetables grow and wither in her space? Maybe she could send them to a tasty restaurant? No, she could find a way to deliver them herself, but if the restaurant asked about the mushrooms Yun Qi sent, how could she explain? Forget it. She decided to wait. She didn't urgently need money right now. Over the next 2 days, Yunmon was busy gathering mushrooms and didn't come to see Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao took the opportunity to practice her special abilities. Perhaps because the spiritual energy at the mountain's foot was not enough, her cultivation results were not as good as last time on the mountain. She was now at level 1, just at the beginner stage. She could only stimulate simple plants and only a few at a time. The reason the blue sky flower could revive was because she used all her abilities on it. Yun Xiao sat inside her house, carefully thinking about her cultivation progress. She understood that her current level of ability limited her in many ways. "It seems I need to find a way to improve my cultivation," she muttered to herself. She thought about the spiritual energy on the mountain. Maybe she could go back to cultivate there again, hoping for better results. Having made up her mind, she prepared to go into the mountains. During the day, it would be too risky and easy to meet people. At night, she could avoid others' notice, but it was more dangerous. Since she didn't plan to just stay at the foot of the mountain this time, going deeper into the mountains with her current abilities might be too risky. After thinking it over, she decided to go into the mountains at night. If she encountered danger she couldn't handle, she still had her space to hide. She wouldn't really lose her life. She took all the usable tools at home, like a machete, into her space. Then she remembered the rice seeds she had forgotten in the creek. 2 days had passed, so they should have sprouted by now. She went to the creek, moved the stone pressing down on the burlap bag, and grabbed the bag's opening, intending to pull it out. Unfortunately, the seeds had absorbed water and become heavier, and Yunxiu couldn't lift the bag in one go. In the end, she half-dragged, half-pulled the bag onto the shore. She opened the burlap bag and found that the seeds inside had already sprouted and could be planted. However, her own land hadn't been prepared yet, and it was not the right time for planting. Yunxiu was a bit stunned. She blamed herself for being inexperienced and soaking the seeds too early. She stood by the small creek, looking at the sprouted rice seeds, lost in thought. If she didn't plant them now, they would go to waste. She looked at the vast land in her space and decided to plant the seeds there first. Yunxiu chose a low-lying area, dug a small water channel with a hoe, and directed water from the creek to the land. Once the soil was soaked enough, she would scatter the seeds on the ground. After finishing these tasks, it was almost dawn, and she couldn't go further into the deep mountains. Yunxiu decided to lie down directly and wait until tomorrow night. After waking up from a nap and having a simple meal, she continued working in her space. The seeds had been sown, and with the rapid growth of space plants, they would soon be ready for transplanting. She needed to quickly prepare the land suitable for rice planting. Fortunately, although her supernatural ability level was low, it still helped. It made physical work a bit easier. Her way of preparing the land was rough. She just dug more small water channels to bring water to the soil, letting it slowly soak in. That was enough. The land in her space was naturally soft, and with enough water, the rice seedlings could be transplanted without worry. Night fell quickly. Under the cover of darkness, Yunxiu quietly went up the mountain. Luckily, there was moonlight tonight, so she didn't have to walk in complete darkness. The mountain was eerily quiet, with only occasional cricket sounds from the bushes. Yunxiu tried to suppress her fear of the unknown. She didn't stop at the foot of the mountain but entered directly. The deeper she went, the more she could feel the spiritual energy emitted by the surrounding plants. She knew her decision was right. Cultivating here would be much more effective. Moonlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows. Yunxiu carefully moved through the forest, alertly observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from nearby. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively gripped her machete. She slowly crouched down, eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. After a moment, a wild rabbit darted out of the grass. When it saw Yunxiu, it was so frightened that it turned and ran away. She let out a breath of relief and secretly chuckled at her own nervousness. She continued forward and finally stopped in a relatively open area with richer spiritual energy. Yunxiu found a flat stone to sit on, closed her eyes, and began to focus on cultivating. She guided the surrounding spiritual energy into her body, blending it with her special abilities. At first, the progress was smooth. Yunxiu could feel her powers growing stronger inside her. However, soon she hit a limit. No matter how hard she tried, the spiritual energy couldn't flow into her body as easily. Yunxiu opened her eyes, frowning as she thought of a solution. She looked around and noticed that the plants nearby seemed to emit a unique aura, which intertwined with the spiritual energy. An idea came to her, and she tried to connect her mind with the plants around her. When her consciousness touched a large tree, A strong yet gentle force flowed into her. Yun Xiao was happy to find that, with the help of the tree, she broke through her bottleneck, and her powers made new progress. She kept communicating with the plants, absorbing their energy continuously. Time passed quickly as Yun Xiao was fully absorbed in her training, forgetting about everything else. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, waking her from her practice. She opened her eyes and saw that the sky was beginning to lighten. Yun Xiao stood up and stretched her stiff body. She could feel her abilities had improved noticeably. Even after a night without sleep, she felt no tiredness. She tried to activate her wood element powers and was delighted to find that the meridians that previously blocked her were now clear. Yun Xiao knew her abilities had reached level 2. A joyful feeling filled her heart. She felt as if she had been reborn. Her body was full of energy, and every cell seemed to rejoice. She took a deep breath, sensing the surrounding air, and noticed her perception of the environment had become sharper. Before the villagers woke up, Yun Xiao quickly ran down the mountain, and this time, it took her half the time it did before. 2 more days passed. During the day, Yun Xiao worked in her space, and at night, she trained deep in the mountains. Now, she was much more skilled with her wood element ability. By now, she no longer trained cautiously like before. She could sense danger accurately and avoid it cleverly. One night, while practicing, she suddenly felt a powerful aura nearby. She opened her eyes and looked alertly in the direction of the energy. She saw a pure white fox appear not far away. The fox's eyes are as bright as gemstones, and its fur is smooth and shiny, making it seem far from an ordinary wild animal. Yun Xiao is surprised but quickly calms down. There are many legends about Lian Tai Mountain in the village, and it is normal to see some strange creatures here. The fox meets Yun Xiao's gaze. It doesn't run away or attack, but tilts its head curiously, observing Yun Xiao. This human has appeared several days in a row. Every time she comes, the mountain's atmosphere changes, which is a pleasant surprise for the fox. It had hidden well before, but today, because it enjoyed the comfortable feeling here too much, it slowly moved closer and revealed itself. Yun Xiao feels happy seeing the cute look of the fox. She tries to send her kindness through her special powers. The fox seems to sense Yun Xiao's friendliness. It slowly approaches her, and as it gets closer, it feels more comfortable. Boldly, it stops at her feet and nuzzles her leg with its head. This is a friendly fox that is not afraid of people. Yun Xiao squats down and gently pets the fox's head with her hand. The fox doesn't resist and looks very happy, even leaning its head into her hand. Since then, every time Yun Xiao goes to practice deep in the mountains, the fox appears to stay with her. Over time, their bond grows closer. Unknowingly, it is mid-February. One morning, Yun Xiao just finished her training when there was a knock on the door. She opens the door to see Yunlan, smiling happily outside. Lanlan, why are you here so early today? Yun Xiao asks. The people in Lian Tai village wake up early probably because they go to bed early. Without many evening entertainments, what else can they do? Oxiu, these past few days, we've gone to Manhwa Xian to sell goods several times, earning over 7 taels of silver in total. After sharing with others, I have about 4 taels left, Yunlan says as she takes a silver ingot from her pouch and hands it to Yun Xiao. Here, this is your share. Yun Xiao feels touched but refuses to accept it. Lanlan, I told you I didn't do any work for this business, so I shouldn't get any silver, she says. Yunlan knew she would say that, so she had to bring out her father. Oxiu, don't refuse. My father said this money is what you deserve. Without you, we wouldn't have any connection with Manhwa Xian. Yun Xiao was about to refuse again, but Yunlan added, you must take this money, or I won't be able to explain to others. Otherwise, my father will come personally to deliver it to you. Since it has reached this point, Yun Xiao had no choice but to accept the money. Seeing her finally take the money, Yunlan heaved a sigh of relief and then asked, Xiao, have you finished handling the rice seeds? My father told me to tell you that your fields have been plowed by my brothers and others. You can plant the seeds now. Oh, Yun Xiao was speechless. The seeds sprouted the day after she brought them back, and she had already transplanted them into the large field in her space, which was now turning green. But she couldn't say that. Yun Xiao felt a bit annoyed. She had been busy practicing cultivation these days and had planned to go to town to buy rice seeds again, but she forgot. Now, how should she answer? Should she say the seeds disappeared? While hesitating, Yun Xiao saw the general running wildly in the yard. An idea came to her. Oh no, I forgot. The seeds were spoiled by the general's urination. I only found out yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to buy new ones yet. When the general heard its name, it thought its owner was calling it and happily ran over, wagging its tail around the two of them. What? Yunlan was shocked. She squatted down, grabbed the general's neck, and picked it up, pretending to scold it. General, how could you be so naughty? The general was not afraid at all, barking a few times at Yunlan, completely unaware of the trouble it caused. Feeling guilty, Yun Xiao freed the general from Yunlan's hands. Lan, it's okay. The general is still young, and it's normal for it not to understand. I already scolded it harshly, and it won't do it again. Yunlan wasn't too angry either. It was just a little urination, not a big deal. Just wash it off, it was going to soak anyway. A Xiao, it's fine. The seeds can be washed and used again. Where are they? I'll help you clean them. After saying that, Yunlan was about to go to the kitchen, remembering that she had placed the seeds there when she bought them. No. Yunlan quickly put down the general and chased after Yun Xiao, stopping her footsteps. The seeds aren't in the kitchen. I threw them away. Yunlan looked at Yun Xiao speechlessly. A Xiao? Where did you throw them? It's still possible to pick them up now. Back. In the backyard. Yunlan searched the backyard but found no trace. She looked suspiciously at Yun Xiao. I just dropped them here, Yun Xiao pointed by the wall. Maybe the mice ate them. Although Yunlan found this unlikely, she no longer doubted her. Yun Xiao had no reason to lie. Forget it, if they're gone, they're gone. A Xiao, don't worry. You don't need to buy new ones. I have enough at home. When the time comes, I'll share some seedlings with you. Cloud Xiao did not refuse. At this moment, in Yunlan's eyes, she wasn't cut out for farming, so it was better not to waste things. Yunlan's purpose for coming this time was to deliver money. She also planned to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms, so she didn't stay long and left quickly. After she left, Yun Xiao picked up the general. General, I'm sorry. Today, I made you take the blame. To make it up to you, I want to introduce you to a good friend tonight. In the evening, Yun Xiao took the general and went back to the mountain. It was the first time the general went out at night, and he was quite excited. Several times along the way, he wanted to bark loudly, but Yun Xiao stopped him. However, when Yun Xiao finished her training and was about to leave, the fox she usually saw now was nowhere to be seen. Could something have happened? Yun Xiao was a bit worried but soon relaxed. The mountain was the fox's main home, so it wasn't easy for something to go wrong. Besides, even though it was small, Yun Xiao knew it was not simple. If she could sense the aura of supernatural power, could it be an ordinary creature? Just as Yun Xiao looked again in the direction where the fox often appeared, she saw the familiar figure. Before she could react, the general, who was at her feet, barked loudly and rushed forward. General, come back, but the two little white balls of fur had already started biting each other. This sudden scene shocked Yun Xiao. General, little fox, stop it right now, she hurriedly shouted. However, both the general and the little fox seemed to have red eyes and didn't listen to her. The general, though still a puppy, had the bloodline of a farm dog, making it fearless even against a strong opponent. The little fox was agile and quite special, not taking the small puppy seriously at all. The general bit onto the little fox's tail, while the little fox, not willing to show weakness, turned and clawed at the general's face. Forced to let go, the general released his hold, and the little fox seized the chance to pull back its tail. The two little creatures stared at each other angrily, their fur bristling, and they made low warning sounds. Yun Xiao suddenly found it a bit funny. The general was small, and no matter how angry it was, it still sounded like a young puppy. The little fox was more composed. With its intelligence, it knew this small thing was brought by this human. It wouldn't attack unless provoked, but if challenged, that was another matter. Yunxiu couldn't just watch them fight like this. She walked over, picked up the general, and leaned down to the little fox. Little fox, let me introduce you. This is the general, a member of my family. The general was carried up, and immediately his fierce expression softened. He obediently curled up in Yunxiu's arms, a look of pride shining in his eyes. Don't think she didn't notice. After the owner returned a few days ago, he carried the scent of this little fox. Today, she finally caught him. The owner is her master, and no one else can share that position. Unaware of the general's thoughts, Yunxiu finished introducing the little fox and then turned to the general, saying, "General, this is the good friend I told you about. You two should get along peacefully from now on." The two small creatures didn't stop glaring at each other. They each made growling sounds. Yunxiu sighed, thinking, how can I persuade them? People always say cats and dogs don't get along, but foxes are usually part of the dog family, right? So, these two little ones probably come from the same family and are related. She thought they might not love each other, but at least they could nod politely. Instead, they immediately started fighting when they met. She patted the struggling general in her arms and said, "General, the little fox is a new friend. You can't be rude, or he'll be embarrassed." Once they calmed down, Yunxiu asked the little fox, "The general is visiting the deep mountains for the first time. Little fox, since you're the local master here, can you play with him?" The little fox didn't fully understand her words, but it understood her intention, just to get along well with this small creature. If it hadn't been the one to provoke first, it wouldn't bother with him. Finally, the two quieted down. Yunxiu remembered that tonight, the little fox hadn't appeared for a long time. "Little fox, do you have something tonight? Why are you only here now?" The little fox seemed to understand and picked up what she had just thrown on the ground, bringing it to Yunxiu's feet. She looked down and was surprised to see a ginseng. It was thick enough to fit her thumb, and clearly quite old. "Is this for me?" Yunxiu asked. The little fox nodded human-like. It had seen other humans in the mountains. Those people would be very happy to find such a treasure. She guessed this human was probably the same. Yunxiu looked at the ginseng with surprise and felt very touched. She knew the little fox had been borrowing her spiritual energy these days. Since it hadn't caused her any trouble, she didn't mind sharing some of her energy. She was amazed that this small creature knew how to be grateful and even brought her a gift. She picked up the ginseng and sincerely thanked the little fox, saying, "Your gift is very precious. I like it very much. Thank you." The little fox could tell that Yunxiu genuinely liked him. After hesitating for a moment, he let out a few whimpering sounds, then turned around and walked in the direction he came from. He took a few steps, then stopped and looked back, signaling Yunxiu to follow. This action surprised Yunxiu. She asked, "Are you trying to get me to follow you?" The little fox nodded, then took a few more steps and waited for her. Yunxiu looked at the sky. It was already getting light, and the first hints of dawn appeared on the horizon. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow the little fox. Now that her special power had reached level 2, even if someone came into the mountains at dawn, she could hide from them if she wanted. The place where Yunxiu was now seemed like a deep mountain to the villagers of Lian Tai village. They wouldn't go further inside, because it was too dangerous. But in fact, this area was just the outskirts of Lian Tai Mountain. As she followed the little fox deeper into the forest, the sky grew brighter, and everything around her became clearer. She could feel the air filled with stronger spiritual energy, and many rare and strange plants appeared. Some of these were valuable orchids she had seen at Qianyu Pavilion, but there were even more that she hadn't seen before. Yunxiu couldn't walk any further and called out to the little fox. "Wait, little fox." The little fox paused as she asked. It didn't understand why this human was interested in these useless plants. Animals in the mountains usually moved around freely, and she wondered how many plants might have been accidentally trampled. Yunxiu crouched down carefully and dug out her favorite plants, placing them gently into her space. This action puzzled the little fox. It circled around her, not understanding where she had put the plants. Along the way, Yunxiu collected many rare flowers. She didn't take everything she saw, only one of each kind. Although the little fox didn't understand why Yunxiu was doing this, it patiently waited by her side. When Yunxiu was happily digging up a rare orchid called Zuehongsu, danger suddenly appeared. A colorful giant python suddenly slithered out in front of her. It flicked its tongue, which carried a cold feeling. Its triangular head lifted slightly, and its fierce eyes fixed on Yunxiu. The little fox immediately bristled and let out a deep growl, ready to defend. The dog barked loudly, showing fear but bravely staying close to Yunxiu. Yunxiu knew she couldn't be careless. The shape of the python's head indicated it was highly venomous. She was worried that the little fox and the dog might get hurt, so she quickly called them to her. "Little fox, General, come over here quickly." As she spoke, she moved to the front. When the giant snake opened its bloody mouth, she quickly activated her wood element abilities inside her body. The surrounding trees seemed to sense her call. Their branches began to twist and form a barrier, trying to block the snake's approach. The snake appeared to be angered by Yunxiu's actions. It suddenly lunged forward, smashing its huge body against the branch barrier, causing the branches to break apart. Yunxiu was startled, but did not retreat. She drew her machete, infused her abilities into the blade, and struck fiercely as the snake neared. The machete cut through the air with a sharp sound and flickering light of her powers, slashing deeply into the snake's body. The snake, in pain, twisted wildly. Its strength was immense, and its tail swept sideways. Yunxiu hurried to dodge, but was still grazed by the tail's wind, staggering and nearly losing her balance. The little fox watched anxiously from the side. It suddenly rushed forward and bit the snake's tail. Unfortunately, its strength was too small, only causing the snake to pause briefly. Seeing this, the general also ran over and bit the snake's other tail. To the snake, the two small creatures were nothing more than ants. It wildly swung its tail, trying to shake off the tiny attackers. And it succeeded. However, while distracted, Yunxiu seized the chance to swing her machete again. This time, she struck the snake's belly, and blood immediately gushed out, staining the snake's scales red. The snake became even more frantic, thrashing wildly. Its body rolled and twisted, nearly crushing the little fox and the general on the ground. Yunxiu quickly manipulated the vines nearby, trapping and pulling the small creatures back. At the same time, she controlled other vines to entangle the snake, restricting its movement. Then, she focused her abilities into her machete and swung fiercely at the snake's head. This strike hit the snake's vital spot, causing it to slow down and collapse softly to the ground. Yunxiu took the opportunity to strengthen her attack. A wooden spike shot up from the ground, piercing the snake's belly. The snake stopped moving entirely. After defeating the snake, Yunxiu hurried to check on the little fox and the general. Fortunately, although they had been hit, they were unharmed. She crouched down, patting the little fox's head. "Little fox, you are so brave." Honestly, she was surprised that the little fox hadn't run away alone. They had only known each other for a few days. The little fox blinked its bright eyes and let out a few soft whimpers, seeming to respond to her praise. The nearby general was unhappy. Why was only that creature being praised? It was brave too, wasn't it? Yunxiu picked up the dog that was rubbing against her feet. "Oh, our general is also very brave. No wonder it has the name General." The general seemed to understand that it was being praised and proudly barked a few times, showing off confidently. The little fox didn't mind the challenge at first, but from their interactions over the past half-day, it guessed that this silly dog had a name, General. It didn't know if the name was good, but it already felt envious. Thinking of this, the bright eyes that had shown some happiness suddenly dimmed with sadness. Yunxiu noticed this change and realized that the little fox was quite clever. She tentatively asked, "Little fox, are you upset?" "Why, of course." The little fox couldn't speak. It just looked at the general and then at Yunxiu, showing a hint of sadness in its eyes. This surprised Yunxiu even more. Considering the little fox's behavior and her earlier words, she suddenly had a realization. She thought she might have guessed what the little fox was thinking. "Little fox, do you also want a name?" Yunxio said this while watching its reaction. Sure enough, when she mentioned name, its eyes lit up. Yunxio understood. She had been careless because the little fox wasn't her pet. She hadn't thought about giving it a name before, always calling it Little Fox. Now that they had gone through hardships together, and since the little fox had stayed to fight alongside her, she felt it was right to include it under her protection. What name should she choose? Yunxio looked at the general. The little fox's name should be related to the general's, so everyone would know they were from the same family. She thought for a moment and decided, since they already had a general, the little fox could be called Marshal. It sounded powerful and impressive, just like it was a brave warrior. Little Fox, how about calling you Marshal? Yunxio asked, seeking its opinion, then explained the meaning of the name. She wasn't sure if the little fox understood, but when she called it Marshal, it happily responded. With the name settled, Yunxio dug out some orchids she hadn't had time to pick earlier, placed them in her space, and continued her journey with her dog and fox. This time, she carried the general in her arms, while Marshal sat on her shoulder. Guided by Marshal, as the sun reached its highest point, Yunxio finally arrived at a valley. This valley is very hidden, surrounded by mountains. Yunxio followed the Marshal and took many twists and turns through the mountains to find the entrance. When she stepped out of the exit, she was stunned by what she saw. In front of her was a large flat area, about the size of 10 football fields. The edges were steep cliffs, and without guidance, outsiders would never find this place. What made Yunxio even happier was how beautiful it was, like a legendary fairyland. A faint rainbow glow filled the valley, giving it a mysterious look. Various strange flowers and plants grew freely, with bright and colorful blossoms. Some even emitted a strange, pleasant scent that made people feel refreshed. Yunxio slowly walked along the edge of the valley. She noticed that the plants here were not only many but also seemed to contain strong spiritual energy. Some leaves shimmered with a faint light, as if alive. She couldn't help but reach out and gently touch these plants, feeling their vitality and energy. As she continued walking, Yunxio found many rare herbs that almost no longer existed outside. Woo-woo. The Marshal jumped down from Yunxio's shoulder and ran straight ahead. Yunxio quickly held her general and followed. When she caught up, the Marshal was digging the ground with its rear end. She looked carefully. Was that ginseng? She wasn't mistaken. The ginseng here was growing in large patches. While she was stunned, the Marshal had already dug out 2 ginseng roots, carrying them over and looking at her as if to show off. Its skilled movements made it clear that the first root it dug was from here. Yunxio picked up the ginseng and saw the Marshal was about to dig another. She hurriedly stopped it, saying, "Enough, Marshal." The Marshal didn't understand. There were so many here, and since the owner liked them, why not take more? But whatever Yunxio said, it obeyed. It returned to her side, wanting to jump onto her shoulder, but seeing itself covered in mud, it didn't move. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something and ran off again. Yunxio quickly followed. This time, the Marshal led Yunxio to a bend in the valley. From a distance, Yunxio heard the sound of water falling from high above. Could it be a waterfall? When they rounded the bend, sure enough, a white ribbon of water descended from the sky, accompanied by the sound of water hitting rocks. It looked like the Milky Way falling from the heavens. Li Bai's words are true. He does not deceive me. Below the magnificent waterfall was a deep pool. The water was very clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Bubbles occasionally rise from the pond, as if something is hidden beneath the surface. While appreciating the beauty of nature, Yunxio suddenly hears the sound of an object falling into the water. She turns around and only sees ripples on the water, and the figure of the Marshal is gone. Yunxio's heart tightens suddenly. "Marshal! Marshal!" she calls loudly, her voice echoing through the valley. At this moment, a damp figure jumps out of the water. It is the Marshal. It swims happily in the water, only showing its head. Seeing its relaxed expression, Yunxio's earlier tension finally eases. Suddenly, the Marshal dives back into the water with a strong push. Ripples spread across the surface, gradually fading away. Soon, its head reappears, holding a fish in its mouth. After the little fox comes ashore, it carries the fish to Yunxio's feet and makes two whimpering sounds. "Is this for me?" Yunxio asks curiously. The fish shines with a silver glow, a type she has never seen before. The little fox nods. Yunxio feels a bit happy, but since she is currently observing filial piety, she naturally won't eat meat. The laws of Dongli Kingdom state that after the death of parents, one must observe 3 years of mourning. For unmarried people, 1 year of mourning is allowed. Of course, there are special cases with different mourning customs. For example, if someone loses their love due to circumstances beyond their control, they do not need to leave their official duties. They can wear plain clothes and avoid participating in ceremonial rites. This rule applies to officials. Among common people, the customs are not so strict. Although Yun family's parents are not Yunxio's biological parents, since they used her daughter's body, she naturally wants to fulfill her filial duties. "Eat it yourself," Yunxio points to the lively fish and says to the little fox. The little fox tilts its head, digesting Yunxio's words, then nonchalantly bites into the fish and starts eating happily. The general watches nearby, trying several times to step forward and share some, but Yunxio stops him. She remembers that puppies shouldn't eat raw fish. Also, fish bones and spines can easily block a dog's throat and cause suffocation. However, Yunxio suddenly realizes that she and the general haven't eaten anything today. It's already noon. Neither the general nor she is hungry, so she decides to return to the place they just came from. She recalls seeing some tall trees on one side of the valley earlier, with colorful fruits hanging from the branches. "Let's go and take a look." Cloud Xiu carried the general and called the marshal to follow her. Soon, they arrived under a few tall trees. She looked up at one of the trees, puzzled by the fruit hanging from its branches. It was large, golden yellow, and about the size of a soccer ball. What kind of fruit was this? Could it be a pomelo? Never mind, she decided to pick one to see. Cloud Xiu chose the biggest one, used her special powers, and a gust of air caused the fruit to fall. She caught it steadily. It felt a little heavy in her hand. She shook it gently, but didn't hear any sound. At this moment, the marshal came over, making a woo-woo sound. From its eager look, it was clear that it had tasted this fruit before and liked it, which made it so excited. Cloud Xiu didn't wait. She placed the fruit on the ground, used her powers to cut it a few times, and the outer shell opened instantly. A sweet aroma spread around. The shell was divided into 5 parts, opening outward. Inside was white, juicy flesh. The rich, sweet smell came from this white part. Both the general and the marshal came closer, sniffing eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this, Cloud Xiu didn't hesitate anymore. She took out 2 plates from her space pouch, each with a piece of the fruit's flesh, and placed them in front of the 2 little pets. The little fox was the first to lick and started eating happily. The general didn't hesitate either. It licked its tongue in and out, swallowing constantly. Watching them enjoy the fruit, Cloud Xiu couldn't wait. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The moment she tasted it, the sweet flavor filled her mouth. She savored it carefully. The smooth texture made her eyes widen. She had never experienced such wonderful taste before. While she was still enjoying the flavor, the sounds of the general and the marshal rang in her ears. Only then did she realize their plates were already empty. They were reminding her to share more fruit. Greedy little guys. Cloud Xiu teased, then cut another large piece and shared it with them. After they all ate and drank their fill, Cloud Xiu picked 10 more fruits and stored them in her space pouch, planning to eat them later. By the way, what kind of fruit was this? Its texture was somewhat like durian, but it lacked durian's strong smell. It was just fragrant and sweet, truly suitable for all ages. Neither of her past lives had any information about such a fruit. Cloud Xiu decided to temporarily call it golden fruit. Besides the golden fruit, there were several other kinds of fruits around, which she hadn't seen before. She tried each one. It had to be said, this place was truly a paradise. Not only did it grow exotic flowers and plants, but the fruits were also unmatched in deliciousness. Yunxiu was polite and picked some fruits to put into her space. She didn't throw away the leftover pits, keeping them to try planting later. If she could grow them successfully, it would be a very profitable venture. Of course, that's a story for later. Valuable things require strength to protect. She has no power or influence, so to guard her possessions, she must improve her own strength. As long as she is strong enough, no matter how powerful someone is, they can't take her things. At this moment, her desire to become stronger reached its peak. After exploring the entire valley for half a day, Yunxiu confirmed that no one had ever been here. She guessed that the marshal probably found this place by accident. Entering the treasure mountain, she gained treasures. Yunxiu felt very happy. "Marshal, you're really my lucky star." Yunxiu hugged the little fox and petted its head a few times, praising it. The little fox closed its eyes comfortably and accepted the praise calmly. Looking at the sky, Yunxiu saw the sun setting in the west and knew it was time to leave. Although she lives alone, Yunlan occasionally visits her. If she found Yunxiu not at home all day, she would be worried. If she caused a fuss and called everyone in the village to look for her, that would be bad. "Marshal, do you want to come home with me?" Before leaving, Yunxiu asked the little fox for its opinion. The little fox sat directly on Yunxiu's shoulder, showing its intention. Following the way they came, Yunxiu led the general and the little fox through the forest. When she reached the outskirts of the mountain, she saw several villagers chopping wood, but Yunxiu avoided them, using the dim light and her agility to quietly return home. The fruits she ate in the valley had now been mostly digested. Yunxiu prepared a simple meal and looked at the little fox with some guilt. "Marshal, you seem to eat meat, but our home situation is special and we don't have meat."
"Sorry about that."
"I'll make it up to you next time." The little fox was not picky at all. It ate happily with plain rice porridge and vegetables, making Yunxiu wonder if this was a wild animal. Even domesticated animals wouldn't be so easy to care for. That night, Yunxiu stayed at home. Before sleeping, she entered her space to practice. This time, she brought both the general and the marshal inside. Suddenly, the environment changed. The two little ones were momentarily startled, but once they saw their owner nearby, they quickly calmed down and began to explore the area. Yunxiu let them move freely, but warned them not to damage the plants here. Now, Yunxiu's supernatural abilities are practiced in two parts. One is absorbing the essence of plants on the mountain, and the other is working in her space. That's right, working hard is also a form of cultivation. If improving oneself is like climbing a mountain, then strengthening oneself in space is like consolidating that progress. This is also why her supernatural ability has been growing quickly. After tending to the fields in her space, Yunxiu chose a spot and planted the seeds she brought from the valley. She believed that as long as her supernatural power kept improving, it wouldn't be difficult to grow a whole orchard in her space. Days passed peacefully, but a piece of news sparked discussion in Lian Tai village.
"What?"
"That young man from the Lin family is getting married." "Yes, and I hear the bride is from a wealthy family in town. No wonder Yang's daughter has been walking around with her nose in the air these days. She's climbed up high now." Someone in the crowd suddenly thought of something and quietly asked, "Do you think the Lin family might have already made a match with someone else, so they're in such a rush to break off the engagement with Miss Xiao?" As soon as this guess was made, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Everyone thought more about it and increasingly believed it was true, feeling sorry for Yunxiu. Poor Xiao, losing her parents already must have been hard enough, and now it turns out the Lin family wanted to abandon her all along. That's right. It's just a pity there's no elder to stand up for her. Speaking of which, Xiao isn't without elders, old Jian. Forget it. Whether the elders are there or not doesn't make much difference. Let's not talk about that troublesome matter. Exactly, let's not discuss it. I think Xiao doesn't care much about that young man from the Lin family. The day before yesterday, I saw her coming down from the mountain, and I thought I was seeing things. She looks completely reborn, like her spirit has been renewed. Really? I haven't seen her much lately. Has she really changed? At home, Yunxiu didn't know that because of Lin Hongming's marriage, she had once again become the focus of gossip. She picked some vegetables from her fields and carried a basket to Yunlan's house. Along the way, everyone she met greeted her warmly, and she responded with a smile. It felt like everyone's eyes on her were a bit strange, but she couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. This strange feeling only disappeared when she saw Yunlan. "Xiao, you're here. Lan is in city. Just go directly to her," said Tong Shi, the village chief's wife, who came to open the door. She was a typical good wife and mother, gentle in nature, and had no objection to her husband's concern for Yunxiu. "Annie, these are vegetables I grew myself. We can't finish them, so I brought some to share with you," Yunxiu said, handing her the basket. "I have great respect for this open-minded aunt, Yunxiu." "Child, you just came, and you're already bringing vegetables?" Tong scolded gently, but she still took them casually. Since this wasn't the first time Yunxiu had brought vegetables, she knew her family had more than enough to eat. Moreover, she didn't know how Yunxiu grew these vegetables, but their taste was better than those grown by someone who had been farming for decades. She simply couldn't refuse. Hearing the conversation from the yard, Yunlan came out and said, "Xiao, you're here. Come in quickly." She took Yunxiu's hand and led her into her room. Yunlan looked at Yunxiu's face carefully and saw nothing unusual. She tentatively asked, "Xiao, have you heard anything in the village?" Yunxiu was confused by the vague question. "Well, I'll tell you directly. I heard Lin Hongming is preparing to get married." Yunxiu looked at her with a smile. "He's just an unrelated person. Whether he gets married or not has nothing to do with me." Yunlan suddenly patted her thigh and said, "I knew it. You've already moved on. My father was worried about you and didn't let anyone tell you this." Although Yunxiu understood the village chief's actions, she thought they were unnecessary. If she truly cared, she would have known this news already.
All right, let's not talk about that.
"I came to ask you to pass a message to Brother Yunqi. I want to go to town with his ox cart tomorrow." "Of course, no problem." "But Xiao, why are you going to town?" Yunlan replied casually, then suddenly remembered something. "Could it be that the bluebell flowers are blooming?" "No, I need to check first." After saying that, she pulled Yunxiu, planning to go to Yunxiu's house to see the flowers. Yunxiu immediately stopped her. "The bluebell flowers haven't bloomed yet. I have other things to do." Actually, with her current abilities and the help of the small creek in her space, it was easy for her to make the bluebell flowers bloom early. However, Yunlan and the others had seen the initial appearance of the bluebell flowers and their reborn state. If they suddenly bloomed too quickly, it would seem unnatural. That makes sense. How could they grow so fast? Yunlan looked a bit disappointed.
"Don't worry.
If the bluebell flowers bloom, I will be the first to let you see them," Yunxiu comforted her.
All right.
"By the way, what are you going to do in town tomorrow?" Yunlan asked. Yunxiu smiled mysteriously. "I recently went up the mountain and found a treasure." Over the past few days, Yunxiu had deliberately gone up the mountain during the day, so her trip was not a secret. This was to give a reasonable explanation for those few ginseng roots. Otherwise, if she sold the ginseng, she wouldn't be able to explain where the money came from. "What treasure, dear?" Cloud Lawn became interested. Yunxiu leaned close and whispered 2 words.
"What? Ginseng?"
Cloud Lawn exclaimed in surprise. "You went into the deep mountains? How dare you?" It's not surprising that Cloud Lawn was so shocked. Ginseng in Liantai Mountain has been passed down by the older generation. Over the years, many people have tried their luck there. Some have indeed found ginseng, but most go home empty-handed. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal, but some people have lost their lives because of it. Later, the villagers of Liantai no longer dared to venture into the deep mountains in hopes of quick wealth. So, when Cloud Lawn heard that Yunxiu had found ginseng, she reacted this way. "Actually, I didn't go very deep, just a little further inside." Yunxiu lied helplessly. This made Cloud Lawn suspicious. "Can you find ginseng without going deep into the mountains? Is ginseng so easy to dig now?" Her brother often went into the mountains, but he never found a single one. "Really? If I had gone into the deep mountains, would I still be able to come back safe and sound?" Yunxiu turned around in front of Cloud Lawn, afraid she wouldn't believe her. Aisho, no matter what, you can't take risks. Even adult men need to go in with several people. Seeing her serious expression, Yunshio could only nod obediently. But inside, she was thinking about what excuse to find next time to make the rare flowers in her space appear naturally. On the way home, Yunshio met Yangshi, who was showing off to others. From now on, our family will be well known in town. When you go to town, you can come visit us. Yangshi, that's settled. When we go to town, you can't pretend you don't know us.
Yangxi took it.
She was just being polite. If villagers really went to town, it would embarrass her family. After leaving Liantai village, she didn't want to associate with common folk anymore. Yangshi then asked, "Your future daughter-in-law is from town, right? Does she have a lot of dowry?" Hearing this, Yangshi immediately became proud. "Of course. My son's wife is her only daughter. From now on, everything will be mine." At that moment, Yangshi saw Yunshio walking over. Remembering how she embarrassed herself in town last time, she raised her voice and said, "Well, I must say, my son is lucky. With help from outside, not just anyone can climb the social ladder." Cloud Xiao didn't want to pay attention at first, but she couldn't stand her smug look. Yu said, "Congratulations to Aunt Yang. With such good conditions, you probably married into the family, right?" Everyone heard this and started to doubt. The wealthy families in town couldn't find suitable matches, so they came to Liantai village. Besides, Lin Hongming is a scholar, and the town doesn't lack educated people. Seeing everyone's suspicious looks, Mrs. Yang quickly defended, "Xiao girl, don't talk nonsense. That's not true. It's true that she didn't marry into the family, but the fact that their first son has the mother's surname is a bit embarrassing, so Mrs. Yang instinctively kept it secret." Cloud Xiao didn't comment. After greeting the aunties and elder women present, she simply left. "Have you noticed? Xiao girl has really changed a lot." One auntie stared at Cloud Xiao's back and suddenly said, "Yes, she looks much more energetic. Her personality is also more cheerful." Everyone nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, breaking off the engagement might not be a bad thing. A young daughter-in-law sighed. After saying this, she remembered Mrs. Yang was still there and felt a bit awkward. Others looked at each other. They had similar thoughts but didn't dare to show them because Mrs. Yang was present. If it had been before, they wouldn't be afraid, but now the Lin family has a good marriage proposal and they might come knocking on the door someday. They didn't want to offend anyone now. After the little incident earlier, Mrs. Yang lost her desire to show off. She patted her sleeve and walked away proudly. The remaining people exchanged glances and smiled meaningfully. The next day, Cloud Xiao didn't wait at home. Instead, she went up the mountain early to pick mushrooms. Besides the village chief's family, 5 other aunties from the clan, who were from poorer households, went with her. When people needed help, the village chief thought of them. Everyone in the village knew about Yunlan's family sending mushrooms to the town restaurant recently. Some were envious, but since it was their way, they didn't say much. Still, more people went up the mountain every day. "A Xiao, our agreement with Mei Wei Xian might have to end," Yunlan said weakly. "In rural areas, this is common. Even if relationships are good, they are based on everyone being roughly equal. If someone moves faster, it can cause jealousy." Seeing so many people on the mountain, Cloud Xiao guessed the reason. "Lan, have you thought about it? Your family doesn't have to go up the mountain personally. You can collect mushrooms from the villagers." "You mean that?" "My dad has also thought about it. Delicious Fresh needs only a limited amount of mushrooms each day. Since everyone is from the same village, choosing whose mushrooms to buy could cause trouble later." "Why not take turns?" Yunlan suggested. "After all, it's better not to have too few or too many, and since the village families are related in some way, it's hard to favor one over another." Although Yunshio didn't agree with some villagers' ideas, she understood their feelings. It's all due to the limitations of the times. Besides farming, villagers do some odd jobs during their free time, but they have almost no other income sources. Now that they finally have a way to make money, everyone doesn't want to miss out. Yunshio had an idea. Since Delicious Fresh only needs a small amount of mushrooms, leftover mushrooms could be dried into goods. But there was a problem selling the dried goods. Bayun town is large, surrounded by many villages, and resources are similar everywhere. The market isn't short of dried products. The best way would be to sell elsewhere, but most people don't have the connections. The town occasionally buys mountain produce, but as the main producer, the prices are very low. To change the situation, they need to find a way to export outside the town. Yun Xiao didn't have a clear plan yet, so she temporarily set aside her idea. Taking turns is a good idea, but the mushroom season will end soon, so it's hard to do fairly. Yunlan nodded, then shook her head. That's true. In this era, artificial mushroom cultivation isn't possible. Yun Xiao has the ability, but she can't do it herself, and her supernatural powers can't be revealed to outsiders. Riding in Yun Qi's ox cart, Yun Xiao went back to town. Xiao, why don't you come with me to Delicious Fresh? I'll help you deliver the mushrooms, then I'll go with you to the pharmacy, Yun Qi said, knowing her purpose and worried she might get into trouble alone. Brother Qi, don't worry. I can handle it myself. This time, Yunlan didn't come along. Most rural girls, except for Yun Xiao, are busy with chores. Besides household work, they also help out in the fields. Before coming, Yun Xiao had checked that there are two main pharmacies in town, Lianji Pharmacy and Yong and Tang Pharmacy. Both have been around for generations and are well known in Bayun town. She first went to Lianji Pharmacy, where the entrance was busy with people. Yun Xiao walked inside. The shop assistant was busy and didn't pay attention to her at first. She wasn't in a hurry and carefully looked at the medicine cabinet behind the counter. The cabinet had small drawers neatly arranged, each labeled with the names of various herbs. At that moment, an elderly doctor-like man came out from the inner room. Seeing Yun Xiao studying the cabinet closely, he thought she was there with an adult to get medicine and didn't mind. Yan Sheng, prepare the medicine according to this prescription. When it's ready, send it to the inner room immediately. The patient is waiting, the old doctor said, handing a prescription to the assistant named Yan Sheng. Yes, doctor, Yan Sheng replied, taking the prescription. He was about to fetch the herbs from the cabinet when he looked at the writing and hesitated. Doctor, we are out of ginseng right now. How can that be? Didn't we have 2 roots not long ago? The doctor frowned. Check again. Yan Sheng went straight to the cabinet, pulled out the small drawer labeled ginseng, and said, See, it's really gone. We've used up all the ginseng in our stock, because many prescriptions lately require it. What should we do? Why didn't you tell me earlier? The doctor said, a little angry. I was busy and forgot, Yan Sheng answered nervously. The doctor looked at the crowded hall and waved his hand. All right, go ahead with your work. I'll think of a solution. Yan Sheng didn't dare to argue and quietly stepped back. Their conversation was overheard by Yun Xiao. Seeing the doctor about to go into the inner room, she quickly called out to him. Dr. Lien, wait a moment. The doctor turned around upon hearing her voice. He saw that the girl who had been observing the cabinet was the one calling him. He looked at her with some suspicion. This girl didn't seem like a patient, so what did she want? Although puzzled, he asked patiently, Miss, do you need something? Sorry, I overheard your conversation just now. Do you need ginseng here? Yun Xiao first apologized and then asked about their problem. We do need ginseng. Since you're asking, do you have some? Dr. Lien examined Yun Xiao. Although he asked casually, he didn't really expect her to have it. I do, Yun Xiao nodded. She reached into her sleeve, which was actually a space, and took out a cloth bag. She opened a small gap in the bag to show him the contents. Without needing to look closely, Dr. Lien, who had many years of experience with herbs, could tell just by the smell what kind of herb it was. His eyes brightened. Miss, please come in. How do you plan to sell it? Yun Xiao followed him through the hall to the backyard of the shop. After sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard, the young lady asked, Sir, may I have your opinion? Of course, Yun Xiao dared to come in with him, not fearing any ill intentions. She fully opened her cloth bag and took out a ginseng root, handing it to Dr. Lien. Dr. Lien carefully took the ginseng, about the size of 2 fingers, and smelled its strong medicinal aroma, feeling very excited inside. This is truly a top-quality ginseng. Honestly, after decades of practice, he had never seen such a fine specimen. Miss, this ginseng is quite old and of excellent quality. It's rare to see such a good one, Dr. Lien praised. May I ask where you got it? Yunxiu smiled slightly and did not hide anything. I found this ginseng by chance in the mountains. A knowing look flashed in Dr. Lien's eyes. You're talking about Lien Tai Mountain, right? That mountain has many good herbs, and their medicinal properties are excellent. But in the past 10 years, such high-quality ginseng has become rare. He sighed and looked back at the ginseng in his hand. Miss, I know my herbs, but about the price. Before he finished, Yunxiu interrupted. Dr. Lien, I trust you are an honest man. You can set the price for this ginseng. As long as it's fair, I will sell it to you. Hearing her words, Dr. Lien hesitated for a moment and said, Miss, this ginseng is indeed precious. I can offer 200 taels of silver. How does that sound? Yunxiu was pleased. The price was higher than she expected. She readily agreed. All right, then I will sell it to you. Dr. Lien immediately sent someone to bring the silver and handed it to Yunxiu, adding, Miss, if you find more good herbs in the future, bring them to our shop. I will give you a fair price. Yunxiu felt happy. This was great. Her medicinal herbs and her space were struggling to find buyers. Thank you, Dr. Lien, she said. Dr. Lien personally saw Yunxiu out, causing Yansheng to be surprised. He had been busy earlier and didn't know what Dr. Lien and the young lady had discussed. Dr. Lien, what about the ginseng? Yansheng asked cautiously. Bring me the prescription from earlier. I will make some changes, Dr. Lien replied. He took his brush and crossed out the ginseng on the prescription, then adjusted a few other ingredients. This was not a matter of medical ethics. Using expensive herbs like ginseng was common. As a doctor, he would choose faster-acting medicines based on the patient's actual condition. When there is a shortage of medicinal herbs, people often choose a compromise method. Many herbs have similar properties, so sometimes other herbs can be used as substitutes, although it may take longer to see results. This isn't always a bad thing. At least the cost is lower, and poor people usually prefer this option. After changing the prescription, the doctor also instructed Yansheng, find someone to go to Yong'an Hall and buy 2 roots of ginseng for emergencies. As for the freshly obtained ginseng, the doctor was reluctant to use it. Usually, regular prescriptions only need common ginseng, but this high-quality ginseng should be used carefully. Outside the pharmacy, Yunxiu met Yunqi, who was rushing over. Ah, Xiu, have you finished your task? Nothing went wrong, right? On the street, Yunqi didn't mention that Yunxiu was selling ginseng to avoid causing trouble. Yes, everything went smoothly, Yunxiu said with a bright smile, showing she was in a very good mood. Yunqi finally relaxed. He didn't ask how much Yunxiu sold the ginseng for. That was her own business. Brother Qi, I need to buy some rice and flour first. Later, I might trouble you to carry them, Yunxiu said shyly. Okay, I'll go back to the tavern to fetch the ox cart and come find you later. Yunxiu returned to the same grain shop as before, choosing 50 jin of rice and 50 jin of flour. Just as she was about to wait outside for Yunqi, her eyes casually caught sight of a plain burlap sack in the corner. The familiar golden color made her stop in her tracks. Is this corn? From her memory, Yunxiu knew that corn did not exist in this era, at least not in Dongli Kingdom. So, how could this bag of corn be explained? Shopkeeper, what is this? I've never seen it before, Yunxiu asked, pointing at the burlap sack filled with corn. Oh, this? It's called millet corn, I think. It was brought in a few days ago by a merchant from Shifeng Kingdom. He was in a hurry to return home and sold all his goods at low prices. Not just this, there are more, the shopkeeper said as he pointed to several other burlap sacks in the corner. Yunxiu then noticed that beside the bag of corn, there were 3 more similar sacks, but their openings were tied, so she couldn't see what was inside. Shopkeeper, can I open them to take a look? If the contents are suitable, I'll take them all. Miss, are you serious? The shopkeeper looked at Yunxiu with some suspicion. After she confirmed, he hesitated and opened each of the 3 sacks one by one. As soon as the shopkeeper opened the sacks, Yunxiu's eyes couldn't move away. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and peanuts. Why are these sprouting? The young man felt uneasy seeing the sprouts on the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Although he didn't spend much money on these items, Losing them all would still be a loss. "Miss, are you serious about what you said?" he asked nervously. He didn't have high hopes, since the vegetables had already sprouted, and he figured the young lady wasn't foolish. But just as he was feeling worried, he heard an unbelievable voice nearby. "I want all of these, but about the price." The young man was overjoyed. "Miss, if you want everything, we can talk about the price. I'll go speak with the shopkeeper right now." He quickly ran to the counter and whispered something to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper first frowned and looked surprised at Yunxiu, then gradually relaxed his expression. Soon, both the shopkeeper and the young man returned to Yunxiu. The shopkeeper first checked the contents of the burlap bags and saw that some items had sprouted. He then considered his offer. "Miss, I won't cheat you. I bought these bags for 5 taels of silver. Now just give me 4 taels." Afraid Yunxiu wouldn't agree, he added, "That merchant from Shifeng said these are good things. You won't regret buying them." "Fine, 4 taels it is." Yunxiu agreed without bargaining. The young lady agrees. The shopkeeper thought it would take more effort, but she accepted so straightforwardly. "Do you know what these are?" the shopkeeper asked suspiciously. If she didn't recognize them, who would buy sprouted vegetables? Yunxiu didn't tell the truth. "No, I just saw they had sprouted. It's spring planting season now, so I plan to plant them." The shopkeeper didn't quite believe her, but he didn't ask further. He was eager to sell this batch of goods and didn't want any trouble. When the young man helped move 4 burlap bags of corn, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, along with the rice and flour Yunxiu bought earlier, Yunxiu's ox cart arrived. "Oxiu, did you buy all these?" Yunxiu looked at the piled bags on the ground, surprised. "Yes, Oxiu. Thank you for your help." "Oxiu, there's no need to buy so much grain at once. It can get moldy if stored too long. When you're done eating, I'll help you buy more next time." Yunxiu thought she bought so much to save trouble, so she patiently explained. After they left, the shopkeeper and his assistant finally relaxed. They had thought that the girl's brother was going to return the goods. However, a few months later, when wealthy families started eating these items, they realized they had been blind earlier. But that was a story for another time. "Xiu, what is inside this?" On the way home, Yunxi looked at the several burlap sacks on the ox cart and asked aloud. From what Xiu's sister just said, these sacks contained more than just food. These can be called either food or seeds. "The people at the grain shop said they came from the western wind country," explained Yunxiu. Yunxi listened with interest, but also felt a bit worried. "Xiu, do you think we can grow these grains here? Let's try." "It's not expensive anyway," Yunxiu said confidently, not worried at all. Not to mention that crops like corn and sweet potatoes are easy to grow and don't need special soil. Even if they are delicate, her special abilities make planting possible. Right now, the main concern is the land. The land they bought before was a rice paddy, which isn't suitable for crops like sweet potatoes. The urgent task is to buy more land. After helping Yunxi deliver the items to Yunxiu's house, Yunxiu followed him back home. "Are you planning to buy more land?" Yunheng was surprised when he heard Yunxiu's plan. "Yes, village chief. I bought some new and interesting seeds today and want to try planting them." Yunxiu nodded seriously. "How much do you want to buy?" Everyone is preparing for spring planting now, so there might not be any idle land left, Yunheng thought. He remembered that no one in the village was selling land. "Village chief, this time I don't want good farmland. If I remember correctly, that piece of wasteland at the foot of the mountain is now unclaimed. I wonder if I can buy it." Yunxiu mentioned the wasteland she had been eyeing for a while. "You want to buy that wasteland?" Yunheng frowned. "Xiu, that land belongs to our village. Anyone from the village can buy or sell it. But do you know why no one has bought it all these years? Is it because of water issues?" Yunxiu guessed after thinking for a moment. Yunheng nodded and said, "Besides water problems, the soil isn't very good. Someone tried to grow vegetables there before, but they didn't grow well. It was a waste of effort. Later, only some beans could be planted. Don't worry, the seeds I bought today are similar to beans. Even if it's wasteland, it should be easy to grow," Yunxiu assured confidently. Cloud Xiu comforted him. Really? Yunheng still had some doubts. "So, Yun Xiaoxiao explained everything she knew about the growing conditions for sweet potatoes, corn, and other crops. The most important thing is that these crops have high yields. Oh, how high can they be? Yun Heng became interested. Farmers mainly care about harvests. If they can get an extra load of grain each year, they will be happy all year. About 1,200 jin per mu should not be a problem. Of course, Yun Xiaoxiao was being conservative. The production of flowers might not reach that, but doubling sweet potato and potato yields was easy. What did you say? Hearing this, Yun Heng was so surprised he suddenly stood up from his chair. After the excitement, he sat down again, feeling a bit down. Xiaoxiao, you shouldn't say such things casually. You know, the best farmland here only produces about 300 jin of rice per mu. And you're talking about 1,200 jin. Yun Xiaoxiao knew that without seeing it herself, it was hard for the local people to believe. After all, the productivity level of this era was low, lacking scientific planting techniques and pest control methods. Plus, the limited quality of seeds meant yields were not high. Because of this, farmers worked hard all year, but, besides paying taxes, they had little food left for themselves. Most people were often hungry. Uncle Village Chief, that's what the seed seller told me, Yun Xiaoxiao said, unable to prove her words, so she mentioned merchants from the western wind country. Seeing that Yun Heng still looked skeptical, Yun Xiaoxiao decided not to say more and was determined to buy the wasteland. Uncle Village Chief, do you know how many acres there are at the foot of the mountain? And what's the price? Don't worry, I just sold ginseng today and I have silver. That piece of land belongs to our village, about 1,000 acres. As for the price, since it's wasteland, it's 1 or 2 silver coins per acre. That, Yun Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that the 200 taels of silver she had just earned today weren't much. I'll buy 150 acres first. Yun Xiaoxiao estimated the amount of seed she bought today and the remaining seeds in her space, then said a number. 150 acres. Yun Heng was surprised again. Xiaoxiao, do you know what 150 acres means? Do you know how much seed it takes to plant that much? He thought Yun Xiaoxiao was just buying a piece of land to try out, but she came out with an astonishing number. I bought a lot of seeds the last time I went to town, and with these, it should be enough. Even if it's not enough, I can buy more, Yun Xiaoxiao replied casually. After confirming this several times, Yun Heng realized Yun Xiaoxiao was determined to buy the land. In the end, he helped her complete the paperwork. The next day, everyone in the village heard an important news. Really? Miss Xiao bought 150 acres of wasteland in the back mountain? That's hard to believe. The village chief already asked the officials to measure it. Miss Xiao is so reckless. The village chief didn't stop her. Buying that land is just throwing money into the water. Most people were focused on Yun Xiao's purchase of the land, but some wondered, no matter how useless the land is, it still costs money. Where did Miss Xiao get enough silver to buy 150 acres? Don't you think it's strange? Where did Miss Xiao get so much silver to buy land? That's a good question. Maybe her father left her some money. Impossible. Even if her father was successful, he hasn't saved much in recent years because of the illness of her mother and herself. I heard about that too. Do you remember? A few days ago, someone saw Miss Xiao coming down from the mountain. They say she got her silver from selling ginseng. Is that true? We've all been up the mountain many times, but we've never seen any ginseng. She only went a few times. How did she happen to find some? That's hard to say. Luck is unpredictable. The villagers' conversations ranged from Yun Xiao buying land to whether ginseng could be harvested from the mountain. In any case, Yun Xiao gave the villagers plenty of topics to talk about. From that day on, more people started going up the mountain. After buying the land, Yun Xiao was thinking about how to develop it. 150 acres of wasteland needed many workers, but everyone was busy with spring farming, so she couldn't find help for now. By late February, spring planting had begun. Plowing fields and planting rice seedlings filled the fields with busy activity. Yun Xiao had already handed over her few acres of paddy fields to the village chief's family to help plant. She didn't want them to work for free, but since it was her land, she still wanted to check on it. Warm sunlight shone on the earth, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of soil and fresh grass. Yun Xiao walked along the ridge, watching the busy villagers around her, feeling a warm sense of closeness. From afar, Yunxiu saw the village chief's family working in the water field she had just bought. The village chief was guiding a cow to plow one of the fields, while Yunxiu, Yunfeng, and Yunxiao, the three brothers, bent down to plant rice seedlings in the already prepared land. As she approached, Yunxiu could see everything more clearly. The village chief's water buffalo has a yoke around its neck, with a rope on each side connected to the plow behind. The village chief is holding the plow handle, walking in front of the water buffalo. He presses down with both hands, and under the buffalo's pulling force, the soil in the field is turned over by the plow. After this step is finished, another tool is used to further work the soil. This tool is a rake, which looks a bit like a comb with wide-spaced teeth. When using the rake, farmers hold the handle and insert the teeth into the soil. The buffalo pulls forward, causing the rake teeth to turn the soil. The compacted earth becomes loose, and the soil clumps turned up by the plow are broken into smaller pieces. Using the rake makes the soil finer and helps mix it evenly with water. It also clears out weeds and other debris, preparing the field for planting. Village chief, you've worked hard. Yunxiu greets cheerfully, her voice bright and clear, echoing across the lively fields. Hearing the voice, the village chief stops his work, turns around, and smiles kindly. Sweat glistens on his forehead in the sunlight. Showgirl, you're here. The field is dirty. You should go back quickly. We can finish planting your land in 2 days. The three Yunxi brothers also stop planting rice, straighten up, and smile at Yunxiu before bending down again to continue their work. They are working not far apart, each with rows of rice seedlings already planted in neat lines, creating a beautiful pattern. Watching the three brothers work so quickly and neatly, Yunxiu is very impressed. How do they do it so fast and perfectly? If she hadn't seen it herself, she'd think the distances between the seedlings were measured carefully. Brother Qi, Brother Feng, Brother Qiao, how do you manage to keep the seedlings so evenly spaced in all directions? It's amazing. Yunxiu sincerely admires them. The youngest of the brothers, Yunxiao, laughs and scratches his head. It's nothing. We've been working in the fields with our family since we were little. The more we plant rice, the more skilled we become. The second brother, Yunfeng, adds from nearby. When we plant, we have a rough idea of the spacing. At first, we look at the already planted seedlings to line up, but after doing it many times, we can do it evenly just by feeling. Seeing how relaxed and confident they are, Yunxiu is eager to try. She takes off her shoes and socks, rolls up her pants, and steps into the field. But just as she lifts her left foot and tries to move closer to Yunxi and the others, her foot sinks into the mud and gets stuck. Yunxiu felt a bit embarrassed, but luckily her three brothers were busy planting rice and didn't notice her. She switched to her right foot and pushed hard, but still couldn't pull it out. Reluctantly, she shifted her weight onto her right foot, used a little special ability, and lifted her left foot with effort. This time, she finally succeeded. She repeated the same method, lifting her right foot next. After doing this several times, she finally moved to Yunxi's side. Brother AQ, let me help too. Yunxi straightened up and looked at her. Forget it. Planting rice is tiring, and you've never done it before. You might not be able to handle it. Let me try, Yunxiu insisted. Yunxi didn't persuade her further, knowing she was just excited for now. Once her enthusiasm faded, she would naturally go back. All right, I'll teach you. Actually, there are some tips to planting rice. Yunxi pinched 3 seedlings and demonstrated. When planting, keep your fingers close together and insert the seedlings straight into the ground. The depth should be just right. Too shallow, and the seedlings might float. Too deep, and it's not good for their growth. It sounded pretty simple, and Yunxiu said she understood. Eagerly, she grabbed a small handful of seedlings, pulled out 3 with her right hand, and tried to plant them into the field like Yunxi. Good, just like that. Yunxi praised her when he saw her doing it properly, then focused on planting rice himself. Meanwhile, Yunxiu, after reaching the 3rd row, glanced around and realized that the 1st row wasn't neatly arranged. She pulled out the bump of seedlings and looked for a better spot to plant them. Great, now it was all aligned. But when she looked at the 3rd row again, she found another problem. the seedlings weren't straight. Yunxiu adjusted their position again. In just a short while, when she was finally satisfied, the three brothers who had been at her level earlier were now far behind her. On both sides, the seedlings were neatly planted, but behind her was still a water-filled rice field. Yunxiu only then realized she had been planting seedlings around her body and hadn't moved her feet at all. The brothers, however, moved along as they planted, stepping forward with each step. What seemed like simple farm work was actually quite difficult. After stumbling and planting seedlings in the field behind her, she had bent over countless times. If it weren't for her special ability supporting her, she wouldn't have been able to keep going. Standing on the rice field bank, Yunxiu looked at her work with a sense of achievement. But soon, her face started to flush slightly. In the field filled with seedlings, for rows were her own work, clearly recognizable.
Why?
Because all the other seedlings were neatly arranged, looking very pleasing to the eye. Her work resulted in very short wavy lines. Yunxiu was a bit stunned. Just now, she had paid close attention to the arrangement around her, so why did it turn out like this? Xiu, you're doing well, Yunqi said, gathering the remaining seedlings to move to another field. Seeing Yunxiu lost in thought, he praised her generously. He genuinely thought Yunxiu was doing a good job. It was impressive that she could stick with planting in the field for so long on her first try. As for the strange wavy lines that seemed out of place, they didn't matter much. What mattered was that the plants survived. Xiu, why are you here? Hearing Yunlon call her, Yunxiu looked over and saw Yunlon walking toward her with a basket of seedlings. I came to see. It's pretty interesting here, Yunxiu said, trying to take Yunlan's shoulder pull. Yunlon took a step back.
No.
You wait here. I'll take these seedlings to the other field and come back. Yunxiu obediently stayed still. With the speed of Yunqi and his brothers, she couldn't be much help here. It might be better to go with Yunlan to the seedling field, where she could be more useful. Soon, Yunlan returned carrying an empty basket. Xiu, do you want to come help transplant seedlings? Yunxiu nodded repeatedly, and the two headed toward the seedling nursery. In the nursery, the lush seedlings looked very lively. Yunlan's mother was squatting there, quickly pulling out seedlings. Mom, Xiu is here. Mrs. Tong looked up and smiled at Yunxiu. Xiu, you came too? Yunxiu nodded. I want to do something too. Actually, Yunlan's family helped her plant the fields, but they never expected her to join in the work. It was true that Yunxiu was paying them to help, so she didn't have to do anything if she didn't want to. But Yunxiu wouldn't really be a hands-off boss. It wasn't about whether she spent money or not, but whether she felt grateful. Seeing Yunxiu roll up her sleeves, ready to go into the field to pull seedlings, Mrs. Tong quickly stopped her. Xiu, don't go down. There are leeches in the water. Yunxiu hesitated. She had heard of these creatures and seen pictures. They were disgusting. If this had been before the apocalypse, she might have been afraid. But after experiencing the chaos of the end times, such small creatures no longer scared her. Xiu sat down smoothly, pulling up rice seedlings while reminiscing about history books she had read in her past life. As technology advanced, farming became fully mechanized. Planting and harvesting saved time and effort, making it easy for one person to manage a farm. Unlike now, when people are bound to the fields, working under the sun, their efforts often don't match their rewards, a situation called relying on luck to survive. Thoughts raced through her mind, but she kept working without delay. After she couldn't hold all the seedlings in one hand, Xiu grabbed some straw nearby, bundled the seedlings, and set them aside. Her mind and hands were busy, so she didn't notice an uninvited guest on her leg. Yunlan put the seedlings she had pulled into a basket, planning to carry them to her father and brothers. When she turned her head, she saw a long green worm on Xiu's calf, wriggling constantly. Xiu, don't move. She hurriedly put down her pole and ran toward Xiu. Her shout caught Xiu's attention. Seeing her worried expression, Xiu looked down at her calf. Good grief, could that be a leech? Xiu immediately jumped up from the bench, vigorously shaking her leg to try to shake off the leech. But the leech was stuck tightly, as if it had taken root, and couldn't be removed no matter what. Cloud Xiu reached out to try to pick it off, but the leech looked disgusting, and she couldn't bear to touch it. She withdrew her hand. Yunlon had already come over and saw what Cloud Xiu was doing. She quickly stopped her. Xiu, don't shake it anymore. The more you shake, the tighter it clings. You can't pull it with your hand either, or its head might get embedded. After saying that, she told Cloud Xiu to sit back on the bench, then gently patted the skin around the leech on her calf. By then, Cloud Xiu had calmed down from her panic. Seeing Yunlon pat her leg for a while without the leech falling off, she secretly used her special power. After another gentle pat from Yunlon, the leech finally dropped into the water and swam away. Yunlon finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the blood flowing from Cloud Xiu's leg and kindly advised, Xiu, you should go back now. Tong's wife, hearing the commotion, understood what had happened. She came over, took a cloth from her pocket, and pressed it against Cloud Xiu's wound. Once the bleeding stopped, she also advised, yes, Xiu, you should head back now. There are quite a few leeches in the field, and you don't want to scare yourself. Cloud Xiu felt a little shy. She had experienced the end of the world and faced zombies many times. How could she be afraid of such a small thing? Her earlier hesitation was just a natural reaction to seeing something disgusting, which made her forget her own abilities for a moment. Madam Lanlan, I was just careless earlier. I will be more careful next time. Yunlon wanted to persuade her again, but Yun Xiuxi stopped her. All right, Lanlan, Ah Qi and the others are still waiting for the seedlings. You go ahead. Seeing her firm attitude, Yunlon didn't say anything more. She picked up her basket and left. Madame Tong also returned to her spot and continued working. After they left, Yun Xiuxi remembered the image of the leech wriggling on her leg. She still felt a bit uncomfortable. Since that was the case, she decided to take revenge. She focused her mind and used her special powers to turn into countless invisible threads, shooting toward the leeches moving in the field. In a hidden corner, many leeches quietly died without anyone noticing. Madame Tong, busy with her work, finally wondered aloud, why do the leeches seem to have fewer? She had been here for a while, and her legs had been crawled on several times by leeches, but she was used to it and just brushed them off. Feeling satisfied, Yun Xiuxi pretended to be calm and said, maybe we scared them away with our noise earlier. Yunlon went back and forth several times with the seedlings and finally, she returned with the village chief. Xiuxi, you must be tired. You and Lanlan go home first. We'll handle the rest, Yunheng said, taking over the task of carrying the seedlings and urging them to leave. Yun Xiuxi wanted to refuse, but looking at the time, it was almost noon. Everyone hadn't eaten yet, so it was time to go home and prepare lunch. Lanlan, you go home first. I'll pick some vegetables and come back, Yun Xiuxi said to Yunlon after entering the village. Thinking about how delicious Yun Xiuxi's cooking was, Yunlon nodded and went ahead to prepare lunch. When Yun Xiuxi returned home, she entered her space. The vegetables inside were ready to be harvested. Just as she was worried about how to handle them, she suddenly heard a familiar voice echoing in her mind. Crop maturity detected. Would you like to sell? Yun Xiuxi was stunned. What did that mean? Before she could think more, a transparent panel appeared in the air, displaying Space Level, Level 1. You can sell the current mature crops. After selling, you will earn points based on the quality and quantity of the crops. Points can be used to upgrade the space level and unlock more features. Yun Xiuxi looked at the words on the panel. Excitement filled her heart. She silently thought, sell. Suddenly, the mature vegetables in the space disappeared instantly. The panel then displayed a few lines of text. Congratulations, you have earned 5,000 points. Current points, 5,000. You need 95,000 points to upgrade the space again. Yun Xiu was both surprised and happy. The space can now produce and sell its own crops. Now she wouldn't worry about the crops having no market. After the excitement, she remembered her original purpose of going home. She wanted to take the vegetables out of the space for the village chief's family to try, but since they had already been sold, she had to leave the space and go to the backyard. Fortunately, the backyard also had many vegetables. She picked a few and hurried to Yunlan's house. Together, they quickly prepared a simple meal. The village chief's family was also expected to return soon. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, third brother, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat, Yunlan called out immediately. Since she was familiar with the village chief's family, Yunxiu didn't leave politely, but stayed to eat lunch together. At the table, Yunxiu received many compliments. "Show girl, I didn't expect you to stick with farming for your first time working the land. That's really impressive," Yunheng said with a smile. "I just did some light work," Yunxiu modestly replied.
Ah, Xiu, Dad is right.
"You've done very well," Yunqi added in praise. After eating, they rested briefly. Then Yunheng took his family back to the fields. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Yunxiu's land was planted the next day. As agreed before, Yunxiu paid each person 30 won per day. "Xiu girl, take this money back," Yunheng said with a serious face, pretending to be angry. "Uncle, we agreed before that if you didn't accept it, I wouldn't dare ask for your help again. You know, I just bought 150 acres of wasteland and really need workers." Well, Yunheng was helpless and had no choice but to accept it. The village chief didn't advise her earlier, and now the official documents are out, so it's too late to change her mind. The girl doesn't understand these things. So much money has been wasted, which is really unfortunate. Listening to everyone's comments, Yunxiu showed no sign of regret, but instead smiled confidently. She stepped forward and comforted everyone, saying, "Village chief, don't worry. Since I bought this land, I have ways to grow crops on it, and will have a good harvest." The villagers looked at Yunxiu with suspicion. Someone questioned, "Yunxiu, this isn't a joke. With so many stones, how can we plant anything?" Yunxiu didn't explain further. Instead, she addressed everyone. "Uncles and brothers, I need your help to continue clearing the land. I will pay you the agreed wages." The people looked at each other. They wanted to earn money, but knowing the outcome might be bad, they didn't want to see this girl, whom they had watched grow up, lose even more. "Yunxiu, are you sure you want to keep going?" Seeing her confident smile, Yunheng thought maybe she really had a plan, so he asked again to confirm. "Yes, uncle," Yunxiu nodded firmly. Since she was sure, everyone stopped hesitating and started working enthusiastically. Yunxiu asked the villagers to pile the stones they dug out of the land to the side because they would need them later. Half a month later, all 150 acres of wasteland had been cleared, and many stones had been removed. Yunxiu had people stack the stones around the area to serve as a barrier. After paying everyone for their work, they all smiled happily. They earned nearly half a tael of silver this time, much better than looking for random jobs elsewhere. Just as they were about to leave with their coins, Yunxiu called them back. "Uncles and brothers, I still need your help planting crops. Would you be willing? Your wives and mothers can join too." Her words made everyone curious. They knew Yunxiu bought the land to grow things, but they had always wondered what could be planted on such a barren piece of land. After hearing their guesses, Yunxiu agreed to come back the next day and then return home. In the meantime, she kept busy, thinking about water sources and nurturing seedlings. There wasn't really a shortage of water. The problem was that the river at the foot of the mountain was far from the villagers' irrigation channels. If they relied solely on carrying water, how many trips would it take to water 150 acres? To avoid wasting effort and resources, she knew she had to find another way. Liantai Mountain is not just a mountain. Among the rolling hills, there are many naturally formed ponds, which villagers call mountain ponds. Yunxiu's task is to bring water from these ponds down to the foot of the mountain. Her method is to use a device called a kawu. Kawu, also known as a mountain crossing dragon, is a simple structure, a curved pipe made of bamboo or copper that uses siphon effects. When there is a certain height difference, it can transfer water across a gap. Liantai village has plenty of bamboo, which makes Yunxiu's work easier. As for seedlings, planting peanuts and corn is simple. Just dig a trench and plant. But sweet potatoes and potatoes are more complicated. Since buying sweet potatoes and potatoes, Yunxiu has remembered her past life. Before the apocalypse, she often cooked. If the potatoes and sweet potatoes bought at home weren't eaten right away, they would eventually sprout. Now she realizes those sprouts are seedlings. To test this, Yun-shio chose 2 samples to experiment with in her space. She cut the potatoes into small pieces, leaving 1 or 2 sprout eyes on each, then covered them with cloth soaked in creek water from her space, waiting for them to sprout. For sweet potatoes, she simply covered them with fine soil and kept them moist with water. Under space conditions, both sprouted quickly, confirming that her method worked. Of course, she was only testing the seedling method. Yun-shio has a wood-type supernatural power, so she doesn't need such complicated steps. She can just use her power to make them sprout. The next day, everyone in the village who had free time came to the wasteland Yun-shio had just cleared. They came to help work and earn wages, and also out of curiosity about what Yun-shio planned to plant. When Yun-shio proposed to bring water from the mountain, everyone looked surprised and asked questions. Cutting bamboo is easy, but can you really bring water from the mountain? Although confused, since Yun-shio was the boss, the villagers followed her instructions. After 2 days, Yun-shio estimated they had enough bamboo. She asked everyone to cut the bamboo into suitable lengths, drill through the joints, and connect them end to end. Another 2 days passed, and once the preparations were done, Yun-shio placed dry grass at the end of the bamboo pipe and set it on fire. This created negative pressure inside the pipe, drawing water from the other side of the mountain. There's water. Half an hour later, everyone was amazed to see water actually flowing out of the bamboo pipe. As they watched the continuous flow, they looked at Yun-shio with admiration. Yun-shio, how did you know this method? Yun-hung asked excitedly. I read about it in a book, Yun-shio replied with a smile. Anyway, the original owner's father was a scholar, so the family was not short of books. This excuse is quite believable. As for which book it was, it's understandable if she forgot for a moment. In the past few days, the village has divided the wasteland into various plots and built ridges according to Yun-shio's instructions. Now that there is water, planting can begin soon. It's late March now, so planting is a bit late. However, Yun-shio is planting new and unusual crops. Even if the villagers are curious, they won't say anything. Yun-shio, unless she wanted everything to seem logical, wouldn't need to follow the farming schedule. Yun-shio leads people back to her house. She has already prepared various seeds and seedlings in the front and backyards. Besides the 4 new crops she recently bought, she also plans to plant medicinal herbs and flowers, which she bought earlier, on the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. When the villagers learned Yun-shio wanted to grow medicinal herbs and flowers, they were surprised. Growing vegetables and herbs is normal, but flowers? What use do they have? They are not for eating or practical purposes. They silently thought to themselves, but when they saw the new and strange corn and peanut seeds, as well as the sprouting potatoes and sweet potatoes, their faces couldn't stay calm. They had never seen these seeds before. Xiaojia, what are these? I've never seen them before, asked the 3rd aunt, who was helping with planting. Yun-shio explained the origins of the seeds. As for the expected harvest, she decided not to reveal it for now. Yun-shio's seed plan was carefully calculated. After 3 days, once all the land was planted, she would run out of seeds. The early management was simple, just watering when the soil was dry. So, Yun-shio only asked 5 villagers to help manage the crops. Among them were 3rd aunt's son Yun-liang, her grandson Yun-jung, Aunt Zhang, and Fong Run and Fong Kue, who rented land from Yun-shio. Everyone knew these 5's good character. Since Yun-shio's crops were quite rare, she trusted these reliable people to manage them. The 150 acres was quite large, so it wasn't possible to use just 1 water pipe. Yun-shio arranged for 2 more pipes and built 5 water reservoirs on the land for future water use. After the reservoirs were built, Yun-shio secretly released some water from the Space Creek, mixing it with mountain pond water. With water from the Space Creek, the crops would grow faster and be more resistant to pests and diseases. Time quickly moved to April. The seeds she planted have sprouted into young plants. The once barren land has become lively and full of energy, making people feel happy to see it. Yunxiu runs up the mountain every day because her land is at the foot of the mountain. Others just think she is checking her fields. Little do they know, she only stays briefly in the fields before turning into the deep mountains. Now she rarely goes into the mountains at night, as her senses are not as good after dark. After coming out of the mountain again, Yunxiu carries a small fox with her. Previously, besides being in the mountain, the small fox stayed in her space. Now Yunxiu wants it to appear openly. "Girl Xiu, what are you holding in your arms?" An auntie asked curiously when she saw the small fox in Yunxiu's arms. "This is a little fox I found on the mountain," Yunxiu replied with a smile, gently moving the fox's face out of her embrace. "It's quite cute. But girl Xiu, aren't you worried it might hurt someone? What if it bites the poultry?" Yunxiu knew her auntie was worried from a cautious point of view, so she didn't get upset but explained patiently. "This little fox is very well behaved and understands people. I will take good care of it and won't let it harm the poultry or cause trouble." The noise attracted the attention of children playing nearby. They ran over and, seeing the white fox in Yunxiu's arms, looked at it with envy. "Big sister Xiu, can I hold it?" Niu, the young son of the Zhang family, asked boldly. Niu is only 7 years old, at the age of playing with cats and dogs. Seeing a new animal, he immediately liked it. Before Yunxiu could answer, the small fox, whose head had just appeared, quickly retracted into her clothes, leaving only a tail outside, clearly refusing. Yunxiu gently petted it to soothe it and apologized to Niu. "Sorry, Niu, the little fox is a bit shy." Although disappointed, Niu didn't get angry or insist on holding it. "Will it still be shy tomorrow? Can I come to your house to play with it?"
Oh.
Yunxiu didn't know how to answer. The small fox clearly didn't want to interact, and it wasn't just a matter of time. In the end, Yunxiu didn't answer when the little fox would stop being shy. To make up for it, she shared some fruits she picked from the mountain with a group of children. These fruits weren't from the mysterious valley, but common wild fruits found on the mountain. With something to eat, the children's attention shifted from the fox, and they happily thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you, Sister Xiu. Thank you, Auntie Xiu." Not long after returning home, Yunlan's voice was heard outside the door. "Ah, Xiu, I heard you found a fox.
Show me what it looks like."
Yunlan entered the house and looked around. "You heard so quickly? The little fox is a bit shy and probably won't pay attention to you. That's okay. I'll take care of it. It will like me very soon," Yunlan said confidently.
"Marshall, come out."
Yunxiu called into the room. "Is its name Marshall?" Yunlan was surprised at first, then laughed. "First a general, now a marshal. Are you a little soldier?" Hearing this, Yunxiu looked at the two little creatures coming out from the house, biting each other, and felt speechless. These two started fighting as soon as they saw each other. Today she brought Marshall up the mountain, leaving the general at home, and now they're fighting. Every day she's busy calming their fights. Isn't she just a little soldier?
"Come here, both of you."
"If you keep biting, you'll stay in the yard tonight." When Yunxiu spoke, the two little ones finally stopped fighting. Although they didn't like each other, they knew their limits and never fought too hard. Seeing them stop because of Yunxiu, Yunlan was amazed. "Ah, Xiu, do they understand what you're saying?" Yunxiu smiled but didn't answer. "Marshall, come here." Yunlan crouched down and called softly to the little fox. But the little fox didn't even glance at her and walked straight to Yunxiu's feet.
It
ignored me." Yunlan felt very disappointed. "All right, let me pet it." Yunxiu picked up the little fox and held it in front of Yunlan. The little fox still looked aloof, but at least it didn't turn its back on her. Yunlan reached out and gently stroked the little fox a few times, feeling satisfied. "You came just in time. I plan to go to Qianyu Pavilion tomorrow. Last time you said you wanted to see the blue sky flowers, so I'll show you enough today." Yunxiu let the two little ones play by themselves and took Yunlan to the backyard. "Are the blue sky flowers blooming?" Yunlan asked as they walked. "Not yet, but they're close." They arrived at the corner where the blue sky flowers were kept. The flower pot, which only had tender leaves before, now had lush branches and two small flower buds about the size of a fingernail at the top. Yunlan's eyes lit up. She leaned in to observe the blue sky flowers carefully, a look of surprise on her face. Ah, Xiao, how did you do it? It's only been a month, and the blue sky flowers are growing so well, and even have buds. Cloud Xiao knew she was just expressing her feelings and didn't really want to know the planting method. She didn't go into details, only apologized. Lan, you might not see the jade poppy bloom for a while. Yunlan thought about her earlier words and understood. That's okay. Now I can send it back to Qianyu Pavilion, and the timing is just right. Most people buy flowers to enjoy watching them bloom over time. If they bloom all at once, the viewing time is short, and the fun decreases by a lot. Tomorrow, when you send it to Qianyu Pavilion, it will surprise that owner. After all, a flower sentenced to death was saved by you. No, I want to go with you tomorrow. I want to see their shocked faces. Yunlan was excited just thinking about that scene. Are you that happy? Let me tell you something else that will make you happy. I took a cutting from this mother plant of the jade poppy, and it is already rooted. You will still be able to see it bloom in the future. While speaking, Yun Xiu pointed to a nearby flower pot. Inside, there was a young, tender jade poppy seedling. It was still weak but full of life, as if it could grow into a beautiful plant. When Yunlan returned to Qianyu Pavilion, her amazement was gone. Honestly, if you don't love flowers, even the most beautiful ones are just interesting to look at. Mrs., please come in. A servant at the door greeted warmly. Servant, don't you remember us? We came here a month ago, Yunlan reminded him. The servant looked them over for a while, then saw the familiar flower pot in Yun Xiu's arms. A flash of insight appeared, and he remembered them. Oh, it's you two girls. What are you doing with that? His eyes fixed on the flower pot Yun Xiu was holding, but it was covered with a cloth, so he couldn't see inside. If he remembered correctly, this girl had taken a dead flower from them last time. Could it be that the flower in her arms is that same flower? But how is that possible? Yun Xiu ignored his gaze and asked, Servant, is your master here? Oh, yes, but he's in a meeting, the servant replied, withdrawing his gaze. I see. Then we'll wait here. Seeing that they didn't seem to want to leave, the servant became curious and looked again at the flower pot. However, he didn't rush to lift the cloth but instead asked them to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard. In the reception room, Su Qianqian was sitting face-to-face with a wealthy-looking lady dressed in fine clothes. On the table was a withered yellow orchid. Madam Wang, I spent a lot of money to buy this orchid from your place. I didn't expect it to turn like this after only a short time. Your Qianyu Pavilion needs to give me an explanation. Madam Su, all the flowers in Qianyu Pavilion are carefully cultivated and selected. This situation might be due to improper care. Could you tell me exactly how you've been taking care of it? Su Qianqian's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Madam Wang looked at her maid, who immediately stepped forward and replied, After buying the flower, I only watered it every day. Nothing else. Did you hear that? The problem lies with your Qianyu Pavilion, Madam Wang concluded. Su Qianqian stood up, pointing at the soil in the pot, and said to Madam Wang, The main issue with this orchid is its roots. Look at the soil. It's too compacted and poorly ventilated, which prevents the roots from breathing properly. Plus, the watering wasn't even, causing the roots to rot. Madam Wang was taken aback and looked a bit embarrassed. She didn't really know much about flowers. She only bought the expensive plants to decorate her image at the flower appreciation events popular among the ladies. Then, Madam Su, what should we do about this? Well, if you're willing, we can keep this plant and try to save it before returning it to you, Su Qianqian suggested with a thoughtful look. Madam Wang nodded, appearing somewhat satisfied. As Su Qianqian saw Madam Wang off, she passed through the courtyard and immediately spotted Yun Xiu sitting by the stone table. She had a deep impression of Yun Xiu and, upon seeing her now, a suspicion arose in her mind. After seeing Madam Wang off, Su Qianqian quickly approached Yun Xiu. Miss Yun, today's visit, do you have good news? Yun Xiu didn't expect her to be so direct and responded accordingly. It can indeed be considered good news. Su Qianqian's gaze shifted to the flower pot on the table. May I take a look? Please go ahead. Yun Xiu gestured casually. Su Qianqian carefully lifted the cloth covering the flower pot. When she saw the full view of the pot, her eyes flashed with disbelief. Although she had some guesses, seeing the familiar plant still shocked her. She hadn't expected that the Bai Xiao flower, which had been declared dead, was actually revived by the young girl in front of her. How did she do it? Su Qianqian turned her gaze back to Yun Xiu's face, showing her shock openly. I didn't expect you really saved it. Yun Xiu simply smiled softly. The person paying attention nearby was also stunned. When Bai Xiaohua was alive, she had seen it before. Now, Bai Xiaohua looked just the same as before, even more spirited, with a feeling that was hard to describe. Master Su, you said you would take it back earlier. Are you still planning to do that? Yunlan suddenly spoke from the side. Ai Xiao had put a lot of effort into saving Bai Xiaohua, so she deserved some reward. Su Qianqian smiled when she heard this. Of course. I spent a lot of effort to get it in the first place. I almost lost hope. Now that you've saved it, it's a great happiness for me. She looked at the two small flower buds at the top of Bai Xiaohua and showed a happy expression. Actually, Bai Xiaohua has another amazing feature. Its flowers can be used to make scar-removing ointment. Even old scars can be healed. This was something Yun Xiu didn't know. She thought about the plant she had just cut and rooted, and her eyes filled with joy. Su Qianqian took out 4 silver notes from her purse and handed them to Yun Xiu. I bought it for 300 taels before. This is 400 taels, and the extra 100 taels are a thank you gift. Yun Xiu took the money and kept 2 notes, giving the other 2 back to Su Qianqian. Master Su, Bai Xiaohua originally belongs to you. I just bought it without any profit. I really can't take more. Su Qianqian was surprised. She didn't expect the girl in front of her to be so honest. Judging by their clothes and appearance, they were probably from ordinary families. To be able to give up 200 taels so easily was rare. She didn't insist and put the 200 taels back into her purse. Miss Yun, since you managed to save Bai Xiaohua, you must be quite knowledgeable about flowers. Would you be interested in attending the famous flower appreciation event? Flower appreciation event. Yun Xiu repeated curiously. Yes, next month in the capital city, there will be a famous flower exhibition. Each family will display their treasured flowers, and experts will judge them. Based on the rankings, there will be rewards, Su Qianqian explained. Yun Xiu was very interested. She had been in this era for 2 months. The farthest she had gone was to the town. She had thought about exploring outside, if given the chance. Now that the opportunity had come, she didn't want to miss it. Seeing her interest, Su Qianqian sincerely invited her. I don't know where Miss Yun lives. If you decide to go, I can pick you up at the end of the month and go together. She was so thoughtful that Yun Xiu couldn't refuse. Moreover, she hadn't really planned to refuse in the first place. So she nodded to Su Qianqian and said, Thank you for the invitation, Master Su. I hope it's okay for me to accept. Miss Yun, please don't call me Master Su. I am a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me sister. Su Qianqian had a good impression of Yun Xiu and admired her skills. She wanted to make friends and thought that using a closer form of address would help.
Okay.
Sister Qianqian, you don't need to call us Miss Yun anymore. You can call me a Xiu or Yun Xiu. Yun Xiu accepted Su Qianqian's friendliness. In this unfamiliar time, making more friends was never a bad thing. Su Qianqian nodded and called out, a Xiu, then looked at Yunlan and said, Lan Lan, Sister Qianqian. Yunlan also called. They agreed on a time, then Yun Xiu and Yunlan left Qianyu Pavilion. Ah Xiu, are you really going to the city? Yunlan asked nervously on the way back. Just to see the world. Yun Xiu noticed Yunlan's worried look and asked, Are you afraid I might meet bad people? Yunlan hesitated and nodded. Do you trust Master Su? It's not that she thought badly of her. They had only met her twice. It was hard to tell what kind of person she was. Yun Xiu felt warm inside. She patted Yunlan's shoulder and smiled confidently. Don't worry. I don't think Master Su is a bad person. Besides, even if she has other intentions, I'm not afraid. Yunlan didn't know where her confidence came from, but her smile was contagious. Her worries suddenly disappeared. When they returned to the village, they saw many people heading in the same direction. Yunlon grabbed a child and asked, Nyonya, where are you guys going? Nyonya was running ahead with friends when suddenly someone grabbed the back of his neck. He kicked his feet, realizing he was still in the same place. He was about to get annoyed, but when he heard Yunlan's question, he stopped struggling and turned around. Lan's sister, let go. I need to rush to the Lin family to grab some wedding candies. Yunlan obediently let go, then caught the key words in his words. Wedding candies. Don't you know? The Lin family is having a wedding today, and they threw a lot of candies. Sister Lan, are you coming? If you're late, they'll be all gone. Little glutton, you go by yourselves. Yunlan scolded with a smile and urged him to hurry. Okay, we're leaving. Sister Lan, Sister A Xiao, if you don't go, I'll grab more and give some to you later. Nyonyo's figure had already run a distance away, and his childish voice still carried over. This little brat, who cares about Lin family sweets, Yunlan said irritably. The two of them seemed unaware of the Lin family's happy event, each returning to their own home. Meanwhile, at the Lin family home, red cloth decorated the house, creating a strong festive atmosphere. The yard was filled with tables, and villagers sat around, occasionally whispering to each other. Mrs. Yang and Lin Dashan, dressed in brand-new clothes, walked into the crowd. Today, my son Ah Ming is getting married. There will be good food and drinks. Everyone enjoy yourselves, Mrs. Yang said, signaling the kitchen to start serving dishes. Soon, servers came out one after another, placing dishes on the table, 10 dishes in total, including 8 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes. Remarkably, 6 of the hot dishes were meat. The villagers' eyes widened at the sight of such a rich feast. Such a grand banquet hadn't been seen in the village for decades. Wow, Mrs. Yang, your family really spared no expense with so many main dishes, an elderly woman exclaimed in surprise. Even during New Year, it's not this lavish. Mrs. Yang, your family is really generous, a middle-aged man commented. Yes, I heard the bride's family is wealthy in town. Ah Ming is truly lucky. These two will have a good life ahead, a nearby aunt added with envy on her face. Mrs. Yang couldn't help but smile broadly at the compliments. In fact, she hadn't paid a single penny for the feast. All the expenses were covered by the bride's family. At first, she felt a bit distressed about the money spent, thinking it might be better to keep it for herself. But now she understood, such a display of wealth gave her face in the village, so spending the money was worth it. Amid the praise, someone suddenly asked, since it's a wedding, why haven't we seen the groom and bride? Yeah, no bride and groom showing up at their wedding. Could it be that the groom is a guest or something? Stop talking, haven't you seen Mrs. Yang's face change? Yes, eat your food. After today, who knows if we'll get another chance to enjoy such a feast? The unkind remark stopped, and Mrs. Yang's expression softened a little. She stiffly explained, the countryside is not convenient. Ah Ming and his bride are from town, so to take care of the guests, we also set up a banquet in town. She deliberately avoided mentioning where the wedding ceremony was held. In town, at the Liang family's house. The only daughter of the family was getting married, and the house was filled with joy and happiness, with many distinguished guests present. In the new house, Liang Mingyue was dressed as a bride, making her look bright and beautiful. After the marriage was arranged, she met Lin Hongming a few times. When they discussed where to hold the wedding, at first Lin's family strongly refused to hold it at the Liang family's house, saying it was not proper for the bride to go to the groom's family, and it was not customary to move into the bride's home. In the end, she simply said that if the wedding was held at the Liang family's house, important people would come, and she could introduce Lin Hongming to them. The Lin family members then kept quiet. Liang Mingyue didn't have high hopes for her marriage. She just wanted to have a child to carry on the Liang family. Naturally, she wanted everything to go her way. She didn't want to go to the countryside for a public gathering. At this moment, drums and music sounded loudly outside, and the wedding ceremony was about to begin. Lin Hongming, dressed in fine wedding clothes, arrived at Liang Mingyue's room surrounded by many people. He straightened his clothes, smiled confidently, and pushed open the door. When he saw Liang Mingyue, he was slightly stunned. His mind suddenly thought of someone else's face. He had also imagined their wedding night. Groom, The auspicious time is almost here. Please take the young lady to the front hall, someone nearby reminded him, bringing his thoughts back. He frowned slightly, then put on a gentle smile. Manhwa, you look beautiful today. I am finally marrying you. Liang Manhwa looked at him meaningfully. She had noticed his distraction earlier. She guessed he was thinking of someone else. So what? Since they had made a deal, if he did something to upset her, she would do the same to him. She already knew about Lin Hongming's former fiancé and knew he had broken off that engagement to marry her. She didn't think she was stealing someone else's fiancé. If someone's love was taken, it wasn't truly theirs. Without her, there would be others. His distraction earlier made her realize that Lin Hongming might still have feelings for that woman. She decided that one day, she would meet her. The matchmaker covered Liang Manhwa's head with a veil. Lin Hongming took her hand, held it firmly, and they left the room together. They arrived at the front hall, where old Master Liang and Mrs. Liang sat on a high seat, surrounded by guests. Seeing this scene, Lin Hongming felt his choice was right. If he had still been a humble country scholar, he wouldn't have had the chance to interact with these important people. Maybe his studies would have been cut short. After the wedding ceremony, there was a grand banquet. The Liang family prepared many delicious dishes, filling the tables with fine food. The guests ate, drank, and talked happily, making the scene lively and joyful. The Liang family is very trustworthy. After the bride was taken to a private courtyard, old Master Liang took Lin Hongming to meet the guests. These guests included wealthy businessmen and officials from the government. In short, after today, Lin Hongming's goal became clearer: to use the help of others to create a bright future for himself. Time passed slowly. Recently, Yunxiu noticed that people looked at her with some sympathy, which made her feel confused. When she told Yunlan about this, Yunlan quickly understood the deeper meaning. Lin Hongming got married, and you haven't found someone yet. Everyone is worried about you. Yunxiu was speechless. What's there to worry about? She ate well, slept peacefully, and was very happy. Honestly, I am a little worried too. Now it's April, and your birthday is in October. She didn't finish her sentence, but Yunxiu understood what she meant. Yes, that strange rule. Yunxiu wasn't as worried about the rule as before. With her own abilities, could she really be forced into something? When the time came, she had a backup plan. The mysterious valley in the mountains was a good hiding place. But she wouldn't take that step until the last moment. There's still half a year left. Why rush? Maybe my ideal partner will come to me on his own, Yunxiu joked. Don't be too optimistic. I think someone will come to propose soon, Yunlan suddenly said, stopping Yunxiu's smile. Really? I'm just a single girl, and it's the period of mourning for my family. Who would come to propose? Yunxiu said indifferently. Don't you know? Your current situation is quite good compared to nearby villages. As for the mourning period, you can get engaged first and marry after it's over, Yunlan said. Yunlan was right. Yunxiu's family owned land and could easily buy wasteland with over 100 taels of silver, showing they were well off. Some people looked down on her being an orphan, but others didn't. Especially now, with land and money, being alone made her more attractive to those with good intentions. After all, marrying her meant gaining everything she had, and her family wouldn't interfere. Isn't that very tempting? Sure enough, Yunlan's words proved true. The next morning, a woman came to Yunxiu's house. She was the wife of Yuni, the 9th child in the village. Yuni was called Jiu Shun by Yunxiu. Ah Xiu, today I came to ask you about something. Yunxiu looked at her hesitantly, and for some reason, Yunlan's words from yesterday echoed in her mind. Could it be? Just then, Aunt Nine continued, Ah Xiu, do you have any plans for your marriage? Seeing Yunxiu's stunned expression, Aunt Nine thought she was shy about discussing her marriage, so she added, Ah Xiu, I know young girls are shy about this, but now your family only has you. Eventually, you will need to make your own decision. Uncle Nine, I don't want to think about this right now, Yunxiu replied. Her reaction was expected. Young girls often feel shy about discussing their lifelong plans. Ah Xiu, girls will marry sooner or later. The earlier you think about it, the more choices you'll have. I have someone in mind, my cousin from my mother's side. Before she finished, Yunxiu interrupted her. Thank you, Aunt Nine, for thinking of me, but I really don't want to consider this now. Her tone was firm and serious. Aunt Nine understood her meaning, but before she could say more, she left. In the afternoon, Yun Xiu received another elder, fourth grandma. Fourth grandma opened the door directly. Ah, Xiu, now that Lin's son is married, it's time for you to settle down too. Yun Xiu rolled her eyes inwardly. What does that have to do with her? Whether Lin Hongming is married or not, what does it matter to her? Who says if he gets married, she must also find someone? Fourth grandma, my parents just left not long ago. I don't want to think about marriage right now, she said. That won't do. Your parents are gone, but you still have to go on with your life. If you find a good match, your parents can rest in peace. Yun Xiu knew the old lady cared about her, but her concern wouldn't make her compromise. Fourth grandma, as you see, I can live well on my own. I'm not forcing you, but you're about to turn 16. Do you really want the government to find someone for you? Why not find someone you know well? Your cousin from your Aunt Qing's side. You've met him when you were young. I'll have him come to see you soon. Today, fourth grandma came because her daughter, Yun Qing, asked her to. Of course, she also liked Yun Xiu. This girl had changed a lot. Now, she looked quite suitable as a match for her own grandson. Yun Xiu felt a bit tired, but she couldn't argue strongly with her elders, so she politely declined. Fourth grandma, I don't want to marry right now. Maybe in the future, I will find someone who comes to ask for me. Are you thinking of finding a matchmaker? Grandma C was a bit surprised, but understanding Yun Xiu's current situation, she could see why she made her decision. Still, she kindly reminded her, Xiu'er, I'm not trying to discourage you, but the people willing to visit are not very good. You should think carefully. Thank you for your concern. I will consider it carefully. After sending Grandma C out, Yun Xiu was worried someone else might come, so she also left. She left the general and the marshal to watch the house and slowly made her way to the empty land at the foot of the mountain. Actually, it was no longer just a barren land. Before her was a lush, green scene. Aunt Zhang was watering the vegetables in the field. Seeing Yun Xiu, she quickly greeted her. Xiu'er, you're here. Yun Xiu smiled and replied, I came to take a look. Xiu'er, you really bought the right land. Look at how well everything is growing, whether it's the vegetables or the things you mentioned, like corn and sweet potatoes, Aunt Zhang said, pointing at the wide green field with admiration. Yun Xiu nodded with a smile. Even if the land wasn't very fertile, with enough water and her abilities, she could improve it. If not, her powers could help the crops grow better. Auntie, you're busy. I'll go for a walk up the mountain. After only a short while, Yun Xiu turned to head up the mountain. Come down early. It's not safe at night. Recently, Yun Xiu had been up the mountain many times, so Aunt Zhang was used to it and didn't stop her. Yun Xiu waved her hand behind her, signaling she understood. When she entered the mountain, Yun Xiu noticed she was being followed. She pretended not to notice and headed straight for a quiet place. When she reached a mountain hollow, she stopped. Come out. There was no big movement around, only the rustling of leaves. Yun Xiu turned around and looked directly at a bush. The person hiding inside felt her gaze and finally stepped out. Looking at the unfamiliar man in front of her, Yun Xiu searched her mind to confirm she didn't know him.
Who are you?
Why are you following me? The man appeared to be in his 20s, wearing common village clothes. He chuckled and looked at Yun Xiu with a reckless gaze, clearly showing ill intentions. Miss, I saw you coming into the mountain alone and was worried you might be in danger, so I followed to protect you. His lingering gaze made Yun Xiu feel uncomfortable. She didn't give him a chance to speak again and used her powers to control the vines nearby, whipping the man harshly. After making sure he couldn't get up, she stopped. Cloud, she walked up to the man covered in cuts and bruises, admiring his pained expression. She looked down at him and spoke in a commanding tone. Now you can tell me. Who are you, and why are you following me, monster? The man looked up at Cloud, she with fear in his eyes, constantly shrinking back as if trying to stay far away from her. Cloud, she raised her hand, and a small branch floated into her palm. She gently tapped her left hand with the branch, calmly watching the man on the ground. Seeing this, the man's fear grew even more. When Cloud made a move to hit him again, he hurriedly spoke. "Stop hitting me. I'll tell you. My name is Tian Lao-san, from Tianjia village. I followed you because I want to." Knowing that what he was about to say might anger her even more, he hesitated. "It seems I should have hit you harder," she said coldly, raising her right hand. "Please. I'm sorry. I followed you because I wanted to ruin your reputation and make you marry me." Realizing this man had bad intentions and was so despicable, she thought if she were an ordinary woman, she might have fallen into his trap. Seeing the storm of anger in Cloud's eyes, Tian Lao-san was so frightened he knelt on the ground, begging repeatedly. "Fair lady, fairy, I am not a good person. Please let me go. I won't dare do this again. Did you follow me on purpose, or was it a sudden idea?" She asked again, thinking of something. She knew very well that the original owner rarely went out. The people she had met were few, not many at all. Since she arrived, she only went to the town occasionally and kept to herself, with no real contact with the person in front of her. "I already knew about your family before, and recently I heard you bought a lot of land. You have money. I thought, since you're going to get engaged anyway, as long as we have some skin contact, you'll have to marry me," Tian Lao-san said softly towards the end. His voice grew quieter and quieter. She didn't speak. She just looked at him coldly. Seeing she didn't respond, Tian Lao-san, kneeling and lowering his head, dared to lift his eyes quickly to glance at Cloud. When he saw her murderous look, he quickly looked away. At this point, he no longer had the courage to hide anything. He told her everything. As he said, the affairs of Cloud's family were no secret in this village and nearby. If she was still that sick girl close to death, no one would covet her. But now things are different. Yunxio's arrival not only helped restore the original owner's health, but also brought good luck, as she found ginseng and bought a lot of land. This made people feel envious and jealous. Her status as an orphan made many people interested. As long as they married her, everything she had would belong to them. Among these people was Tian Lao-san. Tian Lao-san was a widower who spent his days idly. After his parents and wife passed away, he lived a life of petty theft and trickery. When he learned about Yunxio from the neighboring village, he thought his long-term meal ticket had arrived. But he also knew that with his conditions, a normal marriage proposal was unlikely. So he decided to use some sneaky methods. If he could ruin Yunxio's reputation, she would have to marry him, no matter how much she disliked him. He had seen Yunxio once from afar. After developing these thoughts, he often wandered around Liantai village, looking for a chance to carry out his plan. At first, he couldn't find the right moment. Today, he had planned to go to the fields when no one was around to see what was planted there. Unfortunately, Aunt Zhang and others had been working in the fields all morning. He waited from morning until afternoon, losing patience. Just as he was about to leave, Yunxio appeared. To his excitement, she went into the mountains alone, so he quietly followed her. "All I need to say, I have said. Fairy, please let me go. As long as you do, I promise I won't bother you again. Do you think that's possible? If you have bad intentions, you must face the consequences," Yunxio said, her hand dropping a branch like rain onto Tian Lao-san. He had nowhere to hide and knew he wouldn't get a good outcome today. He looked behind Yunxio and deliberately shouted loudly, "Help! This woman is trying to kill me." Yunxio knew whether anyone was behind her or not. She intentionally looked back. Sure enough, at the moment she turned, Tian Lao-san scrambled and crawled to escape. But after rolling a couple of times, Yunxio's branches fell again. "Ah! Stop! Aren't you afraid I will report this to the authorities?" Hearing this, Yunxio stopped and asked curiously, "How do you think you'll go back alive today? What? You really want to kill me?" Tian Lao-san panicked. He thought Yunxio was hitting him out of anger. No matter how fierce she was still an unmarried woman. Killing someone was definitely beyond her ability. But now, Yunxio clearly had no intention of letting him go. "Fairy goddess, please spare me. If you spare my life, I will serve you faithfully in the future." Tian Lao-san knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing, his face covered in blood. Yun Xiu wasn't sure whether to kill him or not. In this peaceful, small mountain village, she felt a rare sense of calm. The violence she was used to in the end of the world had faded, and she didn't want to stain her hands. But letting him go was impossible. Not only because he had ill intentions and deserved punishment, but also because he knew her secret and she couldn't risk him revealing it. So, she decided to stay silent forever. Yun Xiu used her special power, slowly raising her hand. Her ability turned into invisible threads that directly pierced into Old Man Tian's brain. Ah! Old Man Tian screamed loudly, clutching his head and rolling on the ground until he fainted. Yun Xiu looked at him one last time, then turned and left. From now on, Old Man Tian would become a fool. How long he would live depended on luck. It wasn't because she was cruel, but if he had followed another woman today, he would have succeeded. The outcome for that woman would have been clear, nothing good. In this era, a woman's reputation was very important. If he succeeded, it could ruin someone's life. So, his ending was well-deserved. After Yun Xiu left, a figure limped out from behind a big tree nearby. Lu Xiao stared in the direction Yun Xiu had gone, standing still for a long time. He saw everything that happened. When Old Man Tian came out of the bushes, Lu Xiao immediately sensed his bad intentions. He wanted to stop Old Man Tian when he started doing harm, but the girl he was following was quick-tempered. When Old Man Tian said one thing, she acted immediately. Actually, she didn't even touch him directly at first, which was why Lu Xiao didn't intervene later. Besides Old Man Tian, Lu Xiao was also shocked by what he saw. Controlling vines, was that something humans could do? Or was it some kind of advanced martial skill? He chose to watch silently, hiding his own aura, so the girl wouldn't notice him. In the end, the girl did something that caused Old Man Tian to clutch his head in pain until he fainted. Lu Xiao thought about the powerful technique he knew, but couldn't find one that matched the girl's ability. He paused his thoughts and left the scene without looking at where Old Man Tian lay. Lu Xiao didn't go down the mountain but entered the deep mountains from another direction. He grew up in Liantai village and often practiced martial arts in the mountains with his foster father as a child. It can be said that, besides his foster father, he was the person most familiar with Liantai Mountain. His entire childhood was spent in the mountains until he was 16, when his foster father suddenly left. He then left Liantai village. 9 years passed, and he returned here again, but now with a wounded body and a ruined face. Lu Xiao gently touched the scars on his face, a cold look in his eyes. He served in the army for 9 years, rising from an unknown soldier to a formidable general feared by enemies. He experienced many life and death challenges along the way. He didn't care about these hardships. When he decided to join the army, he put life and death aside. Death didn't scare him. He believed he could face it calmly. But he was not prepared for being betrayed by someone. 3 months ago, on the northwest border of Dongli Kingdom, Beimin Kingdom attacked again. As one of the bravest soldiers under the marshal, he led the front line, pushing back the enemy 3 times, finally forcing them 200 miles away from the border. After winning the battle, the court sent an envoy to reward him. The envoy was Minister of War Lu Qinglin, who was also the princess's husband, showing how much the court valued this war. Lu Xiao remembered that when Lu Qinglin saw him, a quick surprise flashed in his eyes, though it disappeared quickly. He was sure he hadn't imagined it. After reading the imperial decree, the minister kindly congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, General Yun. You are young and talented. It's quite a coincidence that we share the same surname. May I ask where you are from?" "I am an orphan. Before joining the army, I traveled the world," Lu Xiao replied honestly. He didn't hide his background because his foster father had told him not to mention Liantai village when outside. Hearing this, the minister sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a background. If your parents knew about your achievements now, they would be very proud." Lu Xiao just smiled. His foster father hadn't hidden his origins. He was found by his foster father at a mass grave. A newborn baby abandoned there must have a complicated story behind it. Even if it were investigated, it wouldn't be suitable to spread around. Lu Xiao didn't take the brief conversation with the minister seriously. Since it was his first time meeting him, it was normal for the minister to be curious. A few days later, when the war resumed, he realized that the minister harbored hostility toward him. 3 days later, Bayman Kingdom, unwilling to accept defeat, launched a counterattack. This time, Lu Xiao still acted as the vanguard. I thought it would be like before, where he led his troops to catch the enemy off guard, and reinforcements would arrive soon to surround and destroy the enemy. But this time, they unexpectedly went deep alone, and the reinforcements were delayed for a long time. When many of his soldiers were badly injured, he finally heard the sound of reinforcements. But by then, he was already pushed to the brink of despair. During another attempt to dismount an enemy general, an arrow suddenly flew toward his back. He hurried to dodge, but his leg was cut by the enemy general. Then, countless enemy soldiers rushed toward him. He was busy fighting and had no time to look back. He didn't know who shot that arrow, but he was sure it came from his own side. When the reinforcements finally arrived, he was covered in wounds and collapsed exhausted. Just before closing his eyes, he saw the smile on the face of the minister. It was a contemptuous smile. Soon after, he heard the minister whisper close to his ear, "General Yun Hui sacrificed himself to lure the enemy and helped our army win a great victory. I will report this to the emperor and give you a grand funeral. You can rest now." Hearing this, Lu Xiao knew that even if he survived this time, he would still face death. So, before losing consciousness completely, he used a secret breathing technique called turtle breathing, putting himself in a fake death state. This was a skill taught by his adoptive father. When using it, his breathing becomes extremely faint, so faint that only a top expert could notice. His body temperature also drops, making him seem truly dead. Soon, the army doctor arrived, checked him, and announced that he was dead. At the memorial hall, he overheard the marshal questioning the minister. "Lord Lu, you asked to lead troops personally this time. Why are you so late? If you had arrived earlier, so many people wouldn't have died." "Marshal Qin, I calculated the timing for support. Only when the reinforcements are late will the enemy attack in full force. That's when we can catch them all," Lu Qinglin answered confidently. "The battle plan wasn't like that. What you did was use the vanguard as bait, ignoring their lives," Qin Fongred angrily scolded. "That's not true. I adjusted the plan based on the battlefield situation. Isn't it good now? We won a great victory. As for those who died, it was their duty. Dying for the country is an honor," Lu Qinlin said with a righteous look. He looked at the coffin where Lu Xiao was quietly lying and said, "I believe General Yun Hui also did this willingly." "You." Qin Fong was angry, but he couldn't do anything. Lu Qinlin was not only the Minister of War but also the prince's consort, a person of high rank and power. These generals stationed outside are actually quite restricted. Just one supply of grain, and if someone in the court causes trouble, they could be trapped and lose their power. So, he can't afford to clash openly with Lu Qinglin. Lu Qinglin ignored Qin Fong's anger and calmly left the hall. "Lu Xiao, I'm sorry. I can't help you get justice." Qin Fong approached the coffin, looked at Lu Xiao's unrecognizable face, and his eyes welled up. "Your spear is broken. This is your usual sword. I leave it with you." Qin Fong took one last look at Lu Xiao, placed a sword beside him, and then closed the coffin lid. Since Lu Xiao was an orphan soldier, his body was not sent back home, but buried on a mountain at the border. Inside the coffin, Lu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He tried to gather strength and think about his next move. He was considered dead publicly now, so he couldn't return to the military camp, or he would have to explain how he came back to life. If he said he was hiding from Lu Qinglin's harm, no one might believe him, and he had no proof. He had no contact with Lu Qinglin before, so he couldn't understand why Lu Qinglin wanted to kill him. He simply couldn't explain it. Most importantly, he could feel his tendons were broken, and his face was badly damaged. He was no longer suitable to stay in the military camp. Lu Xiao didn't know why Lu Qinglin wanted to kill him, but he was sure that if his survival news reached Lu Qinglin, he would be targeted again. So he decided to stay away from the military camp to protect himself first. Revenge could wait. Fortunately, no one knew his background. Thinking of Lantai village where he grew up, Liu Xiao made a plan. A day later, he used his sword to open the coffin, crawled out of the grave, restored the grave to its original state, and quietly left. In the forest, a gentle breeze blew, and leaves rustled. Liu Xiao moved skillfully through the trees. The paths he once knew so well were now deeply imprinted in his memory. He returned to Lantai village, not only because it was where he grew up, but also because the village backed onto Lantai Mountain, which was full of rare medicinal herbs. Yes, he needed to find herbs to treat his injuries. After crawling out of the coffin, he learned about his condition. His face being disfigured was a minor issue. He didn't care. The serious problems were his leg injuries and other wounds on his body. The enemy general's sword cut precisely into his right Achilles tendon. Because he didn't receive timely treatment, it caused irreversible damage. Although he can still walk, his heel raising is limited and his stride is shorter. To others, he looks like he's limping. After being injured and surrounded, even with his skills, he gradually fell behind. He sustained many wounds and even injured his internal organs. When Liu Xiao returned, he chose not to show himself in the village, fearing his appearance would scare the villagers. It has been over 2 months since the incident. Recently, due to lack of medicine and supplies, he only treated his wounds simply and then hurried on his way. His injury has delayed his progress. For his next plan, he needs to recover quickly. Even if he can't fully heal, he must not become useless. In the mountains, Liu Xiao found a few herbs to treat internal injuries. The sky was darkening. After some hesitation, he didn't go further but followed the path he remembered to a cave where he used to hunt, train, and rest. The cave had basic supplies. Liu Xiao roasted a wild chicken he caught along the way to fill his stomach, then started to prepare medicine. His foster father had taught him how to identify herbs. Though he wasn't a doctor, he knew how to treat injuries and bruises. Plus, his 9 years in the army exposed him to many life-and-death situations, and he had helped military doctors many times. So, he felt confident about treating his internal injury. After drinking the medicine, Liu Xiao took out animal skins hidden in the cave and laid them on the ground. He hadn't slept well these days. Now, lying in the familiar cave from his childhood, he quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao, upset by recent troubles, lost her desire to go into the mountains. After scolding Tian Laosen, she went home. That night, Yun Xiao entered her space to practice. After her psychic ability reached level 2, she could manage more fields. After harvesting the first batch of vegetables, she planted another. She also used her powers to grow herbs in her space. If she guessed correctly, once these herbs mature, selling them will earn her more points. She just didn't know how many points she needed for the next upgrade. The last time, the panel didn't say anything and disappeared quickly. It seemed it only appeared when crops were ready to harvest. The next day, to avoid anyone coming to propose marriage again, Yun Xiao went to town early. Of course, she also had some things to do. The crops at the foot of the mountain are growing very well, especially the vegetables, which are close to ripening. She needs to find a market for them. The first place she thought of was the delicious fresh restaurant. When she arrived carrying a basket of vegetables, the restaurant had just opened and no customers had come in yet. It was a good time for preparations. Seeing her, the staff recognized her from before. "Miss, are you here to deliver mushrooms again?" "So early?" he asked, then looked behind her, noticing there was no familiar ox cart. "Miss, are you here too?" It's understandable that the staff was confused because usually Yun Zhao's mushrooms were delivered by that young man Yun Xiao. Since she wasn't delivering mushrooms today, they wondered why she was here. "Is the owner here? I want to discuss a business deal with him." Yun Xiao politely asked the staff. "Yes, he's here. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform him," the staff replied and quickly went upstairs. Guo Yongchong heard that the young girl had come to talk about business, and he became interested. Although the mushrooms delivered later weren't as special as the ones he had tasted at the Li residence, he never believed they were unique. He had always hoped to experience that special flavor again. "Miss Yun, What kind of business do you want to discuss with me? Gui Yongchang asked with a smile when he saw Yun Xiao, while looking into her basket. Yun Xiao noticed his gaze and lifted the cloth covering the basket. Inside were two types of vegetables, Chinese broccoli and spinach. Is this the business you mentioned? Gui Yongchang initially thought it would be about mushrooms, but it turned out to be common vegetables. Although these vegetables looked fresh and lively, it was spring with lots of rain, so most vegetables looked like this at the moment. Exactly. Mr. Gua, please taste the vegetables first, then we can discuss the next steps, Yun Xiao said confidently about her produce. While waiting, Gui Yongchang tentatively asked, Miss Yun, have you harvested any more of those mushrooms from last time? Yun Xiao understood what he meant. She didn't expect that this restaurant owner, who had only tasted her enchanted mushrooms once, would still remember so clearly. She pretended not to know and replied, Akigo often brings them, doesn't he? Gui Yongchang wanted to describe the differences between the two types of mushrooms, but found it hard to explain. He didn't realize that the unique life energy of Yun Zhao's mushrooms was not just in the taste, but in the feeling they gave. Of course, this energy was very subtle. Ordinary people sensing it might think it was just their good health. Gui Yongchang can sense the difference because he is quite sensitive and can distinguish how various foods make his body feel. As they spoke, 2 plates of greens were brought out. The restaurant chef simply stir-fried them lightly with just oil and salt. Despite this, the vibrant green vegetables still looked very tempting. Gui Yongchang temporarily forgot about the mushrooms he was eager to try. He picked up a piece of spinach with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The expected unpleasant smell was gone, replaced by a tender, fresh, and sweet taste that made his eyes brighten. What surprised him even more was that he sensed a familiar aroma. He looked at Yun Xiao in shock and quickly picked up another plate of Chinese broccoli, slowly chewing. A sweet, refreshing flavor filled his mouth, and the familiar scent returned. If it was just his imagination earlier, now he was sure. These 2 types of greens, like the special mushrooms, naturally carried a pleasant aroma that made people feel comfortable. Miss Yun, I want as much of this green as you can send, Gui Yongchang said quickly, putting down his chopsticks. Mr. Gua, I don't have that much right now. It will be available in large quantities in 20 days. By then, your restaurant might not be able to handle so much, Yun Xiao replied honestly. How much can you supply daily now, and how much will there be in 20 days? Gui Yongchang asked again. Currently about 10 jin a day. In 20 days, it should be over 1,000 jin daily, Yun Xiao estimated. The land at the foot of the mountain has the least vegetables, but it still covers about 2 acres. With the support of water and supernatural abilities, the yield of various vegetables won't be low. Miss Yun, just send them over. I don't only have this one restaurant. There's a bigger one in Fuqing and others elsewhere, Gui Yongchang said with a smile. So, it's a chain store. Since he could eat it, Yun Xiao didn't mind at all. They made a new agreement to supply vegetables starting today, initially 30 jin daily, at 5 cents per jin, to be delivered together with the mushrooms. With Yun Xiao's current plan, the profit from vegetables isn't much, but she never intended to get rich from it. Her goal was to create a lasting way for the villagers of Lantai village to earn a living. As for the special qualities of the vegetables, with her around, that wasn't a problem. Yun Xiao hurried back to the village and went straight to Yunlan's house. Yunxi was preparing to deliver mushrooms to the town. When he heard her plan, he immediately stopped his ox cart. Ah Xiao, your greens are really delicious. Sending them to the restaurant will definitely be a big hit. Knowing that Yun Xiao and Mai Weixian signed a vegetable supply agreement, Yunlan was very happy for her. This meant she had a steady, long-term income. Let's go. I'll take you home and help you pick vegetables. Yun Xiao didn't refuse Yunlan's kindness. The ox cart was waiting here, and having an extra person to help would make it easier to deliver the vegetables quickly. In the end, Yun Xiao took Yunlan and her 3 siblings back to her house. 5 people worked together and they quickly picked 30 jin of vegetables, just a small part of what was in the yard. The remaining vegetables, including those about to grow, would be enough until the vegetables at the foot of the mountain were ready to harvest. After Yun's brothers took the vegetables away, Yunlan stayed behind. Axiu, have you been going to the mountain a lot lately? Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone saw her scolding Tian-san yesterday? No, that was impossible. She had observed the surroundings and saw no one there when she acted. After confirming she hadn't been seen, Yunxiu asked casually, "Yes, why do you ask? Recently, you should go to the mountain less." Early this morning, someone found a person fainted in the mountain. Yunlan described carefully, as if she had seen it herself. It said he was beaten up, with no good skin left on his body. When he was found, people thought he was dead, but in the end, they saw he was still breathing. Really? Do you know who did it? Yunxiu knew from her own experience that Tian-san's injuries were only from fainting. She naturally understood it wasn't serious. No, there are no traces of the attacker at the scene. Some guess he was hit by a ghost. Yunlan shivered as if she had goosebumps, whispering close to Yunxiu's ear as if afraid the ghost might hear her. Misunderstood as a ghost, Yunxiu smiled helplessly. And how is that person now? He's still unconscious. Someone recognized him as Tian-san from the neighboring village, and he's been sent back home. Their village will probably handle it from here. It's strange, though, there's a path behind their village leading into the mountain. Why did Tian-san come to our side? Some think he was attacked by a person, not a ghost. Although Yunxiu understood that Yunlan's, not a person, was literal, she still felt like she was being scolded. To avoid being misunderstood again, Yunxiu changed the subject. Lan, do you want to grow vegetables in your family's land? My family has always grown vegetables, Yunlan replied, somewhat puzzled. I mean, in the future, my Weixian will supply vegetables to you, Yunxiu said decisively. That's not possible. That's your own business. You already gave us the mushrooms. How could we ask for vegetable orders now? Again, the vegetables we grow don't taste as good as yours, and their freshness isn't as appealing. Yunlan's first reaction was to refuse. Don't rush to say no. I can give you seeds, and then your crops will be just like mine. Just tell your father when you go back. It's not only your family. Others can also plant if they want. To avoid suspicion, Yunxiu explained that the good taste of her vegetables was due to the seeds she used.
Why?
If everyone plants, there will be many more vegetables. Can Mingxian harvest that many? Yunlan wasn't very clever, but she could guess what might happen if supply exceeded demand. Yunxiu smiled. Don't worry, I didn't plan to keep planting vegetables forever. Once you all start, I will switch to other crops. Seeing Yunlan look confused, she explained, Lan, you might not imagine how surprising my crops will be in the future. I don't need the tiny profit from growing vegetables. In fact, planting vegetables is a waste of land. Yunlan's eyes widened. Vegetables costing 5 cents a jean, supplying 1,000 jean a day, earning 2.5 taels of silver daily. That's a small profit? How valuable must the crops in a Xiu's field be? Is that true? Yunlan struggled to process Yunxiu's words and still couldn't believe it. Of course. You'll see in the future, Yunxiu nodded seriously. Actually, it wasn't just about how much silver Yunxiu could earn, but the value behind these crops. After all, in this era, productivity was low, grain yields were not high, and basic needs were hard to meet. If there were a few high-yield crops, they could feed many people, which was what the higher-ups cared about most. Come on, let's go find my father. Yunlan grabbed Yunxiu's hand and pulled her along. Yunxiu thought it was better to discuss this face-to-face with the village head, so she followed Yunlan home. When Yunxiu explained everything again, the village head's face broke into a big smile. Showgirl, if what you say is true, that would be a great achievement. No, I have to send someone to guard your land. We can't let anything go wrong. Yunheng was so excited, he wanted to personally watch over the fields. Yunlan was in a hurry to return for the same reason. Such an important thing was planted at the foot of the mountain where many people pass by. What if someone stole it? Cloud Xiu finally managed to calm down the excited father and daughter, pinning them to their chairs. Village chief uncle, now others don't know what I planted. They won't be curious. If you pay attention, isn't it just telling others that it's good stuff? If someone with bad intentions notices, it could be hard to defend against. Cloud Xiu's words were like a cold splash of water, making the previously excited village chief suddenly calm down. Girl Xiu, you're right. We really can't let others know now. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yunhun looked at Cloud Xiu with admiration. After all, she was educated and thought things through clearly. She was much better than his silly daughter. Unaware of her father's opinion, Yunlon now realized the seriousness of the matter. Should we do nothing then? No need to do anything now. When it's time to harvest, we can let people go over and look. Cloud Xiu thought for a moment and said, "At least when the corn is close to ripe, people might guess something. Some might be curious and secretly pull apart a few corn stalks to peek." After discussing the new crop, the next topic was planting vegetables. Knowing Cloud Xiu's plan, the village chief didn't refuse her kindness. In the end, he decided to mobilize everyone in the village to use any idle land for planting vegetables, but they agreed to use Cloud Xiu seeds. Whether others believe it or not depends on their courage. Although they talked about idle land, how many people in the village actually have spare land? Those with land would have already planted something. The best way was like Cloud Xiu, buying wasteland. With her example, some people might be tempted. In the capital of Dongli Kingdom, at the Jingyuan Marquis Manor, everyone from Marquis Lu Mingzhong to the gatekeeper's servant was kneeling on the ground, bowing their heads to listen to the imperial decree. By the emperor's command, I have heard that the universe is vast and peaceful, and the nation is stable. There must be wise and brave officials to support it. Today, I appoint Minister of War, the eldest princess's son, Lu Qinglin, who is loyal and brave, talented and strategic. Because of the chaos caused by Beimin, which repeatedly invaded our borders, you accepted the dangerous mission. Your clever strategies often led to victory with fewer soldiers, showcasing our country's strength. This victory is not only due to the soldiers' obedience, but also because of your careful planning and leading from the front. I am very pleased. Therefore, according to the Dongli Lord's Law, I promote you to be the heir of Jingyuan Marquis, grant you a dragon robe and jade belt, increase your land by 2,000 households, also reward you with 5,000 taels of gold, 10 night pearls, and a Longquan sword to honor your great achievements. Keep up the good work. Respect your ancestors' wish to maintain peace, uphold the loyalty between ruler and subject, and do not let me down in this important task. I approve this. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. Everyone cheers together. Young Master Lu and the Marquis, please accept the decree. The favored courtier and chief eunuch, Lord Su, happily presents the imperial edict to Lu Qinglin. Thank you, Lord Su. Lu Qinglin takes the decree and also hands a prepared pouch to Lord Su. Lord Su weighs the pouch and smiles happily. The task is done. I won't bother you anymore. I will return to report to the palace. I dare not delay your duty. I will see you off, Lu Qinglin says, making a respectful gesture to escort Lord Su out, then returns to the hall where the decree was received. Congratulations, young master. Servants along the way bow and cheer. Lu Qinglin shows no emotion, as if he doesn't care, and walks straight past. When he reaches the main hall and stands before Marquis Jingyuan, Lu Mingzhong, he finally shows a faint smile. Father, are you disappointed? You repeatedly refused to recommend me as heir. Now I don't need you. I can take the position myself. Lu Mingzhong ignores his son's angry face and coldly says, If you are capable, why do you still need to ask me? Maybe one day, you'll surpass me and become the Marquis yourself. Father, what do you mean by that? Lu Qinglin raises his voice, full of resentment. If this gets out, his reputation as rebellious will spread, and others will think badly of him. The nearby servants are frightened and step back quietly.
Enough.
You two stop fighting. Today is a happy day. Don't let others laugh at us. Lady Zhang, the Marquis's wife, sees the tense scene and quickly steps in to comfort them. Mother, is it necessary to argue right away? After all these years, has my father ever looked at me properly? Lu Qinglin complains angrily. Why do I treat you like this? Don't you feel anything? After speaking, Lu Mingzhong ignores his son's dissatisfaction and leaves. Mother, look at him. Lu Qinglin points at his father's back and sighs. Lady Zhang looks around. Her maid understands and steps to the door to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Qinglin, you're already a grown man. Why argue with your father? Aren't you used to this after so many years? Lady Zhang pulls her son to sit down. Mother, I know I am just upset. Why is it that all my efforts since childhood go unnoticed? I am also his son. Mrs. Zhang listened quietly to her son's complaints, without much reaction. After he finished, she slowly spoke. Cheng-Lin, now you are the son-in-law, the minister, and even the heir. Does your father's approval still matter? Son-in-law, mother, in the capital, which noble family has a son-in-law chosen at nearly 50? You don't know how many people have mocked me behind my back over the years. Thinking of all these years of frustration, Lu Cheng-Lin felt angry and righteous. Cheng-Lin, you also said you're almost 50. Why are you still so childish? So, what if people say a few words? Everything you have today, others could never get in their lifetime. Why let those harsh words bother you? As for your father, no matter who he cares about, in the end, the family business will be yours. Lu Cheng-Lin paused. Yes, so what if his father cared about that person? In the end, everything belonged to him. Having thought it through, Lu Cheng-Lin showed a cold smile. If that's the case from now on, I will just pretend I have no father. Seeing her son finally stop obsessing, Mrs. Zhang changed the subject. What about the princess? Such a big celebration today. She didn't come. Her tone was clearly dissatisfied. Hearing his mother's question, Lu Cheng-Lin's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he explained, the princess is unwell. She's resting at home. Mrs. Zhang knew he was just saving face, so she shook her head and sighed. All these years, your relationship has been lukewarm. I even wonder if you truly loved each other back then. Feeling the topic hit close to home, Lu Cheng-Lin's expression darkened. Mother, the princess is just like that. After saying this, he thought about his parents' relationship and asked, and you, mother? You've been with father for decades. Are you willing to accept how he treats you? Mrs. Zhang didn't expect her son to throw the question back at her, but she didn't mind. My marriage was arranged by elders. He loved the woman before me deeply. I knew that before I married him. I never expected to replace her in his heart. Without expectations, there's no disappointment. Over the years, although your father didn't think much of me, he still respected me. I manage everything in the house, and that's enough. Lu Cheng-Lin wasn't as broad-minded as his mother. He wanted power and wealth, and he was willing to do anything to get them. It proved he was right. Otherwise, the person who would have everything now is his half-brother. Thinking of past events, a dark shadow crossed his eyes. Today's celebration should also be shared with his good brother. After all, he had a part in it, right? Back in his private courtyard at the Marquis's residence, Lu Cheng-Lin went straight to the study. He dismissed the servants and picked up an unremarkable book from the bookshelf against the wall. Suddenly, the wall that had been intact slowly moved aside, revealing an entrance large enough for a person to pass through. Lu Cheng-Lin stepped inside, walked down a long corridor, and entered a secret room. The servant guarding the door respectfully opened the iron door and let him in. This was a sealed, dark room. As Lu Cheng-Lin entered, the servant lit the lamps inside. The sudden bright light made the person hiding in the corner instinctively cover their face. The sound of chains rattling echoed loudly in the quiet room. Lu Cheng-Lin approached the person, looking down at him as if he were examining trash. Good brother, it's been many days.
How are you?
Today, I came to tell you that I am now officially the heir of Marquis Jingyuan. Lu Cheng-Lin finished a few words, but the person on the ground showed no reaction.
He seemed used to it.
Of course, you've never cared much about being the heir. But why is it that the things you look down on are the ones our father desperately wants to give you? Is it because you are his beloved son? And what about me? I am his son too. The person on the ground had messy long hair and wore tattered clothes, but his elegance still shone through. Hearing Lu Cheng-Lin's complaints, he opened his eyes slightly and looked at him, but said nothing. That look made Lu Cheng-Lin angrier. He grabbed a whip hanging on the wall and wildly lashed at the person, shouting loudly as he did so. How can you act so indifferent, as if you have no desires? Are you just trying to highlight my greed? Since childhood, I've excelled in studying, writing, and shooting. What have I lacked compared to you? Why is it that everyone notices you first? The whip struck the person's body, blood splattered, but Lu Chunlin still felt unsatisfied. He grabbed the person's long hair and stared into his eyes, but all he saw was indifference and pity. He forcefully threw the person to the ground, and Lu Chunlin burst into loud laughter. Imagine how your father would feel if he saw you like this. You've been gone for 25 years, and he searched for you all that time. Everyone thought you were dead, but he never believed it. As long as he's alive, he'll keep looking for you. Such touching father-son love, right? Huh, what a joke. Hearing this, the person on the ground finally responded, I've never wanted to compete with you. What have you been so obsessed with all these years? But Lu Chunlin grew angrier. You're not fighting. The things you easily get are what I had to plan carefully to obtain. How can I accept this? Is that why you lied to me and kept me here? Just to vent your frustration? If you really hated me that much, why didn't you just kill me? The person asked, voicing a long-held doubt. Hearing this, Lu Chunlin's gaze filled with hatred. Thinking about his purpose for coming today, he smiled again. Didn't you always want to find that woman from back then? Now I tell you, she is the current princess and also my wife. Haha. Didn't see that coming, right? The person on the ground suddenly looked up, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Are you serious? Seeing his face change rarely, Lu Chunlin felt a bit better. The person you've been thinking about has already become my wife. He thought he would see pain on the person's face, but instead, he only saw a moment of distraction before he returned to his usual indifferent expression. You've been looking for her all this time. Now that I tell you, don't care anymore? Lu Jin, I've hated this about you since we were young. You act like you don't care about anything, but everything is within reach. Even her. Lu Jin, the person on the ground, is Lu Chunlin's brother, the son of Marquis Jingyuan Lu Mingzhong, the original wife. I've been searching for her, because I feel guilty. That night's accident, I ruined her innocence. I wanted to take responsibility for her. Now that she's married to you and has a home, I have no regrets. Lu Jin wasn't lying. Years ago, he met a hurt woman under a cliff who was drugged. He thought she was in danger, so he stayed with her overnight. When morning came, he went out to pick herbs to treat her injuries, but when he returned, she was gone. Thinking about how women today often lose their innocence, he wanted to find her and take responsibility. As for lingering feelings, it was just one night. No deep love could really develop from that. Now that I know she is the crown princess with a noble status and has married, I won't feel sad anymore, and I can rest assured. Lu Chunlin didn't expect things to turn out this way, but it made him even more angry and unwilling. Since seeing the crown princess at the palace banquet, he had fallen for her. He even asked his father several times to help him ask the emperor for her hand, but his father always refused. He had already given up hope, but when he heard that the crown princess was going out of the palace to pray, he thought perhaps there was a chance. He had planned a heroic rescue scene, but unexpectedly, the crown princess was ambushed on her way back to the palace. To his surprise, her martial skills were quite good. Just as the rescue team was about to arrive, he was about to jump out to help, but the crown princess was already pushed to the edge of a cliff. He watched helplessly as the assassin threw some powder, and the crown princess fell off the cliff. When the rescue team arrived, he pretended to be attracted by the sounds of fighting, asked about the situation, and joined the search. He searched the bottom of the cliff all night but found nothing. At dawn, he saw his brother, Lu Jin, emerge from a cave, which made him suspect something was wrong. After Lu Jin left, he entered the cave and saw the crown princess still sleeping. The traces around her told him exactly what had happened last night. Filled with intense jealousy, Lu Chunlin quickly made a decision. He took off his clothes and lay down beside the crown princess. This movement woke her up. She opened her eyes and looked at him first, then quickly scanned the surroundings, as if recalling last night's events. She only left a sentence, just pretend nothing happened last night, and then left the cave. Whether to make up for his frustration or to cut off the connection between Lu Jin and the crown princess, he again asked his father to propose marriage to the emperor. Perhaps annoyed with him, his father agreed this time. However, news from the palace was that the crown princess had refused. A month passed, and during this time, He noticed Lu Jin frequently going out, seemingly looking for someone. Of course, he knew who Lu Jin was looking for. He even set off some smoke bombs to distract Lu Jin. At that time, he was glad that Lu Jin didn't like attending palace banquets and rarely went to other family gatherings, so he didn't know the crown princess. Until one day, the emperor summoned him and asked about that night. Only then did he learn that the crown princess was pregnant and had confessed everything to the emperor. The emperor directly granted them marriage, which he had wanted all along. But at that moment, he felt no happiness. How could she be pregnant? He was still the child of the person he hated the most. Of course, he wouldn't refuse, nor could he. Because even the crown princess and all the people who knew about that matter believed he was the one who was with the crown princess that night. He accepted the marriage proposal, but a dark thought gradually grew in his mind. Within a month, he married the crown princess. After the wedding, she claimed she needed to rest and stayed apart from him. Their relationship did not become closer because of the marriage. Ending his memory, Lu Chunlin looked at Lu Jin with a malicious gaze. If I told you that after that incident, the crown princess was pregnant, could you still remain so indifferent? Hearing this, Lu Chunlin happily watched Lu Jin's surprised expression. Child, Lu Jin muttered softly. Could there really have been a child after that night? Is the child a boy or a girl? How is he now? He asked eagerly. Given Lu Chunlin's stubbornness, he wouldn't treat the child well. Now, he could only hope that the crown princess, as the mother, would protect him a little. Haha, my good brother, you guessed it too, didn't you? With my hatred for you, how could I let him have a good life? Lu Chunlin shouted wildly. Lu Jin looked at Lu Chunlin with confusion. He didn't understand why, despite being brothers and having no deep hatred, Lu Chunlin was so obsessed and hated him so strongly. Since we were young, I've never done anything wrong to you. Why do you hate me so much? This question made Lu Chunlin speechless. He always claimed that Lu Jin was more popular and favored by their father, which was why he hated him. But wasn't this a childish feeling? Why, at nearly 50 years old, was he still so obsessed? After a moment, Lu Chunlin regained his haughty attitude. His hatred for Lu Jin had become a lifelong obsession. Even if it loosened sometimes, he would quickly tighten it again. He wouldn't admit his own weakness. Even if he was wrong, he would go all the way. To suppress his sudden self-doubt, he revealed an even bigger secret. That child was a boy, and he looked quite strong. Seeing a longing expression on Lu Jin's face, he changed the subject. Unfortunately, he was swapped at birth and has been living a miserable life ever since. His words were half true and half false. After failing to marry the crown princess, he met a woman from a brothel. He paid for her to be freed and raised her outside. Coincidentally, she was pregnant around the same time as the crown princess. After His Majesty arranged the marriage between him and the princess, he began to think about using that child to carry out his revenge plan. Especially since the princess refused to share a chamber with him, it strengthened his resolve to seek revenge. The concubine first took action. To carry out his plan, he deliberately staged an accident, prompting the princess to act early. After the princess's child was born, he sent people to seize her, then secretly replaced the princess's child with the concubine's child. Because the time was short, no one noticed the switch. His original idea was for the concubine to raise the princess's child until he was old enough, then bring him into the household to serve him and the concubine's child. This way, not only could his own bloodline enjoy the resources of the princess's residence and the marquis's estate, but he could also torment Lu Jin's child, making him a lifelong servant. Everything was going smoothly until something went wrong with the concubine's side. The child was stolen by a maid who harbored resentment against her. When he found the maid, the child was already gone. The maid admitted she had wanted to kill the child but couldn't bring herself to do it, so she simply left him at a mass grave. However, when his men found the mass grave, the child was nowhere to be seen. His fate was unknown. More than 20 years passed. He had almost forgotten about that child. But a few months ago, on the northwestern border, he saw a young general who looked very similar to the princess. After casually asking a few questions, he learned that the young man was an orphan and about the same age. Whether he was the same child from back then or not, since he had achieved such success, he knew he couldn't let him live, just in case he might reveal the truth. So he planned a battle, delaying the rescue until the last moment. He succeeded. The young man died. Because of this, he earned military honors and officially became the heir. He wouldn't tell Lu Jin any of this. His goal was to make Lu Jin live in the pain of knowing he had a child but could never acknowledge him. Let's see how he would act then. How could you do this? Even if you hate me, that's still the princess's child. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Lu Jin's voice was no longer calm. The sudden revelation made him lose control. Don't worry, besides you, all the others who knew the truth are gone, he said. Lu Qinglin was right. Even the concubine who took the child was dealt with after she stole him. As for the child raised by the princess, he had already lived enough. After all, living as the princess's child, who cared who his biological mother was? You are really crazy. Lu Jin's good manners were pushed to the limit, and he became angry. He tried to stand up and punch Lu Qinglin, but his limbs were chained and he couldn't reach him. Only the sound of the chains echoed in the room. After watching Lu Jin's miserable state for a while, Lu Qinglin left the secret room with a smile. The door closed again, and the room fell into darkness. Lu Jin knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. If only he had left the cave earlier to pick herbs and waited for the princess to wake up, maybe everything would have been different. But there are no what-ifs. He looked around the room, but he couldn't see clearly. Years of imprisonment had worn down his spirit. He once thought about ending his life, but he remembered his loving father and the child he raised, so he held on.
Child.
Yes, shower. He still had hope. That day, when he went out to find someone, he didn't need to pass by the mass graveyard. By some strange coincidence, he took a different route and heard a baby's cry. He followed the sound and found a baby. He looked around but found no other clues. At that moment, he felt this child was a gift from heaven. He had ruined a girl's innocence. Before finding her, he wouldn't marry. If he could never find that girl, this child would be his only descendant. After rescuing the child, he didn't go home. Since the child was abandoned in the graveyard, there must be something complicated behind it, probably revenge. If he took the child home, what if enemies pretended to be the parents and came to him? That would put the child in danger again. As for the child's biological parents, he planned to find them later. Since he couldn't return to his home in the capital, he needed a safe place. He suddenly remembered a village he visited a year ago. He had helped the people there once, so maybe he could go back. Of course, he arrived there a year later because caring for a newborn was difficult, especially for a man like him who was clueless. In the end, he found a nearby place and hired a nanny to help take care of the child and also to gather information about the child's parents. After getting no clues, he gradually became more skilled at caring for the child. He then headed south to that peaceful, simple village. Over the years, he and the child lived together day and night, teaching him to read and practice martial arts. They became like father and son. Thinking of the child from those days, Lu Jin finally showed a long-lost smile. The child was taught very well by him, but he didn't know how much time had passed since he disappeared. He wondered what he looked like now. Lu Xiao, far away in Liantai village, didn't know that someone in the capital was missing him. He stayed on the mountain for 3 days, gathering herbs he could find, trying to make his injuries heal faster. On the 4th morning, he was chasing a wild rabbit in the woods. Because his legs were still weak and his wounds not fully healed, he couldn't use his inner strength well. Hunting was difficult for him now, and the rabbit had been running around him for a long time. Lu Xiao was patient, even though he couldn't easily hit the rabbit with a stone like before. He kept the rabbit in sight. When he finally chased it until he was out of breath, he picked up a stone and aimed. Just as he threw the stone, a small white dog suddenly appeared and bit the rabbit on the neck. The dog saw him too and seemed scared he might take the prey. It barked loudly at him. "General, come back," a gentle, affectionate voice called out. Lu Xiao and the dog both looked toward the sound. When Yun Xiu arrived, she saw a young man and a dog staring at her with innocent expressions. The man's eyes held a hint of complaint, while the stranger's eyes showed surprise. Yun Xiu didn't expect to see anyone here, especially a young man. She looked at Lu Xiao carefully and noticed his face was covered with messy scars. When she looked into his eyes, she was surprised. Those eyes weren't full of shame or coldness, but showed strength and determination. This made her feel less cautious. Someone with such eyes probably wasn't a bad person. She didn't sense any bad energy from him, only a sense of honesty, like a soldier before the end of the world. When Lu Xiao saw Yun Xiu, he recognized her immediately. She was the girl who had used special methods to teach a troublemaker a lesson a few days ago. But how did she know who he was? At that moment, the dog picked up the dead rabbit and dragged it to Yun Xiu's feet. It then loosened its grip and barked happily, as if claiming credit. It also looked back at Lu Xiao and barked twice, as if complaining to its owner, saying, "This person tried to steal my prey." Yun Xiu looked at his actions with a mix of amusement and confusion. She didn't really believe it. There was no way the little guy could catch a rabbit so quickly. Usually, it was the marshal who couldn't bear to watch and would help from the side, which is how he always managed to catch prey. Yun Xiu knelt down to check the rabbit's wound. Sure enough, next to the marshal's bite mark, there was a cut caused by a sharp tool, which was the real cause of the rabbit's death. She stood up and smiled awkwardly at Lu Xiao.
Sir.
I apologize. My pet doesn't know better. It thought it caught the rabbit by itself. Please don't blame it. After saying this, she pretended to scold the marshal. General, this rabbit isn't your prey. Quickly give it back. Lu Xiao heard her words and looked at the small white dog with a sad expression. He suddenly realized he might have misunderstood something. The word general wasn't calling him after all. Once he understood, his face turned red. Luckily, his face was covered with scars, so the girl probably didn't notice his embarrassment. He thought Yun Xiu didn't see his blush, but in fact, his ears, which were bright red, betrayed him. Yun Xiu did see his ears turning red so quickly they looked like they might bleed. She didn't know what was going on inside Lu Xiao's mind. She just thought he was shy because he didn't often meet people. After all, people with special bodies tend to be more shy and sensitive. The marshal lay still at Yun Xiu's feet, clearly refusing to give back the rabbit. Yun Xiu felt helpless. She bent down, picked up the rabbit, and took a few steps to Lu Xiao, offering it to him. Lu Xiao looked at the rabbit she handed him but didn't reach out to take it. He shook his head slightly, said nothing, and turned to walk away, limping slightly. Hey, about your rabbit, Yun Xiu called after him. Lu Xiao didn't turn back. As he moved away, Yun Xiu finally noticed that his right foot was not right. Just now, he stood there perfectly normal, no sign of injury. With Yun Xiu's sharp eyes, she couldn't even tell. Watching his back as he left, Yun Xiu was very curious.
Who was he?
She had never heard of him before. Could he be from a nearby village? But it was just a chance encounter. They might never meet again. Yun Xiu didn't think much of him. She carried the rabbit and called the marshal to leave as well. Although she was in mourning, the marshal and the marshal's master could still eat meat. The person Yun Xiu thought she wouldn't see again turned out to be someone she heard about 2 days later from Yunlan. Ah Xiu, do you know? Lu Xiao has come back. Yunlan heard this exciting news and immediately ran to share it with Yun Xiu. Lu Xiao, who is he? I haven't heard of him, Yun Xiu casually said. That's true. He left 9 years ago. Given your shy and reserved way of acting, you probably don't remember him. Plus, we were all very young when he left. Yunlan continued to speak to herself. He's from the Lu family, the one who used to live in that old broken house not far from your place. His father, and he left one after the other, and the house fell into ruin. I never thought Lu Xiao would come back. Hearing this, Yun Xiu remembered the broken house nearby. Since no one lived there, she thought it was abandoned by villagers. It said Lu Xiao came back from the battlefield. You don't know, he looks really scary now with scars all over his face. My dad almost didn't recognize him. If he had mentioned the Liu family and some village matters, my dad wouldn't have believed it. Scars all over his face. Yunxiu suddenly remembered the person she met on the mountain 2 days ago. That person also had scars all over his face. Could it be the same person? Soon, her guess was confirmed by Yunlan's words. By the way, Liu Xiao had a pretty tough time. His father disappeared without reason, and later he left too. When he returned, it was just himself, scarred and limping. Now his house is also broken. It'll be hard for him to find a wife in the future. Are you still worried about him finding a wife? Yunxiu teased Yunlan, but inside, she was sure that Liu Xiao was the person she saw on the mountain that day. A Xiao, if you knew what he looked like before, you'd feel sorry for him too.
He was only 16 when he left.
It's said he was quite handsome, one of the most attractive boys in the surrounding villages, or rather, in all of Baiyun town. If they hadn't left so suddenly, the matchmakers would have already been knocking on his door. Yunlan sighed and summed up, "Isn't this what they call good days don't last forever, and flowers don't bloom all year?" Yunxiu playfully slapped her and scolded, "Don't say that in front of others. It's impolite." "Of course I know. I only said it in front of you," Yunlan replied with a mischievous smile. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Yunlan left. Yunxiu saw her off at the door and looked toward the broken house. People were coming and going, likely villagers helping the village chief repair the house. This scene reminded Yunxiu of her first day here. The village chief also helped her fix her house, making her feel the warmth of a strange new place and strengthening her resolve to stay. Over the next few days, Yunxiu walked around the village, hearing villagers talk about Liu Xiao everywhere. Most people felt sorry for him. He was a good young man, once seen as a kind of fairy by everyone, but now he looked like a ghost, and people avoided him. Do you think Liu Xiao's father didn't come back this time? Maybe he died outside. How can you say that? They weren't even from our village. Maybe he just went back to his own home. Did you hear? Liu Xiao came back from the battlefield alone, without his father. Now he's just by himself. That's pretty normal. By the way, Liu Xiao is about 25 now. At this age, men in the village can start working in the fields. Are you trying to set him up with a girl? Of course not. I was just thinking aloud. Speaking of which, did any of your families have a girl his age? Did anyone try to match him? Yunxiu listened to these talks, feeling a bit uncomfortable. But living in the village, she knew gossip was unavoidable. Just like herself, she was also a topic of daily chatter. She decided to get used to it. Besides, most people didn't mean any harm. It was just talk. If she really cared, she might get upset. But she could also confront them. Still, with so many voices, could she really change their minds? Yunxiu pushed the gossip aside and headed toward the foot of the mountain. The vegetables in the fields would be ready to harvest in a few days. She wanted to check their quality, especially since they should be as tasty and fresh as though she grew in her yard. When she reached the village, she saw a group of children gathered together, and she faintly heard crying. Curious, Yunxiu approached and saw a familiar figure among the kids. "Nyo, what are you doing here? Why is this little sister crying? Did someone bully her?" Hearing her call his name, Nyo quickly turned around. When he saw Yunxiu, he immediately explained, "Ajujia, we didn't bully Linger. She was just scared and crying." Yunxiu looked puzzled. "What did you see? Why was she scared?" At this moment, another little boy hurried to answer. "Ajujia, Linga was scared by that. That ghost-faced man." Yunxiu was caught off guard. Seeing her stunned, Nyo reminded her, "It's the one who just came back from outside." Hearing this, Yunxiu understood. Her face grew serious. "You say she was scared of him? Did he do it on purpose to scare you?" It probably won't happen. Although she only saw Liu Xiao once, she feels he wouldn't do something so rude or scare children on purpose. The children looked at each other, and finally, Nyo spoke up. He didn't mean to scare us. It's just, when he walked past us, Linger saw how he looked and started crying." "I see," Yunxiu understood. The little girl was only 3 or 4 years old, so it was normal for her to be frightened when she saw someone with a face full of scars. Yunxiu didn't comment, but looked at Nyo and the other boys. What about you? Were you scared? The boy who just spoke puffed out his chest. We're real boys, we wouldn't be scared. Dazhuang is right. We're brave, and wouldn't be scared. The other children also nodded to show they were brave boys. Yun Xiu was pleased. She reached into her sleeve, or rather her space, and took out some fruits, handing them to the children. Finally, she squatted down and placed the reddest fruit into Linger's small hand. Linger, sister gives you a tasty fruit. Don't cry anymore. When Linger smelled the sweet scent of the fruit, she finally stopped crying. She looked up at Yun Xiu with tears still on her face. Thank you, sister, she said softly. The other children eagerly ate the fruits. Soon, only the sound of chewing could be heard, and a sweet aroma filled the air.
Axu.
Sister, this fruit is really delicious, the children exclaimed as they ate. After they finished, Yun Xiu suddenly looked serious. The person who had been smiling just moments before suddenly changed expression. The children were a bit confused and looked at Yun Xiu, unsure what they had done wrong. Dazhuang Nyonyo, you said earlier that you're brave boys. I'm happy to hear that, but do you know who is the real brave man? The boys looked at each other and shook their heads. Yun Xiu looked at them carefully and said seriously, the person with the ghost face. That's the real brave man. Hearing this, the children looked confused. How could the scary person be the real brave man? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Yun Xiu patiently explained, do you know why that person, who seems so frightening, looks like that? The children were silent for a moment. Nyonyo seemed to remember something and said, my mother told me he went to fight in the war. Yun Xiu nodded approvingly and said, that's right. He went to fight in the war to protect the people of Dongli Kingdom. That's why he was hurt by the enemy. He's not a ghost-faced person or a monster, but our hero. The children looked at her with a mix of understanding and confusion. Yun Xiu continued, aren't you all supposed to be brave boys? Brave boys protect their homes and country. The person you should call Brother Lu Xiao. His scar is not something to be ashamed of, but a badge of honor. Yun Xiu knew that these children might not fully understand her words.
Her purpose was not just to talk about that.
She only wanted the children to see a person who was disabled because he fought for the country, not as someone to fear. Since ancient times, soldiers who protect their homes have been respected. Even today, the system cares for soldiers, but some disabled soldiers still struggle to live well, especially in these backward times. Yun Xiu didn't know that the people standing far away could hear everything she said to the children. When Lu Xiao walked past the children playing, he deliberately avoided looking at them. Still, some children were frightened by his appearance. After walking a short distance, he heard faint crying. Feeling uneasy, he turned back. He knew his face was scary. If he appeared again, it would only scare the children more. So he hid nearby to observe. Unexpectedly, he saw the girl again. It turned out she was also from this village. Hearing Yun Xiu talk about soldiers, a faint light flashed in his eyes. A warm feeling spread through his heart, and he was deeply moved. He didn't think much about joining the army. It was just a coincidence. But after several years of military life, his mindset gradually changed. Having seen life and death many times, he understood how precious life was. He also understood his duty as a soldier. Lu Xiao looked at Yun Xiu. Every time he saw her, he gained a new understanding. Who exactly was she? How did she gain such insight? And those special skills she had, could such a person really grow up in this small lotus platform village? Lu Xiao was lost in thought and forgot to hide his aura. Yun Xiu quickly noticed his presence. When she sensed his gaze, Lu Xiao also looked over. Their gazes met in the air, and Yun Xiu was the first to smile and nod. Her smile was pure and sincere, and Lu Xiao was unknowingly influenced by it. When he came back to himself, he realized his mouth was slightly turned up in a smile. He hurriedly looked away, but his ears quickly turned red. Yun Xiu bent down and said something to the children. The children obediently followed her and walked toward Lu Xiao. Although he didn't look directly at them, he could tell they were coming over. He felt a bit helpless and unsure whether to turn around and run immediately, as he didn't want to scare the children again. But if he ran now, wouldn't that seem unmanly? Someone had just praised him for being brave, and if he ran away, he would lose that image. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Lu Xiao's mind. Finally, he looked down at his right foot, and his expression dimmed. While he was hesitating, Yunxiu had already brought the children a few steps closer to him. "Children, what did I just tell you?" Yunxiu asked. A chorus of slightly messy children's voices responded. "Lu Xiao Gij." Even Linger, who had just been crying, called out. Hearing the children's sweet voices, Lu Xiao felt even more helpless. His mouth moved, and he managed to say a few words. You all be good." Yunxiu couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that such a big man like Lu Xiao would have such a thin skin. She wanted to say something to ease his nerves when Da Shuang's uncertain voice was heard. Xiao Jia, my dad said that Lu Xiao Gij grew up with them. That means he's probably quite old. Why do we call him Gij instead of Shushu?" Yunxiu was surprised and looked at Lu Xiao. She noticed that not only were his ears red, but even his face, covered with scars, couldn't hide his blush.
Oh.
Yunxiu felt a bit embarrassed. The awkwardness was her fault. She quickly tried to fix it. Because Lu Xiao Gij isn't married and doesn't have children yet, so he's called Gij. Is that so? But my little uncle isn't married either, and I call him Shushu. Da Zhuang was a bit confused. Was Yunxiu Jiejia's explanation correct? While Yunxiu was thinking about how to answer, Niu spoke for her. "Idiot, your little uncle is only 5 years older than you. He was your little uncle when he was a kid. No matter how old he is now, he's still your Shushu. Lu Xiao Gij isn't part of your family, so you call him Gij." After saying that, Niu looked at Yunxiu with a proud expression, waiting for praise. Da Zhuang was still scratching his head, thinking about what he had just heard. Niu is so smart, that's right. Cloud Xiu was joking around, but if they kept talking, they might start ranking themselves, and maybe she would even become an aunt or great-aunt. Listening to the children discuss how they called her, Lu Xiao couldn't join the conversation. With his personality, he wouldn't really correct them, so he just awkwardly stood to the side, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. "All right, kids, go play now." Cloud Xiu saw Lu Xiao's discomfort and quickly sent the children away. Once only the two of them were left, she broke the awkward silence first. "Lu Xiao, hello. My name is Cloud Xiu. We've met before. I didn't expect you to be from our village too." Just one word, but Cloud Xiu didn't mind. She already knew from their last meeting that Lu Xiao was not good with words, or rather, not comfortable talking to unfamiliar people. Actually, she was wrong. Lu Xiao wasn't very outgoing, but he wasn't someone who spoke little either. The reason he was like this in front of her was because both times he was a bit surprised. The first time was when he thought the general she mentioned was him, but he quickly realized he was mistaken and felt a bit awkward, then hurried to leave. This time, because of what she said to the children, it left a ripple in his heart. He appreciated her understanding of soldiers and was touched, but also a little overwhelmed. "Are you going up the mountain?" Cloud Xiu asked, changing the subject. "I'm heading to the foot of the mountain. Want to go together?" Lu Xiao nodded softly and took the lead. They were walking one behind the other, not really talking along the way. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Xiao unexpectedly stopped. It seemed he remembered her words and paused to say goodbye before splitting up. Seeing him stop, Cloud Xiu understood his meaning immediately. "You go ahead, I'll stay here." After saying that, she walked straight into the lush green fields, looking around. Lu Xiao silently looked at the vast land. In his memory, this place used to be wasteland. When did it turn into farmland? Could it be because of this girl? Otherwise, why would she come here? Curious about Cloud Xiu, Lu Xiao entered the mountain. Cloud Xiu went to the vegetable patch. She often came here to add water to the pond. Aunt Zhang and the others took good care of the crops, making the scene lively and full of life. Seeing the fresh, vibrant greens, Cloud Xiu plucked a piece of mustard and examined it carefully. A faint aura of spirit energy emanated from it. Only she could sense this, others wouldn't notice. She nodded with satisfaction, feeling assured about the quality. I checked several other types of vegetables, and they all have the same good quality. Yunxiu was satisfied and left happily. These vegetables are now ready for harvest. It's time to hand them over to Mei Xian. As for her side, of course, she will hire people to harvest. Yunxiu went to the village chief's house, where everyone was gathered. Brother Aki, the vegetables in my field are ready to be picked. When you deliver mushrooms tomorrow, please tell Guidongjia to come and get them. Already so soon? The village chief was a bit surprised. He thought it would take at least until the end of the month. There's enough water, and I take good care of the plants so they grow faster, Yunxiu said without opening her eyes. Besides these reasons, others wouldn't suspect anything. Okay, I'll ask about it tomorrow, Yunxiu replied with a smile. Village chief, I also need your help to gather some workers. Mei Xian needs 1,000 jin every day. With just Aunt Zhang and a few others, they might be too busy. Yunxiu felt like she was treating the village chief like an employee, always coming to ask for help. She felt a little guilty. That's no problem. Spring planting has already finished. Besides occasionally tending the rice fields, everyone is free. If you arrange work for them, they'll be happy to do it. Yunheng didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Having someone like Yunxiu in the village, providing villagers with ways to earn money now and then, made him happy as the village chief. Village chief, how many people do you think are suitable? The work isn't hard, and it doesn't matter if they are men, women, old, or young. The pay is the same, 30 coins a day, Yunxiu asked again. Show girl, you might be losing out. Picking vegetables doesn't take a whole day, and 30 coins is a bit much, Yunheng disagreed. After all, if people think they deserve it, problems might arise later. I see, Yunxiu didn't think so deeply. Then 15 coins, since it might be a little early. That works. The restaurant should be rushing to finish, so they need enough workers. Let's say 20 people. An hour should be enough. Yunxiu had no objections. She entrusted the rest of the arrangements entirely to the village chief and went back home. At night, Yunxiu was busy in her space for half the day. When she returned to her room to sleep, General suddenly barked loudly and quickly ran out of the house. General, Yunxiu followed and also left her room. In the blink of an eye, General had reached the gate, barking non-stop at the outside. Yunxiu caught up and arrived at the door. She focused her senses, but didn't detect anything unusual. She opened the courtyard gate, stuck her head out, and indeed didn't see anyone. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw the general holding a wounded rabbit in his mouth and dragging it into the yard. Where did this rabbit come from? Yunxiu was first curious, then seemed to remember something. General, put it down quickly. Yunxiu thought of something bad. In her previous life, she had heard that some thieves would throw poisoned meat to guard dogs. When the dogs got sick, the thieves would quietly sneak into the house to steal. Woof woof. Although the general was reluctant, he obediently put down the rabbit. Yunxiu went forward to check the rabbit. Besides the wound on its neck, there was nothing unusual. Since it wasn't poisoned, what was the purpose of the person who left the rabbit? Wait, Yunxiu suddenly remembered what happened earlier that day. That Lu Xiao went up the mountain, and last time he didn't take back the rabbit that the general had intercepted. Could this be from him?
But why?
They weren't that close, were they? Yunxiu looked at the general, who kept glancing at her and then eagerly staring at the rabbit. Her heart softened. Leave the rabbit for now. Once we confirm who sent it tomorrow, I'll prepare something for you to eat, Yunxiu said, patting the general's head and making a promise. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Yunxiu woke up early. Remembering the rabbit from last night, she went to the backyard and picked some greens. If Lu Xiao really sent it, she should give a little return. Lu Xiao had just returned from outside. His home must be missing some things. Not to mention, they probably didn't have greens at home. Though greens seemed simple, they were essential. Carrying a basket, Yunxiu left with the general. Compared to the general, Marshal Yuan preferred staying in his space, so Yunxiu usually only brought the general when going out. Lu Xiao's house was nearby. Yunxiu didn't walk far before reaching it. Standing outside the yard, she raised her hand several times to knock, but then hesitated. Honestly, she and Lu Xiao had only met twice, and just showing up like this felt a bit too familiar. While she hesitated, the yard door opened from inside, and Lu Xiao appeared. When she saw his slightly surprised eyes, Yunxiu awkwardly smiled and greeted, "Hi, hello." Lu Xiao's eyes showed surprise. This way of greeting was quite new to him. But what surprised him even more was that Yunxiu had come so early. "I brought this for you." "Thank you for the rabbit you sent last night," Yunxiu said, pushing the basket in front of Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked at the basket, which almost touched his chest, and took a small step back. Then he thought it might be rude, so he stepped forward again and said, "No need to thank me. It's a token of appreciation." Initially, Yunxiu didn't expect him to be the one who sent the rabbit, but since she was so sure, he didn't deny it. He only explained the reason for giving the gift. "Thank you." Yunxiu was a bit confused. Did she do something for him? Seeing her puzzled look, Lu Xiao spoke again. "Yesterday, the child, that's all?" Yunxiu didn't think it was a big deal. She just told a few honest words, so there was no need for a gift. But since she accepted the gift, it wouldn't be right to return it. She pushed the basket toward Lu Xiao again. "Well, I'll accept the rabbit. These are vegetables I grew myself. They're not worth much. You probably don't have any at home, so please take them." This time, Lu Xiao didn't hesitate. He obediently took the basket. He wanted to invite her inside to sit, but thinking about the propriety between a man and a woman, he finally said, "Wait a moment. I'll clear the space in the basket for you." Yunxiu stood at the door for a while. Lu Xiao quickly came out and said, "Thank you," as he handed the basket to her. Yunxiu smiled, took the basket, and left with the general. Watching her back, Lu Xiao's eyes flickered. This girl was the most special person he had ever met, both before her appearance was ruined and now. After escaping death, everyone he met avoided him, and even when he returned here, those who once knew him showed either sympathy or fear. Only this girl, even when she saw his terrifying appearance for the first time, showed no fear or disdain. She looked at him as if he was just an ordinary person. If Yunxiu knew what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him that he was overthinking. She had seen much scarier things like the walking corpses in the apocalypse, and she was already immune to them. At noon, Yunxi brought back news from the town. Guodong, who was very pleased with the fresh and tasty vegetables, originally wanted to send someone to pick up the greens with Yunxi, but Yunxi refused because the preparations weren't ready yet. After some persuasion, Guodong agreed to send a vehicle to pick them up early tomorrow morning. "Oxiu, I'm sorry. I made the decision without your approval." Yunxi sincerely apologized to Yunxiu. "Oxiu, brother, what are you talking about? Your decision was right. I'm grateful that you took charge," Yunxiu said gratefully. She truly meant it. If she had gone herself, she would have made the same decision. "You're not mad at me. That's good." Yunxi was happy and then excitedly said, "Adieu, sister. You don't know. Your vegetables are now selling very well at the fresh market. Even though they are greens, they are selling for the price of meat dishes. And still, they are limited each day." No wonder Guodongjia is anxious. Really, greens can be more expensive than meat. Yunlan was a bit skeptical. In the rural areas of this time, no matter how tasty greens are, they can't compare to meat since greens don't have oil or fat. "It's true. Ajur's vegetables have this magic," Yunxi confidently said. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. Even the village chief looked incredulous. "So, planting vegetables really works." Aju smiled and nodded. "Village chief, now you can rest assured. Rest assured, rest assured. I'll gather everyone to discuss this and also assign people to harvest the vegetables," the village chief cheerfully arranged. In the ancestral hall of Lian Tai village, each household sent a representative. Others who were free could also come to listen. When they saw each other, curiosity sparked as they asked questions. "Third uncle, why did the village chief call us?" "I don't know. I haven't heard any official notices lately. Could it be that they are increasing taxes again? Things are just starting to get better, and if they come again, life will be impossible. Don't scare yourself." Maybe it's a good thing. Some worried, others remained optimistic. The village chief appeared amid everyone's anticipation. He looked over the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, Today I called you here for two things. What are they, village chief? Don't keep us in suspense. Interrupted, Yunheng didn't get angry. He chuckled and said, You little rascal, if you didn't interrupt, I would have said it already. The person who was cut off also smiled and didn't mind. Since the village chief was in a good mood to joke, it probably wasn't a bad sign. Everyone else shared the same thought. The tense atmosphere from before finally eased a bit. After everyone settled down, Yunheng continued, A Jew bought the wasteland, and you all saw the results. Wasteland isn't useless for planting, it just takes willingness to invest. People immediately started discussing. That's right. I've seen a Jew's land up close. The crops are growing very well. I never thought even wasteland could turn into good land. Even if it can be cultivated, it costs money to buy it. 1 or 2 silver coins per acre, which isn't cheap. How long would it take my family to save enough? Village chief, why are you talking about Xiaoying's land? Could it be that today's matter is about the wasteland? A woman suddenly asked loudly. The village chief smiled warmly and nodded. Now, everyone was even more curious. Yunheng didn't keep everyone waiting and directly explained what it was about. I'm here to talk about two things related to Xiaoying. As you saw, many vegetables are being grown there, and these vegetables are all ordered by the town's restaurant. How does this concern us? Someone whispered, while others looked envious. The restaurant needs to buy 1,000 jin of vegetables every day. They are looking for 20 people to help, paying 15 coins a day for just 1 hour of work. Who's willing? Yunheng asked directly after explaining. That's a good deal, village chief. I want to do it. Villagers raised their hands eagerly, eager to answer. Of course, earning half a day's wages in just 1 hour without traveling far is very tempting.
Who wouldn't want to?
Don't rush. Hiring people is just one part of it. With so many of you, not everyone can be chosen, Yunheng said, raising his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Although everyone was still excited, they obediently quieted down, afraid of missing important news. The second thing is that Xiaoying will share her vegetable business with you, so you can supply the restaurant in the future. When Yunheng said this, people looked at each other in surprise. Were there really such foolish people? Giving up a good way to make money? You might not know, but the restaurant pays 5 coins per jin for Xiaoying's vegetables. Really? 5 coins? I go to town to buy and sell for at most 2 coins. Someone exclaimed. Her words caused a lot of agreement around. They had thought about growing vegetables to sell before, but the prices were low, and they had to carry the vegetables to town every day, which was time-consuming and hard work, and they didn't earn much. Village chief, is this true? Is Xiaoying really going to share this business with us? There must be some conditions, someone doubted. That's right. Before Yunheng could speak, the person understood immediately. I thought so. Who would be so generous as to give away their way to earn money? Fang Chen's family listened to me. Yunheng raised his voice. Those who wanted to speak stopped immediately. Do you think the restaurant is willing to pay 5 coins per jin just because they are kind? No, they see it as a good deal and worth the price. This statement is correct. The people below Showgirls' vegetables can sell for a high price because they are good and people are willing to pay for them. Your own vegetables no one cares about, Yunheng bluntly pointed out the facts. Can a young girl grow better vegetables than these old farmers? Some people didn't mind much, but because of the village chief's authority, they didn't dare to speak out. Showgirls' vegetables are indeed different. Third grandma stepped forward and confidently told everyone. Other families who had received vegetables from Yunxiu also spoke in agreement. All right, now let Showgirl tell you herself. Yunheng signaled Yunxiu to come forward. Yunxiu nodded and confidently stood in front of everyone. Dear uncles, aunts, and elders, I am young and my family has faced some troubles. Thanks to everyone's care, I've managed to get through. Now, I'm giving up the way to supply vegetables to the restaurant, first to thank everyone, and second to help everyone have more income so life won't be so hard. Everyone could feel her sincerity in her words. They nodded repeatedly, and even those who had some other thoughts earlier quietly put away their harsh feelings. My vegetables can sell for a high price because they're special. Someone just now mentioned conditions needed, but they are not really conditions. The restaurant only pays because the vegetables taste good. If you want to grow vegetables, you can come to me for seeds. If you don't believe it, you can pick some vegetables from my house to try. After tasting, you will understand. After speaking, Yun Xiu looked at Yun Heng, who understood and took over the conversation. I discussed with Xiu Girl, and you can choose one of two things. One is to grow vegetables. But I want to share my opinion. If you want to grow vegetables, you need to buy seeds from Xiu Girl. Yes, buy them. You can't just take benefits for free without paying. Of course, if you choose to grow vegetables and want to earn money, it will take some time. Seeing everyone's reactions, Yun Heng was slightly satisfied that no one looked unhappy. Then he continued, the second option is to pick vegetables. Those who don't have the conditions at home can help pick vegetables. That way, you can have daily income for a short time. After that, he added, you can only choose one. If you choose to grow vegetables, stand on the left. If you choose to pick vegetables, stand on the right. Regarding the village chief's mention of buying seeds, Yun Xiu didn't object. She had misunderstood earlier. In her view, seeds weren't a big deal, and people usually exchanged them freely. But this time was different. She needed to make people understand that only effort could bring rewards. Otherwise, in the future, when they asked her for various things, she wouldn't know whether to give or refuse. Social exchanges are important, but sometimes clear boundaries are also necessary for lasting relationships. Constant giving is often seen as natural, but when you finally take back something, it can lead to resentment. Moreover, these seeds are just a cover. Her true strength lies in her special abilities. Even if she could use her powers endlessly, her efforts should be respected. While Yun Xiu was thinking, the villagers had already chosen. 18 households decided to pick vegetables, while over 30 others chose to plant. Yun Heng expected this result. After informing the 18 households to pick vegetables early the next morning, Yun Xiu left, and the village chief would handle the rest. In the evening, Yun Xiu welcomed the villagers who came to visit. As she had said during the day, she brought some greens to each family. The villagers thanked her and left happily. That night, many villagers ate Yun Xiu's vegetables. The taste surprised them and changed their view of greens. These are the dishes that the big restaurants want. Such flavor, who could refuse? Everyone praised her. It seemed like a bright future was waiting just ahead, as long as they dared to step forward. They believed a better life was just a brave step away. Lu Xiao, after eating Yun Xiu's vegetables that day, felt even more amazed than others. As a martial artist, he could clearly sense a gentle energy flowing inside him, nourishing his meridians and easing his internal injuries. Lu Xiao understood what this meant and became more curious about Yun Xiu. He didn't yet realize what might happen if he grew more interested in someone. By the time he understood, he would already be deeply involved. The next day, at dawn, those who signed up to pick vegetables had already arrived. When Yun Xiu reached the field, everyone was ready and eager to start. Yun Xiu, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. Xiao girl, you're here. We're all ready. Just tell us what to do, and we'll start right away, said an older woman, full of energy. Yun Xiu smiled and looked at everyone present, including Aunt Zhang and 4 others who had been working here for a long time. Seeing their eager expressions, she felt a bit more satisfied. Dear uncles, aunts, and elders, you all know that our vegetables are supplied to the restaurant. To maintain a long-term partnership, we must show sincerity. When everyone picks the vegetables later, please do not pick the yellow leaves. After picking, arrange the vegetables neatly, check them carefully, and only load the baskets when everything is in order. Understood, we will remember that. More than 20 people nodded in agreement. This was the first time their village supplied vegetables to the restaurant. Even if they weren't their own, they wanted to leave a good impression. Meanwhile, not long after they started, more people from the village came to help, all planning to plant vegetables. Xiuyan, we also want to help, said 4th aunt, explaining her purpose. Yun Xiu didn't refuse. She thought they just wanted to see the situation first, which was understandable. If Yun Xiu's business with the restaurant is successful, then once they grow the vegetables, they will also benefit. With many people working together, in less than an hour, over 1,000 jin of vegetables had been picked, arranged neatly, and stacked into baskets by the roadside, waiting to be loaded onto trucks. When Guo Yongchang arrived with his people and ox cart, he saw this scene. "Miss Yun, you're all ready, and you work so quickly," Guo Yongchang said, smiling as he looked at the baskets of fresh vegetables still covered with dew. "Mr. Guo, I didn't expect you to come personally. We were worried about being too slow and delaying the restaurant's business," Yunxiu replied politely. "No delay at all, not even close to the time I expected," Guo Yongchang said while instructing his men to weigh the vegetables. While waiting, he looked at the remaining vegetables in the field, a smile appearing in his eyes. "Miss Yun, thanks to your vegetables, our restaurant has seen a 50% increase in customers recently. I've lived half my life, but this is the first time I've seen a restaurant thrive just because of fresh vegetables." Yunxiu knew how special her vegetables were, but she remained modest. "That's because people are still curious. Mr. Guo, if the restaurant's customers decrease in the future, you must not break your promise." No, I believe in these vegetables," Guo Yongchang said, waving his hand. "Not only the town's restaurants, but I've already sent the news back to the capital. Half of today's vegetables will also be sent there. Maybe starting tomorrow, we'll need to increase the supply." Since the vegetables were already packed in baskets, weighing didn't take long. Soon, the restaurant's accountant handed the weight to Guo Yongchang. "Boss, after subtracting the weight of the bamboo baskets, the net weight is 1,100 jin." Guo Yongchang nodded, took the silver coins handed by the accountant, and then handed them to Yunxiu. "Miss Yun, this is 6 taels of silver. The extra is for buying these bamboo baskets. Tomorrow, we'll prepare based on today's amount. If we need more later, we can discuss it then." "Okay," Yunxiu accepted the silver, then thought of something. She asked in a gentle, negotiating tone, "Mr. Guo, could you prepare some copper coins for tomorrow?" Guo Yongchang quickly understood her purpose. He looked at the villagers around and replied happily, "Yes, starting tomorrow, prepare 1,000 copper coins each day." After the ox cart left with the vegetables, dawn broke fully. The villagers watched as the people from the restaurant weighed and paid, feeling confident about their future farming plans. Yunxiu distributed wages in front of everyone. When it was time to pay those who hadn't been included in the original plan, they all declined politely. "Miss Xiu, we're just here to help with planting vegetables today. We shouldn't accept this money," they said, refusing to take it. "But how can that be? Since you've worked, this money is what you deserve," Yunxiu insisted. Although these people came uninvited, she wouldn't be stingy with their pay. No, we agreed beforehand." "We can't take it," they replied firmly. Seeing their firm stance, Yunxiu thought for a moment. "Since you won't take the money, then take some vegetables home." No one objected this time. They still remembered the delicious taste from last night and didn't want to refuse out of obligation. Seeing their hesitation, Yunxiu made the decision herself. She handed each person a bunch of greens. Everyone happily took the vegetables and prepared to leave. Yunxiu spoke again. "Uncles and elders, if you know how to weave bamboo baskets, you can make more in your free time. As you saw, the demand for bamboo baskets will only grow." "Yes, I hadn't thought of that. Miss Xiu, you're so clever." "I'll go home and prepare bamboo now," said one person, excited to get started. Those who knew how to weave bamboo hurried home, surprised and happy. Others who didn't know the craft also stayed busy. Some bought land, others prepared the fields. They saw how things were progressing. If they had hesitated last night, after seeing everything this morning, that hesitation was gone. When Yunxiu returned home, she saw someone standing at the door. She was curious. Why had Lu Xiao come? Seeing Yunxiu, Lu Xiao's face warmed. He only looked at her briefly, then quickly looked away and whispered, "Can I buy some of your vegetables?" It turned out to be about this. Yunxiu naturally wouldn't refuse. She opened the door and looked at Lu Xiao standing outside, hesitating before asking, "Do you want to come in and choose some yourself?" No need, I don't mind what kind of variety it is," Lu Xiao replied. He had never really interacted much with women before, and now that he looked like this, he didn't want to cause any dislike. Even if he knew the girl in front of him didn't mind, he still didn't want to face her with his current appearance. Seeing that Lu Xiao had no intention of going inside, Yunxiu didn't insist. "All right, wait here. I'll be out soon." Before long, Yun Xiu returned and handed a basket of vegetables to Lu Xiao. "Take these home. You can come find me whenever you finished eating." Lu Xiao took the basket and offered a small silver coin. Yun Xiu didn't take it. "It's just a few vegetables, not worth much." Lu Xiao held the silver coin without moving, his meaning clear. "There's no need to give so much," Yun Xiu said helplessly. "It's worth it," Lu Xiao said firmly, looking into Yun Xiu's eyes. At that moment, Yun Xiu felt as if he knew the secret behind the vegetables. Yun Xiu thought about Lu Xiao's identity. She guessed that he must be skilled in martial arts and quite good at it, which gave him a sensitivity others didn't have. But why couldn't she sense it herself? In the end, Yun Xiu didn't ask. Some things were better left unspoken. As long as others guessed, she wouldn't admit it herself. She absolutely couldn't afford to lose her composure first. She took the silver and added, "This money is for 2 months' worth of vegetables. If you want to eat, you can go to the foot of the mountain anytime and tell Aunt Zhang and the others. Just pick the vegetables yourself." To keep her secret, Yun Xiu decided not to interact much with Lu Xiao. Even though he seemed harmless now, people's hearts are hard to read, and she couldn't take any risks. Lu Xiao didn't realize that he had unintentionally pushed the distance between himself and Yun Xiu further away. But with their current interactions, it didn't really matter how close or far they were. Now, it was just the stage of greeting each other. Meanwhile, at the Princess Zhou's residence in the capital, Zhou Yingxue sat at her dressing table, with a trusted palace maid helping her with her makeup. The final step was placing a phoenix hairpin with wings spread wide into her hair. A stunning woman appeared in the mirror, her features delicate and beautiful, her skin smooth as if it could be broken. From her appearance, it was hard to tell she was over 40. The trusted palace maid looked at her reflection and moved her lips as if she wanted to say something. Zhou Yingxue saw her expression in the mirror and spoke softly. "Yuan Xiu, if you want to say something, just say it." "Why do you look like you have something to hide?" The trusted palace maid, Yuan Xiu, quickly knelt down and said, "Princess, I am to blame." Zhou Yingxue did not immediately tell her to get up but looked at her deeply. "You have been with me for so long. Don't you know my temper? I never stop you from speaking." Yuan Xiu immediately kowtowed. "Please forgive me, princess. It's my fault. All right, get up. If you have something to say, say it. No need to hesitate or hold back. You don't have to stay here with me." This was a serious remark, and Yuan Xiu dared not delay any longer. "Princess, today is a good day for the prince to be officially titled heir. If you don't show up, people will start talking behind your back again." Zhou Yingxue listened without showing much emotion. She gently turned her wrist, and her jade bracelet made a clear, crisp sound. "Let them talk. Haven't they said enough over the years? If they're so brave, they can come and say it to my face." For years, rumors of a disagreement between the eldest princess and the prince were not a secret. Many secretly mocked her, Zhou Yingxue, for relying on her status and refusing to give the Marquis of Jingyuan's household respect. Despite being married for decades, she rarely entered or left the Marquis's estate. "Princess, even if you consider the prince's feelings, you should still maintain good relations with the Marquis's household. Otherwise, wouldn't it make things difficult for the prince?" Yuan Xiu boldly advised after speaking. Hearing her son mentioned, Zhou Yingxue's expression finally softened a little. Her son was the result of that night, an accident, but she still felt a deep tenderness for him. That night, she was chased and fell off a cliff. She was injured and drugged. When she found a cave, it was already dark outside. She didn't expect there to be anyone inside, let alone a man. She heard him say something, but she was unconscious and didn't understand what he was saying or see what he looked like. After a chaotic night, when she opened her eyes, she saw that the person lying beside her was a young master from the Marquis of Jingyuan's household, someone she had met twice before. She ordered him to forget what happened and left. Unexpectedly, his father later asked the emperor for her hand in marriage. But she refused without hesitation. She had lost her innocence, but she wouldn't marry him just because of that. However, because of that night, she ended up pregnant. The truth could no longer be hidden. Her brother, the emperor, found out what happened that night and asked how she wanted to handle it. A princess giving birth before marriage was a huge scandal, even for a beloved eldest princess. Once it spread, it would be a major disgrace for the royal family. She considered having an abortion and pretending nothing had happened, but when the medicine was brought to her, she hesitated. Since childhood, many noble sons have courted her, but she didn't like any of them. Instead, she grew more annoyed and even considered not marrying at all. However, she didn't mind having her own child. Now that the child has arrived, she thought maybe this was her only chance in life. To give the child a proper and honorable identity, marrying the child's biological father didn't seem so shameful. So, she agreed to her brother's marriage proposal. After the wedding, she used pregnancy as an excuse to avoid sharing a room with the prince consort. The real reason was that she didn't know Lu Qinglin well. Even after that one night, they were just strangers who knew each other. She couldn't live together like that. She knew she was being a bit picky. Every couple starts like this, she thought. But she couldn't get past her own feelings. So, she decided to wait until the baby was born. However, before the baby was born, she found out Lu Qinglin had a concubine. When she learned this, she didn't cause trouble or argue. In fact, she felt a little relieved. This was better. She wouldn't have wasted her time. When the right moment came, they would part ways, and she would raise the child herself, fulfilling her original dream. Unexpectedly, after the baby was born, the child didn't feel very close to her, but was very attached to Lu Qinglin, the father. This made it difficult to bring up separation, as it would upset the child. So, they lived peacefully for over 20 years. Fortunately, although Lu Qinglin had many women outside, he didn't cause trouble with her. She chose to ignore it. Just then, someone outside announced, "Greetings, Prince Consort." Hearing the voice, Zhou Yingxue stood up and went to the outer room, followed by others. When they saw Lu Qinglin, they all bowed politely. "Princess, how have you been lately?" Lu Qinglin looked at her bright, cheerful face, just like in the old days. He thought of Li Jin in the secret chamber, and a flicker of regret crossed his eyes, but he quickly hid it. "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Also, congratulations on becoming the heir of the Marquis estate," Zhou Yingxue said politely as she led Lu Qinglin to sit at the table. Lu Qinglin noticed her distant attitude and felt uncomfortable. When he was young, he admired AI. Now, he no longer had those feelings. His current discomfort was just a sign of his regret. "Princess, do you have to be so formal with me?" he asked, reaching across the table and grabbing Zhou Yingxue's hand, with a hurt look in his eyes. The moment her hand was grabbed, Zhou Yingxue wanted to pull back, but Lu Qinglin held on tightly, and she couldn't free herself. "Prince Consort, please let go." Seeing her so guarded, Lin Qinglin couldn't help feeling angry. "Princess, we are husband and wife. Why are you so cold to me?" Zhou Yingxue struggled for a moment and finally pulled her hand away. "Haven't we always been like this? You have your life and I have mine. Lin Qinglin had nothing to say. He knew he couldn't hide his affairs from her, but he didn't think he was wrong. Over the years, apart from their son, their relationship had been quite cold. When he thought about his son's background, Lin Qinglin's earlier anger disappeared. If Zhou Yingxue didn't care for him, so what? She was still raising his son, and in the future, everything she had would belong to him. Thinking of this, Lin Qinglin softened his tone. "Princess, Shenghe will be back in a few days. This time, he did well on his mission, and the emperor will surely reward him. I want to hold a banquet at the Marquis' residence to celebrate. I hope you will attend." Zhou Yingxue listened, thought for a moment, and then slowly nodded. "All right, I will attend." Since it was for their son, even if she was reluctant, she would do her best to support him. Over the years, she had some regrets. No matter how much she disliked him, she was still the wife of the Marquis' residence, and she owed him at least respect. On the official road from the south to the capital, a group of people hurried past. Before sunset, they reached the nearest relay station to the capital. "Sir, please." The relay station master bowed respectfully, inviting the young man at the front to rest inside. The young man nodded slightly, walking confidently into the main hall with the relay station master. His attendants, already guided by the station staff, carried his belongings into a room. "Sir, please sit and rest for a moment. The meal will be ready soon." The relay station master led him to a table, poured him a cup of tea, and then excused himself to instruct the kitchen to prepare food. "Be quick, bring out everything you have. This young master needs to be well served." He hurried to the kitchen and immediately ordered the cooks and servants. "Sir, who is outside? Why are you so attentive?" a young servant asked curiously.
Nonsense.
"We're here to serve these officials. Do you think we're not paying attention?" The relay station master said sternly, then pointed outside and explained to the kitchen staff, "This person is not ordinary. Don't be fooled by his youth. He's a favorite of the emperor himself." When these words were spoken, everyone present became curious. "Who is this person? Such a big background." The courier touched his non-existent beard and said, "Although I haven't met this person, I recognize the family crest on the saddle. It's the crest of the Marquis of Jingyuan." Now, the Marquis of Jingyuan's family is very powerful, especially since they are related to the Princess Chang. Even officials in the court respect them, not to mention us. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and became more serious. The courier's work became more careful. Although the station often hosted officials, it was rare to meet someone with such a strong background. Seeing everyone take things seriously, the courier relaxed a little. At this moment, he also wanted to share more. "The person outside, if I'm right, is the only heir of the Marquis of Jingyuan, and he is the son of Princess Chang and the Prince Lu Sheng. I heard the emperor sent a special envoy to investigate corruption in the southern government. Could it be him?" someone guessed, thinking of recent events. The courier nodded approvingly. "All right, everyone move quickly. Don't let this young master wait too long." The main person in the story, Lu Sheng, was reading a letter. He seemed happy about some good news, and a smile appeared on his face. His personal servant, Lu Tong, had finished tidying his room and came downstairs. Seeing his master in a good mood, he nervously asked, "Master, are you happy about something?" Lu Sheng was pleased and didn't mind sharing. "My father defeated the country of Nanmin and received praise from my uncle. Now I am the heir of the Marquis' estate." Lu Tong was happy to hear this. "That's wonderful," he said, then looked at his master. "Master, you did a great job this time. The emperor's reward won't be small. Our Marquis' estate is truly celebrating." Lu Sheng did nod, but the smile in his eyes showed he was in a good mood. "Lu Tong, wrap the ginseng we brought from the south separately. I want to give it as a gift to my grandmother," Lu Sheng ordered, thinking about his trip south. "Master, don't worry. I already packed it separately," Lu Tong replied immediately. This ginseng was a gift from someone below. He didn't care much about it at first. As a son of the Marquis and the prince's son, he had seen many precious herbs. But the person said this ginseng was special and could reveal its secrets just by smelling it. Curious, he accepted the ginseng. When he opened the brocade box, he realized what the person said was true. Given his background, he has a good eye for distinguishing quality items. Just by smelling the medicinal fragrance, he knew it was something rare. 2 days later, Lu Sheng returned to the capital, first went to the palace to complete his tasks, then went back to the Marquis Jingyuan's residence. "My good grandson, you've been through a lot on this trip," Lady Zhang, the Marquis's wife, said as she pulled Lu Sheng close, examining him with concern. "Grandmother, I'm not tired. Look, I think I've gained a little weight," Lu Sheng said playfully, turning around to show off. "All right, I know you're obedient and just saying nice things," Lady Zhang replied happily. She appreciated her grandson's closeness. She was willing to offend the eldest princess just to keep him living comfortably in the Marquis's house. "Grandmother, I found something good on this trip. I thought of you right away," Lu Sheng said as he took a silk box from Lu Tong and opened it, presenting it to Lady Zhang. She looked at it and saw it was ginseng, smiling and praising, "You're so thoughtful, even when doing errands. Grandmother is proud of you." Lu Sheng knew his grandmother hadn't yet noticed the uniqueness of the ginseng. He leaned close and whispered something in her ear. Her expression grew serious as she carefully examined the ginseng, smelled it, and finally believed her grandson's words. Where did this ginseng come from? Do you have more? Good things are rare, especially valuable herbs like these. They can save lives in critical moments. It's said to have been bought from a pharmacy in the south. There was only one piece, and it changed hands a few times before reaching me, Lu Sheng replied regretfully. Such treasures are truly hard to find. Having this one is already lucky. You've done well. You've been away for a month. Go home and see your wife and child. Tonight, wait for your father to come back, and you all should come for dinner. All right, I'll go wash up first, Lu Sheng said, and left Lady Zhang's courtyard. He headed toward his own courtyard in the Marquis's residence and saw his wife holding their son at the gate from afar. He hurried over and took the child from his wife's arms. This was their first child. Now he was 2 months old. When he was just a month old, Lu Sheng had already gone out on official business. Warner, why did you come out? I told someone to pass the message. I'd come back after seeing grandmother, Lu Sheng said. Ningwan looked at her husband with gentle affection. Both our son and I missed you. The couple returned to the inner room and shared their feelings. Ningwan hesitated and asked, Husband, aren't you going to visit your mother at the princess's house? Lu Sheng paused. No rush. Tonight, I'll have dinner with my father and grandmother. I'll visit my mother tomorrow.
But
Ningwan felt it might not be appropriate. It's fine. My mother doesn't mind these things, Lu Sheng replied calmly. Lu Sheng comforted her. Actually, he mostly didn't know how to get along with his mother. Since childhood, his mother loved him very much, but when he was at the princess's residence, he didn't feel as comfortable as he did with his father and grandmother. Maybe because his mother was more cold, he was always respectful, but not close enough to her. His mother also noticed this and didn't ask him to visit her often. During the dinner, Lu Chenglin looked at his talented son and felt very proud. You did a great job this time. The emperor will soon give you a reward. I discussed with your mother, and in a few days, we will hold a banquet at the house to celebrate you. Thank you, father. Lu Sheng didn't care much about the banquet, but he was eager to prove himself to the world. In the past, others looked up to him only because he was the daughter of the princess and the son of the Marquis's house. Now that he has made a name for himself, it shows his own ability. Who would still say he relies on his family background? On the day of the banquet, Zhou Yingxue arrived early, surprising everyone at the Marquis's residence, including Lu Chenglin and the household staff. Mother, Lu Sheng greeted her with his wife and child. Zhou Yingxue nodded and looked at the baby in Ningwan's arms. She wanted to take the baby and hold him, but she was used to being cold and held back her thoughts. As the sun rose higher, guests gradually arrived. As a prominent family in the capital, almost all noble families in the city attended the banquet at the Lu family estate. In the backyard garden, groups of women admired the various flowers, occasionally praising them. The Marquis's house truly is a century-old family. The rare plants in this garden are not found elsewhere. Yes, it's rare to have a banquet at the Marquis's house. Now we finally have a chance to see the beauty. Some people were enchanted by the garden scenery, while others focused on different matters. The Marquis of Jingyuan has made a big splash this time. Both father and son achieved great success, which is rare among noble families. I thought that the princess marrying into the Marquis's house was the greatest honor for the Lu family. But now it seems the family's foundation is still strong, and the younger generation is talented. Yes, now everyone in the capital envies the Marquis's house. During the chat, someone suddenly asked a question. By the way, the Marquis of Jingyuan has 2 sons. Why have we only heard about the eldest son, the current heir, living in the capital? What about the other son? This question stirred memories among the older generation. The eldest son was once a remarkable and talented young man, but it is said he doesn't like official life and has been traveling abroad. Perhaps that's why he hasn't appeared for a long time. I remember that this eldest son is not the child of the current Lady Ho.
could it be?
Be careful with your words. Look at me, I haven't even had wine yet, and I'm talking nonsense.
Oft.
In a corner of the corridor, Lady Ho, Mrs. Zhang, heard these comments and looked upset. Madam, the maid accompanying her looked at her worriedly. It's fine. Today is a happy day, and I can't disturb the celebration. Just remember who they are, and in the future, I will refuse to associate with them. Mrs. Zhang stopped looking that way and, surrounded by maids, left the way they came. She knew well that ever since Lord Ho's eldest son left home, people's guesses about her never stopped. Some said she drove away the original wife's son for her own son, and others even said she eliminated certain people. She never paid much attention to these rumors. Since she realized she couldn't win her husband's heart, she focused her hope on her son. Indeed, for her son, she would fight and might even do things others suspected. But she never had to act. The child left on his own, leaving her innocent and bearing the blame. Mrs. Zhang ignored those rumors because she had a clear conscience. But now, she felt she needed to do something, or it would affect her son and grandson. Before the banquet started, the chief eunuch arrived with the emperor's decree. Due to his success in reforming the Jiangnan officials, he was promoted to a mid-level official in the Ministry of Personnel, a fifth-rank official. Lu Sheng, only 25 years old, had achieved so much and was considered young and promising. Among the children of noble families, he was rare and had a bright future. His distinguished family background meant that as long as he didn't make serious mistakes, becoming a prime minister was possible. The arrival of the decree made the banquet livelier. By the end, it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. After seeing off the guests, Zhou Yingxue was about to leave when Lu Qinglin stopped her. Night has fallen. Princess, you might as well stay overnight. Zhou Yingxue remembered her earlier decision to show respect to the Ho residents. Staying might be the best way to do that, so she nodded. Lu Qinglin was surprised she agreed to stay and was a bit excited. Please, princess, come with me. Zhou Yingxue didn't have a private courtyard at the Ho residence, and staying in the guest house wasn't an option. She could only follow him. As for where to stay, only Lu Qinglin's courtyard was available for him to decide. Just prepare a side room for me. Regarding Zhou Yingxue's reluctance to share a room with him, Lu Qinglin was not upset. He had already accepted their relationship. Sleeping in a strange room, Zhou Yingxue couldn't fall asleep at first. She thought about finding a book in the study, so she took Yuan Qiu to the door of Lu Qinglin's study, where the light was on. The servant outside saw her and became anxious, sweating profusely. The study was a special place. Normally, only the master was allowed inside, and no one else without permission. Now, not only was she the master's wife, but also a princess. The servant didn't know whether to stop her or let her in. Seeing his dilemma, Zhou Yingxue didn't force her way in but turned to leave. Soon after she left, Lu Qinglin came out of the study. Seeing the hesitant look on the servant's face, he guessed what had happened. Did someone come by earlier? The servant nodded. Yes, sir. The princess visited. Lu Qinglin narrowed his eyes, thinking about the person in the secret room and considering whether to move him. Before he could decide, something that happened the next morning made him change his mind. Mother, did you sleep well last night? Why are you leaving so early? Lu Sheng woke up early and saw that his mother's carriage was ready. She was about to leave. Zhou Yingxue didn't say she slept well. Her silence said everything. It's still early. I won't greet your grandparents today. Please apologize to them for me. After speaking, Zhou Yingxue left the marquis's residence. When Lu Qinglin came out, he only saw the back of the carriage leaving. The affairs of the capital city had nothing to do with the peaceful Lotus Terrace village. Recently, villagers had been coming to Yunxiu to buy seeds, preparing to start their vegetable farming. Yunxiu sold the seeds at market price. Of course, she used her special abilities to treat all the seeds, ensuring the vegetables grown from them matched her own quality. Later, Lu Xiao met Yunxiu a few more times. For some reason, he felt her attitude toward him had changed, but he couldn't quite figure out how. After all, their interactions were limited. If Yunxiu knew how he felt, she would praise his sensitivity. During these meetings, Yunxiu greeted him as usual, but just like with other villagers, she no longer showed admiration or concern for the retired soldier. She was afraid her secret would be discovered, even though the chance was very small. However, some secrets can't be kept just by avoiding them. After eating Yunxia's vegetables for several days, Lu Xiao felt his body more clearly. His long-standing internal injuries were healing gradually without him noticing, and he believed he would recover completely soon. Lu Xiao is very sure that the changes in his body are caused by those vegetables. He cannot understand why these vegetables have a greater effect than rare medicinal herbs. But without a doubt, everything is because of Yun Xiao, the girl he has never fully understood. He never thought about exposing her secret. To him, Yun Xiao's vegetables were an unexpected surprise, and she herself was an even bigger surprise, an unexpected benefit with no drawbacks. He can only feel grateful for this. When the villagers of Lantai village sow their seeds, hoping for a good harvest in the future, the time comes to May, and the weather warms up. Recently, because of continuous use of special abilities, crops in the space mature one after another. Last night, the space level upgraded to level 2. When the familiar voice sounded, Yun Xiao knew her space was about to change again. Sure enough, the always cold voice announced, "Space points have reached 200,000, meeting the upgrade requirements. Current space level, level 2. New feature, automatic watering." Yun Xiao thought this time, like last time, the space would upgrade automatically without her noticing. But the voice didn't stop. It continued to report, "After space upgrade, activating new features requires a 2-day temporary shutdown. Shutdown countdown. 3, 2. Before the 1 sounded, Yun Xiao reacted quickly, using her mind to exit the space immediately. Back in her room, she felt a wave of joy. The new functions of the space seemed to have little effect, but they freed her from some physical labor. Now she has more time and energy to expand her planting area. This way, her points will increase faster, making future upgrades easier. Since she can't access the space for now, Yun Xiao plans to practice in the mountains at night. So tonight, she sneaks into the mountains under the cover of darkness. Walking through the mountain, everything is quiet. Only the mountain wind occasionally rustles the leaves. Yun Xiao is immersed in communicating with the surrounding plants. The emotions of the trees and flowers are transmitted to her through her special ability, and she can't help but feel happy about the vibrant life in the mountains. This is the right environment for survival. The still life around her dances happily in the breeze or rests quietly in the cool night. Her ability becomes especially active in this environment. She clearly feels that her power is close to breaking through. She sat on the ground, closed her eyes, and fully immersed herself in her connection with the surrounding natural life. Her inner energy surged like a powerful tide, constantly breaking through the barriers that confined it. Time passed second by second, and a strong wave of energy burst from her body. The nearby plants seemed to respond to a call, swaying and rustling their leaves. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound was heard, and a huge shadow darted out from the nearby woods. Yun Xiao looked closely and saw it was a large tiger. As it slowly approached, Yun Xiao's palms sweat. She had checked the area earlier and found no threats, so she dared to try breaking through here. But now, this sudden appearance of such a big creature confused her. She didn't know that because she was practicing here and connecting with the environment, her energy emitted a lively aura that made the area full of vitality and spiritual energy. This attracted some wild animals sensitive to energy, including this tiger. Normally, she would have rushed to fight it. But right now, she was at a critical point in her breakthrough. If she handled things poorly, her surging energy might go off course, causing chaos inside her and resulting in a severe backlash. Yun Xiao forced herself to stay calm, tightly focusing on the approaching tiger. She dared not make big movements, only slowly adjusting her breathing to calm the restless energy within her. Unfortunately, the tiger didn't give her a chance. Its eyes sparkled with urgency, and it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, clearly mistaking Yun Xiao for a tasty snack. Sweat continued to drip from her palms. She kept her eyes on the tiger's every move, thinking of a strategy while guiding her internal energy, trying to break through at the last moment. At this moment, the space upgrade prevented her from entering, or she wouldn't be in this difficult situation. Yun Xiao made the worst plan. If things looked grim, she would have to accept the backlash consequences. After all, her life was more important than her breakthrough. The sound of the tiger's paws crushing dry branches in the quiet night became even clearer in the tense atmosphere. Yun Xiu's heart was in her throat. Just when the tiger was less than a meter from her, its massive body suddenly leapt into the air and pounced toward Yun Xiu. The strong wind from the leap blew her hair around her ears. Cloud Xiu didn't have much time. Just as she was about to stop attacking the barrier and withdraw her abilities to block the tiger's attack, a shiny sword with a sharp aura suddenly shot straight at the airborne tiger. The tiger noticed the sudden attack. It was midair and surprisingly changed direction, with the sword grazing its back and stabbing into the ground in front of Cloud Xiu. She breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more at ease, and continued to use her abilities. As long as she held on a little longer, breaking through the barrier wouldn't be a problem. No matter who was coming, since someone was helping, she decided to take a gamble. Hope they wouldn't hurt her. Even if the attacker had bad intentions, she would just continue her interrupted action. Whether it was a person or a tiger, she was willing to risk both of them getting hurt, but she wouldn't let the other side have an easy win. This thought flashed in her mind in an instant, just as the tiger landed and roared loudly. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of her, quickly drawing a sword from the ground and standing between her and the tiger. Cloud Xiu was stunned. Though it was dark and she couldn't see clearly, the awkward movement was enough for her to guess who it was. It was Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked cautiously at the tiger, which had just climbed up from the ground. The previous strike hadn't hurt it much, but now its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it coldly stared at the unexpected guest. The tiger growled low, its limbs slightly bent, and lunged at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao didn't dodge. If he had, the tiger would have pounced on Cloud Xiu behind him. He quickly met the attack with his sword. In the dark night, his figure looked especially agile, and it seemed his injured right leg didn't bother him for now. Although Cloud Xiu was in a critical moment, her eyes never left Lu Xiao. His swordsmanship was very skilled. Each swing was full of fierce energy, forcing the tiger back 3 zhang, about 10 meters, and leaving several wounds on it. The tiger's eyes showed fear. It knew humans were dangerous. It dragged its injured body and tried to run away. But Lu Xiao wouldn't let it go. He chased after it with his sword and delivered a fatal blow to its neck. The huge tiger wobbled, then fell heavily to the ground. After a few convulsions, it stopped moving. Lu Xiao gasped slightly. After the fight, sweat beads appeared on his forehead. He tightly held his blood-stained sword and looked around cautiously, alert for any other danger. Once the area was safe, he turned to look at Cloud Xiu, who was in the midst of a breakthrough. He silently stood by, watching over her. Lu Xiao has been in the mountains for 2 days. When he returned, he didn't have much silver on him. To survive, he resumed his old profession. Tonight, the commotion caused by Yun Xiu attracted the animal's attention. Lu Xiao came to check, having followed the dead tiger here. Unexpectedly, he witnessed a dangerous scene and immediately threw his sword. With Lu Xiao protecting her, Yun Xiu no longer worried. She closed her eyes and focused entirely on breaking through her mental barrier. Finally, a powerful yet gentle force broke through the long-held barrier like a rushing flood. At this moment, her supernatural power reached level 3. Yun Xiu felt as if she was in a lush, lively forest. The plants and trees around her seemed to send her vitality, resonating strongly with her power. She slowly opened her eyes, shining with bright confidence and calmness from her breakthrough. Now, she could sense every plant and tree more clearly. She could even pinpoint the direction of a bird's wing flap just by its sound or hear the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Lu Xiao watched Yun Xiu, who looked very happy. He wasn't sure whether he should leave or stay. If he left without saying anything, it might seem rude. If he stayed, it felt like he was spying on her secrets. While he hesitated, Yun Xiu had already composed herself. Remembering what just happened, she approached Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, thank you. You helped me a lot tonight. Her gratitude was sincere. In that dangerous moment, If she had forced herself to stop her breakthrough, she might have been injured or even killed by the uncontrolled energy. Lu Xiao's timely appearance prevented her from suffering that fate, so she had to be grateful. As for how to repay him, Yun Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Xiao's right foot. Her look made Lu Xiao instinctively turn slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, the darkness hid his expression, and Yun Xiao didn't notice. No need to thank me. I was out hunting in the mountains and just happened to pass by, Lu Xiao quickly added, realizing his words were awkward. I've been up the mountain for 2 days. After all, if he wasn't already in the mountains, who would come hunting at night? He remembered that when he first met Yun Xiao, she was being followed. If he didn't explain, she might think he was also tailing her up the mountain, which wouldn't be good. Deep down, Lu Xiao didn't want Yun Xiao to have a bad impression of him. Of course, at this moment, he wasn't aware of why he had this thought. Seeing his anxious expression as he explained, Yun Xiao guessed his mind and couldn't help but laugh softly. She said, "No need to explain. I know you often go hunting in the mountains." Hearing this, Lu Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. His gaze unintentionally fell on the distant tiger's body, which reminded him of the current situation. We need to leave quickly. Since this place can attract tigers, other dangerous animals might come too. Especially now that the smell of blood has spread, it's even more risky. With Yun Xiao's current strength, ordinary wild animals couldn't threaten her. However, she didn't want to show this in front of Lu Xiao. So, after he finished speaking, she immediately nodded. Lu Xiao walked over to the tiger's body, grabbed its front leg with both hands, and instantly hoisted it onto his shoulder. Yun Xiao was stunned. The tiger weighed at least 300 jin, about 150 kilograms. He just carried it on his shoulder like that. Didn't he have a problem with his legs? Lu Xiao took a few steps with the tiger on his shoulder. When he noticed Yun Xiao hadn't followed, he looked back at her and signaled for her to come along. Yun Xiao reacted quickly, hurried to his side, and hesitated before asking, "Do you need help?" She had already figured out that carrying heavy objects wasn't a problem for him. Walking wasn't too difficult either, but now, carrying a tiger that weighed over 300 jin, his steps didn't look easy. They were no longer in the outskirts of the mountain. If they kept going like this, she was worried that before they reached the village, Lu Xiao might collapse. Lu Xiao paused but didn't answer. Instead, he continued walking forward. What could he say? If he answered yes, could a woman really help carry such a heavy load? If he said no, and he couldn't keep going halfway, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Now, he could only keep walking. If he really couldn't go on, he would stop to rest and recover his strength before continuing. Yun Xiao quickly understood the reason for Lu Xiao's silence. A man's pride. Of course, she didn't really dislike this behavior. It was just his way of handling things. She had no right to criticize, especially since he had just helped her. The two of them walked down the mountain, one after the other. Along the way, Yun Xiao deliberately said she was tired and needed to rest, and Lu Xiao also stopped to rest. Yun Xiao noticed that his injured right leg was trembling noticeably. Stubborn pride. Yun Xiao thought about how Lu Xiao had just helped her, and she quietly used her supernatural power, turning it into fine threads to gently enter his right leg and slowly repair his damaged tendons. Of course, this kind of repair leaves no trace. Although Lu Xiao felt much more relaxed, he only thought it was because he had rested enough and never suspected Yun Xiao. The deeper reason was that he could never have imagined such an unbelievable thing. On the way down the mountain, they stopped 4 times to rest, and Yun Xiao used her special ability to treat Lu Xiao each time. By dawn, they finally returned to the village. When they reached Yun Xiao's house, the general's excited voice came from inside. As Yun Xiao opened the door, 2 white balls of fluff jumped out one after the other, and they immediately started barking at Lu Xiao. More precisely, they were barking at the tiger behind him. "General, Marshal, keep your voices down. Don't wake everyone up." Yun Xiao quickly made a shushing gesture to them. Although most people were probably already awake, it was better not to attract attention. The 2 little ones were very familiar with this gesture, knew what it meant, and obediently quieted down. However, They still showed their teeth at the tiger's body and made warning sounds in their throats. "Don't get excited. This tiger is already dead," Yun Xiu reassured them. Then she looked at Lu Xiao, who seemed distracted while looking at the general and the marshal. "What's wrong?" Yun Xiu waved her hand in front of his eyes, pulling his attention back. "Nothing." Lu Xiao tried to hide his unnatural expression. After hearing general, he also heard the word marshal, which was clearly the name of that little fox. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice, nodded at Yun Xiu, then turned to leave. Yun Xiu didn't stop him. She took the still somewhat excited two little ones into the yard, closed the door, and blocked their view. "Are you two really scared, or just eager for a fight? Why are you staring at that tiger?" Yun Xiu teased with a smile. The general barked twice, seeming displeased with Yun Xiu's guess. "How could it be afraid?" The marshal looked at it with disdain and strutted away proudly. It wouldn't admit that it felt a deep fear when it saw the tiger. After returning home, Yun Xiu didn't take a nap. She had no desire to sleep at all. She went straight to the backyard and looked at the new bamboo plant she had just planted. She placed her hand on the leaves, drew out her special ability from within, and slowly infused it into the bamboo. She wanted to see what surprises a level 3 ability could bring. Next, the branches began to grow visibly by the eye, getting taller and thicker. New branches kept emerging, and at the very tip, small, delicate flower buds started to form. Yunxiu saw this, and her eyes filled with anticipation and joy. As time passed, the buds gradually swelled and slowly bloomed. Soon, all the buds opened into beautiful, bright flowers. The pink petals were light and airy like silk, stunningly beautiful like clouds at dawn. Under the morning light, they looked even more lively and dreamy. Yunxiu was enchanted and stopped using her special powers unconsciously. Her gaze was fixed on the blooming flowers, full of amazement and delight. The soft pink color and the dreamlike shape were more captivating than any flowers she had seen before. She reached out gently to touch a petal. The soft feeling from her fingertips was like touching a piece of fluffy cloud. What made her even more unable to stop was the gentle, charming scent of the blue sky flower drifting into her nose and deep into her lungs. It made her want to breathe in more. Yunxiu felt deeply that her third-level special power was truly strong. Compared to before, the plants created by her powers grew faster and were of much better quality. She remembered that Su Qianqian once said that the blue sky flower was a precious medicinal herb. The scar-removing ointment made from it could remove old scars. Thinking of Lu Zhao's scars, Yunxiu knew how she could repay him. But then she faced a problem. She had the blue sky flowers, but she didn't know how to make the scar-removing ointment. It seemed she needed to visit Lianji Pharmacy. The last time, the pharmacist Lian had said that if she found good medicinal herbs, she could bring them to the pharmacy. She had collected many good herbs from the mountains. After thinking for a moment, Yunxiu picked 2 blue sky flowers, packed them into a cloth bag, and also took a lingji mushroom, planning to go to the town at dawn. When she returned to Lianji Pharmacy, the shopkeeper remembered her. Learning that she was looking for pharmacist Lian, he led her straight to the back room. "Miss, why are you here today?"
Could it be?
Pharmacist Lian had a strong impression of Yunxiu. Seeing her, he immediately wondered if she had found some rare medicinal herbs again. Yunxiu nodded and took a lingji mushroom out of her basket. Pharmacist Lian's eyes widened. He had only mentioned it casually, but she actually had one. The lingji was bright and vibrant, with clear patterns on its surface. Its cap was large and thick, like a blooming, colorful flower. The edges curled slightly and shone with a gentle luster, as if carefully polished by time, making it clear that it was not an ordinary item.
This
This is a rare and precious lingji mushroom that only appears once in 1,000 years. Girl, where did you find such a treasure? Dr. Lian's hands trembled with excitement, and his voice quivered a little. Yun Xiu smiled faintly, without speaking. Realizing this, Dr. Lian thought it must have come from Liantai Mountain. This girl is very lucky. Most people wouldn't find such rare herbs even after many years, yet she has collected them twice. But soon, Dr. Lien dismissed his guess. Perhaps her family gathered the herbs. After all, how could a young girl dare to venture deep into the mountains alone? Girl, we've traded before. This Lingji mushroom is high quality and well preserved. I'll offer 300 taels. What do you think? Yun Xiu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked, Dr. Lien, do you have scar removal ointment here? Dr. Lien was unsure why she asked but replied, Girl, I won't hide it from you. Yes, we do have scar removal ointment, but its effects are limited because good ingredients are hard to find. If I provide the herbs, can you make the best scar removal ointment? Yun Xiu asked a request. Dr. Lien thought for a moment and asked, Girl, the best scar removal ointment needs very rare herbs. Are you sure you can supply them? Well, Yun Xiu hesitated, hiding some cards to avoid trouble. Her hesitation made Dr. Lien think she couldn't do it. He didn't mock her, but instead shared a recipe. The top-quality scar removal ointment requires Lingji, moon lotus, Manhwa stone powder. And if you have Bixiao flower, it would be even better. Seeing Yun Xiu listening carefully, he also explained the specific proportions and added, All these herbs are extremely rare. Most people, even to gather one of them, would find it very difficult. Yun Xiu nodded. She decided to try making the ointment herself to avoid revealing these rare herbs and attracting unwanted attention. Even if she wasn't afraid, it would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Dr. Lien, you just told me the recipe. Are you worried I might leak it? Yun Xiu asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Dr. Lien waved his hand and smiled. Girl, I told you, these herbs are very rare. Even if you reveal the recipe, it doesn't matter. Without the herbs, the recipe is just a piece of paper. Having finished the side story, Dr. Lien then asked Yun Xiu if she was satisfied with the price of the Lingji. After receiving her approval, he immediately sent someone to bring the silver notes. Yun Xiu asked him to exchange them for silver. Dr. Lien didn't ask much and exchanged the money as she requested. Finally, he warned, Girl, keep your wealth private. Be careful to hide it well. Cloud Xiu thanked him and, before leaving, remembered the medicinal herbs she had planted. She asked, Dr. Lien, do you buy common herbs here? Dr. Lien was surprised but quickly replied, As long as the quality is good, of course we buy them. After all, common herbs are used most often in daily life. I have planted dozens of acres of herbs. When they are ready, I will bring some for you to see. If you think they are suitable, we can discuss further, Cloud Xiu said, revealing her purpose. Hearing this, Dr. Lien became very curious. The local mountains are full of herbs, and no one had told him anyone was specifically growing herbs. However, as long as the herbs are good, whether wild or cultivated, they will be bought. With his answer, Cloud Xiu happily left the pharmacy with the silver. On her way back, she was worried about meeting villagers. If they asked what was in her basket, she would find it hard to explain, so she chose not to ride the ox cart. Along the way, she saw Lu Xiao. Remembering last night's tiger incident, she suddenly understood. Lu Xiao was carrying a big bag of grain and walking on the road. He noticed someone watching him from behind. When he looked back, he saw Cloud Xiu. His suspicion eased, and a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared in his eyes. Cloud Xiu quickened her pace to catch up. She didn't mind being seen with him. After all, they were from the same village, and they often saw each other. Walking together was no problem. Moreover, after last night's event, she knew some of her secrets might already be known to Lu Xiao. But since he hadn't asked about it, she decided he didn't know anything. Did you sell the tiger? Cloud Xiu asked casually. Her confident attitude made Lu Xiao a bit uncomfortable. Things weren't like last night. His expression was now more perceptible to Cloud Xiu. Yes, Lu Xiao replied briefly. Then he remembered something and took out a silver ingot worth 10 taels from his sleeve, handing it to Cloud Xiu. Cloud Xiu was a bit confused. Why are you giving me silver? Because you were there last night. Cloud Xiu smiled. Everyone who was there shares in it. She understood his meaning, but she definitely didn't want the silver. Are you always like this? Lu Xiao looked at her with doubt, not understanding what she meant. I mean, you might end up losing out this way. The tiger was caught by you, so you don't need to share the silver with me, Cloud Xiu patiently explained. Seeing that she refused to accept it, Lu Xiao withdrew his hand. He was a person who valued fairness. Last night's tiger incident made him feel it was connected to Cloud Xiao, so he wanted to share the silver with her. Cloud Shi did not tell Lu Xiao about the scar removal ointment. First, because the herbs were not yet complete, and second, because Lu Xiao didn't seem to care about the scars on her face. Most importantly, they weren't close enough for her to share such details. Back home, Cloud Shi took out 2 azure flowers from her cloth bag. She smelled their fresh, elegant scent and didn't feel regretful for not using them earlier. After all, she could have as many as she wanted now, so these could be used as incense. With her special ability, she was quite bold about it. If knowledgeable people knew she considered these precious azure flowers as mere incense, they would scold her for wasting such treasures. Oh, I almost forgot. She had promised Yunlan that once the azure flowers bloomed, she would call her over to see them. Now, of course, she couldn't let her see them, or she wouldn't be able to explain why the flowers had bloomed so quickly. Thinking for a moment, Cloud Shi cut a few more branches and replanted them, encouraging one to grow back to its original size. At night, her eagerly awaited space upgrade was finally complete. With a thought, she smoothly entered her space. Thinking about the new features, Cloud Shi looked around and wondered how the automatic irrigation worked. Just as this idea crossed her mind, she suddenly saw rain falling from the sky, as if someone was controlling it, with water droplets precisely watering all the plant roots. Her eyes widened in surprise. Could it be controlled by her own thoughts? To test her guess, she moved the newly cut azure flowers into her space and silently thought, "Water." Sure enough, as she expected, water droplets fell again, but this time only on the azure flowers. Her guess was confirmed. Excited, Cloud Shi worked hard, marking out several acres of land, planting her seeds, and then watering them with her mind. Next, she tried to form countless silk threads with her ability to cover all the crops. As she released her power, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she didn't stop. Over time, she felt she had pushed her ability to its limit, so she stopped. She was very satisfied. These crops could mature at least a third faster. The next morning, Cloud Shi was happily surprised to find that her ability, almost depleted last night, had fully replenished. This was definitely automatic renewal. In a good mood, she wanted to do something. While the morning light was gentle and no one was around, she went to her rice paddy. The rice had been transplanted for 2 months now and was in the tillering stage, a period of rapid growth. Looking around, the lush green rice fields resemble a giant green carpet gently swaying in the breeze, making people feel happy. The rice seedlings are lively and vigorous, with morning dew still on their leaves, sparkling in the sunlight. Yunxiu squatted down and gently touched a rice seedling, feeling its strong life force. She closed her eyes, slowly channeling her special energy, carefully pouring it into the water field. As her energy seeped in, the calm water field seemed to come alive with new energy. Small ripples appeared on the water surface, and the rice seedlings seemed to sense something, dancing happily. Yunxiu could clearly feel that her energy had formed a strange connection with the rice plants. Soon, the rice seedlings, which were only knee-high, started growing visibly faster. They stretched taller, and their leaves became broader and thicker. Yunxiu was surprised. She quickly withdrew her energy and looked nervously at the other villagers' rice fields nearby. Her rice was still far behind theirs. This wouldn't do. The difference was too obvious and might cause suspicion. So, Yunxiu used her energy again, pouring it into the water fields around Lian Tai village. This was also part of her plan, to help the villagers with her special power, and now she was doing it secretly. As Yunxiu released her energy, the water fields around Lian Tai village seemed to be infused with a magical force. The rice plants, which had been growing slowly, suddenly sped up. They grew taller quickly, and their leaves turned a vibrant green, shining with vitality under the sun. Feeling it was enough, Yunxiu stopped. Even if the villagers suspected something, they wouldn't guess it was her doing, since all the rice in the village now looked the same. As the sun rose higher, villagers gradually came to their fields and saw Yunxiu there, greeting her one by one. Yunxiu smiled and responded to each. When they prepared to fertilize their fields, they suddenly froze. What did they see? In just one night, the rice had gone from the tillering stage to the jointing and heading stage. The villagers couldn't believe their eyes. They looked at their own fields and then at others, noticing everyone's rice was the same. They didn't understand, but they thought it was a good thing. Maybe this year would be a good harvest and the rice grew faster. Everyone excitedly discussed it, their happy faces shining with joy. Oh wow, look at this rice. It's growing so fast. With this speed, we're sure to have a big harvest this year. Aunt C said happily. Yes, I have lived most of my life and have never seen such healthy rice plants. It seems that heaven is also blessing our Lotus Pond village. Grandfather Jiu, standing nearby, echoed happily. Yunxiu watched the villagers happily from among the crowd, feeling proud of her achievements. Only she knew that these rice plants were not just growing quickly. With special abilities, their yield would be higher and their quality better. As Yunxiu was about to head back, she saw Nyonyo running over from a distance, followed by a group of little children. Big sister Aishio. Someone is looking for you, Nyonyo gasped for breath, unable to finish his sentence. Yunxiu gently patted his head and waited patiently for him to catch his breath without rushing him. Big sister Aishio, someone at the village entrance is looking for you. There in a beautiful big cart, Nyonyo finally recovered and explained why he came. Yunxiu was a bit curious. Who could be looking for her? Could it be someone from Manhwa? She quickly dismissed that idea. These days, there are dedicated people managing the vegetables in the fields, so she wouldn't be the first person they come to. Before she could guess further, a carriage slowly arrived. The village roads were rough, so the carriage lagged behind a group of children. Yunxiu looked over curiously and saw Su Qianqian peeking out from behind the curtain. At that moment, Yunxiu remembered her promise with Su Qianqian. She had invited her to the city for a flower tasting event. The carriage stopped in front of Yunxiu. Su Qianqian stepped out, smiling at her. Aishio, have you forgotten our promise? Yunxiu blushed a little, feeling embarrassed. Her life was fulfilling and happy every day, and since a month had passed since their last meeting, she truly had forgotten. Yunxiu took Su Qianqian home to prepare some things to take to the city. When Su Qianqian saw the general and the marshal, she immediately liked them, especially the aloof marshal. She wanted to pet him, but he rejected her coldly. Seeing these two little creatures, Yunxiu suddenly realized a problem. She was going to the city, but what about these two little ones? The trip to the city would take 3 to 5 days round trip. The marshal was fine. He could just go back to the mountain. But the general needed someone to look after him. Just as Yunxiu was thinking about this, Yunlan's voice came from outside the courtyard door. Aishio, are you going to the city? Yunxiu's eyes lit up. She had found the right person. Next, Yunlan had already entered the courtyard. She saw Su Qianqian sitting inside the hall, and the two greeted each other. Aishio, how long will you be gone this time? Yunlan also wanted to visit the city, as she had never been there before. But she knew her own limits. Xiao was invited because of her abilities, but she had no experience in caring for plants. It will probably be 3 or 5 days, Xiao said thoughtfully. At this moment, Su Qianqian came out of the hall. Hearing their conversation, she smiled and explained, the flower appreciation event lasts 3 days. Of course, if you're not interested, you can leave whenever you want. Seeing the longing in Yunlan's eyes, Xiao suddenly changed her mind. In this era, especially for women in rural areas, they might be confined to a small place all their lives, working from sunrise to sunset. The furthest they might travel is the town, and opportunities to see the wider world are rare. This sadness is caused by the times and the unequal views between men and women. Xiao couldn't challenge these deep-rooted traditions, but as Yunlan's good friend, she wanted her to see more of the outside world before she got married. Lan, do you want to go to the city with me? Xiao asked seriously. Me? Yunlan admitted she also had this thought, but she never expected it to happen. It wasn't just about how to go, but also whether her family would agree. Yes, if you want to go, I will persuade your parents, Xiao said confidently. If Sister Lan wants to go, she might as well come with us. Su Qianqian also invited. I want to go, Yun Lan said openly. Good, then let's go back together and tell your parents, Xiao said happily. She was glad Yun Lan could honestly face her true feelings, which was already better than many others. Su Qianqian followed them and went to Yun Lan's home. A luxurious carriage came to find Xiao, and it quickly became known in the village. When Yunheng saw Xiao bringing a young woman over, he wasn't surprised. Xiao girl, what are you two doing? Yunheng thought they were here for some favor. Village chief, it's like this. This young woman is the owner of Manhwa Pavilion in town. She invited me to attend the flower appreciation event in the city. Since I rarely get out, I was wondering if Lan Lan could accompany me. Xiao first introduced Su Qianqian's identity, then explained her purpose. Yunheng had not spoken yet, when Yunlan's mother, Tong Shi, already looked worried. Xiao, if you go to the town and back, it will take several days. How can we be at ease with just you and the other young girl not yet married? Yun Xiao understood her mother's worries and did not feel disappointed. Instead, she patiently explained, Madam, we are traveling with people from Qianyu Pavilion. There won't be any safety issues. Su Qianqian also assured them, Madam, our pavilion is right in town. If anything happens, you can come find us. If something really happens, it won't matter who you look for, Tong Shi said firmly. Yun Xiao looked at Yunheng, wanting to hear his opinion. Yunheng looked at his daughter and asked, Lan Lan, do you really want to go? He always spoiled his youngest daughter and didn't restrict her much. He knew that her days at home might be the happiest of her life, so as long as she didn't do anything wrong, he was willing to go along with her. Yun Lan met her father's gaze and nodded seriously. Dad, I want to go. All right, Dad agrees. Before he finished speaking, Tong Shi anxiously said, Husband, how can you agree? Yunheng first gave his wife a reassuring look, then turned to Yun Xiao and Yun Lan. I agree, but only for you two young girls. We're still worried. So, bring 2 more people. Yun Xiao understood that they would bring someone along. One of them was definitely one of Yun Lan's 3 brothers. But who was the other? The next moment, they heard Yunheng call out, Lauda, go to Lu Xiao and ask if he's free to come over. No need to guess anymore. The second person was definitely Lu Xiao. While waiting, Yunheng explained why he wanted Lu Xiao to go with them. Xiao, let Lu Xiao come along. First, he's just returned from the battlefield and has fighting skills. Second, with his face, he can be quite intimidating. Yun Xiao secretly chuckled inside. You might as well say you want him to be a gatekeeper. Lu Xiao had just sold a tiger and had money in hand. He wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain. When Yun Qi came to find him, he was at home, and without hesitation, he agreed to go. On the way, Yun Qi had already told him the general idea of what was happening, and he agreed immediately. When Lu Xiao arrived, Yunheng had also reassured his wife. After discussing, they decided to set out the next morning and meet with Su Qianqian in the town. Yun Xiao needed a day to prepare what she would need for the trip. The first thing to prepare was the carriage. She wasn't short on money now, so buying a carriage was no problem. Moreover, there would be many places in the future where she could use a carriage. Knowing her plans, Lu Xiao rarely took the initiative to help her choose a horse. Professional matters are best handled by experts, and Yun Xiao happily accepted his kindness. The two went to town. Lu Xiao went to the horse market to pick a horse, while Yun Xiao bought items to decorate the carriage, such as soft blankets and delicate cushions. When Yun Xiao returned with the items, Lu Xiao had already chosen a horse and was assembling the carriage. Her eyes were drawn to a shiny, strong, chestnut-colored horse. The horse had lively eyes and strong limbs, clearly well-trained. Yun Xiao was very pleased with the chestnut horse. She tentatively stepped forward, and the horse did not resist her approach. It gently shook its head, snorted, and its bright eyes looked friendly. Seeing this, Yun Xiao gently stroked its mane, feeling its smooth, silky texture. What a good horse, she exclaimed happily, a joyful smile on her face. She turned to Lu Xiao, her eyes full of gratitude. Lu Xiao, your taste is really good. Thank you. Lu Xiao's scarred face warmed slightly as he replied casually, as long as you like it. On the way back, Lu Xiao drove the carriage ahead, while Yun Xiu leaned on a comfortable cushion, thinking about what to name the chestnut horse. Running Thunder, Lightning, or Whirlwind. Yun Xiu suddenly pulled aside the curtain and asked Lu Xiao, is this horse a stallion or a mare? Startled by the question, Lu Xiao thought she had something urgent to say, but it turned out to be about this. It's a mare, he answered without turning around.
A mare, huh?
What should I call her? Yun Xiu pondered for a moment, then had an idea. Let's call her Qi Xiao. Excited, Yun Xiu shared the name she had just given the chestnut horse with Lu Xiao, but she didn't notice that her saying Qi Xiao caused Lu Xiao's ears to turn slightly red. Lu Xiao knew that the character, Xiao, in the name was different from his own, but his heartbeat still quickened.
He didn't know what was happening to him.
Silent all the way, Lu Xiao drove the carriage back to the village. Yun Xiu didn't realize that the name she gave the chestnut horse sounded the same as Lu Xiao's name. When she got home, she was stunned. Their yard was a bit small and couldn't fit a carriage, and it was also a problem to decide where to place Qi Xiao. There was no space in the backyard, and the front yard could be squeezed to make room, but it would affect their daily life. The excitement from earlier was suddenly gone. Lu Xiao took the carriage to Yun Xiu's house and saw her situation. Seeing her worried look, he had an idea. If you don't mind, you can leave the carriage at my house tonight. Of course I don't mind. How could I? Yun Xiu's face immediately lit up with a smile, but she hesitated again. Won't that affect you? It's no problem. My backyard is empty, and there's a back door. Since that was the case, Yun Xiu had no more worries and directly let Lu Xiao drive the carriage back home. When she got home, Yun Xiu thought for a moment and went to the backyard. She picked some greens and put them in a basket, then packed a bag of coarse grains. She carried the basket and headed to Lu Xiao's house. Someone kindly helped her settle the carriage, but she couldn't be responsible for the horse's feed as well. Lu Xiao returned home in the carriage and entered through the back door. As soon as he unloaded the carriage, he saw Yun Xiu arrive. Yun Xiu put down the basket. This is for you and Qi Xiao's feed. Realizing her words sounded strange, she quickly explained, these vegetables are for you. Lu Xiao tied the horse to a wooden post in the corner. Yun Xiu carried the basket over. He looked at the coarse grains inside and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this grain? Yun Xiu had never raised a horse and didn't know what the main feed for horses was. Lu Xiao shook his head and explained, the grain is fine, but if you want to feed it to the horse, it needs to be prepared first. For example, with barley, it's best to grind it up before feeding, or the horse won't be able to chew it properly and won't absorb many nutrients. Yun Xiu suddenly understood and felt a bit embarrassed. She scratched her head and said, Oh, I see. I thought I could just feed it directly. Luckily you're here, or Qi Xiao would suffer. Lu Xiao softly comforted her. Since you haven't raised a horse before, you wouldn't know this is normal. You'll understand more after dealing with it a few times. Let me handle the grain. As he spoke, he took the basket and prepared to find tools to process the coarse grains. At that moment, Qi Xiao made a huff sound. Yun Xiu thought it was hungry, so she quickly stroked its mane to soothe it. Qi Xiao, don't worry. I'll give you food soon. But Qi Xiao was not comforted and kept staring at the vegetables placed nearby, with a longing look in its eyes. Yun Xiu looked where Qi Xiao was gazing and saw the greens she brought for Lu Xiao. She was momentarily stunned and asked suspiciously, Do you want to eat this? Of course, Qi Xiao wouldn't answer, but its longing eyes said everything. Lu Xiao also noticed Qi Xiao's reaction. He paused his actions and considered before saying, It's okay for horses to occasionally eat some vegetables. Hearing this, Yun Xiu felt relieved. She picked up some greens and held them near Qi Xiao's mouth. The horse immediately stretched out its head and took the greens into its mouth, then chewed happily, occasionally snorting with satisfaction. Lu Xiao saw this and understood. He knew the special nature of these greens, and it seemed the horse also sensed something different. Yun Xiu was very happy. When Qi Xiao finished the greens and looked at her with bright, black eyes, she asked, Did you not eat enough? She looked at Lu Xiao with a questioning gaze. Lu Xiao remembered how he felt when he first ate Yunxiao's cooking. He nodded awkwardly. Other dishes might not be suitable for the horse to eat too much, but Yunxiao's cooking should be fine. Without saying a word, Yunxiao went home and picked a basket of greens to bring over. Lu Xiao was also preparing some barley to feed Qi Xiao. That evening, Yunxiao was thinking about what to bring to the city. Since she was attending a flower appreciation event, flowers were a must. She needed to carefully consider which ones to choose. Very rare flowers were not a good idea, as their origins would be hard to explain. She could choose common but distinctive flowers. In the end, Yunxiao picked a peony she found on the mountain. The peony was naturally beautiful and fragrant, but it was a single color. With her special ability, she had made it bloom in 6 different colors. Yunxiao looked at the transformed peony, with its petals layered and intertwined in 6 colors, from elegant white and light pink to vibrant magenta and deep purple. The petals shimmered under the candlelight, giving a dreamy glow, and the rich fragrance filled the room, making everyone feel enchanted. The peony in its current state was not suitable for the exhibition, so Yunxiao plucked all the flowers and used her ability to shape them into the desired form. She also let a few buds grow at the top. Only then did she stop. She looked at the peony with satisfaction. When her gaze fell on the somewhat plain flower pot, she paused slightly. The pot she used was not a real flower pot, but a small ceramic jar used for pickling vegetables in the village. There was no good way to replace it now, so Yunxiao decided not to worry about it. Others appreciated the flowers, not the pot. Just like a naturally beautiful woman, even if she wore simple clothes, her beauty could not be hidden. To protect the peony from bumps, Yunxiao placed it in a basket and covered it with a lid. The next day, after packing everything, Yunxiao called the general and headed to the village chief's house. That's right. In the end, the general was entrusted to the village chief's family, while the marshal had already returned to the mountains. Yunlan and Yunqi, the brother and sister, were also ready. The village chief and his wife were explaining the precautions for their journey. When Yunxiao arrived, Yunlan excitedly grabbed her hand, full of hope for the upcoming trip. "Xiao girl, I know you're clever. Lan is a bit carefree, so I'll rely on you to watch over her," said Mrs. Tong, approaching and asking Yunxiao for help. "Auntie, I will take good care of Lan. We will come back safe and sound. Plus, Qi and Lu Xiao will protect us," Yunxiao reassured, knowing Mrs. Tong's worries. After comforting the slightly upset general, Yunxiao took Yunlan and Yunqi back home. Lu Xiao was already waiting with a carriage at her door. Seeing Yunxiao carrying 2 baskets, the others looked curious. "Xiao, what's this?" Yunlan asked. Yunxiao smiled mysteriously. After Lu Xiao helped place the baskets onto the carriage, she went inside to get her bundle. Once everything was ready, Yunxiao and Yunlan sat in the carriage, while Lu Xiao and Yunqi sat outside, heading towards the town. When they arrived, Su Qianqian's convoy was already waiting at the main road leading to the city. After they met, exchanged greetings, and chatted briefly, they set off together towards the city. In the carriage, Yunxiao held a wooden token, her fingers gently tracing the delicate patterns on it. This was a gift from Su Qianqian, a ticket to the Flower Appreciation Gala. Yunxiao had just learned that the event was a nationwide flower viewing festival, attended annually by important figures. This small wooden token was not easy to get. Su Qianqian had given it to her without hesitation, making Yunxiao curious about her identity. "Xiao, you've been staring at this wooden token for a while. What are you thinking?" Yunlan, tired of the novelty of riding in a carriage, was lying bored on the pillow. Yunxiao put away the token and smiled. "It's nothing, just curious about Su Dong's identity. Probably some noble daughter from a wealthy family, right? We don't care about her background anyway," Yunlan replied indifferently. Hearing this, Yunxiao looked at her with admiration. Though Yunlan was from a farming family and uneducated, she was honest and straightforward, never coveting what wasn't hers. Traveling from Baiyun town to Fucheng by carriage takes about 4 hours. When the group arrived in Fucheng, it was already evening. At the city gate, many people were waiting to enter. Yunxiu looked at the simple, sturdy characters of Ningzhou on the city wall and felt a special emotion. This was the farthest she had been since arriving in this era. In the future, she would go even farther to make her life meaningful and to thank heaven for giving her a second chance. She thought she would have to wait to enter the city, but surprisingly, the guards only glanced at the badge handed by Su Qianqian and immediately let them through. This scene confirmed Yunxiu's suspicion about Yunlan. When Su Qianqian invited them to her home, Yunxiu politely declined. Su Qianqian didn't insist, and instead took them to the best safe inn in Fuqing. The tasting event was coming soon, and the inn was almost full. Yunxiu and her friends only needed 2 rooms. That was enough. Yunxiu and Yunlan shared 1 room, and Lu Xiao naturally shared with Yunqi. After a long day, they washed up, had a simple dinner, and then went to sleep. The next morning, Yunxiu was surprised to see Lu Xiao wearing a mask. Seeing Yunxiu staring at his face, Lu Xiao awkwardly explained, "There are many people in Fuqing, so this helps avoid trouble." Believe it or not, with a mask on, Lu Xiao looked like a hero, giving off a strong presence similar to a scarred warrior. "You look very impressive," Yunxiu praised. She wanted to say cool, but knowing the people here wouldn't understand that, she changed her words. Yunqi also nodded. After a day together, their relationship had grown closer. Actually, Yunqi and Lu Xiao had played together as children. They had been separated for nearly 10 years, and Lu Xiao's return in this appearance was deliberate. He avoided the villagers to keep a low profile, which made their relationship seem distant. After breakfast, Su Qianqian came to take Yunxiu and Yunlan shopping. Since the tasting event was the next day, they had the whole day to explore. As for Lu Xiao and Yunqi, Yunxiu told them to entertain themselves. Unlike yesterday evening when they entered the city, today the streets were lively and bustling as soon as they left the inn. The roads were crowded with carriages, and the sounds of shouting and greetings filled the air. Yunlan looked around curiously. Fuqing was indeed more prosperous than Baiyun town. Seeing Yunlan's excited and curious expression, Yunxiu felt happy too. As the host, Su Qianqian took them to visit all the shops they were interested in. While shopping, they arrived at a rouge shop. Yunxiu remembered the flowers she had planted and decided to go inside. The shopkeeper saw a group of people entering, especially noticing Su Qianqian. She immediately stepped forward warmly to greet them, saying, "Miss Su, it's been a long time. Today, we have a new batch of rouge. Would you like to try some?" Su Qianqian nodded and looked at Yunxiu and Yunlan, saying, "The blush and powder here are quite good and very popular among the ladies in the city. Take your time to choose. Consider it a gift from me." Yunxiu and Yunlan quickly shook their heads. Yunxiu didn't trust cosmetics from this era. She only came to learn about them. Yunlan had never used such products before, and since they weren't very close to Su Qianqian, she felt shy about accepting her gift. Just as Su Qianqian was about to persuade them, an untimely voice sounded from the doorway. "Well, if it isn't Miss Su, so generous today. Turns out it's my good sister, who is sent to the countryside to grow flowers." Yunxiu looked toward the door and saw several young women, about 15 or 16 years old, walking in. The leader wore a bright magenta dress, adorned with sparkling jewelry, with delicate makeup on her face. Her eyes, however, were full of disdain and mockery. Su Qianqian's face slightly changed. Her gentle smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. "Su Qingqing, what are you doing here?" The girl called Su Qingqing walked in arrogantly, her gaze sweeping over Yunxiu and Yunlan, then smirking disdainfully. "Why can't I come? As for you, sister, not tending your flowers properly in the countryside, why did you come back? Trying to embarrass yourself in front of everyone." Su Qianqian looked at her angrily, holding back her fury as she said, "Su Qingqing, what I do is my own business. You have no right to interfere." Su Qingqing was unconcerned. She approached Yunxiu and Yunlan, inspecting them from head to toe, then sneered at Su Qianqian. "So, this is who you met in the countryside? TSK, just look at their clothes and appearance. Obvious they haven't seen much of the world. But I can understand. After all, they're from the countryside. What kind of knowledge could they have? After mocking Yun Xiao and Yun Lan, Su Qingqing covered her mouth and giggled. Sister, now you've become like this. Is this what they call people of the same kind attract each other? She finished with a charming laugh, and the others with her looked at Yun Xiao and the others with contempt, as if they were simple villagers. What's wrong with calling us villagers? Did we eat your family's rice? Honestly, you're the one with no manners. How else would you keep barking at people? Yun Lan retorted angrily.
You.
You are too bold. How dare you speak to me like that? Su Qingqing pointed at Yun Lan and scolded angrily. Why shouldn't I dare? Do you think only you can speak and I can't? Is this world only your family's? Yun Lan replied bluntly. Su Qingqing, no matter how arrogant, didn't dare to respond to this. Instead, she turned her anger towards Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian, what kind of people are you friends with? How dare they speak so wildly? Su Qianqian ignored her accusations and nodded in agreement toward Yun Lan. Lan, you're right. Some people just have no manners. After all, they're just spoiled children. You. Su Qianqian, I will tell my father and have him discipline you. Feeling hurt and embarrassed, Su Qingqing stormed off angrily. The others exchanged glances and quickly followed her. Seeing this, Yun Lan crossed her arms and laughed. With this little skill, you dare to argue? I haven't even had my fun yet and it's over. Yun Xiao looked at her victorious look and chuckled, patting her shoulder. You're so happy. Yun Lan put away her smile. I just can't stand her bossy attitude. After saying that, she remembered what Su Qingqing said before leaving. Qianqian, did I cause you trouble? From their earlier conversation, it seemed that Su Qingqing was Qianqian's younger sister and was quite favored. If she went home and complained, if she caused Qianqian to get into trouble because of her quick words, she would feel uneasy. Seeing her worried look, Su Qianqian smiled lightly and shook her head. It's okay. She only uses these low tricks. She has someone backing her and I'm not without support either. Seeing that she was not forced, Yun Xiao and Yun Lan finally relaxed. The shopkeeper, who had been silent since Su Qingqing entered, saw the conflict was over and stepped forward to flatter them. Miss Su, would you like to see some rouge? Yes, why not? Bring out all your popular rouges, Su Qianqian said cheerfully, waving her hand. All right, please follow me. The shopkeeper led them to the inner room and took out colorful rouge boxes, opening them one by one for them to try and choose. Su Qianqian enthusiastically introduced the products to Yun Xiao and Yun Lan, showing her expertise just as well as the shopkeeper. Yun Xiao listened carefully and asked about the pros and cons from time to time. Yun Lan, on the other hand, looked confused. When Su Qianqian tried to apply rouge to her face, she quickly stepped back. Seeing her avoid it, both Su Qianqian and Yun Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Finally, after much persuasion, she agreed to try it. Looking at her transformed reflection in the mirror, Yun Lan rarely blushed. It seemed she could accept this change. Speaking of which, Yun Lan was at the perfect age for beauty. She had previously resisted because she rarely saw others dressed up. She was used to a plain look. Now, seeing a different version of herself, her love for beauty awakened, and she no longer resisted. Su Qianqian gave the two of them a few boxes of blush. They declined politely, only accepting one box, but they were thinking about how to return the favor. Yun Xiao already had an idea. She had planted many flowers, mainly for their fragrance, not for looks. She thought about making scented oils or perfumes to give to Su Qianqian, practical and thoughtful. She believed Su Qianqian would like that. But it was too early to say these things now, and she hadn't told anyone her plan. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao and her friends went out shopping. Lu Xiao and Yun Qi couldn't follow, so they each went for a walk alone. Lu Xiao wore a mask and strolled down the street. His handsome figure, unique outfit, and awkward walk caught many eyes. Among them, one gaze made him alert. He turned to look at the intense stare and met a pair of curious eyes. He kept a calm expression, looked away subtly, and continued walking forward. On the second floor of a restaurant by the window, Jiang Yin watched the person walking away, murmuring doubtfully, "Could it really not be him?" Lu Xiao didn't mind this small incident. He was out because he heard about a famous doctor in the city who was skilled at healing broken bones and strained muscles. When he first hurt his foot, he had no hope of recovery, but recently he noticed some improvement, which rekindled his hope of healing. He wanted to see that doctor, hoping he could recover fully. Following the address he found, he arrived at a quiet alley where the doctor's clinic was located. The clinic was small, with only the words medical clinic on the sign, missing a corner. Lu Xiao didn't look down on the modest clinic. He entered, and a faint medicinal smell greeted him. To his surprise, only an apprentice was there. The apprentice immediately approached and asked, "Young master, are you here for a consultation?" "Unfortunately, Dr. Su is seeing patients now. Please come back another day." Lu Xiao quickly asked, "When will Dr. Su be available?" "It's hard to say. Patients come and go unpredictably," the apprentice honestly replied. Lu Xiao felt a bit disappointed and was about to leave when an elderly man carrying a medicine box entered the room. As soon as he stepped inside, he shouted, "Third son, pour me a cup of tea. I'm so thirsty." Afterward, he noticed there was someone else in the clinic. "Are you here for consultation?" "Just wait a moment." Lu Xiao guessed who the man was and obediently sat down on a nearby chair. "Dr. Su, didn't you say you'd come back only tomorrow?" the apprentice asked while handing him a cup of tea. Dr. Su took the tea and drank it all. "Another cup, please," he said, then explained, "There's a tasting event tomorrow. I want to check it out, so I came back early." After drinking 3 cups of tea, Dr. Su finally looked at Lu Xiao. His gaze lingered on the mask covering Lu Xiao's face. "Young man, what do you want to see?" Lu Xiao stood up and took a few steps forward. Dr. Su immediately understood. "Take off your shoes and socks," he said without wasting words, then began examining Lu Xiao's foot injury. He first frowned, then showed a puzzled expression and finally looked at Lu Xiao with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Lu Xiao was a bit confused by his changing expressions. He tentatively asked, "Dr. Su, my foot injury." Dr. Su snorted angrily. "Are you here to tease me? That injury is almost healed." Lu Xiao was surprised at first, then asked uncertainly, "Dr. Su, are you sure?" This made Dr. Su even angrier. He puffed out his cheeks and glared. "If you don't believe me, why did you come to see me?" "Just leave," Lu Xiao quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. I just find it hard to believe." Seeing his sincere attitude, Dr. Su softened his tone. "If I'm right, your foot was cut by a blade, right? But because you dodged in time, it didn't get cut off. Still, judging by the wound, it shouldn't be healing like this. Did you find someone to treat it?" Lu Xiao looked confused. What kind of expert? Had he ever sought help from anyone special? Then a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Could it be those dishes? But could those dishes really make his foot heal completely? It was hard to believe. However, the facts in front of him made him have to believe. After all, his foot had started to recover after eating the dishes from Yunxio's house. What he didn't know was that those dishes alone weren't enough to heal his foot. Yunxio secretly used special powers to help restore his tendons and promote healing. Lu Xiao thanked Dr. Su and turned to leave. "I'm not sure if it's just my mind, but he feels like his foot is as good as it was before the injury. The slight limp no longer catches his attention. Right now, he really wants to see Yunxio and thank her in person. However, when he finally sees Yunxio, he doesn't know what to say. Should he thank her for her vegetables and say that they helped his foot heal? But Yunxio clearly doesn't want him to know, or she wouldn't keep quiet about it. Besides, such a big secret is hard for him to speak out loud. What if someone overhears and causes trouble for Yunxio?" When Yunxio returned after a day of wandering, she saw Lu Xiao waiting in the inn lobby. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Yunxio thought something bad had happened. In the end, he only said 3 words, "Thank you." Lu Xiao suddenly thanked her without reason, which confused Yunxio. She didn't take it to heart. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Su Qianqian arrived early. She came to pick up Yunxio for the flower appreciation event. "Qianqian sister, did you sleep well last night?" Yunxio asked cautiously when she saw her eyes were swollen. She was worried that Su Qianqian might have been scolded because of what happened yesterday. Su Qianqian shook her head and subconsciously wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Then she realized that might reveal too much, so she put the handkerchief down and said, "Let's go. I'll take you there." This morning, each family registers their flowers for the exhibition. Yunxiu saw that she didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask. She nodded and went outside with her. The others followed, and Yunxiu carried a basket filled with peonies. On the way to the city, they had already seen this peony. They had been looking forward to how it would look when it bloomed. This morning, Yunxiu made it bloom at the right time, and Yunlan and others were amazed. The flower appreciation event was held at a private estate. The owner's family name was Gua. He was a high-ranking official who retired and returned to his hometown. When they arrived at the gate, the servants of the Gua family were opening the door to register visitors. Yunxiu asked curiously, "Qianqian sister, where are your flowers?" Yunxiu knew that the flowers Su Qianqian was showing were the same ones she had saved earlier, the blue sky flowers. Considering the time, they were now in full bloom. When Su Qianqian arrived at the inn, she didn't bring any flowers. Yunxiu thought her people had already brought the flowers and were waiting here. But now, seeing no flowers, she wondered if something had gone wrong. Thinking of Su Qianqian's swollen eyes earlier, Yunxiu had a bad feeling. Hearing Yunxiu's question, Su Qianqian couldn't hold back and finally said, "My flower has been cut." These few words revealed her inner feelings of sadness and frustration. Yunxiu immediately thought of the arrogant Su Qingqing from yesterday, and she was sure this matter was related to her. "Where is the cut flower?" Yunxiu asked again. Suddenly, she had an idea. Perhaps she could find a clever way to win. "In my yard, only 2 flowers are still intact. The blue sky flower is not just for viewing, it is also a valuable medicinal herb. Even if it was cut, she couldn't bear to throw it away. That should be enough. Have someone go back and get them and prepare some other things." Su Qianqian didn't know what Yunxiu was planning, but she still followed the instructions and sent someone to handle it immediately. When almost everyone had registered to enter the garden, Su Qianqian's group finally returned with the items. Before saying much, they handed over their tokens to enter and received 2 new wooden tags with numbers. Holding the new wooden tags, the group found their assigned small booth, which was the place for participants to display their flowers. Since they registered last, their numbers were at the end. Su Qianqian was second last, and Yunxiu was last. "Little sister Axiu, why did you ask me to prepare these things?" Su Qianqian was genuinely curious. The blue sky flower had already been cut. What could these preparations be for? "Do you want to put them in a vase?" Before Yunxiu could answer, Su Qianqian guessed, but in previous exhibitions, no one used vases. Everyone's flowers are planted in pots with soil. Yunxiu wasn't surprised that she guessed. It was obvious enough. She asked back, "Is there a rule that says you can't use a vase to participate?" Su Qianqian thought carefully and finally shook her head. "No, there isn't." "Then that's fine. Whether the blue sky flower is a famous flower or not, as long as it meets the requirements, it doesn't matter if it's grown in soil or placed in water. Plus, arranging flowers can show their unique beauty. It might even surprise the judges and guests," Yunxiu said with a smile. Su Qianqian was influenced by her smile and changed her thinking. "You're right. I wasn't expecting to win anything anyway. As long as some people's plans fall flat, that's enough." Yunxiu asked Su Qianqian to prepare a simple, round-shaped vessel with a wide mouth and a slightly bulging middle. "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back." Without waiting for everyone's response, Yunxiu quickly ran off after saying this, and Lu Xiao hurried to follow. Yunxiu quickly went to the garden. As she walked, she noticed there were many flowers and plants, just perfect for her use. Of course, she wouldn't pick flowers from others without permission, so she chose some inconspicuous wildflowers and weeds from the corner. "Lu Xiao, help me find some thin, long grass," Yunxiu said confidently when she saw Lu Xiao follow her. Lu Xiao didn't ask questions. He went to the lake, plucked a handful of wild grass about the length of an adult's arm, and brought it back. "Is this okay?" he asked. Yunxiu looked at the grass and nodded happily. "Yes, exactly what I wanted. Let's go back now." She had already picked 2 kinds of wildflowers earlier. Although simple, Each had its own beauty. When they returned, Su Qianqian and Yunlan came to greet them. "Xiao, did you find what you wanted?" Yunlan asked, then looked at the flowers in Yun Xiao's hand. "What are these for? You'll see later," Yun Xiao replied with a teasing smile. Soon, everyone saw Yun Xiao work her magic, turning something ordinary into something wonderful. She poured half a basin of water into a bowl, then placed several branches across the water surface, with their ends pressed against the inside edges of the bowl to act as a support. She then cut the branches at the right spots and inserted the flowers and grass into them. This kept everything in place and helped shape the arrangement. During the flower arrangement, Yun Xiao used pink bai xiao flowers as the main flowers, paired with thin grass and yellow-white wildflowers. Although the materials were simple, everyone was amazed when they saw the finished piece. The pink bai xiao flowers looked delicate and shy, blooming freely in the center of the bouquet, becoming the visual focus. The long, slender grass surrounded the flowers like gentle arms, tenderly protecting them and adding a lively touch of green. The white and yellow wildflowers were placed at the bottom, scattered like stars in the night sky or playful sprites in the fields. They complemented the bai xiao flowers and grass perfectly, creating a harmonious and beautiful scene. "This is so beautiful," Yunlan exclaimed, unable to hide her amazement. It was her first time seeing such flower arrangements, and she couldn't find words to describe her excitement. Only simple praise. "Little sister A. Xiao, how did you think of such a combination?" "It's amazing," Su Qianqian also admired, her eyes fixed on the arrangement, unwilling to look away. Even Lu Xiao and Yun Qi, who weren't very interested in flowers and plants, were surprised by Yun Xiao's imagination and skill. Listening to everyone's praise, Yun Xiao felt a bit guilty. Her simple flower arrangement skills were nothing special. It was just that few people here had seen such things before. Because they arrived late and had been busy, it was nearly noon when loud noises came from ahead. "The judges are here." Hearing the commotion, Yunlan ran over to see what was happening and then came back, speaking to everyone. Yun Xiao finally remembered her peony. Just as she had taken it out of the basket, a group of people stood in the nearby booth. Among these people were men and women. Leading them was a noble lady, and beside her was the owner of the estate, former Minister of Works, Guocheng. Behind them followed local officials and family members. Among the crowd was Su Qingqing. She saw Su Qianqian in the booth and instinctively wanted to ask about her, but then remembered the occasion and held back her words. Su Qianqian had no time to pay attention to her because the noble lady had already noticed Yun Xiao's flower arrangement and looked at it with interest. "Why is there flower arranging here?" "That's new," said the noble lady, turning to Su Qianqian. "Everyone else is planting flowers, but you're different." Su Qianqian didn't know who this noble lady was, but among her companions were not only the legendary third-rank official but also officials and celebrities from the capital, led by her father. It was clear her status was not simple. The noble lady's intentions were unclear, and Su Qianqian couldn't reveal Yun Xiao's work, lest it cause trouble for her. Ignoring her father's warning gaze from the crowd, she honestly replied, "The rules for the event don't prohibit flower arranging." The noble lady didn't say anything after hearing this, but moved forward to examine the flower arrangement carefully. Others also gathered around but didn't step in. They stood outside, watching and whispering among themselves. "If I'm not mistaken, that's a baishao flower in the middle. Such a rare flower. You're really willing to use it," the noble lady suddenly said. "Your ladyship has good eyes," Su Qianqian openly admitted. "Come and see if this flower arrangement can participate in the contest." The noble lady turned to beckon the others. Hearing her, everyone stepped forward to observe closely. "This arrangement looks casual but has a simple, pure feeling," an elderly man nodded repeatedly, showing admiration. "Yes, with such a simple shape, it highlights the flower's beauty to the fullest," someone echoed. "Clear in main and secondary parts, with harmonious color matching, showing the unique beauty," someone praised. Just as everyone was praising the artwork, Su Qingqing suddenly spoke. "Isn't this a famous flower appreciation event? The focus is on showcasing famous flowers. This flower arrangement mixes ordinary wildflowers. Doesn't that conflict with the theme? Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. Su Yunhuan, the governor of Ningzhou Prefecture and father of Su Qianqian and Su Qingqing, immediately glared at her. This girl has been spoiled too much. She doesn't realize what kind of occasion this is. Can she speak freely here? Oh, you think it doesn't match the theme? From my point of view, this arrangement clearly shows the main and secondary parts, each in its place. What's wrong with it? Could it be that the wildflowers are overshadowing the famous flowers, or that the famous flowers are no better than wildflowers? The ladies seemed to hint at something. Su Qingqing, no matter how foolish, knew she had just said the wrong thing. She trembled with fear, almost unable to stand steadily. Su Yunhuan helped her and apologized. Madam, please don't be angry. My daughter is inexperienced and spoke nonsense. Please don't blame her. The noble lady didn't respond and turned to look at Su Qianqian. This bixiao flower is very rare. It's not a native species. How did you manage to grow it? Su Qianqian didn't hide it. Replying to Madam, I didn't grow it, she said, looking at Yun Xiu beside her. It's this young lady, Yun girl, who nurtured it. Everyone looked at Yun Xiu, noticing there was a separate display area. But this was the last one and they didn't hold much hope. Oh, how did you do it? The noble lady was very interested. She approached Yun Xiu's display, but was stunned when she saw the 6-colored peony. Her expression changed, and those paying close attention noticed. The crowd followed her gaze, and also showed shocked expressions. It was a 6-colored peony. The key point was that all 6 colors appeared on the same plant, and not all the flowers were single-colored. Many were gradient. This peony bloomed under the sunlight with 6 brilliant colors, with petals layered on top of each other, emitting a rich fragrance. The people present had smelled the floral scent before, but it was actually the unique and pleasant aroma from the neighboring bixiao flower that made them intoxicated, automatically filtering out other smells. Young lady, did you cultivate this peony? Oh, and the girl just now also said that you grew the bixiao flower. You have such skills. Would you mind sharing a bit? Many of the people there were flower enthusiasts. When they saw such a talented person, some immediately asked for advice. The lady of the house watched Yun Xiu with great interest, curious about what she would say. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yun Xiu knew she couldn't avoid speaking, so she cleverly concealed part of her special ability. She explained how she carefully observed the growth habits of peonies, trying different soils, fertilizers, and sunlight conditions. After many failures and adjustments, she finally cultivated this 6-colored peony. As for the blue morning glory, she used a similar method. She also emphasized that everyone has different habits when caring for flowers, and soil and sunlight can't be exactly the same, so the flowers grown will be different. She warned everyone not to have too high expectations. The crowd listened quietly, some nodded slightly, others looked thoughtful. Su Qingqing, among the crowd, looked at Yun Xiu confidently talking in front of everyone, feeling a surge of jealousy. She's just a country girl. What's so special about her gardening skills? It's all because of that hateful Su Qianqian. She even had her flowers cut, yet she found a new way to shine in front of her father and the noble guests. If she had known, she would have taken her flower pot away. Everyone, we've finished discussing the flowers. I wonder who will win this year's top prize? The lady of the house interrupted. The top prize should go to the 6-colored peony. Someone expressed their opinion and most agreed. While the flower arranging was nice, it can't last long, so it ranked second. The orchid earlier was also good. It can be third. In just a few words, the top 3 winners were decided, and no one objected. The lady of the house glanced at the maid beside her. The maid understood and brought over a brocade box. She opened it and took out a smooth, pure green bracelet without a single flaw, handing it to Yun Xiu. She smiled and said, "This bracelet is the prize for the top flower in this competition.
Please accept it."
Since it was a prize, Yun Xiu happily took it without hesitation. It looked valuable, and she liked it very much. The lady of the house added, "I really like this 6-colored peony. Would you be willing to part with it, young lady?" Yun Xiu nodded. She didn't plan to take it back anyway. Someone else taking it was just right for her. The maid then brought 500 taels of silver notes. Yun Xiu didn't fuss or complain. If they thought it was worth that much, she wouldn't spoil the mood. While moving the flowers, Yun Xiu used her special ability to keep the peony in perfect condition, considering it her reward for the 500 taels. The second-place prize was a fine jade pendant. Su Qianqian wanted to give it to Yun Xiu, but Yun Xiu refused. Although she was the one coming up with ideas and doing the work, she wasn't the type to take everything herself. Moreover, since she and Su Qianqian were considered friends, helping each other was normal. The group returned to the inn where they were staying, and Su Qianqian finally revealed her identity to Yun Xiu. She was the eldest daughter of Su Yunhuan, the prefect of Ningzhou. Her mother had passed away a few years ago, and her father had taken a favored concubine as his main wife, who was Su Qingqing's mother. Su Qingqing, originally a daughter born of a lesser wife, became a legitimate daughter and believed her status was on par with Su Qianqian, so she often competed with her. Thanks to her mother's support, Su Qingqing was better off in terms of clothing and daily needs than Su Qianqian. As a young lady of a prefect's family, Su Qianqian chose to run the Qianyu Pavilion in Baiyun Town because she loved flowers and also didn't want to see Su Qingqing showing off her superiority in front of her. Another important reason was that Su Qianqian was a widow. She was 18 this year, married 2 years ago, but her husband died young, just a year after their marriage. As the daughter of a prefect, her in-laws didn't want her to live alone with a deceased husband. Under Su Yunhuan's intervention, she returned to her family home. Although the Easternly Kingdom had a rule that women over 16 should not marry and should be matched by officials, this rule didn't apply to widows. Su Qianqian had no intention of remarrying. She wanted to do what she loved, opening a flower shop. She had a fierce argument with Su Yunhuan about this and eventually left for Baiyun Town. Su Yunhuan was angry that she disobeyed and stopped trying to control her. After hearing her story, Yun Xiu nodded silently. As a daughter of an official family, it was rare for her to break through patriarchal restrictions and openly run a business despite societal expectations. Was your father so easily convinced? Yun Xiu asked curiously.
Su Qianqian smiled softly.
Because of my grandmother. She's always loved me very much. She once said that a woman's marriage is like a second rebirth. Since I've already been reborn twice, I should live the rest of my life according to my own wishes. Was she so open-minded? Yun Xiu was impressed by the women of this era. The 3-day tasting event had concluded, and Yun Xiu's peonies had already sold out, so she decided not to participate further. After consulting others, she decided to visit one more day and then return the day after tomorrow. In a beautiful courtyard, Zhou Yingxue had been staring at the 6-colored peonies for a long time. Indeed, it was the princess, Zhou Yingxue, who bought Yun Xiu's peonies. Princess, although these 6-colored peonies are quite rare, are you perhaps overvaluing them? Yuan Xiu watched her mistress, who was so absorbed in admiring the flowers that she didn't even eat. He asked her puzzledly. There was no need to mention the palace. It was full of rare and strange plants. Had her mistress not seen many? Even in the princess's residence, there were plants that could compare to this peony. Zhou Yingxue withdrew her gaze from the peony. She knew what made this flower special, and there was no need to explain it to others, not even to those close to her. Move this flower to the inner chamber. Tonight, I want to fall asleep smelling its fragrance, Zhou Yingxue instructed before walking toward the dining table. Perhaps it was just her feeling, but after smelling the flower, she felt refreshed and her mood lifted a bit. During her trip to the mansion, Yun Xiu not only received a high-quality jade bracelet, but also earned 500 taels of silver. She was in a good mood. After a good sleep, the next day, accompanied by Su Qianqian, they visited a famous scenic spot near the mansion. At Yongning Temple, they unexpectedly met the noble lady from yesterday. Zhou Yingxue was also surprised to see the girl who sold her the peony. Thinking of the delightful fragrance that made her sleep so well, she was moved and invited everyone to her meditation room for tea. Others warmly accepted the invitation, and Yun Xiu couldn't refuse, especially since she was still wearing the bracelet given by someone else. They followed Zhou Yingxue to her meditation room. The guards at the door saw Lu Xiao, who was wearing a mask, and became alert. They wanted to stop him. For the princess's safety, they wanted to eliminate any potential danger. The person in the mask could be a threat. Seeing their actions, Yingxue paused. "Madam, we should not go in, to avoid disturbing your peace." In a wealthy household, there were many rules. She didn't want to cause trouble for her people because of others' rules. Yes, Yingxue had included Yunlan's family, who treated her well, into her circle. As for Lu Xiao, she had shared some experiences with him, and since he was accompanying them to the mansion this time, he naturally belonged to her circle too. Zhou Yingxue guessed her thoughts. She looked at the guards at the door. They understood and quickly stepped back. This small incident made Zhou Yingxue pay more attention to Lu Xiao, who was wearing a mask. When she saw his eyes, she was momentarily stunned. Those eyes seemed familiar. But she quickly dismissed this strange idea and stopped paying attention to Lu Xiao. Back in the meditation room, Zhou Yingxue sat down and invited Yunxiu and the others to take seats. Yunxiu sat down happily, without worrying about the other person's important status. Yunlan followed her example, not thinking too much. After all, it was the other person who had invited them. Only Su Qianqian had concerns. Although she couldn't guess the exact identity of the person in front of her, after what happened yesterday, it wouldn't be wrong to think he was quite important. Lu Xiao and Yunqi sat quietly at the edge of the tea table, not joining any conversation. After Yuan Xiu served the tea, Zhou Yingxue personally introduced it. This tea comes from Manhwa Kingdom. It has a rich flavor and a long-lasting aftertaste that is very memorable. Please try it. Yunxiu picked up her teacup and took a small sip. A fresh aroma spread in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. Although she didn't know much about tea, she could tell this was good. The others also picked up their cups and tasted the tea. Yunlan didn't understand tea, but she could tell it was better than what her father kept. No wonder it was for noble people. Yunqi didn't have any special feelings. She just thought it tasted more interesting than plain water. Whether it was good or not, she couldn't judge. Lu Xiao sipped his tea and thought of his adoptive father. When his father was alive, their family drank a lot of tea, including this kind. He had never asked where his adoptive father was from. Back then, he thought they would stay in Lian Tai village forever. Now it seemed his adoptive father's background was not simple. Maybe his long absence was related to his origins. If so, could knowing his background help find him? After finishing his tea and feeling the sweet aftertaste in his mouth, Yunxiu had an idea. It would be great if she could grow her own tea. With space available, she wasn't worried about not being able to produce good tea. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. A smile appeared on her face. Seeing her like this, Zhou Yingxue thought she liked the tea very much, so she asked someone to serve her another cup. After 2 cups of tea, Zhou Yingxue spoke up. "It's fate that we meet today. I happen to want to discuss how to care for peony flowers with you." Hearing her question, Yunxiu understood. She must have noticed the special qualities of that peony. Otherwise, even if the 6 colors were rare, it wouldn't be worth her personally asking about how to care for it. It's not complicated. The lady's residence should have a dedicated gardener. Just follow the usual methods, Yunxiu replied briefly. Zhou Yingxue understood her meaning and nodded with a smile. When Yunxiu and the others took their leave, Zhou Yingxue couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiao. Their eyes met. Lu Xiao's expression was emotionless. After a polite nod, he turned and left. Watching their figures disappear, Zhou Yingxue stood in place for a while, lost in thought. "Princess, you seem to care a lot about that young lady." Yunxiu thought she was looking at Yunxiu. Zhou Yingxue did not deny. That girl is indeed different from ordinary young ladies. She did not specify how. Being praised by the princess is a blessing for that girl, Yunxiu complimented. "Yunxiu, what do you think of the young man with the mask?" Zhou Yingxue, feeling curious, instinctively sought her companion's opinion. Yunxiu didn't understand why her mistress asked, but she carefully recalled the features of the young man. As a good servant, She paid extra attention to those close to her mistress. Soon, she shared her thoughts. That young man with the mask doesn't talk much, and his personality is hard to judge, but those eyes— she hesitated, searching for the right words. Do you also think those eyes look a bit familiar? Zhou Yingxue turned to face her, a little excited, and asked. If it was just her own feeling, maybe it was a mistake, but Yuanqiu felt the same, which meant there was something they hadn't considered. Looking into her eyes, in a flash, Yuanqiu suddenly remembered what she was about to say. Princess, I think that young man's eyes look very much like yours, Yuanqiu quickly added, worried about offending her mistress. But it's nothing special. The world is so big, there are many people who look alike. I heard that sometimes, people who are not related can look exactly the same. Zhou Yingxue didn't pay much attention to her words, but her mind was caught by the first part. No wonder, she felt those eyes looked familiar. Perhaps they resembled her own. She saw her own eyes every day in the mirror, but hadn't paid much attention before, so she couldn't recall. It seemed she and those young people might actually share some fate. Thinking of this, Zhou Yingxue became a little listless. Even strangers seemed to have similarities with her, but her own son seemed to have no features resembling her at all. He fully inherited his father's traits. Could it be because they lacked enough maternal connection? After leaving Yongning Temple, Yunxiu eagerly asked Su Qianqian about tea. Our Dongli Kingdom also produces tea, but the quality is average. The best teas come from Manhwa Kingdom because their climate is warm and humid, and the soil is special, perfect for tea trees. The tea they produce has a strong aroma and rich flavor. Moreover, they have unique tea-making techniques. Su Qianqian shared what she knew about the tea from the Manhwa Kingdom. Yunxiu listened and looked thoughtful. Regarding the climate, the entire Ningzhou prefecture is warm and moist, especially the towns around Liantai Mountain. As for the soil, it doesn't seem to be a problem. From her knowledge, tea plants prefer slightly acidic soil, and she observed that the soil in Liantai village is reddish, clearly indicating acidity. Having a plan in mind, Yunxiu asked another question. Qianqian, do you know where I can buy tea plants? This question caught Su Qianqian off guard. Although she runs Qianyue Pavilion and works with plants often, she didn't remember ever seeing tea plants there. She didn't know if they were available elsewhere. Since she couldn't get information about tea plants from Su Qianqian, Yunxiu wasn't disappointed. For now, planting tea is just a preliminary idea. She can slowly look for tea seedlings, or, if necessary, buy them from the Manhwa Kingdom. Lu Xiao had been quietly listening to their conversation. He guessed Yunxiu's thoughts. Remembering the person he saw that day, he made a decision. Back in the city, before it got too late, Yunxiu went shopping in the streets. Since she was visiting the town, she wanted to buy everything she couldn't find there. Lu Xiao also needed to buy some things. After telling Yunxiu, he left. Yunxiu didn't mind. She and Lu Xiao weren't even really employees. He was sent by the village chief to protect them. She had no say over where he went. I'll be back soon, Lu Xiao said before rushing off. He remembered his purpose for this trip. Even if everything was peaceful now, that didn't mean trouble wouldn't come later. He quickly arrived at the restaurant from that day. The upstairs window seat wasn't occupied by the familiar person, but he knew he could find him here. Guest, do you need something? It's not yet time for a meal. The waiter greeted him as soon as he entered. I'm not here to eat. Is your master here? I want to see him. The waiter put away his smile. Sir, who are you? What do you want with our master? Without knowing the reason, he wouldn't bring someone to the master. What if the visitor had bad intentions? Lu Xiao didn't care about the waiter's suspicion. Just tell him an old friend has come to visit. The waiter looked Lu Xiao up and down for a moment. Without hesitation, he headed upstairs. Although Lu Xiao wore a mask, his confident aura couldn't be hidden. He might really be an important person, and if the waiter delayed him, it would be hard to explain to the master. A luxurious decorated room on the third floor. Jiang Yan is looking at a ledger when he hears the servant report. He frowns slightly. He came to Ningzhou Prefecture for inspection. Only a few people here are familiar with him, and he has already met them a few days ago. Are there any old friends seeking him out? He considers asking the servant to send the visitor away, but suddenly remembers the masked person he saw that day. Could he have been mistaken? Thinking of this, he puts down the ledger, bypasses the servant, and rushes downstairs. Sure enough, the person from that day is standing in the main hall. When he sees Jiang Yan, he moves his lips slightly and says 2 words, Jiang Yan. Now Jiang Yan is certain he was not mistaken that day. Brother Lu, it really is you. Jiang Yan is very happy. He walks quickly to Lu Xiao and reaches out to remove his mask, complaining, Why are you wearing a mask? You made me think I recognized the wrong person. But Lu Xiao avoids his hand and sidesteps. Jiang Yan is surprised but does not insist. Come, follow me. It's been many years. Let's have a good talk. Lu Xiao follows him to the room where Jiang Yan was just staying. By the way, why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to join the army? After sitting down, Jiang Yan asks his question, feeling puzzled. 9 years ago, he was just starting out, daring to go out with only a few bodyguards to expand his business. When he was returning with his goods, they were ambushed by mountain bandits. The bandits not only wanted to steal the goods, but also didn't intend to let them go. Just when he thought they would all be killed, Lu Xiao appeared. He fought the bandits alone and saved everyone. To avoid similar dangers in the future, Jiang Yan asked Lu Xiao to accompany him. On the way, they became friends. Grateful for his rescue, Jiang Yan invited Lu Xiao to his home, but he refused, saying he wanted to join the army. After that, they never saw each other again. Hearing this, Lu Xiao slowly takes off his mask. You. How? Seeing the crisscross scars on Lu Xiao's face, Jiang Yan is at a loss for words.
No wonder he wore a mask.
Thinking about his rudeness downstairs earlier, Jiang Yan quickly apologizes. Sorry, Brother Lu, I was rude just now. Lu Xiao shakes his head indifferently and puts his mask back on. Some accidents happened on the battlefield. I've just returned. He doesn't go into details. That's good. So, what are your plans now? If you need anything, just say. I will do my best to help. Jiang Yan thinks that Lu Xiao avoided him that day because he felt inferior, so he takes the initiative to mention it. I remember, is your family a royal merchant family? Lu Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, I was thinking of inviting you to join us, but unfortunately, you are not interested. Jiang Yan replied, then continued, Now that you have left the battlefield, going into business is also a good option. He thought Lu Xiao was asking about this because he wanted advice on business matters. Lu Xiao shook his head. I want to introduce someone to you. Trust me, you'll thank me later. All right, bring him over. Jiang Yan replied happily. He thought Lu Xiao wanted him to take someone into his business, which was a simple matter. What Lu Xiao really meant was, I found you a partner. Knowing he had misunderstood, Lu Xiao added, I found someone to work with you. Oh, I see. That's good. What does he do? I want to see how we can work together. Lu Xiao wasn't sure how to explain exactly. He didn't know much about it, but he guessed Yun Xiu might need a partner. That day, he saw Jiang Yan and decided to bring him over. I'll take you to meet her. You two can discuss the details. As for the partnership, whether it works out or not, it didn't matter. When Yun Xiu and the others returned to the inn with their bags, they saw Lu Xiao sitting with a young man in the main hall. Seeing them come back, Lu Xiao stood up and walked over. A Xiu, this was the first time Lu Xiao called her like that. After saying the words, he felt a little shy and his face warmed up. He heard others calling her that and decided to do the same. Yun Xiu blinked and accepted the nickname. You wanted tea tree seedlings, right? I know someone who can probably help you get them. Lu Xiao quickly recovered after a brief silence. Hearing this, Yun Xiu's eyes lit up. She had been looking for someone like that, but had no way to find one. She didn't expect Lu Xiao to find someone just after going out once. The group returned to the room shared by Lu Xiao and Yun Xiu. After everyone found a seat, Jiang Yan realized that the person Lu Xiao wanted to introduce was actually a young woman. He looked at Yun Xiu with suspicion and secretly glanced at Lu Xiao beside him, asking silently. Lu Xiao nodded, indicating he had heard correctly. Their small gestures didn't escape Yun Xiu's notice. She looked amused at Jiang Yan, who looked a bit embarrassed after being caught, and spoke directly. Jiang Dongjia, Lu Xiao said your family is a royal merchant family, so you probably have many connections. I want to ask you for a favor. Of course. Since it's introduced by Brother Liu, I will do my best, Jiang Yan said confidently, no longer feeling awkward and speaking sincerely. Here's the thing. I don't know if Jiangdong's family has any business dealings with Manhwa Kingdom. Could you help me bring back some tea seedlings from there? Yunxiu asked directly. Just that? No problem. My family does business with many countries. Bringing a few seedlings is an easy task, Jiang Yan replied cheerfully. He had thought it was something important when Lu Xiao mentioned it carefully, but it turned out to be just helping to carry some things. Thank you very much. Yunxiu noticed Jiang Yan seemed a bit disappointed. After a moment of thought, she guessed why and looked at Lu Xiao, who nodded at her. Somehow, she understood his meaning. Carrying tea seedlings was a small matter. Bringing the people from the royal merchant's family to her was probably not just for this small task. Thinking about her plan, if she wanted to carry it out step by step, she definitely needed someone like him. Lu Xiao had guessed her needs. It was hard not to be surprised. Yunxiu hadn't expected that before she could even act, Lu Xiao had already sensed some information. Indeed, she wouldn't be satisfied just farming in the village. How to handle the harvest from the land was what she needed to consider next. Her guess was correct. Since she bought that large piece of land at the foot of the mountain and planted various crops, he knew her goal was more than just that. Although he didn't know exactly what she planned to do, he guessed she would need a partner. Coincidentally, she met Jiang Yan again, and he naturally helped connect them. Yunxiu's situation was special, and what she wanted to do was definitely not small-scale. That's why he told Jiang Yan he would thank himself for helping. Yunxiu wouldn't reveal much to Jiang Yan for now. With Lu Xiao present, further cooperation in the future wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, what she wanted to do was something others would fight over. After confirming the tea seedlings, they learned they would leave tomorrow. Jiang Yan insisted on hosting a meal. Out of courtesy, no one refused. When they found out that the biggest restaurant in the city was run by Zhang's family, they were even more eager to try it. After eating and drinking well, Jiang Yan politely asked, Brother Liu and the two Yun girls and Yun little brother, how do you find the taste of our restaurant's dishes? Do they suit your tastes? Though he asked confidently, he believed in the skill of the chefs, who had been hired from all over. Guests always praise the food. Yunxiu didn't touch the meat dishes on the table, so she didn't comment. Yunqi and Yunlan both nodded. They had never seen such a lavish spread before. Regardless of the taste, the presentation alone had amazed them for a long time. Moreover, everyone praised the dishes, so how could they be bad? However, Yunlan hesitated and seemed reluctant to speak. Jiang Yan noticed her hesitation. Young Miss Yun, feel free to speak honestly. Since you asked, I will tell you, Yunlan replied sincerely after Jiang Yan nodded. Your family's restaurant serves very tasty food, but there is one thing that is not perfect. Jiang Yan was surprised that she was willing to speak openly and became interested. Where is it not perfect? He asked. Your meat dishes are very good, but the vegetarian dishes lack flavor. To Yunlan, meat dishes are delicious with a little effort and good cooking skills. Vegetarian dishes are different. If the ingredients are not good, no matter how carefully they are cooked, the unpleasant taste cannot be hidden. Actually, the vegetarian dishes at Jiang Yan's restaurant are not really bad. Most people would think they are excellent. But Yunlan had tasted Yunxiu's cooking, which set a much higher standard. Honestly, once you've tasted Yunxiu's dishes, other restaurants seem dull and tasteless. Jiang Yan was a bit skeptical. No one had ever criticized his vegetarian dishes before. Why did this young girl seem so confident? He looked around at the others at the table and saw that they didn't seem surprised. They probably agreed with Yunlan's opinion. This made him doubt himself. Could his vegetarian dishes really be that bad? Young Miss Yun, what is the best vegetarian dish you've ever tasted? Jiang Yan felt he had to ask clearly, or he wouldn't be able to defend his restaurant. How should he describe it? Yunlan rolled her eyes. I can't really explain, but if you've tasted it, you'll know the difference. So, how can I try the dish you mentioned? Jiang Yan asked, starting to believe her. Yunlan didn't answer. Currently, the dishes from a Jewish restaurant are only sold at Delicious Fresh Restaurant. Jiang Dong's family wouldn't travel all the way to Baiyun town just for a taste. Actually, Yunlan didn't know that Delicious Fresh in Baiyun Town was just a branch. Its main office was in the capital city. Guo Yongchang had obtained good ingredients, so he would report it to the main office. Those dishes had already appeared at Delicious Fresh in the capital. But because Baiyun Town was far away, some vegetables were lost during delivery. The main restaurant in the capital only supplies a limited amount daily, so few people had tasted it. Now, it was only known within a small circle. Jiang Yan had only recently arrived in the capital for inspection, and no one had reported this news to him yet. They talked about vegetarian dishes when the restaurant owner came over to deliver fruit after the meal. Hearing Yunlan's words, he remembered some recent news he had heard. He looked at Jiang Yan, unsure whether to speak. Before Yunlan could reply, Jiang Yan turned to Lu Xiao, hoping he could clarify things, but he noticed his own manager's worried expression and frowned. Manager Chen, you can leave if you're not feeling well. He was busy entertaining guests. Why was this person giving him trouble? The cold tone in his words was felt by Manager Chen. To calm Jiang Yan, he quickly shared what he knew. Young master, I heard that Manhwa Xian recently launched several vegetarian dishes that are very popular. Many people go there every day just for these dishes. Jiang Yan was surprised. He looked at Yunlan and asked, did the young lady eat at Manhwa Xian? Yunlan didn't expect to hear the name Manhwa Xian in the city. She shook her head and looked at Yun Xiu, who showed no intention to stop her. So she explained, we didn't eat at Manhwa Xian, but the dishes there are supplied from Ma Xiu's family. This statement surprised not only Jiang Yan but also Manager Chen. After hearing about Manhwa Xian, he sent someone to check nearby farms but found nothing unusual. So, the source of their ingredients wasn't from the surrounding farms? Jiang Yan looked at Yun Xiu with curiosity. Being able to bring this business into the city, this girl was truly impressive. After sending Lu Xiao and the others away, Jiang Yan called over Manager Chen. Why didn't you report the matter about Manhwa Xian earlier? Manager Chen looked nervous. Replying to the young master, they only supply in limited quantities each day. It's just a gimmick and doesn't really help their business. We're still the best restaurant in the city. Jiang Yan looked disappointed. It might not have an impact in the short term, but over time, if those dishes are really so good, they will become Manhwa Xian's signature and specialty. How attractive are signature dishes? As the restaurant manager, can't you see that? Manager Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He was very confident in his own restaurant and didn't believe others could surpass them just with vegetarian dishes. Young master, what should we do? Jiang Yan waved his hand, signaling him to leave. If Manager Chen weren't an elder in the family, with different ties, and if the impact wasn't significant, he wouldn't dismiss this matter so easily. The next day, Yun Xiu and the others packed up early, preparing to return to Lian Tai village. Su Qianqian didn't go with them this time, because of family matters. When preparing the carriage, Qi Xiao kept humming at Yun Xiu. Yun Xiu understood immediately that it was craving the vegetables she brought from home, which it had finished eating on the second day in the city. It's missing the taste of those vegetables. Yun Xiu patted its head to comfort it, saying, you'll have plenty to eat when we go back today. I'll make sure you get enough. After everything was ready, Lu Xiao was about to leave in his carriage, when Jiang Yan hurriedly arrived in his horse-drawn carriage. Lu Xiao pulled on the reins, looking at him with confusion. Jiang Yan jumped down from his carriage and approached Lu Xiao, saying, Brother Lu, I will go back with you. Hearing his voice, Yun Xiu lifted the curtain of the carriage and peeked out. Miss Yun, don't worry. I've already arranged for the tea seedlings. They will be delivered to you soon. Today, I will go with you to meet the people. Although Jiang Yan said this on the surface, he had his own plans in mind. Yun Xiu naturally understood his intentions, but chose not to expose them. After learning that the delicious vegetables she provided were the reason for his interest, she showed a very interested expression. However, she didn't respond directly. Now, he had come to her himself. Aren't you supposed to inspect the industries? Lu Xiao suddenly asked. It's okay. I've already taken care of the important matters. The rest can be handled by my people. Let's go ahead. You lead the way and I'll follow behind. After speaking, Jiang Yan turned back and got into his carriage. The carriage started moving. Inside, Yunlan looked back through the window at the carriage behind and pouted, saying to Yun Xiao, "What do you mean by meet the people?" "He's definitely after your vegetables." Yun Xiao smiled meaningfully. "A fortune coming right to our door. Should we chase it away?" Yunlan didn't understand at first, then she thought of something. "But, Xiao, isn't your vegetable business already sold to Delicious Fresh?" Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow. "My contract with Delicious Fresh doesn't say I can only sell to them. But doesn't that mean 2 restaurants will be competing? What if Delicious Fresh gets upset?" Yunlan was a bit worried. Lan, you need to change your way of thinking. Now is a seller's market, and we hold the power. Also, everyone in the village is planting vegetables now, so the output will increase. If Delicious Fresh can't buy all of it, we'll be at a disadvantage. Seeing Yunlan still looked confused, Yun Xiao patiently explained, "If we don't find more partners, when the vegetable production increases, we'll be controlled by others. We might face price cuts or rejection, and there's nothing we can do. But don't we have a contract? Surely they wouldn't dare break it, right?" Cloud Lan still didn't understand. Contracts always have an end date. Actually, Yun Xiao wasn't worried about Mei Wai Xian breaking the contract. The quality was clear, and others wanted what she had. She told Yunlan this to explain a simple truth. Only by controlling the initiative can you face future challenges. After a few days away from home, both Yun Qi and Yun Xiao missed their family very much. They didn't stop along the way and finally returned to the village before sunset. The carriage stopped at Yunlan's house, and Yun Heng's family had already heard the noise and came out to greet them. Seeing their lively children, Mrs. Tong finally relaxed her worries. The general had already run to Yun Xiao's feet, barking loudly as if blaming her for leaving him behind. Yun Xiao picked him up, petted him, then shared the prepared gifts with the Yun family. At first, they refused to accept, but in the end, they couldn't resist and took them. "Xiao girl, next time, don't spend so much. These precious things are not useful to us," Yun Heng said, touching the fine fabric. Yun Xiao smiled but didn't argue. When the village becomes richer, these so-called precious items will become ordinary objects. At this moment, Lu Xiao brought Jiang Yan over. "Village chief uncle, this is my friend. He will stay in our village for a few days." Yun Heng looked at Jiang Yan, dressed in fine clothes. He was very noble-looking. Why was he here in this remote mountain village? But since Lu Xiao brought him, Yun Heng saw no reason to refuse. After leaving the village chief's house, Yun Xiao returned home. As for the carriage, it was naturally parked at Lu Zhao's house. Yun Xiao looked around her home and fell into thought. Putting the carriage at someone else's house wasn't ideal. She could modify the gate for easy access, but the yard was too small. Living with a horse under the same roof might not smell good. Maybe she should build a new house or expand the existing one. Yun Xiao shook her head. She decided to delay this idea for now. She had promised Qi Xiao to give him greens as soon as she returned. Moreover, Lu Zhao's family had a guest, Jiang Yan, who had come all this way just for her vegetables. When Yun Xiao carried a basket of greens to Lu Zhao's house, Lu Xiao was in the backyard arranging the carriage. Jiang Yan was instructing a servant to clean the house, acting as if he belonged there. Seeing Yun Xiao approach, he immediately smiled and greeted her. "Miss Yun, what are you doing?" His eyes looked at the basket behind her, showing anticipation. Lu Xiao heard the noise, came out from the backyard, nodded at Yun Xiao, and picked up the bamboo basket she had placed on the ground. "I'm taking this to Qi Xiao." "Hey, what are you saying? Isn't this vegetable for me?" Jiang Yan hurriedly caught up, unhappy. "Of course it's for you too. Once Qi Xiao finishes eating, it will be your turn." "What do you mean? I have to eat what's left over? Are you still my brother?" Their voices continued from the front yard to the backyard without stopping. Yun Xiao found it amusing and, knowing her involvement was over, she went straight home. That night, Yun Xiao entered her space. She hadn't been able to check it out these days because she was away, but luckily, the crops in her space didn't need daily care. Even if she left them for a few more days, they would still grow strong. Yun Xiao was very satisfied. She cultivated in her space all night and then lay down on her bed to rest. The next day, just after breakfast, Yun Xiao was playing with the general and the marshal when the door was knocked. She opened the door to see Lu Xiao and Jiang Yan outside. "Miss Yun." Jiang Yan's tone was full of surprise, looking at Yun Xiao as if she were a treasure, which made her feel very uncomfortable. "Don't look at me like that, it's creepy." Yun Xiao pushed the door open and said irritably. The two entered the yard. Lu Xiao looked apologetic. "Sorry for the disturbance. If it weren't for him pulling Jiang Yan back, he would have come to find Yun Xiao last night." After sitting in the hall, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to speak. "Miss Yun, I admit that the vegetarian dishes at my restaurant aren't tasty." He wasn't lying. When he tasted the first green vegetable last night, he was stunned. The fresh, sweet flavor was unlike anything he had experienced before, and he couldn't help but feel ignorant. He used to think that even if their restaurant's vegetarian dishes weren't the best, they'd at least be in the top 3 in the city. But now he realized he was wrong. He wasn't even worthy to carry her shoes. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow, waiting for what he would say next. "Miss Yun, we can start our cooperation now. As long as you agree to sell me the green vegetables, the terms are up to you." At this moment, Jiang Yan showed off his confidence as a member of a wealthy merchant family, looking as if he had plenty of money. "Oh, aren't you worried I'll ask for too much?" Yun Xiao teased. "No, because it's worth it," Jiang Yan confidently replied. Their family always believed in the saying, "You get what you pay for." Yun Xiao stopped joking and began discussing the deal for the delicious vegetables.
What?
5 coins per jean. Jiang Yan looked at Yun Xiao in disbelief. Based on his earlier behavior, Yun Xiao didn't think he found the price too high. For someone as wealthy as him, the higher the price, the more it showed his status. "You're losing out big time." Jiang Yan even felt a bit frustrated that things weren't going as smoothly as he hoped. Yun Xiao knew he was right. Her vegetables were indeed worth more money. However, she never thought about getting rich quickly just by selling greens. She understood clearly that if the restaurant's purchase price from her was too high, the selling prices of the dishes would only increase exponentially, which was not her original intention. Although she didn't believe everyone would be willing to pay high prices just to eat some greens, as long as the price was affordable, many people would still be willing to buy them occasionally. Her goal wasn't to be a kind-hearted fool, but to help the original owner's family of 3 accumulate good karma, hoping they would have a smooth life in their next life. Besides, it was also for herself. No matter what the real reason she came to this world, this place was her new home, and she felt grateful for this world. It was a small effort to help the people here, so why not do it? "I know you're not short of money, but I don't want everyday greens to become something precious," Yun Xiao said seriously. Having worked in business for nearly 10 years, Jiang Yan naturally understood her meaning and looked a bit more serious. The 4 occupations, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Although merchants are last, their role in people's lives is clear. But somehow, words like "all merchants are dishonest" and "only profit matters" seem to have become the stereotype of merchants. And merchants seem to be gradually aligning with this reputation. Jiang Yan didn't dare say his family wasn't profit-driven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built such a large business. But the Jiang family knew what to do and what not to do. "All right, I'll sell it at 6 coins per jean. I believe that delicious and fresh vegetables are willing to sell at this price," he said before Yun Xiao could reply. He added, "You also said earlier that many villagers grow vegetables. This is like a subsidy for the villagers." Since that was the case, Yun Xiao had no reason to object. "Now is the harvest season. Are you going to inspect the fields?" Since the price was agreed upon, Yun Xiao naturally wanted the buyer to check the quality. "Inspect," Jiang Yan muttered to himself, his eyes shining brighter. He happily replied, "Of course, I'd love to see it." The 3 of them arrived at the vegetable field at the foot of the mountain. The ox cart carrying the fresh vegetables was already ready to depart. The steward in charge of harvesting saw Yun Xiao arrive and quickly got off the cart to greet her. "Miss Yun, it's been a few days. I heard you went to the capital?" Yun Xiao nodded with a smile. After greeting her, the steward's gaze fell on Jiang Yan. Although he didn't recognize him, since this person came to the vegetable field, there was no need to think too much about his purpose. He immediately became alert. Miss Yun's vegetables are now sold exclusively to them for their freshness and delicious taste. If someone else takes them, the loss would be big. No, I must quickly go back and tell the shopkeeper this news. Miss Yun, it's about time. I'll take the vegetables back first. I guess someone will come looking for you this afternoon, Jiang Yan said with a smile, teasing Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao shrugged. That was better. She wouldn't have to make a special trip to the town. After inspecting the vegetable fields and asking about the villagers' planting scale, Jiang Yan finally decided on a daily amount of 600 jin. It's not that he's stingy, but his restaurant in Ningzhou Prefecture is the only one. They simply can't use that much. As for other restaurants elsewhere, even if they want to buy, transportation and preservation would be problems. Jiang Yan was right. Before noon, Gui Yongchang hurried to Liantai village. Earlier, Jiang Yan was persuading Lu Xiao to go hunting in the mountains. Yun Xiao thought she hadn't been up the mountain for several days, so she took the general and the marshal, inviting the Yun siblings, Yun Lan and her brother, to go together. Everyone carried baskets and axes. When Gui Yongchang arrived, he happened to see a large group heading up the mountain. Miss Yun, where are you all going? Gui Yongchang asked anxiously, stopping Yun Xiao. Master Gui, why are you here? We were just about to go up the mountain. Yun Xiao knew his purpose, but she pretended not to. Gui Yongchang looked at their gear. He didn't expect Yun Xiao to change her plans because of him, so he spoke directly. Miss Yun, do you have other ideas about the vegetables? He asked, glancing at Jiang Yan beside him. This was probably the person mentioned by the manager, who was very interested in Yun Xiao's vegetables. Their tasty and fresh vegetables might cause complications with the agreement they signed with Yun Xiao. Since he asked, Yun Xiao didn't avoid the question. Master Gui, you're in such a hurry because of this? You know, our village has expanded its planting scale now, so we need to find more buyers. Well, about our previous agreement, Gui Yongchang didn't have the confidence to say he could buy everything. After all, with the larger scale, they couldn't eat that much. Master Gui, don't worry. We'll stick to what we agreed before, Yun Xiao said confidently. This statement undoubtedly reassured Gui Yongchang, and he felt a bit more at ease. However, he soon showed worry again because he just remembered that the agreement he signed with Yun Xiao only specified the daily supply of vegetables and the price, without a clear deadline. This was very unfavorable for him, so Gui Yongchang immediately thought about renegotiating the agreement. Miss Yun, our restaurant now needs to increase our purchases. Do you think we should draft a new agreement? After saying this, he was afraid Yun Xiao might disagree, so he quickly added, the price is negotiable. Mr. Gui, I won't hide it from you. Yun Xiao pointed to Jiang Yan. This is the owner of the first fragrance restaurant in the city. He also buys our vegetables at 6 coins per jin. When Gui Yongchang heard, first fragrance in the city, he became nervous. Before Yun Xiao finished speaking, he hurriedly said, Miss Yun, it's okay. 6 coins is 6 coins. When can we sign the agreement? Seeing his anxious look, Yun Xiao secretly smiled. She didn't want to tease him, so she directly said, Mr. Gui, for this agreement, you can sign with our village chief. From now on, whether it's delicious fresh or first fragrance, all your vegetables will be supplied by the villagers. That. Gui Yongchang hesitated a little. Yun Xiao naturally understood his concern and explained, Don't worry, the vegetables grown by the villagers are no different from mine. If you're worried about quality, we can explicitly include in the agreement that if the quality doesn't meet standards, we will bear all the losses. Now that it had come to this, Gui Yongchang had no more doubts and agreed. In that case, Mr. Gui, why wait? Let's do it today. You can go to the village chief's house now and sign the agreement, Yun Xiao said. Then she apologized with a smile to Yun Qi. Brother Qi, take Mr. Gui back. Yun Qi nodded. Since signing the agreement was a major event for the village, and he had more contact with Mr. Gui, it was more appropriate for him to accompany him. The purchase was settled, and not even 15 minutes had passed, with no delay in their plan to go up the mountain. The discussion between Yun Xiao and Gui Yongchang was not participated in by others. After observing, Jiang Yan gained a deeper understanding of Yun Xiao. Her sense of responsibility and decisiveness were beyond what most people could match. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, He wouldn't believe that this was a girl from the countryside. The group quickly headed up the mountain. It was summer now, and the mountain was lush and green, with wildflowers blooming freely. Being among them, basking in the cool breeze, was truly a delightful experience. Although Jiang Yan still loved hunting, he didn't ask to go deep into the mountains because there were 2 women in the team. As a result, he only wandered around the outskirts and saw only a few rabbits and mountain pheasants, no other good prey. After Yun Xiao dropped a mountain pheasant with a stone, everyone was surprised, except Lu Xiao, who looked unchanged. Even Jiang Yan and the Yun siblings were shocked by her quick action. After a moment of silence, Yun Lan happily said, "A Xiao, when did you become so good? How did you do it?" Shirin grabbed Yun Xiao's hand and looked at it carefully, as if trying to find out her secret. Yun Xiao let her examine her hand and smiled quietly. At this time, the general had already brought back the dead mountain pheasant and was excitedly calling out to Yun Xiao. "A Xiao, teach me too," Yun Lan said, feeling inspired by Yun Xiao's impressive move, hoping she could learn it too. Seeing her so interested, Yun Xiao, along with Yun Feng and Yun Xiao, patiently explained. "To do what I did, it's not hard. The key is 3 words: fast, accurate, fierce." She bent down, picked up a small round stone, and showed it to Yun Lan. "Choose a stone that's just the right size and shape, round and stable when thrown, so the flight is easy to control. When holding the stone, pinch it with your fingers on both sides, but don't grip too tightly, or it'll be hard to throw." The Yun siblings quickly picked suitable stones from the ground and practiced holding them like Yun Xiao, focusing intently. Next is the power. The main point is in the wrist. Slightly lift your arm, then quickly use your wrist to throw the stone, Yun Xiao explained, mimicking the throwing motion. The stone shot out like an arrow, hitting a distant tree trunk, embedding itself deep into the wood before falling. This scene stunned the 3 siblings again. Yun Lan, feeling confident, couldn't wait to try. She mimicked Yun Xiao's throwing motion, raised her hand happily, thinking she would recreate Yun Xiao's demonstration. But the stone faltered halfway and fell with a soft plop. There was a moment of silence, then Yun Xiao laughed softly. "Sister, you're all show." Yun Lan blushed. "Third brother, don't laugh at me. If you're so good, then you try." "I will try," Yun Xiao said confidently. He remembered Yun Xiao's movements perfectly, having watched her closely. Moreover, since he is a man, he is naturally stronger. Since Sister Aju can do it, he can definitely do it too. Under everyone's watch, Yun Xiao smiled and threw a small stone into the air. Everyone's eyes followed the stone's flight path as he threw it. Watching the stone fly toward his target, Yun Xiao's smile grew wider, but the stone fell 3 feet short of the target. Suddenly, Yun Xiao's smile disappeared, replaced by Yun Lan's loud, carefree laughter. The brother and sister failed, so they turned their attention to Yun Feng, who hadn't tried yet. Being watched by his siblings, Yun Feng felt helpless. He adjusted his stance, waved his hand, and the stone landed where Yun Xiao had hit earlier, but it immediately fell down. Still, this surprised everyone present. Most of all, Yun Feng himself was shocked. He stared blankly at the tree trunk, his mouth opening and closing until Yun Lan's voice broke the silence. He shyly smiled. "Second brother, you're so good, almost as good as a Jew." Yun Feng didn't mind being told he was not as good as a Jew. He thanked Yun Xiao, saying, "A Jew taught me well." Yun Xiao smiled and said, "No, it's mainly because second brother has good understanding." After saying that, she picked up a few stones and handed them to Yun Feng. "Second brother, try again and see if you can hit the fruit on that tree." Yun Feng nodded, took the stones from Yun Xiao, estimated the distance, then raised his hand. The stone flew along his predicted path toward the fruit Yun Xiao mentioned. With a pop, the fruit instantly fell to the ground. Yun Feng tried several more times. Although he wasn't perfect, his accuracy reached about 90%. Even Lu Xiao nodded secretly at his precision. Yun Lan was very excited, completely forgetting her earlier failure. "Second brother, try catching a rabbit now." "Little sister, live animals are different from inanimate objects. I might not hit it." Yun Feng said happily about his performance, but knew he shouldn't be overconfident. Trying won't hurt, Yun Xiu said. Yun Feng's accuracy was considered a natural talent. With more training, his achievements would definitely be high. Watching from the side, Jiang Yin spoke up. Yun Feng, with your skill, did you practice before? Backed by the big mountain, the children in the village often go up the hill to try their luck. Maybe Yun Feng's many stones thrown have led to his current skill. As Yun Xiu thought about her recent teaching, her face felt a little awkward. No, rabbits and wild chickens run fast. In the past, we used traps to catch them, never thought of using stones, Yun Feng explained. A group full of excitement. They searched for prey along the way, and before they knew it, they reached a place where villagers rarely dared to go. When they realized it, Yunlan was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. Since childhood, they had heard many bad stories. The adults often warned them not to go deep into the mountains. Ah Xiu, what kind of place is this? Why is it so quiet? Yunlan instinctively held Yunxiu's hand and whispered. Yunxiu looked around. She had passed through here many times. Strictly speaking, it wasn't very deep in the mountains, but it was a place few villagers dared to step into. She gently patted Yunlan's hand to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Lu Xiao is here. Even if we meet large wild animals, we're not afraid. Of course, even without Lu Xiao, she could safely lead Yunlan and her brother out, but she didn't want to tell Yunlan that. Someone weak and sick before could throw stones skillfully. There was some technique involved. But if they suddenly could fight wild animals, that would be terrifying. We should go back. Follow me closely, Lu Xiao said calmly, which made everyone feel a little more at ease. Everyone nodded and followed him. Just as they turned a mountain corner, Lu Xiao suddenly stopped and made a shushing gesture. Yunxiu also sensed something unusual and covered her mouth before the general could shout out. What's wrong? Yunlan whispered, trembling. The Yun family brothers also looked around nervously, protecting the two young girls in the middle. Lu Xiao listened carefully and said something that made everyone except Yunxiu tense up. A group of animals is coming. If I'm right, it should be wild boars. Yunxiu knew Lu Xiao's guess was correct. She also sensed it and even received more detailed information through the feedback from the plants. What should we do? Can we still run now? Jiang Yan asked nervously. Lu Xiao shook his head and looked at Yunxiu. Their eyes met, and in that moment, only the two of them understood the emotion in his eyes. Lu Xiao knew Yunxiu was capable of protecting herself, but he wasn't sure if she was willing to reveal her ability. So, his gaze carried a question. Yunxiu understood his meaning naturally. Her message was, it's up to you. With that, Lu Xiao knew what to do. He asked the Yun brothers to take the two girls up into the trees and wait. Then he said to them and Jiang Yan, you should go up too. The three immediately objected. That won't do. Going up the mountain was my idea. Now there's danger. How can I let you face it alone? Yes, brother Lu Xiao, we are men. We can't just hide behind you. Seeing they insisted on fighting alongside him, Lu Xiao didn't push them to go up the tree. The four stood in a line, each holding their knives or daggers, ready for battle. The ground trembled louder and louder. Soon, a group of wild boars appeared. Yun Xiu counted quickly. There were 8, some big, some small. The boars probably didn't expect to meet humans and froze for a moment. Then they charged straight at the 4. Lu Xiao was the first to act. He took on the 2 strongest boars. With a swing of his knife, a flash of cold light cut one boar's back, then he turned and attacked the other, using the same move. Both boars were injured and bleeding heavily. This made the wild boars furious. The others, who had initially aimed at Jiang Yan and the others, turned around and charged at Lu Xiao. The other 3 looked at each other, readying their defenses, but the wild boars ignored them completely. Of course, they didn't stand there stunned for long. They quickly grabbed their weapons and aimed at the nearest targets, attacking fiercely. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was still fighting the 2 injured boars. Although hurt, they were still fierce, and the blood only made them more aggressive. They shook their heads and lunged at Lu Xiao again. At this moment, Lu Xiao was busy with other boars and couldn't free his hands. One injured boar was about to bite his leg, and another was about to ram into his waist. The others shouted in fear. "Brother Lu, watch out! Lu Xiao, be careful!" Yunlan, watching from the tree, was so frightened she closed her eyes in terror. But Lu Xiao remained calm. He focused on fighting the other 6 boars, not showing any sign of panic or fear. He was confident because he believed Yun Xiu would help. Even if she didn't, he was sure he could dodge the danger. Yun Xiu wouldn't just stand by. Her expression grew serious, and her supernatural power transformed into invisible threads that tangled the 2 boars, causing them to fall flat on the ground. The 3 who came to help Lu Xiao didn't know what had happened. They only saw the 2 aggressive boars suddenly collapse and thought Lu Xiao had done something unseen. This gave them a perfect opportunity. 3 people rushed forward and started fighting wildly. Although their sword skills were not very good, under the chaos, the 2 wild boars were completely killed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao had already strangled the necks of 6 other smaller wild boars. Yun Feng wiped the blood from his face and wanted to help Lu Xiao, but he saw that the ground around him was full of fallen wild boars. At that moment, he truly realized how strong Lu Xiao was. In the past, he only knew that Lu Xiao had been hunting with his father since childhood, but the villagers had never seen how skilled he really was. Jiang Yan was not surprised. When Lu Xiao single-handedly rescued them from mountain bandits before, he knew how powerful Lu Xiao was. The danger was over. Yun Xiao was about to help his 2 younger sisters down from the tree when he turned his head and saw Yun Xiu standing gracefully behind him. He was surprised and asked, "Ah Xiu, did you come down by yourself?" Yun Xiu smiled and nodded, "Yes." Huri up an bringlan lanton. Soon, Yun Lan was brought to the ground. She was still trembling. When the wild boar had bared its teeth and bitten at Lu Xiao earlier, she was so scared she closed her eyes. Only when her older brother helped her down from the tree did she dare to open her eyes. She instinctively looked at Lu Xiao but found that he seemed fine. Nothing unusual. What was going on? She wasn't hoping for Lu Xiao to get hurt. She just couldn't understand how he managed to escape from such a dangerous situation. The group looked at the ground full of wild boars and felt a bit stuck. They had already caught quite a few small prey, but now they had to figure out how to carry these large animals back. The smaller boars weighed about 70 or 80 jin, while the larger ones were over 200 jin. With just a few of them, it was impossible to carry all of them at once. "Maybe I should go back and call some people?" Yun Feng suggested. Everyone agreed, as there seemed to be no other way. But then another problem arose. These wild boars' blood would soon attract other large beasts. "I'll stay here. You all go back first," Lu Xiao decided. Since he was strong, he could protect himself even if there was danger. The others didn't need to stay. Yun Xiu looked at the sky. The sun was already setting, almost out of sight. If they went back now and called for help, they would have to climb the mountain in the dark. Plus, they needed to carry the wild boars. There was a real risk involved. But it's almost dark. His words made the others realize what he meant, and they looked at each other in silence. Yun Xiu looked around and noticed many long vines growing on a large tree nearby. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Lu Xiao, second brother, go cut some longer branches and bring them back." Lu Xiao suspected what she was thinking and thought it was a good idea, so he followed her instructions. "Then what should I do?" Yunlan asked, already calming down and volunteering to help. Yun Xiu took her to the vines and used a machete to cut enough for their needs. They split into 2 groups. Soon, about 10 tree trunks with branches and long vines were piled together. Yun Xiu directed everyone to make 4 simple stretchers, and finally, they tied the wild boar onto one. Lu Xiao and 3 others each carried a stretcher. Though it was a bit tiring, they managed to carry all the prey down the mountain at once, saving them from multiple trips. Smaller prey naturally fell to Yun Xiu and Yunlan. Neither of them was delicate, so at first, Jiang Yan and others were worried they couldn't carry it all. But once they saw Yun Xiu and Yunlan keeping up with the main group, they relaxed. As they walked, Lu Xiao noticed the stretchers felt lighter. He was curious but kept a calm face, glancing at Yun Xiu, who seemed normal and unaware of anything unusual, so he pretended not to notice. Jiang Yan and Yun Feng also felt the weight lighten at some point, but they thought it was just their imagination and quickly dismissed the idea. The group walked back and forth until the sun disappeared behind the horizon, finally returning to the village. They carried the wild boar down the mountain, attracting everyone's attention, and soon, Lotus Platform Village was in an uproar. The last time the village organized a wild boar hunt was over 20 years ago. That year, it was dry, food was scarce in the mountains, and wild boars coming down caused damage to many crops. Because of the drought, the crops were already struggling, and the wild boars made things worse. The villagers were heartbroken and decided to go up the mountain to hunt the boars. It was partly to vent their anger and partly to gather some resources. Yun Feng, are you guys hunting wild boars? Oh my, so many. Are there only a few of you? Villagers who saw the wild boar being dragged down were very surprised. The last time I saw such a scene was many years ago. An elderly person in the crowd mentioned the past, instantly bringing back memories for those who had experienced it. As they reached the village, Yun Heng hurried over after hearing the news. Seeing the scene, he was startled. His gaze first fell on Yun Lan and Yun Xiao. Although they looked a bit tired, they seemed in good spirits, so he relaxed a little. I looked at my two sons again, and was relieved to see they had all their arms and legs. My worried heart finally relaxed. As for Lu Xiao, Yun Heng felt very at ease because, with Lu Xiao's skills, ordinary wild animals couldn't hurt him. The overlooked Jiang Yan. Alright, as long as you're safe and back home, that's what matters. You kids are too brave, Yun Heng pretended to be angry. He knew well that wild boars rarely came down from the mountain, so they must have been active beyond just the mountain's edge. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered the boars. Father, we didn't do anything wrong. Please get ready to slaughter the pig, Yun Lan said affectionately. On the way back, they had already agreed on how to divide the wild boars. Whoever killed them would get them. The final split was one for Jiang Yan, one for the Yun brothers, and the rest for Lu Xiao. Jiang Yan naturally didn't care much about just one wild boar. He immediately decided to donate it to the village, so everyone could enjoy a pig feast. Of course, he had other plans too. He wanted to rent land in Lian Tai village to build a house. After observing, he subconsciously believed that Yun Xiao's value was more than just the food. If he settled in Lian Tai village, he could get closer to opportunities. However, as an outsider, he couldn't stay without the villagers' permission. Gaining their goodwill by treating everyone to a good meal was a good idea. His intentions were clear to everyone, and they all supported him. By the way, Lu Xiao's adoptive father, Lu Jin, was able to settle in Lian Tai village with Lu Xiao because he had helped the village before. Coincidentally, he had helped the villagers who went up the mountain to hunt wild boars. Over 20 years ago, Lu Jin, young and ambitious, didn't want to stay in the capital city, so he traveled around. When he heard about the unique Lian Tai mountain, he came to see it. It was then that he rescued villagers from Lian Tai who were surrounded by a wild boar herd, earning their gratitude. This act of kindness laid the foundation for him to settle there 2 years later with Lu Xiao. When he learned Jiang Yan wanted to invite the whole village to a pig feast, everyone quickly spread the word. Even though it was late, everyone gathered at the village's communal area. Soon, the whole village was lively, with children's laughter filling the air. The smell of meat spread across the village, and that night, the villagers ate until they were full. After Jiang Yan made his request, the villagers agreed, without much hesitation. Of course, this wasn't just about a meal. The villagers already knew Jiang Yan was about to buy their vegetables, and the price was slightly higher than before. Don't underestimate this letter. When the quantity of vegetables is large, it becomes quite significant. At night, Yun Xiao made plans for what to do next, mainly about the house. The next day, she went directly to Yun Heng. Do you want to buy the land next to your house? Yun Heng was a bit surprised. Yes, I want to expand the house. Yun Xiao explained her purpose. Xiao girl, your family is just you.
There's no need to expand.
If the house is old, you can renovate or rebuild it, Yun Heng suggested kindly. He knew Yun Xiao had enough money, but saving some was better than spending it all. Older people think like this. They work hard all their lives to save money and they rarely spend much, saving it for the future, like for a funeral fund. Yoon-hung believed that even though Yoon-seo was young now and didn't worry about old age, unexpected things could happen. Having some savings would make things easier if problems arose later. He guessed part of Yoon-seo's thoughts, but he didn't know that Yoon-seo wouldn't lack money in the future. His worries were unnecessary. "Village chief, you know I bought a carriage. It's still stored at Lu Zhao's house. I can't keep it there forever." Yoon-seo quickly interrupted him when he was about to speak again. "My house has space, but I want to live more comfortably." Yoon-hung didn't say more. He wasn't Yoon-seo's direct elder, so he could only give advice from the side. He couldn't really control her decisions. Besides, he wouldn't force his ideas on Yoon-seo. "Then do as you wish. The land between your house and Lu Zhao's is unclaimed. You can buy as much as you want, just need to report it to the authorities," he said. "I want all that land. Please help me with the paperwork, village chief," Yoon-seo said suddenly, surprising everyone. That land was at least 2 acres. The land price was high, and with fees, it would cost at least 50 taels. Yoon-seo didn't hesitate and took it all, which made Yoon-hung admire her. She was bold. He had lived half his life, but he didn't have such courage. Yoon-seo handed over 60 taels of silver. "If possible, I want to get the paperwork done quickly. I don't mind paying extra." Yoon-hung nodded and took the money. The government has its procedures. If she wanted it done faster, she would need to use connections, which meant some bribes. After finishing the matter, Yoon-seo prepared to go back. When they reached the door, Yoon-fong, Lu Xiao, and Jiang-yen were about to go inside. "You're back so early," all 3 nodded at the same time. The wild boars Lu Xiao had caught, except for one sold cheaply to the villagers last night, along with Yun's boar, were waiting to be taken to the town to sell this morning. Lu Xiao and Jiang-yen followed Yoon-fong home to discuss land leasing. Yoon-seo said goodbye to them and went back to his own house. Inside, Yoon-hung tidied up and was about to take some silver to the town to help Yoon-seo with his affairs when he saw them come in. When he saw Jiang-yen, he remembered what happened last night. "Village head, are you going out?" Jiang-yen quickly asked when he saw Yoon-hung looking ready to leave. "Yes, I have some things to do in town." Yoon-hung replied first, then mentioned the village's final decision. "About the land lease and building houses you mentioned last night, I discussed it with a few elders. Since you plan to stay in the village temporarily, there's no need to build a new house. The village has an unused house, if you don't mind. You can stay there." Jiang-yen thought for a moment and found it acceptable, so he nodded. Seeing his agreement, Yoon-hung went inside, took out a key, and said, "A phone. Take him to see old Zhang's house. If he's satisfied, he can settle there." Yoon-fong responded, took the key, and told Lu Xiao and Jiang-yen to follow him. They quickly arrived at old Zhang's house. Coincidentally, it was not far from Yoon-seo and Lu Zhao's homes, just diagonally opposite the backyard of Yoon-seo's house. When Jiang-yen saw the house outside, his face showed a bit of disappointment. Yoon-fong noticed his expression and explained, "This house is quite old and hasn't been lived in for some time, so it's a bit worn out. But don't worry, Jiang-dong, with some tidying up, it's perfectly livable. You're not a permanent resident, and the village's conditions are what they are. If you find this unsuitable, even the best house in the village wouldn't impress you," Lu Xiao added. "That's not what I meant. I was just thinking about how to renovate it," Jiang-yen quickly responded. Since Lu Xiao said so, even if he had some reservations, he wouldn't admit it now. Moreover, he had plenty of silver to make good renovations. "All right, take your time to look. When you've decided how to renovate it, and if the villagers can help, just ask," Yoon-fong said before turning back home, feeling he had nothing more to do here. Back at his house, Yoon-seo took a partially burnt stick from the kitchen and found a piece of paper. He laid it on the table in the hall and began to draw and sketch. For the house she plans to live in later, she doesn't want to build it randomly. After recalling the courtyard layout she saw in her previous life, she started drawing plans. Imagining a warm and comfortable yard in the future, Yoon-seo felt full of energy. The wooden stick in her hand quickly danced across the paper. She planned to build a 2-part courtyard, the front yard for parking carts and storing miscellaneous items, and the backyard for a garden and living space. She carefully considered every detail, coming up with several options. After wasting several sheets of paper, she finally drew a sketch she was happy with. Yoonshio straightened up and stretched lazily. Just then, there was a lively noise coming from the direction of the backyard. If she remembered correctly, there was only an empty house in that direction. Why was it suddenly so lively? She went to the backyard, stepped onto the wooden frame, and leaned on the top of the fence. She poked her head outside the wall and just managed to show her face. Yoonshio casually rested her chin on her crossed hands. Looking out, she immediately saw Lu Xiao standing at the door of the house over there. Besides him, a few familiar villagers were carrying out some old furniture from inside. Why was Lu Xiao there? Thinking of Jiang Yan, who had been with him just now, Yoonshio understood something. While she was pondering, Lu Xiao's gaze shifted and met Yoonshio's thoughtful expression. Caught in the act, Yoonshio awkwardly smiled. But since she had already been seen, there was no need to hide. She waved at Lu Xiao, as if she had something to say to him. When Lu Xiao saw Yoonshio leaning against the wall, he felt a new, strange sensation. Usually, her personality seemed more mature and steady than her actual age, but he hadn't expected her to have such a childish side. Seeing her wave at him, Lu Xiao didn't hesitate and walked over. When Lu Xiao reached the base of the wall, Yoonshio asked her doubts. Lu Xiao, what are you doing there? Is Jiang Yan going to live there? Lu Xiao wasn't surprised that she guessed, and he nodded. Such a coincidence, he's actually our neighbor. Yoonshio casually said this, unaware of the strange feeling that flashed through Lu Xiao's mind when he heard her refer to them as we. He doesn't plan to stay long either. Having a ready house is better. Lu Xiao tried to ignore the strange feeling in his heart and added, nothing much. They're still waiting for your help over there, so I won't bother you. After saying this, Yoonshio jumped down from the wooden frame and disappeared inside the wall. Looking at the empty wall, Lu Xiao stood there for a while, feeling a faint sense of disappointment. Is this really him? Why does he feel a bit off? This strange feeling is like a soldier in the army missing his loved one, with a mix of longing and sweet yearning. He has lived to 25, and even though he has never liked a girl before, he knows the saying, having not eaten pork but seeing pigs run. After spending years in the military, every time soldiers receive letters from home, the joy they show is obvious and genuine. Lu Xiao has realized his interest in Yoonshio. Every time they meet, he secretly glances at her, and when she looks back, he quickly looks away, pretending that his gaze was just accidental. When did this start? Lu Xiao thought about it. It must have been the first time he saw her, when her impression left such a deep mark that every subsequent meeting made him think of her controlling vines and hitting people. At first, he was curious about her special ability, but gradually, he became interested in how she treats others. In this moment, Lu Xiao is sure that Yoonshio is very special to him. Every move she makes easily captures his attention. He knows what this means. He despises himself for feeling this way. He's 25 and she's not even 16. How can he have such dirty thoughts? Just then, Jiang Yan's voice brought him back to reality, and he quickly collected his thoughts. Brother Lu, what are you doing here? I called you a few times, but you didn't hear me, Jiang Yan said as he approached, surprised. Nothing. Let's go back. Aren't you going to renovate the house? Lu Xiao replied evasively and was about to return to the house Jiang Yan had just rented. But Jiang Yan wasn't convinced. No, this looks like Miss Yan's backyard. Are you trying to steal vegetables? Brother Lu, that's not right. No matter how delicious Yan's vegetables are, you shouldn't take them without asking. Lu Xiao ignored his nonsense and walked straight back. Jiang Yan hurried to follow, still chattering. You can't just climb over someone's wall because you're good at martial arts. Hearing him talk more and more nonsense, Lu Xiao turned around seriously and said, Stop talking nonsense. A woman's reputation is not something to joke about. Jiang Yan noticed his serious expression and realized his joke was inappropriate. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. My bad. I shouldn't have said that. Yoonshio returned to her house, picked up her sketch, examined it carefully, and made some adjustments to the details. Then she began to think about how much silver it would cost to build such a 2-courtyard house. She had over 1,000 taels of silver, which was a large amount in this era, but she had no idea of the actual building costs. Yunxiu thought of Jiang Yan. After all, he was an experienced advisor. Maybe she would need to trouble him for some advice. Coincidentally, Jiang Yan's place also seemed to be undergoing major renovations, so she decided to ask him. Without hesitation, Yunxiu left her house and headed toward the house she had just seen. As Lu Xiao was demolishing a wall, he didn't expect to see Yunxiu so soon again. He thought she was here to find him. Although he still looked down on himself, he couldn't help but keep his eyes on her. He paused his work and approached her. "It's a bit messy here. If you need anything, I'll come find you later." Yunxiu was surprised, realizing he had misunderstood her. She smiled and asked, "Jiang Yan is here, right?
I want to ask him something."
Lu Xiao felt very awkward, and a faint blush appeared on his face. But because of his scar, it was hard to tell unless someone looked carefully. If Yunxiu paid attention, she might notice something was off. However, her gaze was focused on searching for Jiang Yan's figure in the yard, so she didn't notice Lu Xiao's unusual expression. "Jiang Yan is inside. I'll go call him for you," Lu Xiao said, feeling very embarrassed and eager to disappear. Before he could enter the house, Jiang Yan came out from the inner room.
"Who's looking for me?"
Jiang Yan asked as he walked out, then saw Lu Xiao and Yunxiu standing in the yard. "Miss Yun, it's you." Jiang Yan's heart was pounding. Was she here because she overheard his teasing about Lu Xiao? Was she here to confront him? Yunxiu nodded directly and stated her purpose. "Jiang Yan, do you know how much silver it costs to build a 2-courtyard house?" Jiang Yan's tension eased. Thank goodness, she wasn't here to ask him for money. "Miss Yun, are you planning to build a house?" he asked. Building such a house involves many details. It's not something that can be summed up with a simple number. "Yes, I bought the land next to my house and plan to build a bigger one," Yunxiu replied. Lu Xiao, who was nearby, saw that she had bought the land next to her, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Realizing his own thoughts, he scolded himself inwardly. What does buying land have to do with him? Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said cautiously, "It depends on what kind of house Miss Yun wants to build." Looking at Yunxiu's eager expression, he continued, "If the materials are ordinary, using common brick and wood structures, the foundation and walls for a 2-courtyard house would cost about 200 to 300 taels of silver, including simple doors and windows and manual labor." He paused slightly before adding, "If you want to use better wood, like Nanmu, or add decorative paintings on the walls and carvings on the doors and windows, it will cost more silver. Just the cost of the wood might increase by 100 to 200 taels, and with decorations, it might total around 500 taels or more. Also," Jiang Yan added, "if you want to dig a pond, build a fake mountain, or plant rare flowers and trees, the costs will multiply." After hearing Jiang Yan's explanation, Yunxiu listened very carefully. She had already done some rough calculations but wasn't familiar with the current prices, so she couldn't come up with an accurate budget. Now, hearing Jiang Yan, she felt more at ease. Lian Tai Mountain has plenty of timber resources. To get wood, you just need to register with the government and pay some silver, which is a small amount compared to prices elsewhere. In fact, if only a small amount is needed, even registration isn't necessary, like villagers chopping firewood in the mountains. This rule exists to prevent illegal logging for profit. Large-scale illegal logging is treated as theft and punished severely. As for ponds and flowers, they mainly require some manual work, which isn't very expensive. Overall, the main costs for Yunxiu's house would likely be the blue bricks and decorative carvings. But Yunxiu wanted more than that. She planned to install a water supply system and ensure proper drainage. She also wanted to renovate the outhouse into a modern bathroom connected to the wash basin. Currently, every household in Lantai village uses dry toilets, with some sharing, which creates a bad smell. This was the only thing she disliked about her new world. When Jiang Yan heard her requests, he looked confused.
"What?"
She was talking about? Such things actually exist? Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Yunxiu realized her words had caused shock in this era. She took out her rough sketches and explained them to him. The principle of the water supply system is quite simple. It mainly uses water pressure differences to move water. In simple terms, water is stored at a higher place, like a reservoir. Because of gravity, this creates pressure that pushes water through pipes to different water points. In Yunxio's explanation, words like pressure, pressure difference, and gravity made Lu Xiao and Jiang Yan look surprised. Lu Xiao, though only partly understanding, quickly thought of Yunxio's planting land. The land at the foot of the mountain uses this principle to bring water, right? Yunxio nodded. You could say that. Hearing their riddles, Jiang Yan was confused. What are you talking about? It's understandable. Yesterday, when he went to the vegetable garden, he only cared about how the vegetables were growing and didn't think about irrigation. Yunxio briefly explained how she bought the land and brought water. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened more and more, eager to see the land himself. There are many mountain ponds in Liantai Mountain. The water source is steady. These are natural water reservoirs. The terrain of Liantai Mountain varies in height, which makes it good for gravity-fed water systems and saves effort. However, there is a difference. Water brought to the house needs to be more carefully managed than irrigation water, mainly for safety. Bamboo pipes have a limited lifespan. If any part breaks, it could pollute the water source, and checking for problems takes time, which could affect normal water use. Seeing Yunxio frown, Lu Xiao carefully thought about her words. Suddenly, he had an idea. What about connecting pipes with clay tubes? Yunxio considered. Using clay pipes is a good idea. Clay is strong and resistant to corrosion, and it lasts longer than bamboo, reducing the risk of water pollution caused by pipe damage. Lu Xiao was happy to hear her agree. He felt glad he could help. Yunxio continued her analysis. Plus, the inside of clay pipes is smooth, which reduces water flow resistance and helps water move better. If bamboo pipes are used for a long time, their inner walls might become rough due to moisture and bugs, slowing down water flow or causing blockages. Clay pipes don't have these problems and can keep the water system running smoothly. But Yunxio also had some worries. However, clay pipes have disadvantages. First, they are heavy, making transportation and installation difficult and requiring more effort and resources. Second, they are more expensive to make than bamboo pipes, so using a lot of them costs more. Third, connecting clay pipes needs skill. If the joints are not handled well, they might leak. Hearing this, Jiang Yan finally found a chance to show his skills. He patted his chest confidently and said, Miss Yun, you can rest assured. I can help you find someone to make the clay pipes, and I will ensure they are the cheapest. I can also find experienced craftsmen to do the work. Yunxio looked happy and said, Really? That's great. Thank you, Jiang. Lu Xiao saw her so happy, but not because of him. He felt a little disappointed, but he understood the situation and didn't hold it against Jiang Yan. He explained, when laying the pipes, you can follow the lower ground to let the water flow naturally. As long as the pipes are laid properly with the right slope, the water will flow to all the water points in the yard. Yunxio seemed to imagine a water system from another world. As for the water amount, the mountain spring on Lotus Terrace Mountain flows all year round, even during dry seasons, so water supply is not a problem. We can even add some control devices like valves at the outlets to adjust the water flow based on how much is needed. Lu Xiao and Jiang Yan were both amazed by her description and looked at her with admiration. Their eager gazes made Yunxio feel a bit shy. It wasn't really her achievement, she just had the advantage of living longer and seeing more things than the people here. To hide her embarrassment, she changed the subject. As for the drainage system, we can dig some underground channels in the yard, built with bricks and stones, and covered with stone slabs to ensure rainwater and sewage drain properly. The channel should follow the natural slope of the land to promote drainage and prevent water from pooling. How should we improve the outhouse? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Jiang Yan, however, was less hopeful. Coming from a wealthy family, he had people to serve him. Their outhouse was not comparable to those of ordinary households. It was regularly cleaned and even burned incense to remove bad smells. When Yunxio mentioned renovating the outhouse, She patiently explained, we could consider turning it into a toilet with a seat and a septic tank underneath, connected to the drainage system. The septic tank needs to be sealed well to prevent odors from escaping. We can also add a flushing device, using water stored in a bucket or basin. When needed, you pull a rope or lever to flush the waste away. Jiang Yan imagined the scene. It seemed cleaner than his own outhouse, but he quickly remembered Yun Xiu's earlier words, that the toilet and washing area were combined. Since the washing area is also in the same space as the toilet, even if the toilet is very clean, wouldn't there still be odors? Cloud Xiaoxiao smiled and said, as long as the septic tank is well sealed and there is good indoor ventilation, the smell can be ignored. Besides, toilets need regular cleaning. Jiang Yan was fully convinced. He looked at the house he just rented and thought maybe he should try it himself first. Thinking this, he asked politely, Miss Yun, can I buy these blueprints from you? He pointed around. I want to test them in this house first. If it works, I can use it in your house later. That way, you won't waste time. Don't worry, I will leave the craftsmen and workers to you, so you won't have to find anyone else. Hearing his words, Yun Xiaoxiao was surprised. Does this era also have a sense of intellectual property? She hadn't thought about hiding her ideas. If others understood and used them, she couldn't do much. Besides, she never intended to stop others from using her designs. Of course, no problem. I will draw a detailed copy for you when I go back, Yun Xiaoxiao replied happily. Good. Miss Yun, how much silver do you want for it? Jiang Yan asked, genuinely interested. Was he really going to buy it? Yun Xiaoxiao was about to say no need, when Lu Xiao, who had been silent for a while, spoke. Axio, just name a price. Remember what he does. Maybe soon, these ideas will appear in the homes of the wealthy. Jiang Yan listened carefully and didn't deny it. He smiled at Yun Xiaoxiao. Miss Yun, I do have such intentions, so I can't ask for your blueprints for free. Since that was the case, Yun Xiaoxiao didn't refuse further, but she had another idea. Since Jiang Dong has brought this up, I can agree to give you the blueprints, but on one condition. Oh? What does Miss Yun want to do? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked casually. Profit sharing. As soon as Yun Xiaoxiao said this, Jiang Yan's expression became serious. He looked at her with more focus. Lu Xiao, standing nearby, had a faint smile on his face. Everyone knew what this profit split meant. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, quickly weighing the pros and cons. He admitted Yun Xiaoxiao's designs were creative and practical. If they were widely used, the profits could be significant. But sharing profits meant giving up part of the benefits, which was a serious decision for him. After a moment, he smiled thoughtfully. I understand Miss Yun's proposal. We just need to carefully discuss the split ratio. After all, promoting and implementing the project will require a lot of manpower, resources, and money, so these costs need to be considered as well. Yun Xiao nodded gently and agreed, saying, What Jiang Dong says is very true. May I ask, Miss Yun, how do you think our two families should share the profits in the most fair way? Jiang Yan tentatively asked. It depends on how Jiang Dong values this design drawing. Yun Xiao replied with a question instead of an answer. The two looked at each other for a while, and finally Jiang Yan laughed openly. Since that's the case, let's be honest. Your designs are truly creative, and if they are promoted, the prospects are broad. But I also have to take on some risks and costs, including construction, publicity, and market expansion. Yun Xiao nodded, signaling him to continue. In my opinion, how about an 80-20 split? I take 80%, and Miss Yun takes 20%. Yun Xiao didn't speak immediately, weighing this proposed split. Honestly, she didn't initially plan to make money from this, but since Jiang Yan wanted to promote and implement it, she should get a fair share. As for the division, she only offered her idea. Getting 20% was already generous of Jiang Yan. Just as she was about to agree, Lu Xiao spoke first, looking at Jiang Yan. Xiao's ideas are unique. Without her creativity, all your investments would be pointless, and there would be no profits to talk about later. His words implied that an 80-20 split was unfair. Hearing this, Jiang Yan looked thoughtful. He understood what Lu Xiao meant. Yun Xiao's designs are the foundation. But as a businessman, he naturally wanted to get more benefits. Yun Xiao didn't expect Lu Xiao to speak up for her, and she didn't want to embarrass him, so she simply said, "No need." Jiang Yan looked at Yun Xiao again, reevaluating this rural girl. The more he thought about it, the more impressed he became. He made a decision. He decided to give Lu Xiao some face, and also to build a good relationship with Yun Xiao. Maybe she would bring him more surprises in the future. Giving up a little profit now is not a big deal. Fine. How about a 70-30 split? Yun Xiao had no objection, and Lu Xiao didn't speak anymore. The profit sharing was settled. Yun Xiao immediately went back to draw the plans. She recalled what she had learned in her previous life and tried to make the drawings simple and clear so that professionals could understand at a glance. For parts that couldn't be shown in the drawings, she carefully added written explanations nearby. When she finished the 3 drawings, it was already dark outside. Just as she was about to deliver them to Jiang Yan, the village chief arrived. "Young girl Xiao, the land use issue is settled. Tomorrow, the officials will come to measure. Once confirmed, you can sign your fingerprint." Yun Xiao heard this and smiled happily. "That's great. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. Girl, there's no need to thank me. It's my duty." He then handed her some silver coins. "Here's the leftover silver. Take it back." Yun Xiao didn't take it. She said seriously, "Uncle Village Chief, I know you don't want to take my silver, but I can't refuse. The errands are fine, but the officials' arrangements are unavoidable. Did you cover part of the cost for me?" Yun Heng didn't argue. Usually, with proper procedures, there wouldn't be much silver left. But he had friends in the government, so when he asked for favors, things went more smoothly. "Uncle Village Chief, did you ask for a favor? Favors are hard to repay. Whatever happens in the future, just let it be." Yun Xiao shared her thoughts. She didn't want to owe the village chief a favor because of her. Yun Heng understood her meaning. Favors are priceless, but they can also fade over time. Without material support, maintaining favors is difficult. Maybe this idea is practical, but it's hard to argue with. Few people give selflessly. Even if someone does, can you truly accept it without feeling guilty? "All right, I won't take the silver back." Yun Heng withdrew his hand and warned her, "Remember to come and sign your fingerprint tomorrow." Yun Xiao nodded, saw Yun Heng off, then took the drawings and went to Lu Xiao's house. Jiang Yan's house hadn't been renovated yet, so he still lived with Lu Xiao. When she arrived, Lu Xiao and Jiang Yan were eating. Yun Xiao suddenly remembered she had forgotten to eat dinner. It seems that being focused can make people forget everything, including hunger. "Xiao, you're here." Lu Xiao saw her and immediately put down his chopsticks. He looked at the delicious food on the table, unsure whether to invite her to eat, since Yun Xiao was still in mourning. Jiang Yan didn't think much. "Miss Yun, come and sit with us to eat." He acted casually, as if it were his own home. "No need, you eat first. I'm just here to deliver the drawings." She then handed the drawings to Jiang Yan. Already so fast, Jiang Yan was surprised and quickly took the drawings to look at them carefully. The more he looked, the more amazed he was. The drawings were so simple and clear that even someone unfamiliar with construction could understand them easily. "Miss Yun, how did you come up with this way of drawing?" he asked, pointing at the geometric diagram above, full of praise. Yun Xiao naturally wouldn't tell the truth and just smiled modestly. "I just think this way of drawing makes it easier for others to understand." Jiang Yan put down the drawings and said seriously, "Miss Yun, I am very satisfied with this plan. With it, future construction will be much easier. But I want to ask, can you tell me more about some of the design details on this plan?" Yun Xiao nodded and patiently explained to Jiang Yan. Lu Xiao listened quietly beside her, watching Yun Xiao focus on explaining, full of admiration, feeling proud of her. After the explanation, Jiang Yan carefully stored the drawings and said sincerely, "Miss Yun, with your plan, I am more confident about this business. I will go back tomorrow and start planning the next steps. Next time I come, I will bring the construction team." Yun Xiao smiled and replied, "Then I wish Jiangdong's business prosperity." Jiang Yan hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I wish our business prosperity." Yun Xiao was surprised but then smiled and said, "Yes, I wish our business prosperity." After that, she added, "Then I'll be ready to sit back and collect the money. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll make a lot of money." Jiang Yan was confident, feeling that with the plan and Yun Xiu's explanation, he could open up a new business path. Lian Tai Village was buzzing again. Miss Yun had bought land again. When government officials came to measure the land, villagers found out that Yun Xiu had bought the neighboring plots of land. Holding the fresh new land deed, Yun Xiu felt very happy. When villagers asked puzzled questions, she responded with a smile. Xiao Xiu, are you really going to build a house all by yourself with so much land? Yes, the house is still a bit small. Your house is still small? You live alone, that's enough. Building a bigger house makes it more comfortable to live in. Building such a big house must cost a lot of silver, right? Once the silver is spent, I can earn more. A house is a lifetime thing, so spending a bit more doesn't matter. After the news spread, villagers had different opinions. Some thought Yun Xiu was just a young girl who wouldn't manage her life well, and that spending money freely wasn't good for the future. Others believed in Yun Xiu's actions these days and thought she wouldn't lack silver in the future. Now everyone wondered who would benefit from this. Do you think Xiaoyu is doing this to attract a suitor? If she really built such a big house, many people would probably be willing to marry her, even if she wanted to find a husband. My family's brothers have had 5 sons in a row. If there's a chance, my brother would definitely be willing to give up one of his sons. Yun Xiu knew that her decision to buy land would cause gossip, but she didn't care. Since she chose to live in the village, she had to accept everything that came with the environment, and she also had the right to change things according to her wishes. However, there was one thing she almost forgot. Since she clearly stated last time that she wouldn't consider marriage for now, no one had come to see her directly. Only occasionally, some elders like Grandma San or Aunt Zhang would send people to ask about her, but she refused them all. Gradually, this topic faded away. But when news spread that she was going to build a big house, many people started to get restless again. After respectfully seeing an elderly woman from the village off, Yun Xiu felt very tired. If this were her past life, she could openly say she didn't have to marry. But in this era, a girl who doesn't marry is considered rebellious, especially with the strange rules still in place. It was already mid-May, and her 16th birthday was only about 5 months away. Did she really have to find a husband in these few months? No. No.
No.
Just thinking about living with someone she didn't know whether they were kind or mean made her uncomfortable. She wasn't against the people of this era. She understood that environment shapes people, and everyone's views are limited by their times. She was just worried that her ideas might clash with others, making life difficult. Since coming here, she was free from the restrictions of elders. Besides the different era, she was quite free. Of course, this freedom depended on her not doing anything out of line with this time. After a moment of worry, Yun Xiu pushed the thought aside. Anyway, no one could force her in these months. Honestly, when the time comes, she still had options. Deep in Lotus Platform Mountain, there was a mysterious valley where she could hide away peacefully. Thinking of the valley, Yun Xiu remembered that a long time had passed since her last visit there. She wondered how the fruits in the valley were doing now. Feeling spontaneous, Yun Xiu took her general and marshal and headed up the mountain. This time, she carefully hid her whereabouts and followed the mountain path from her memory. After half a day of walking, she finally reached the familiar outskirts of the mountain. The marshal had already been moving between the mountains and soon disappeared from sight. Yun Xiu didn't mind. She knew the way and wasn't worried about finding the entrance. When she arrived at the familiar valley again, everything seemed unchanged. Well, actually, there was some change. The fruits on those few trees were gone. Yun Xiu didn't know if the fruits had fallen naturally or been eaten by some animals. Though a bit disappointed, she wasn't overly upset. Everything here was naturally grown, and it had its own final resting place. Once inside the valley, she didn't see the marshal's figure. She guessed it had gone fishing again. Sure enough, when she reached the waterfall, she saw the marshal, soaked and climbing out of the water, holding a familiar fish in its mouth. Is there something special about this fish that makes you so obsessed? Yun Xiu asked curiously, dodging the water splashing from the marshal's shaking body. Of course, the marshal didn't answer. It simply nudged the fish on the ground toward Yun Xiu, as if saying, "If you want to know, try it yourself." Yun Xiu was pleased with its generosity, but declined the offer. "You eat it yourself." Seeing she wouldn't take it, the marshal gave up and was about to enjoy its hard-earned meal. Suddenly, the little general in Yunxio's arms broke free and jumped down, quickly grabbing the fish on the ground to run away. Yunxio was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. The two little ones tangled together. Without hesitation, she hurried forward to separate them. The general kept staring at the fish in the marshal's mouth, barking loudly and turning back to signal to Yunxio, clearly eager. Yunxio sighed, wondering if the little one was so greedy. She wouldn't favor it just because it looked pitiful. "All right, I'll go catch one for you." "How can you be so shameless to steal the marshal's hard work?" She pretended to scold it, then looked at the deep pond. Last time, she only stood by the shore and didn't go into the water. She didn't know what the scene beneath was like. She looked around, sure no one else knew this place, but she still carefully sensed her surroundings. When she confirmed no other humans were nearby, she took off her outer garment and jumped into the water. Now that summer has arrived, after walking for half a day on the mountain trail, Yunxio feels a bit sticky and uncomfortable. It's a perfect time to wash up. Surrounded by cool mountain spring water, she feels wonderful. Suddenly, she doesn't want to catch fish anymore and happily swims around in the water. Seeing her forget her main task, the general looks worried and barks impatiently. Yunxio gives a mischievous smile, waves her hand toward the shore, and the general is pulled into the water. The moment it enters the water, the general starts barking in fear, flailing its limbs and splashing water everywhere. Yunxio knows that puppies can learn to swim. She holds the general under the armpits to steady it and guides its limbs to paddle. When the general realizes it can float, its eyes brighten with understanding, and it begins to swim on its own. The girl and the dog play happily in the water. Because the general gets tired easily, Yunxio doesn't let it stay in the water too long and quickly brings it back to the shore. She then sinks down into the water herself. Yunxio doesn't dive very deep, but discovers a large school of fish. Perhaps because the environment here is too peaceful, the fish have no defenses. When they see her as an outsider, they are curious and circle around her. Is this a welcome? How is she supposed to catch them? Luckily, the fish quickly lose interest and disperse. Yunxio breathes a sigh of relief and follows after. She spots two fish among the school, uses water plants to tie them up, and prepares to surface. Suddenly, she senses a mysterious aura. Focusing her attention, she quickly finds that the aura comes from the bottom of the pond. What is down there? Yunxio hesitates for a moment, but then gives in to her curiosity. Although her strength is good now, this world is full of fog and mystery. Who knows if there is some supernatural power involved? She is happy with her current life and doesn't want to face any challenges for now. Yunxio, holding the fish, kicks off with her feet and quickly rises to the surface without looking back. Behind her, the mysterious aura gradually fades away, as if the strange movement was just an illusion. As she breaks through the water, Yunxio sees a dark shadow falling from above the waterfall, and she is stunned. She looks up at the top of the waterfall and then at the ripples caused by the heavy object hitting the water. What was that just now? A person or an animal? Before she can wonder for long, the ripples slowly spread out, and a suspicious red hue begins to appear. The hidden path in Yunxio was not good. Just as she hesitated whether to go down and check, a figure suddenly shot up from the water, then quickly sank back in, only to surface again. Their eyes met, and both froze in surprise. Lu Xiao. It was really him. Yunxio's shock was clearly visible on her face. Unaware, Lu Xiao was just as surprised as she was. After a moment, Lu Xiao turned around. Yunxio, with sharp eyes, noticed that his face from his neck to his ears was very red. Realizing something, Yunxio looked at herself. She was wearing a slip and had gone into the water. Now her slip was tight against her body, showing her curves. After moving in the water for a while, her clothes were messy, with her collar open, revealing her collarbones. A blush immediately appeared on Yunxio's face. She quickly turned around and ran to the shore, grabbing her outer clothes and putting them on. After tidying her clothes, Lu Xiao was still standing in the water, carrying her on his back. Yunxiu decided to forget about the fish and ran away quickly. When the marshal playing in the distance saw this, he immediately followed. After running for a while, Yunxiu stopped. Why was she running? She hadn't done anything bad. It was just her collarbones showing. What was the big deal? Before the apocalypse, she even wore a swimsuit to sunbathe on busy beaches. But since she had already run away, there was no need to go back, to avoid awkwardness with Lu Xiao. In the deep pond, Lu Xiao couldn't see Yunxiu's actions, but he could guess what she was doing. Just thinking about it made his face flush again. When everything settled, he slowly turned around. Yunxiu was gone. Lu Xiao looked at the empty shore, and her graceful figure and white collarbones kept flashing in his mind. He slapped himself in frustration, angry at his disrespect toward Yunxiu. Would she blame him? If she did, would she avoid him in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's deep eyes darkened even more, losing all playful thoughts. He wanted to go after her and apologize, but his legs felt like they were glued to the ground. Even if he caught up with her, what could he say? That he didn't mean to offend her? But what did it matter? The truth was, he had indeed seen her in a state of undress. If this happened to someone else, or if one of them was someone else, the solution would be the same. One side would have to take responsibility or be asked to do so. But Lu Xiao didn't think this matter was settled. Of course, he didn't want to avoid responsibility. In fact, he felt secretly pleased. But he also knew that if he really did that, it would be a kind of insult to Yunxiu. If he only wanted to marry Yunxiu because he saw her body, then he is no different from old Third Tian from back then. Moreover, based on his understanding of Yunxiu, she wouldn't willingly marry just because her body was seen by a man. Yunxiu quickly returned home, giving herself time to think about why Lu Xiao appeared in the valley and why he fell from above the waterfall. From the red color in the water, it seems he was injured. Running away like that feels a bit unkind. After all, they are friends. But in that situation, wouldn't it be strange to stay and smile while talking to Lu Xiao? Of course not. This was also to avoid awkwardness between them. However, thinking further, how should she face Lu Xiao in the future? Luckily, only the two of them know about this. Given Lu Xiao's character, he wouldn't spread rumors outside. As for meeting again, as long as she doesn't feel awkward, others will feel more uncomfortable. Just as she decided to pretend nothing happened, Yunxiu suddenly thought of an important question. Since Lu Xiao appeared there, the valley is no longer just her secret. Although she doesn't consider the valley her property, only she and one other person know about it. This connection is quite complicated. In the past, she trusted Lu Xiao's character, but the valley contains many treasures. She couldn't be sure he wouldn't forget loyalty for profit. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao stood in place for a long time before remembering his injuries and his purpose for this trip. Because he had developed feelings for Yunxiu, he started paying attention to his appearance. Even if his wish could never come true, he wanted to leave a good impression on her. His face, which he usually didn't care about, now felt very unpleasant. He specifically went to town to see a doctor, but all the doctors were helpless. One main reason was the lack of medicinal herbs. The town's well-known pharmacy kindly gave him a prescription, but they admitted that the herbs listed were very rare. Lu Xiao's trip to the mountain was to find these herbs. Even if he couldn't find the exact herbs from the prescription, finding other herbs might help him exchange for what he needed. Since childhood, he had followed his adoptive father into the mountains, knowing which places were off-limits. But driven by a faint hope in his heart, he ventured into deep, untraveled mountains. Lu Xiao remembered hearing somewhere that rare medicinal herbs mostly grow in dangerous places, including cliffs and steep slopes. So, he headed toward the mountaintop and indeed discovered a plant called Ziyun Chao growing on a steep cliff beside a waterfall. This is a healing elixir, especially valuable for martial artists, as it can restore internal energy. Its preciousness is obvious. Unfortunately, the cliff is very slippery. Lu Xiao accidentally slipped. He knew there was a water pool beneath the waterfall. As long as he could land safely in the pool, his life should be safe. During the fall, he seized every chance to save himself using the rocks for leverage. He was injured in the process, but as he expected, he landed in the pool. Surprisingly, there was also a cloud-shaped rock formation in the water. Lu Xiao looked around and headed in one direction. After turning a corner, he was stunned by what he saw. There is such a beautiful place here. Like Yun Xiao before him, Lu Xiao was amazed by this valley. This place, like a paradise, how long has it existed? He grew up in Liantai village, but had never heard any stories about this valley. That means it's not well known. But that's not entirely true. At least Yun Xiao knew about it, and now he does too. From Yun Xiao's familiarity with this place, she probably wasn't here for the first time. Could her uniqueness be related to this valley? After exploring the valley, Lu Xiao found many rare herbs. He was tempted, but didn't pick any. If he hadn't met Yun Xiao earlier, he might have taken some without guilt. But now he felt like stealing if he did. Finally, he looked at the valley and decided to leave. He didn't go back the way he came. During his exploration, he had noticed the passage Yun Xiao used and entered without hesitation. After several twists and turns, he arrived in the heart of Lotus Platform Mountain. The mysterious valley was hidden inside the layered mountain walls. From outside, it was impossible to see this small world inside, which explained why no one had discovered it before. Lu Xiao was returning home under the cover of night. When passing Yun Xiao's house, he paused, wanting to apologize but afraid it would ruin their relationship completely. So he silently left. Yun Xiao had been troubled from evening to night, unable to decide how to handle Lu Xiao. The awkward scene at the water pool was minor. What mattered was everything inside the valley. Having experienced the end of the world, Yun Xiao knew how dangerous human nature could be. But she couldn't just kill Lu Xiao. Not only had he done nothing wrong, but even if he had developed possessiveness over the valley, it was human nature. She had no right to criticize. After discovering the valley for the first time, I also felt possessive and used it as my retreat. The next day, Yun Xiao went to Lu Xiao's house under the excuse of delivering food to Qi Xiao. When Lu Xiao opened the door and saw her, his mind suddenly recalled her figure in the water yesterday, and his face warmed up involuntarily. When his eyes met hers, he quickly looked away, feeling embarrassed and unsure of what to say. Seeing his reaction, Yun Xiao felt no pressure and acted as if nothing had happened yesterday. After finishing with Qi Xiao, Yun Xiao looked at Lu Xiao, who was following her closely. Lu Xiao, let's talk. His face visibly changed, and his heart sank, feeling worse than falling off a cliff yesterday. Was their connection about to end? Was she here today to take Qi Xiao away and then cut all ties with him? What do you want to say? About yesterday. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Even though Yun Xiao had mentally prepared herself and pretended nothing had happened, hearing him mention yesterday made her face look a little unnatural. Let's not talk about yesterday anymore. Let's forget it. Today, I want to talk about the valley. Yun Xiao interrupted him. Her reaction was expected by Lu Xiao. He had guessed this outcome long ago, but hearing her say that still made him feel a bit disappointed. Okay, the valley was discovered by me a few months ago. I believe you also know its special features. Yun Xiao paused here. Lu Xiao thought she was going to argue over the ownership of the valley and quickly clarified his stance. Don't worry, since you found it first, I won't compete with you. His eager declaration made Yun Xiao unsure how to respond. Seeing her silence, Lu Xiao thought she doubted him, so he continued to reassure her. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you before I go up the mountain each time. You can check the valley to see if anything is missing. Yun Xiao was speechless. He seemed to think she was some unreasonable bossy person. Did she really give that impression? Moreover, what does it mean to tell her every time he goes up the mountain? What is she to him that he needs to report to her? Noticing her expression was off, Lu Xiao recalled what he just said and looked a bit unnatural himself. His words were somewhat offensive, like a husband leaving a note for his wife when going out. I mean, I won't touch anything in the valley. His cautious explanation made Yun Xiao feel like she was dealing with a bully. To prevent him from saying anything that would leave her speechless, Yun Xiao directly expressed her intention. I have no intention of claiming the valley for myself. Since you accidentally fell there, it shows that the valley has some connection to you. Today, I want to ask how you plan to use it. Lu Xiao was surprised by her words. The valley was so unique. Does she really want to share it with him? He admits that if it weren't Yunxiu, he wouldn't give up the fight and might even use extreme methods if necessary. Seeing that he remained silent, Yunxiu decided to clarify. The things in the valley are rare. If they are widely sold, it could attract the attention of bad people. Then, the safety of Liantai village would be at risk. Lu Xiao understood her worries and nodded seriously. He didn't plan to get rich from the valley's resources. As for the medicinal herbs needed to treat his face, he could find them gradually later. His easy agreement made Yunxiu feel a bit shy. I don't mean you can't use the things inside. If you need them, you can take what you want anytime. But if you plan to sell them, it's better not to do it too often. Listening to her explanation, Lu Xiao felt happy. Her words meant the valley belonged to both of them. This implied they shared a secret and a complicated connection. After reaching the agreement, both of them relaxed. It's better to resolve things peacefully than to guess and be suspicious of each other. Why did you fall from the top of the mountain yesterday? Since the topic was open, Yunxiu no longer avoided what happened yesterday. Lu Xiao's eyes flickered with embarrassment. How should he explain? Was it because he was looking for medicinal herbs? He hadn't cared about the scars on his face for a long time, but now he suddenly wanted to treat them. What was his reason? He definitely couldn't tell her his true thoughts, especially not Yunxiu. Since he couldn't explain, he chose to stay silent. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Yunxiu realized she shouldn't ask further. She awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. It's their personal matter, and it's normal for them not to want to share. For some reason, Lu Xiao didn't want Yunxiu to know his true purpose, but Yunxiu also didn't want to know anymore. He felt a little disappointed. In the end, his words escaped before his mind caught up. He blurted out, I went to find the medicinal herbs to treat my face. As expected, Lu Xiao saw a surprised expression on Yunxiu's face. Yunxiu was indeed a bit surprised. She had thought Lu Xiao didn't care about his appearance at all, but that wasn't true. Now she was curious. What did his face look like under the scars? After saying that, Lu Xiao almost wished he could find a hole to hide in. He remembered that Yunxiu had told the village children he was a manly man, but what kind of man cares about appearance? Wasn't that embarrassing? What if she thought he wasn't manly enough? Yunxiu didn't know what was going on inside him. She remembered the recipe Dr. Lien gave her and quickly spoke up. I know a recipe that should be very helpful for your face. When Lu Xiao heard her mention the names of various herbs, he thought, isn't this the same as what he learned from a doctor in town? Could it be that she specifically asked for this recipe for him? When did this happen? Could she also have feelings for him? He imagined many things, but he knew he was probably overthinking. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if this was true. If it was, maybe his wish could come true after all. His happy mood showed on his face, with a slight smile that made it clear he was in a good mood. Yunxiu noticed his good mood, but thought he was happy because he believed her face could be saved. She had to pour cold water on him right away to prevent him from getting his hopes up too high and then being disappointed. The recipe is ready, but it contains many rare herbs, and it might be hard to find them all quickly. Or maybe, Lu Xiao understood her meaning, perhaps he would never find those herbs. But he wasn't very disappointed. Today's conversation was already a pleasant surprise for him. It's okay. If I can find them, that's great. If not, that's fine too, he said calmly, smiling at her and trying to comfort her. When Yunxiu looked into his smiling eyes, her heart skipped a beat. His eyes looked so nice when he smiled that she couldn't help but stare for a little longer. When she came back to herself, she quickly looked away and lowered her head slightly to hide her distraction. It must be because Lu Xiao doesn't often smile, so she was caught off guard. Nothing more. I'll head back now, she said, then quickly left Lu Xiao's house. At home, she patted her face to cool down. After the heat subsided, she thought about why she had reacted like that just now. The final conclusion is that everyone has a love for beauty. Lu Xiao's eyes are attractive, so it's normal for her to look at her more. However, Yunxiu forgot that since she came into this world, most of the men she met were villagers. They are either uncles or brothers, all relatives to her, so she doesn't feel anything special towards them. For example, Yunlan's 3 brothers. No matter how good-looking they are, she wouldn't be stunned by their appearance because in her heart, they are just her brothers. Lu Xiao is different. Maybe because he returned later or because of his military experience, Yun Xiao respects him more and subconsciously keeps a distance, not seeing him as a brother. In her subconscious, Yun Xiao treats Lu Xiao as an equal, not as a younger sister, and doesn't expect him to give her brotherly care and love. In other words, Yun Xiao can comfortably accept the kindness of the Yun brothers because they are her brothers and she just needs to be kind to them in return. As for Lu Xiao, Yun Xiao wouldn't accept his kindness without reason. If he helps her, she would repay him twice as much, like secretly helping him treat his foot injury. Because Lu Xiao is seen differently by Yun Xiao, she feels a physical attraction when she looks at him. This is from a gender perspective, appreciating the strengths of an adult man from a woman's point of view. Of course, Yun Xiao isn't aware of this at the moment. Yun Xiao's house officially started construction 5 days after Jiang Yan left. On that day, the construction team introduced by Jiang Yan arrived in Liantai village. Leading them was a man around 40 years old named Wang Chong. Wang Chong was trained by the Jiang family and had built many houses over the years. Most of his clients were either wealthy or powerful, which made him increasingly proud. This time, his employer asked him to build a house in a village. He thought he heard wrong. After asking several times, he had to accept this fact. He was unhappy inside because, with his reputation, he felt he shouldn't lower himself to build houses for common villagers. However, he had to listen to his employer. He accepted outwardly, but was secretly resentful. Jiang Yan understood his feelings and didn't explain much. Instead, he mysteriously told him that this trip wouldn't disappoint him. Wang Chong came to Liantai village with a bit of dissatisfaction and curiosity. When he learned that the homeowner was a young woman, his curiosity turned into discontent. At Yun Xiao's house, Lu Xiao accompanied the team to receive Wang Chong and his group. Regarding Wang Chong's scrutiny, Yun Xiao showed no sign of fear. She calmly allowed him to look at her and even used her eyes to stop Lu Xiao, who was about to become angry. "Young lady, I don't know how you convinced the master to let me build a house for you. I made it clear from the start, even if you are the master's person, you can't interfere with my decisions during the building process." Clearly, Wang Chong misunderstood, thinking Yun Xiao was someone Jiang Yan liked. Because of her low status, he believed she couldn't be taken home and could only settle for building her a big house in the countryside as a concubine. Before Yun Xiao could get angry, Lu Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. Ignoring Yun Xiao's attempts to stop him, he released a strong aura, pressing down on Wang Chong with a fierce presence. A seasoned general, Lu Xiao carried a natural killing aura. Usually, he was restrained and looked just a bit colder than others, but when fully unleashed, it was more than ordinary people could resist. Even Wang Chong, who was experienced, trembled under Lu Xiao's imposing force. If not for the concern of dirtying Yun Xiao's territory, Lu Xiao might have made Wang Chong bleed on the spot. His intimidation was more than just a show of power. Under this pressure, Wang Chong finally put away his arrogance. He looked at Lu Xiao with lingering fear and spoke more respectfully to Yun Xiao. "Miss Yun, I apologize. I don't know what kind of house you want to build." Yun Xiao had been smiling all along, even when Wang Chong spoke disrespectfully. She didn't get angry. First, because he was Jiang Yan's person, and she didn't want to cause trouble. Second, since he was somewhat famous, a bit of pride was understandable. However, she wouldn't allow her reputation to be tarnished without reason. Yun Xiao stood up from her chair, her smile fading. Her commanding presence, just as strong as Lu Xiao's, directly faced Wang Chong. "Manager Wang, I think you misunderstood. I am not Jiang Yan's person, and the house isn't built for me by Jiang Yan. The reason you are still here is because of my cooperation with Jiang Yan. To be clear, I am not solely dependent on you. If you're unwilling to follow orders, you can leave immediately." In just a few words, she clarified her relationship with Jiang Yan and expressed her stance. Wang Chong, overwhelmed by her commanding aura, broke out in cold sweat. Hearing her words, he felt even more anxious and knew that if he couldn't satisfy the woman before him, he wouldn't get any good outcome. With a loud thud, he knelt down. "Miss Yun, I was rude. Please forgive me. Give me a chance, and I will build the best house according to your wishes." Yun Xiao had only wanted to intimidate him a little and save herself trouble, so she didn't make things difficult for him. "Get up." As her words fell, the restrictions on her body suddenly disappeared. Wang Chong felt as if he had been granted a great mercy and no longer looked down on Yun Xiao. Wang Chong's submission to Yun Xiao grew even stronger after he received the drawings she handed him. Someone so clever couldn't be a parasitic plant that depends on others. He realized he had been narrow-minded. In the future, he needed to improve his judgment of people. Yun Xiao's house was being built with great momentum. Wang Chong brought only a small team, and the main workers had to be recruited from the village. Yun Xiao entrusted Yun Heng with the task of hiring workers and carefully explained the details to Wang Chong about what to watch out for during construction. A month later, it was late June. Yun Xiao's 2 courtyards were beginning to take shape. However, construction had to pause temporarily because the summer harvest had started. Liantai village began its lively summer harvest. To everyone's surprise, this season's rice yield was 20% higher than usual. The whole village was filled with happiness. People couldn't help but thank the heavens. This year was truly a good year. The harvest was better, and selling vegetables brought in extra income. Life was looking more hopeful. Yun Xiao, acting like a heavenly helper, was also very happy. After the harvest, Jiang Yan returned to Liantai village with a team of craftsmen. This meant her new house would soon be finished. When Yun Xiao saw Jiang Yan, he looked very pleased, and she knew that he had successfully put her plans into practice. "Jiang Dongjia, it looks like good news," Yun Xiao teased. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. "Thanks to your drawings. You don't know, now all the wealthy people in the capital are lining up to renovate their outhouses, especially when combined with the water system. They are especially fond of it, especially the ladies and young misses." The Jiang family was a royal merchant family. After their successful experiment, they first renovated the palace. Once approved by the highest authorities, there was no need to promote it actively. Everyone wanted to do the same. "Miss Yun, I need to tell you something. Even the royal family has joined this business and has taken a 30% profit share." Yun Xiao was surprised. She hadn't expected that. "Doesn't that mean your family only gets 40% now? Why not I take only 10%? She originally thought it was fair for her to take 30% and the Jiang family to take 70%. But now that the Jiang family was giving up 3 parts, they were losing out since they handled everything. She didn't believe the royal family would contribute much effort. "No need, Miss Yun. I'm not bringing this up to change the profit split." Jiang Yan quickly waved his hand. "I just want you to know that from now on, our business will have royal protection. Even if someone tries to cause trouble, they will have to consider whether they can handle the royal anger." This was also why Jiang Yan was so happy despite giving up nearly half of the profit. "Now that you've brought people here, is the capital still busy enough?" Yun Xiao asked curiously. "Don't worry, Miss Yun. Our Jiang family isn't short of skilled workers," Jiang Yan said proudly. Since he said that, Yun Xiao no longer worried. Another month passed. The water supply and drainage systems were installed, and a new style bathroom was built. Yun Xiao's new courtyard was finally finished. That day, almost everyone in the village came to see. They looked at the grand courtyard with envy. Was such a courtyard supposed to be in the village? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. They had heard that Yun Xiao planned to bring water down from the mountain called tap water, so they wouldn't have to carry water anymore, just turn a valve. There was also a new style bathroom, which combined a toilet and shower and wouldn't smell bad. Today, they wanted to see if these things could really be done. When Yun Xiao turned the valve in the garden and mountain spring water flowed out with a splash, everyone cheered. It was truly successful. Next, they saw how clean and convenient the new bathroom was. "Miss Xiao, can we also install tap water and a new style bathroom?" Yun Heng asked, sharing the hope of everyone in the village. "Of course. While the construction team is still here, anyone who needs it can ask them to come," Yun Xiao replied. As for the cost, each family would have to pay for their own. Recently, thanks to income from selling vegetables and building Yunxio's house, the villagers' pockets had gotten a lot thicker. Even if they had to spend 10 or 20 taels of silver at once, they wouldn't mind. So, families in Liantai village who had the money and were willing started renovating their houses. Some more conservative families, seeing others' improvements, also decided to join in. In the end, every household used tap water and the new-style bathrooms. The changes in Liantai village didn't go unnoticed by other villages. Word even reached the town, including the Lin family, who had moved there after Lin Hongming got married. That day, Yang Shi returned from outside and went straight to her son's study. Since his marriage, Lin Hongming had a servant to help him and a spacious study. The servant saw Yang Shi and felt a bit nervous, but still stopped her. "This is the lady's order. No one is allowed to enter the place where the young master studies, not even his mother." "Madam, the young lady has given an order. Please don't make things difficult for me." The young servant quickly brought out Liang Ryue when he saw Mrs. Yang about to rush in. Mrs. Yang, who was planning to scold loudly, swallowed her words when she heard this. She had already learned how formidable her daughter-in-law was. Although she was the mother-in-law, her son's future and the family's life depended on her daughter-in-law. No matter how unhappy she was, she dared not show it. When Lin Hongming first got married, she also wanted to assert her authority as the mother-in-law, but Liang Ryue didn't listen. That day, they ate only coarse grain buns, which was even better than their village meals. The maids and servants in the yard were also dismissed, making her, who had just begun to enjoy a wealthy life, feel uncomfortable. After complaining to her son proved useless, she had to give in. Let her daughter-in-law do as she pleased, as long as their standard of living didn't drop. She believed that once her son passed the imperial exam and became an official, she would have the power to control everything. After all, even if they had money, they were still of the lowest rank. Being an official was more noble. Mrs. Yang thought optimistically, but she didn't realize whether her son could pass the exam was still uncertain. Even if he did, getting an official position wasn't easy. Without money and connections, he might spend decades struggling at the bottom. Then call Minger out.
I have something to talk to him about.
Studying is hard enough. He needs to get some fresh air, right? Mrs. Yang couldn't enter, so she asked the young servant to call her son out. The servant thought for a moment. Since the lady hadn't ordered him not to let the young master get some air, he nodded and went inside to call him. In the study, Lin Hongming had already heard his mother's voice outside. His dissatisfaction grew again, but this wasn't directed at his mother. Since his marriage, his wife's control over him made him feel suffocated. Although he spent most of his time in the study, he didn't really have much time to focus on reading, especially because his mother kept crying about how his wife disrespected her, which made him even more resentful. If it weren't for relying on the Liang family's money to build his future, he might have snapped long ago. At these times, he would think of Yunxiu in Liantai village so gentle. If he had married her, his life probably wouldn't be so frustrating. Lin Hongming was clearly the kind of person who only thought of himself, wanting everything for his own benefit. Lin Hongming left the study and sat down with the Yang family in the side hall. After dismissing the servants, he asked about his mother's purpose for visiting. "Tomorrow, have you heard? There's been a big incident in Liantai village," Yang said, starting with alarming words. Lin Hongming was not concerned. "Mother, even if something terrible happened in Liantai village, it has nothing to do with us. Why are you so excited?" His tone was cold, showing no regard for the fact that he also came from Liantai village. It's no wonder they are mother and son. Yang felt like she couldn't sense Lin Hongming's indifference. She hurried to explain, "This isn't a bad thing. Do you know? The recent popular innovations like running water and modern toilets actually come from Liantai village." Hearing this, Lin Hongming became more serious. Recently, in the academy, he heard classmates talk about how clean and convenient the new water systems and toilets are. After returning home, he even mentioned it to Liang Ryue, who said she also heard about it and was planning to find a construction team to upgrade her house. Now, hearing his mother mention it, he realized these innovations actually originated from Lien Tai village. Is the news reliable? Lin Hongming asked carefully. If it was true, it could be a helpful advantage for him. Many people in town wanted to renovate but had no way to do so. If he could connect them, he might gain a lot of favors. At this moment, he completely forgot his earlier indifference when he thought it was bad news. Now, the first thing he considered was how it could benefit him. Mother, how about this? You go back tomorrow and find out the details. Come back and tell me. All right. We've been out for a long time. It's about time to go back and see. Yang agreed cheerfully. Her real reason for going back wasn't just to check on things. She wanted to show off her now prosperous life to the villagers. The next day, Yang dressed in a new dress, wore all her jewelry, and took her maid and servant in a carriage back to Lien Tai village. When they reached the village entrance, she specifically told the coachman to slow down, expecting to attract a crowd. In her mind, Lien Tai village rarely saw carriages, and this time, she was returning in style, sure to draw admiration. She didn't realize that now, many carriages come and go in Lien Tai village. Not to mention Yun Xiu had already bought a carriage, and Jiang Yan and his people also frequently traveled by carriage. Plus, after the fame of the new water system and toilet spread, it wasn't unusual to see a few luxurious carriages arriving. Yang was calculating in her mind how she should appear when the crowd gathered around her. The carriage moved slowly at the village entrance. As it finally approached home, not only villagers gathered out of curiosity, but even the usual lively children were nowhere to be seen, which made Mrs. Yang feel a bit disappointed. What is going on? She had come back in a luxurious carriage. Usually, these rough villagers loved to gather and chat at the village entrance, so why was no one there today? It made her feel trapped, like sneaking out in fancy clothes at night. Mrs. Yang was already in a bad mood, and then the coachman's voice asking for instructions came from outside, making her look even more serious. Madam, shall we go on? Yes, let's go home. Even if she felt disappointed inside, she couldn't let the carriage stay lingering at the village entrance forever. That would seem too obvious. When the carriage finally stopped at the Lin family's door, people quickly gathered around. So, this carriage belongs to the Lin family? Why was it just standing at the village entrance earlier? Exactly, I thought someone was asking for directions, but no one got out of the carriage. Who's inside? Why aren't they showing themselves? Hearing the gossip, Mrs. Yang adjusted her dress and hair, then slowly got out of the carriage with the help of her maid. Once she was steady, she smiled and was about to speak about returning to the village when she heard a playful voice. Mrs. Yang, so it's you. What were you waiting for at the village entrance? Did you go to the city for a few days and forget which way to your own house? As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of laughter erupted around. Mrs. Yang's face turned red. She glared at Aunt Plum Blossom and explained, "Nonsense. Who would forget their own house? I was just tired from riding in the carriage and wanted to rest at the village entrance for a while." But her explanation didn't convince everyone. "I think you're not tired. You just want everyone to come and greet you."
Exactly.
"You're already at the door, and instead of going home to rest, you're waiting here. You all don't understand. She's from the city now. City folks care about appearances. Without anyone to welcome her, how can she show her status?" Mrs. Yang's face flickered with anger and embarrassment, but she quickly comforted herself. No problem. These people were just jealous. They mocked her with words, but inside, they must be envying her a lot. She reached up and touched the gold hairpin in her hair, then showed her gold bracelet casually. She said nonchalantly, "You're right. In the city, appearances matter. Look at what I'm wearing, what's in my hair, and what I'm holding. All gifts from my daughter-in-law." She said, "A lady from a wealthy family shouldn't look shabby when she goes out." Although Yang was unhappy with her daughter-in-law's disrespect, she accepted every gift Liang Ryue gave her. Now those gifts were useful. Everyone looked at her showing off and shook their heads. In the past, they might have envied her, but now their lives are better, and these material things are no longer out of reach. One day, they too could earn things with their own hands. Yang saw no envy on their faces and felt even more frustrated. She stopped showing off, forced a smile, and invited everyone inside to chat. I brought some tasty snacks from town. If you have nothing to do, come in and try some. I've been away for a while and really missed you all. I also want to hear about what's happening in the village. Hearing this, the group hesitated but then decided to come inside.
Yang sneered inwardly.
These people love to take advantage. When it comes to snacks, they don't want to leave. Actually, she was only partly right. The main reason they stayed was because of the snacks. Yang disliked the snacks, but didn't dislike herself. They were from town, so she might as well enjoy them. Besides, even though she seemed generous now, she knew they would feel guilty once they ate and might even want to see her pretend to be upset about it. The main reason they stayed was to see the village's changes and realize how much they had lost by moving away. Once everyone sat down, Yang ordered her maid to bring a plate of snacks. These are from my daughter-in-law's family shop. They sell them in town for a lot of money. I'm tired of eating them, but you haven't tried them yet, so today you're lucky. Yang couldn't help but show off again. Everyone took some, and soon the plate was empty. Yang sighed and told her maid to bring another plate. Before long, that plate was gone too. Yang pretended not to see and started asking about the village. I've been away for a few months. Is everything still okay here? It's fine. Nothing has changed whether you're here or not, Aunt Manhwa answered while eating her snack. Yang choked but didn't get angry. She just guided the conversation. I heard that the new water supply and the modern toilet system were first developed right here in our village. Everyone looked at each other. So, that's why they were interested? When the Lin family left, they looked like they couldn't wait to stop interacting with the villagers. They kept asking why Yang was suddenly back today, as if she was coming for no reason. But this wasn't a secret, so everyone nodded in agreement. Yang was happy to see this and, remembering her son's instructions, kept asking for more information.
Who thought of this?
I've never heard about it before. When she said this, everyone looked at her all at once and smiled with meaningful expressions. Yang didn't understand why they were all looking at her and why they were smiling so strangely. Soon someone explained, "Actually, this person has a deep connection to your family. Yes, you almost became a family with her." Hearing this, Yang understood and asked in disbelief, "Are you talking about Xiaoya?" Of course. Who else would have such clever ideas besides Xiaoya? Yes, I think Xiaoya is truly the daughter of a talented scholar's family. Her ability to read and understand is exceptional. It's a pity such a talented girl is still overlooked by some people. These words were quite blunt, almost insulting Yang directly. Yang wanted to get angry, but remembered her goal wasn't yet achieved, so she pretended to be confused and asked, "Xiaoya is just an unworldly farm girl. How did she manage that?" Her tone clearly showed disdain, and everyone's faces didn't look good. Since Xiaoya was a farm girl, what about them? Were they just village women who couldn't step onto the stage? Even Xiaoya, who was so capable, was looked down upon by Yang. Did that mean they, who only farm, didn't even have the right to sit with Yang? Yang didn't notice the unfriendly looks from everyone and continued asking, "You're probably just trying to trick me. She's an orphan girl, just waiting for her father to leave her some land to rent out. She'd barely survive hunger, so how could she have such skills?" Seeing that she still didn't believe, the others didn't want to waste more words. Since they had finished their snacks, everyone started to leave.
I've been out for a while.
I need to go back and see my child, so she won't cry when she can't find me. Me too. My child should be waking up now. My husband is coming back soon. I need to cook for him. I'm leaving now. The sky is getting dark. I need to go home and cook too. Let's go together. Seeing everyone leave one by one, Yang became anxious. She grabbed the last person, Aunt Ji, and asked, "Why are you leaving? We haven't finished talking yet." Aunt Ji looked confused and asked back, "Didn't we tell you everything? What haven't we explained clearly?" Maybe she wanted to see Yang's joke. She quickly thought and patted her head, saying, "That's right, I forgot something. If you want to know, go ask at the big, new house in the village. You'll find out everything there." Yang looked at her walking away and called a servant girl to ask, "When did the village build a big house? The servant girl didn't know and said, "Old madam, you're from this village." "If you don't know, how would I?" Young also thought of this but wouldn't admit her mistake. She scolded angrily. "Hurry up and find out. What's the use of you, if you can't handle anything?" The servant girl felt wronged, but had to follow the order. She turned and left, cursing Yang in her heart hundreds of times. She thought, it's just because our young lady lives in town now. Does she really think she's a city person? Looking down on us who serve her? Just look at her muddy feet. Does she even wash them clean? She's just pretending to be important. Though she cursed inwardly, the servant girl understood that as long as Yang's son was her master, she had to obey Yang's orders. The yard at Yunxio's house was easy to find because Liantai village was small. New houses were rare, especially such a large yard. Soon, the servant girl reached Yunxio's door. She was surprised. Could anyone in this village really build such a grand yard? She didn't know what was inside, but through the wall, she could see part of the building's decorations, carved beams and painted rafters. Nothing worse than some houses in town. She didn't dare knock directly, but took out a snack and waved to a passing child. "Child, come here. I want to ask you something." De Zhuang, from afar, saw a strange woman waving at him. He didn't want to pay attention but thought, maybe she's looking for Sister Axiu. I can help call her. Even if he guessed wrong and the woman was bad, he could call for help in time. Sister Axiu would surely save her. "Grandma, you called me? What's the matter?" De Zhuang came over and stopped about a yard away, curious. "Child, I have some snacks here. If you answer one question, I'll give you some," she said, opening her handkerchief to show the snack. The smell of the snack made De Zhuang swallow, and he asked cautiously, "What do you want to ask?" The woman pointed at Yunxio's yard. "Child, you're from this village, right? Do you know who owns this new yard?" Although De Zhuang is young, after hearing her words, he knew she wasn't here to find Sister Axiu. Otherwise, why would she ask that question? "Who are you, and why are you asking this?" The old woman didn't expect him to be so cautious. She directly handed him a snack. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just saw how nice this yard looks and wanted to ask about it." Suddenly, De Zhuang was handed a snack. He was a bit confused. He didn't want to return it, but he also couldn't betray Sister Axiu. Then, he grinned slyly and said, "This is the yard of someone from our village." After saying that, he ran off, without looking back. Since she said he only needed to answer one question to get the snack, he did answer, so it wasn't a bad deal. "That little brat," the old woman cursed. What kind of answer was that? But she didn't chase after him. The yard was nearby, and if Yangshi wanted to know, she could ask herself. She wasn't from this village, so why worry about being ignored? "Are you saying that you went there but didn't find out anything?" How useless. Yangshi was very angry. She couldn't even handle such a small matter. When she got back, she would definitely replace her. But since she now knew the direction of the yard, she decided to go directly there. The old woman was right. She was from this village. Now that she was back, it was normal to visit and reconnect with her neighbors. Yangshi sorrowfully ordered her maid to carry the last box of snacks. Led by the old woman, she headed toward the new yard. The more she walked, the more uneasy she felt. Wasn't this the direction where Yunxio's house was? It wasn't until she passed Yunxio's old house and stood in front of the brand new yard gate that she started to suspect. Whose house was this? Why build so close to Yunxio's home? "Go up and knock on the door," Yangshi instructed the old woman. The old woman didn't dare disobey. She stepped forward, knocked 3 times on the door ring, then stepped back. Yangshi then approached. As the heavy wooden door opened, she saw a face that was both familiar and strange. "Why are you here?" Yangshi leaned on the doorframe, not surprised by Yunxio's arrival. She calmly said, "Annie, are you crazy? Standing at my door, asking who I am. This is your house." "How is that possible?" Yangshi said, her face full of disbelief, her voice rising a bit. "Could it be your house?" Yunxi replied with a hint of annoyance. "How can you afford such a nice yard?" Yangshi still refused to believe it. This question made Yunxio roll her eyes in frustration. "Annie, how do you know I can't build this courtyard? Did you give me money?" Yunxio meant to complain, but surprisingly, Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, you did take 20 taels of silver from me. Yunxiu was shocked. How could she have the nerve to say that? Do you want to tell everyone how those 20 taels came about? Yang's eyes flickered quickly, but she soon regained her confident, bossy attitude. Since you say this courtyard is yours, do you dare to invite me inside for a visit? Yang's unreasonable request was spoken so confidently that Yunxiu had never seen such boldness before. Auntie, please recognize your place. To us, the Lin family members are strangers. There's no reason to invite strangers into our home. After saying that, Yunxiu didn't want to waste more time and was about to close the door. Wait, Yang was quick and stepped forward, slipping her foot inside just as the door was about to close. Yunxiu hurriedly stopped and glared at Yang. If you don't want your foot anymore, I can help you get rid of it. If she hadn't been precise in her actions, Yang's foot might have been seriously hurt. Yunxiu wanted Yang to suffer a little, but knowing Yang's nature, if she got hurt here, it would be hard to get rid of her. Yang recovered from her earlier fear. Honestly, she was still shaken. If her foot had been caught, it could have been badly injured. I only have one question for you. Is the tap water and the new style toilet in town coming from your place? So that was the reason? Yunxiu didn't try to hide it, but she wouldn't just go along with her. Whatever she asked, Yunxiu would answer honestly. Guess. Yunxiu smiled sweetly and said those two words, meeting Yang's expectant gaze.
You.
Yang was so angry she couldn't speak properly. Yunxiu stopped smiling and looked at Yang coldly, speaking in a chilling tone. I'm warning you now. Pull your foot back and leave my door, or face the consequences. I don't care, but when she looked into Yunxiu's icy eyes, she couldn't say the word no. Her foot, which was inside the door, instinctively withdrew. Yunxiu sneered and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, keeping the annoying person outside. Big Sister Axiu, you're so fierce, said Dazhuang happily. After he ran away earlier, he hid in the distance and secretly watched. When he saw the old woman leave, he ran straight back and knocked on Yunxiu's door, telling her about a stranger lingering outside her house. Little kid, how dare you talk to strangers? What if it's a kidnapper who takes you away? You have nowhere to cry, Yunxiu said, rubbing his head and pretending to be angry. It's okay, because I only dare to talk outside Sister Axiu's door, Dazhuang said confidently, flattering Yunxiu quietly. Yunxiu chuckled and asked, Are you sure it's not because of that piece of cake? No, I haven't eaten it, Dazhuang said, pulling out the cake and offering it to Yunxiu. All right, at least you're a little cautious. Remember, if a stranger offers you food, whether cake or candy, you must not eat it. Seeing that Yunxiu was serious, Dazhuang nodded solemnly. But what about this cake? Yunxiu glared, and Dazhuang quickly retracted his hand. I understand. I'll take it back to my chickens, he said. That little brat, he even knows not to waste food. Yunxiu softened her expression. Since it's food, if you want to eat it, go ahead. But Dazhuang was completely confused. Can you eat things given by strangers, or not? Seeing his puzzled look, Yunxiu pinched his face and explained. I told you not to eat things from strangers before because, without an adult with you, you wouldn't know if they are good or bad. Also, you can't tell if what they give is poisonous or not. Dazhuang nodded as if he understood, and Yunxiu, observing him, asked cautiously, Do you know why I'm letting you eat it now? Dazhuang thought for a moment. I know, because Sister Axiu is here. Yunxiu nodded with a smile, encouraging him to continue. Sister Axiu is so clever. You must know this cake isn't poisonous, so you let me eat it, right? His eyes lit up, seeking her approval. Yunxiu didn't disappoint him and praised him kindly. Good, you're thinking now. Outside the door, Yang was rudely stopped and felt very angry. She wanted to knock again but hesitated when she remembered Yunxiu's expression earlier. Let's go, she said, leaving angrily with her people. Halfway there, unwilling to give up, she snatched the leftover cake from the maid and said to the others, You all go back first. The maid and the old woman exchanged glances, bowed, and left. Yang turned a corner and arrived at the home of Widow Yang, her good friend. They both came from the same village and married in the same village, so they got along better than others. Hey, what wind brought you here? I thought once you moved to the city, you'd forget your old friends. Widow Yang said coldly. She had been busy working in the fields today and only heard Yang had returned after she finished her work. When she went to find her, she was turned away at the door. Although they shared some sisterly feelings, their similar experiences often led them to compare each other. Widow Yang felt she couldn't match Yang in her husband or son, which made her feel jealous. Yang held up a box of pastries and smiled as she explained, "No, I didn't forget you. I left this for you just now when you weren't around." Widow Yang finally smiled and invited her inside to sit. As they talked, the conversation turned to a topic Yang was interested in. Are the tap water and new-style toilets really so convenient? Of course. I've seen them myself, and they are really good, Widow Yang said with envy. Her family was one of the few in Lotus Platform Village without tap water because she didn't want to spend money. Really? Who came up with that idea? Why haven't I heard of it before? Yang asked casually. Widow Yang looked at her. That was Yun Xiao, the girl who almost became your son's wife. Widow Yang had been watching Yun Xiao's recent actions. She also had her eye on Yun Xiao, hoping to marry her son to her. But Yun Xiao refused her outright before she could finish talking, which left her a bit resentful. However, everyone in the village supported Yun Xiao, so she couldn't show her feelings openly. Was it really her? When Yang saw the new courtyard, she was already quite convinced. Now she just wanted to confirm it. To support her suspicion, Widow Yang added, "She's really impressive now. She even built a big courtyard. The whole village thinks she's the most successful." Yang disagreed. She believed her son was the most successful. But she didn't argue and instead talked about town affairs with Widow Yang. She then made an excuse that she needed to return to town quickly and hurried away. After leaving Widow Yang's house, Yang had no desire to stay longer. She took her maid and servant, urging the coachman to head straight to the town. When she arrived home, Lin Hongming and the others had just finished dinner. Yang was too hungry to care and grabbed Lin Hongming's hand excitedly. "Tomorrow, do you know who came up with the idea of tap water and the new-style toilet?" Her words caused Liang Ryue, who was walking to the door, to stop and turn around, waiting for her to continue. Without anyone asking, Yang sure spoke up herself. "It's that brat Yun Xiao." Hearing her words, everyone present had different thoughts. Lin Hongming first looked at Liang Ryue and, seeing she showed no surprise, signaled to Yang Shi with a glance to speak later. Yang Shi immediately understood and quickly shut her mouth. Liang Ryue secretly despised them. They thought she didn't know that her former fiancé was named Yun Xiao. She just didn't care about her. But if Yang Shi was telling the truth, she would need to pay more attention to that girl. Knowing she was here, Liang Ryue believed Yang Shi wouldn't say anything more, so she nodded and left as they wished. After she left, Lin Hongming grabbed Yang Shi's shoulder. "Mother, what you said just now is true?" "Absolutely true." Next, Yang Shi told him everything she had seen and heard in Liantai village. "Looking at this, isn't it a mistake to cancel the marriage?" Lin Dashan asked first. "Old man, what are you talking about? No matter how capable she is, she can't compare to the Liang family," Yang Shi quickly retorted. Lin Hongming ignored his parents' argument. When he heard about Yun Xiao, he was first shocked, then filled with great happiness. He had already considered everything Yun Xiao owned, her skills and her house, as his own. He was so confident that he believed if he just asked, Yun Xiao would willingly give everything to him. This blind confidence, he didn't even know who gave it to him. "Mother, do you know that Xiao is now engaged?" "I haven't heard about that. She probably hasn't yet," Yang Shi guessed. Lin Hongming immediately smiled. He knew Xiao couldn't forget him. Otherwise, why wouldn't she have announced her engagement yet? After all, she was less than 3 months away from turning 16. "Tomorrow, why are you laughing?" Yang Shi looked at his smile with some confusion. "Mother, think about it. Why hasn't she announced her engagement?" Lin Hongming explained his analysis, finally drawing a conclusion. "She must be waiting for me." His words made Yang Shi and Lin Dashan nod repeatedly, as if they already saw the day Yun Xiao was desperate and willing to marry their son. As long as she hands over the technology for running water and the new-style toilet, and transfers the new yard to Ming Er's name, I will forgive her disrespect today," Yang Shi said boastfully. A shared, Mysterious confidence. Mother, you should treat Ashio better in the future. After all, she's the only family I have. Not sure what made him think of something. Lin Hongming smiled happily and reminded his mother.
Got it.
We haven't even had the wedding yet, and you're already protecting her like this, Yangshi said with some dissatisfaction. Then she thought about the current situation. But Minger, will your wife agree? Lin Hongming's eyes flickered. It's normal for men to have 3 or 4 wives. She has no reason to oppose. Also, in the future, Ajio will stay in the village, and they won't see each other. That way, there will be fewer conflicts. Yangshi nodded in agreement, thinking her son's words made sense. She then asked, when will you go to see that girl? This matter needed her son to speak personally. Not in a hurry, Lin Hongming said confidently, looking very sure of himself. Why not? Yangshi asked, puzzled. There's less than 3 months until Ajio's birthday. When the time comes, she will be more likely to agree, Lin Hongming said. Although he was confident, recalling how cold Yunjio had been to him last time, he thought maybe only at the last moment would everything be certain. Yunjio didn't know that her future had already been carefully arranged. If she found out, she might even vomit her dinner. But she didn't have time to care about these trivial people and matters now because the potatoes and corn were ready to be harvested. It was already late July. Normally, the potatoes and corn should have been harvested long ago, but this batch was all for seed, so the harvest was delayed intentionally. Usually, seed potatoes are left until the plants are completely dead, the tubers are fully mature, the skin hardens, and the harvest happens about 7 to 14 days later than eating potatoes. For seed corn, the plants need to reach full maturity, with the grains hard and moisture below 20%. This is usually 14 to 28 days later than harvesting for eating. When the villagers learned that Yunjio's crops were ready for harvest, most of them were very interested and offered to help. Yunjio agreed. Since she was going to ask for help anyway, she followed the usual rules. Because the corn cobs grow at the top of the plants, everyone had seen them up close. But since they were covered by many overlapping leaves, they didn't know exactly what they looked like. Yunjio demonstrated by breaking off a corn cob and peeling back the husk to look at the kernels inside. They looked good, full, and firm. She smiled with satisfaction. Everyone copied her, and when they saw the golden kernels inside, they looked surprised. Although they had seen corn kernels before, they didn't expect them to look like this before shelling. This batch of corn planted by Yunjio each produced 1 or 2 ears, weighing about half a gene each. Yunjio specially arranged for someone to weigh the harvest from 1 acre to find out the yield per acre. When the weight was announced, everyone was excited. It turned out to be over 1,500 gene. What does this mean? Here, the average rice yield per acre is usually around 400 to 500 gene, and in bad years, only about 300 gene. Even in good years, the maximum is around 600 gene, like this year, when they harvested over 600 gene per acre. But this corn, after just 1 planting, yielded over 1,500 gene. Although some of the weight is lost during shelling and drying, a conservative estimate still suggests about 1,000 gene of pure kernels. Isn't that exciting? This good start for corn makes everyone more hopeful about the potato harvest. Since potatoes grow underground, people don't have a clear idea of their yield. But seeing such high corn yields, they suddenly feel very confident about how much potatoes can produce. When Uncle Yunliang dug up the withered potato plants, he saw round, plump potatoes of various sizes with light brown skins, tightly clustered at the roots. They looked very promising. Uncle Yunliang was visibly surprised. He eagerly dug out the entire bunch of potatoes, counting 8 in total. The largest weighed over half a gene, and the smaller ones weighed 2 or 3 liang. This means each plant could harvest about 4 or 5 gene of potatoes. Is this? Miss Xiao, am I dreaming? He asked, pinching himself. Yunxiu smiled and looked at him. Uncle Yang, these are your own plants, and you've been managing the field yourself. How could it be a dream? You're right. I'm just so amazed, Yunliang said, scratching his nose awkwardly. Soon, the potato yield per acre was also calculated, reaching over 5,000 gene. This was an even more astonishing number. Yoonhung was so excited his hands trembled. When Yoonshio first mentioned the potential yield, he was somewhat skeptical. Now, seeing the actual results, he was greatly surprised. Shio, you've done a great job. This was true. Growing such high-yield crops could feed many people. It was a huge achievement for the country and the people. Such an important matter, I need to report it, Yoonhung said, feeling excited but focused on the task. Yoonshio didn't stop him, knowing that her efforts alone had limited impact. Only with the support of the nation could these crops reach their full potential. At dusk, Yoonhung returned with officials from the government, and the town mayor personally came along. About 10 people headed straight to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, everyone was still busy working in the fields. When they saw the officials, they did not stop their work. Baskets of potatoes and corn were piled high along the ridges, and without weighing them, the officials could tell that Yoonhung had not lied about the harvest. This is Yoonshio. These lands and crops belong to her. Yoonhung pointed to Yoonshio and introduced her to the mayor. The mayor's name was Heechung. He was 45 years old and had held his position for 9 years. Bayun town was not large and there was not much to do every day, so there were few chances to make achievements. Heechung was an ordinary citizen with no connections. When his term ended, he saw no hope for promotion, and even transfers seemed forgotten. 3 years, then 3 more years. His long wait had worn down his spirit. He had come to accept reality and decided to settle down and enjoy his retirement. When Yoonhung reported that Lientai village had produced a high-yield crop, Heechung initially did not believe it. After all, who had heard of crops yielding thousands of jin per mu? But Yoonhung swore confidently and even brought samples to prove he was truthful, so he brought people to inspect. Unexpectedly, the person who grew these crops was a young woman who had not yet married. This was as shocking as the high yield itself. Even if she were a 60-year-old elder, it would be more convincing than a young girl. Yoonshio did not fear the scrutinizing looks and politely greeted, "Hello, Mayor." Her attitude lessened Heechung's contempt for her. Heechung asked, "Where did you get these seeds?" After all, such things were not available in Dongli country. Yoonshio recounted how she had bought the seeds initially. Heechung pondered. Since the interactions between Dongli and Shifeng countries were not frequent, they did not know much about the situation there. Normally, if Shifeng had such seeds, they would hide them. Why would they let merchants bring them to other countries? It was uncertain whether these seeds truly came from Shifeng. But regardless of their origin, as long as they benefited Dongli, there was no need to investigate further. Very good. So, what do you plan to do with these crops? Heechung wanted to hear Yoonshio's opinion. As the town mayor, he already had a decision in mind but also valued her input. I plan to keep some for planting next season. That was decided from the beginning. Yoonshio said openly about her plans. Do you really think so?
Heechung was very surprised.
Remember, seeds are the source of agriculture. With seeds, there is a future.
That was his thought just now.
He didn't expect the young woman in front of him to have such foresight and vision. Now he no longer doubted Yoonshio. According to your opinion, if these are kept for planting, how much land can be cultivated? Heechung asked eagerly, looking at the fields of potatoes and corn. Yoonshio thought for a moment and said, "These are just 2 types of crops. Once we harvest the other 2, covering the entire wasteland of Bayun town with crops shouldn't be a problem."
What?
There are 2 more types. Heechung didn't expect to be surprised again.
Yes.
Because we don't have enough people. Today we only harvested potatoes and corn. On the other side, there are peanuts and sweet potatoes, Yoonshio explained, pointing at the distant fields. Are they also high-yield crops? Heechung asked further. Sweet potatoes and potatoes should have similar yields. Peanuts don't produce much because their pods are small. These 2 crops have later harvest times. During the growth of these crops, Yoonshio didn't interfere much. That is, others taking seeds from her to plant wouldn't produce significantly less than hers. So she openly showed the yields. Good, very good. Heechung was very pleased. Once the entire Bayun town was planted with these high-yield crops, it would benefit the country and help more people eat well. For himself, it was also a good thing, visible achievement. When the time comes, He wouldn't worry about lacking opportunities for promotion. Seeing no hope before, it was fine. But now, since there was a chance to advance, how could he let this precious opportunity slip away? Yun Xiu's 150 acres of land had over 100 acres planted with these crops. Relying only on the people of Lian Tai village, they couldn't harvest enough in the short term. Hicheng waved his hand and took on the task of managing the later harvest himself. Yun Xiu was happy to relax, leaving the rest to the officials and the village had to handle. 10 days later, the potatoes and corn were all harvested. Yun Xiu kept enough seeds for the villagers of Lian Tai village, and the rest was handed over to Hicheng for distribution. Of course, she also prepared booklets with instructions on seed preservation and breeding, explaining everything clearly. Even if others didn't learn immediately, once planting began in Lian Tai village, they could send people to learn. During these 10 days, Hicheng didn't stay idle. He wrote a detailed report about what happened here and sent it to the county capital, which attracted the high attention of the prefect, Su Yonghuan. Su Yonghuan sent people to verify the results. After confirming the facts, he agreed to Hicheng's proposal to try planting in Baiyun town first. Currently, the planting is only on a small scale, so the exact situation cannot be guaranteed. If they speak openly now, they will need to take some risks. At Yun Xiu's home, Hicheng sends a box of silver. Miss Yun, this is 300 taels of silver, the money the government pays you for the seeds. I know it's not enough, but many expenses for promotion will require silver in the future, so we can't give more for now. Perhaps worried that Yun Xiu might be unhappy, he adds, "Don't worry. Once the harvest is good, we will report your achievements to the emperor. You will definitely be rewarded." Yun Xiu doesn't mind the small amount of silver and accepts it calmly. "Thank you, town head. No need to thank me. It's what you deserve," Hicheng praises. Yun Xiu thought he would leave after giving the silver, but unexpectedly, Hicheng seemed to have more to say. "Town head, if there's anything, feel free to speak openly." Well, Hicheng feels a bit embarrassed because what he wants to say next is not easy for a man to say. But after hearing recent news, he has a high opinion of Yun Xiu and wants to bring her into his family. "Miss Yun, I heard you are not yet betrothed." Yun Xiu's smile fades. "Why does everyone ask about this?" "It's like this, I have a son, he's 2 years older than you." She doesn't need to say more. Yun Xiu understands his meaning. She interrupts him directly. "I am alone in my family. I will marry into another family in the future." Others see it as unusual that the son of the town head would want to marry a farmer girl. Surely, the farmer girl is reaching too high. But Yun Xiu is different. She doesn't look down on herself. Even if she were to marry, it would have to be willingly. So, the excuse of becoming a concubine still works well. After all, the town head is an official, no matter how small. His son wouldn't marry into a farming family. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Indeed, Hicheng was first surprised, then showed a regretful expression. He still wasn't giving up. "Miss Yun, men willing to become a concubine usually. With your good character, it's such a pity." Pity for what? The speaker is clear, and the listener understands. If he had a bright future, which man would be willing to become a concubine? "Town head, you're joking. I'm just a farmer girl, with no grand ambitions. I prefer a peaceful, simple life in the village," Yun Xiu says sincerely, her eyes shining with genuine honesty. Hicheng was unsure whether this was truly her genuine thought because, although she was a country girl, her behavior didn't seem to match. After these days, he had learned everything he needed to know. Not only had she brought orders for vegetables from the restaurant to the villagers, but she was also behind the recent rumors about tap water and new-style toilets, which even led to her establishing connections with the Jiang family, a prominent merchant family. Although the Jiang family are merchants, having ties to the royal name makes them different from ordinary businessmen. Thinking of this, Hicheng looked around. They were sitting in a pavilion in a small garden. In front of them was a cobblestone path, surrounded by various beautiful flowers, many of which he had never seen before. The decorations and layout everywhere showed elegance and craftsmanship. Could a country girl have such knowledge? Anyway, based on Yun Xiu's impressive demeanor, Hicheng didn't dare to push her further. So, the marriage proposal was never formally made, and nothing more came of it. The news about high-yield crops gradually spread to nearby villages. Now, many outsiders come daily to see the novelty. When there are many people, it becomes hard to control, especially since there are still unripe peanuts and sweet potatoes in the fields. During the day, it's manageable because people are always in the fields. Even if someone has bad intentions, they wouldn't dare to act openly. But at night, it's different. That night, the door of Yunxio's house was knocked on. Yunxio had just come out of her space and was about to go to bed when she heard the knocking. She was a bit confused. Who had come at this late hour? She thought it might be someone from the village with an urgent matter asking for help, so she didn't delay and quickly went to the door. Her house was quite large, which was a little inconvenient. She had to walk several minutes from her bedroom to the front door. Luckily, the visitor knew this and didn't keep knocking. Yunxio opened the door and was surprised to see Lu Xiao standing outside. "Why are you here? Is something wrong?" Although Yunxio was straightforward, having a young man knocking on her door late at night would inevitably attract gossip. Lu Xiao realized her question made him aware that his actions might be inappropriate. His face warmed, and he apologized shyly. "Sorry, I wasn't thinking carefully." Yunxio shook her head. "Since he was here, just say what you need to say." Lu Xiao understood her meaning and moved aside. Only then did Yunxio notice that behind him were two people tied up. Under the faint moonlight, their faces were not very clear. "What's this?" "These two were stealing from your field. I happened to pass by and caught them," he said. Lu Xiao explained. Yunxio looked at him strangely. It was very late at night and he just happened to pass by? Lu Xiao didn't know what she was focusing on. Seeing her silent, he thought she didn't realize how serious the problem was, so he continued to explain. "Your high-yield crops are now well known. Tonight's incident definitely won't be the last." Yunxio nodded. Many people had come to see the crops during the day. Uncle Yunliang had already told her, but she didn't expect anyone to actually dare to plan something bad. After questioning, the two men were from the neighboring Yuan village. Their names were Yuan Tai and Yuan Yin, cousins. They had come to see the crops with others during the day and heard how abundant they were. They wanted to steal some, thinking that since the land was so big, no one would notice if they took a little. But they didn't expect that as soon as they reached the field and hadn't even touched the seedlings, Lu Xiao appeared and caught them. "Please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." Yuan Tai and Yuan Yin knelt on the ground, begging and kowtowing. Lu Xiao looked at Yunxio, wanting to see how she would handle it. "Give them a beating and take them to the officials tomorrow," Yunxio decided firmly. Lu Xiao's eyes showed admiration. Yunxio's decision was very sensible. Although the two didn't succeed tonight, if he hadn't been there, who knew how much of the crops would have been stolen? "Please don't send us to the officials. We're begging you. We haven't even taken anything yet," the men on the ground pleaded, banging their heads harder on the ground. But no matter how they begged, Yunxio was determined. She believed in warning others with a firm hand. Otherwise, it would never end. "Leave the rest to me. I will take these two back and notify the village chief to send them to the authorities tomorrow morning." To make up for the rudeness of visiting late at night, Lu Xiao offered to take them home and keep them there. Yunxio didn't oppose. She was too lazy to deal with these matters. If someone was willing to handle it, she was happy. Just as Lu Xiao was about to lift their collars and turn to leave, Yunxio suddenly asked, "Why were you passing by tonight?" "Such coincidence." Honestly, she said this casually, with no other intention. But Lu Xiao staggered as if caught in an awkward situation.
I
couldn't sleep, so I took a walk over there," he said. Afterward, Lu Xiao quickly left Yunxio's door in a hurry. Yunxio watched his somewhat flustered figure, feeling confused but not overthinking it. She went back to sleep. After leaving, Lu Xiao's face still had a faint blush. He hadn't lied. It was true. Tonight, he lay on the bed, his mind full of Yunxio's image. She is becoming more outstanding, and everything she does is increasingly impressive. Naturally, his gaze unconsciously stayed on her more and more. Lu Xiao despised his own dirty thoughts but couldn't stop thinking about her. In this inner struggle, he simply couldn't fall asleep. So, he decided to go for a walk outside. Of course, he didn't dare to loiter openly outside Yunxiu's house, so he walked farther away. Unconsciously, he reached the foot of the mountain. At that moment, he saw two sneaky figures. When they tried to pick peanuts, he suddenly appeared, caught them, and then the events that followed unfolded. Yunxiu lay back on the bed, thinking about what just happened. She couldn't sleep now. If Lu Xiao hadn't been there tonight, those two would have succeeded. What about later? Would they have to send people to guard? While thinking, he heard the long breathing of the general sleeping peacefully in his soft, comfortable dog bed. Got it. This is perfect labor. The sleeping general doesn't know that in the future, he will face late-night work life. The incident of thieves in Yunxiu's field spread through the village early in the morning.
Who did this?
Do they think our village is empty? I saw it myself when Lu Xiao brought the suspects to the village chief's house this morning. It was the Yuan brothers from Yuan village, Yuan Tai and Yuan Yin. Do you know how they will be punished? Stealing grain is a serious crime. It can't be taken lightly. Don't you know? Those two have already been sent to the authorities. Good. They should be punished severely. Otherwise, such behavior will become common. This news quickly spread to nearby villages. Some people, feeling restless, secretly cheered. They were glad they were a bit slow, or they might have been the ones taken away. At noon, the village chief returned with the official decision. Stealing is a serious crime. Although those two didn't succeed, this was high-yield grain, which concerns the future of Baiyun town and even the entire Dongli kingdom. He didn't show mercy and sentenced Yuan Tai and Yuan Yin to 2 years of forced labor. In this era, forced labor was quite common. Every household had to undertake a certain amount each year, usually for building city walls, dams, roads, and other projects. Although this forced labor was mandatory, it didn't always require personal effort. Wealthy families could hire others to do it or pay silver to offset the obligation. People who commit crimes are sentenced to forced labor, which is different from the labor assigned to each family. They cannot pay with money and are sent to the most difficult and exhausting places. Although Yuan Tai and Yuan Yin were only sentenced to 2 years, they still suffered greatly during that time. Yun Xiu's warning to others was effective. In the following days, the general, unwilling to take out his frustration on others, didn't manage to catch anyone to vent his anger. To comfort him, Yun Xiu decided to take him to the mountains for fun. Before leaving, she thought for a moment and went to Lu Xiao's house. When Lu Xiao saw Yun Xiu, his eyes lit up with happiness that he couldn't hide, and his voice trembled a little. "Ah, Xiu, you're here." Seeing the sparkle in Lu Xiao's eyes and his reaction, and recalling his recent behavior around her, Yun Xiu finally realized that Lu Xiao seemed to have special feelings for her. She wasn't just a simple 16-year-old girl. In her previous life, she also experienced her first feelings of love. Unfortunately, her crush was already taken, so she had to force herself to extinguish the small flame of hope before it could burn brightly. Lu Xiao used to blush inexplicably when he saw her, and he seemed shy. She thought he simply didn't know how to interact with girls, which made him seem reserved. Now, thinking carefully, she realized he only behaved like that in front of her. In front of Yunlan and Su Qianqian, he was natural and open. Yun Xiu looked at Lu Xiao, trying to see if he was hiding any feelings.